In the ninth, Michael A. Taylor, big bomb, 3-run home run. So it makes today, I think, that much more exciting. I'm anticipating. I'm trying to anticipate. I'll say because Ben Cherington, not a predictable guy. Ben Cherington seems like he tries to act with reason and with careful, methodical thought. And a lot of the big names that you might have been excited for the Pirates to get in the trade deadline are now off. They're off the board. They're no longer options. So now it just set me thinking who else. There's still a few names available. Jazz Chisholm's one of the ones that I remember I wanted. And no matter how realistic you may have thought, we already talked about this yesterday a whole bunch. He had 2 home runs for the Yankees yesterday against the Phillies, so it's kind of tough. But anyway, we got to move forward. There's options out there, and the Pirates, they've got to be willing to part ways with some of their prospects to be able to make some of these deals happen. I don't think they could give up some of these players. I don't think if they give them up, they're going to set the franchise back a whole bunch. And I think that maybe the fear sometimes with being overly aggressive in these trades. But here's where the Pirates are right now. So after the win against the Astros yesterday, the Pirates maintain their status as a team over a 500 winning percentage. They're 54 and 52. They're tied with the Cardinals now. So the Cardinals have fallen from grace. The Cardinals were securely in that second wild card spot through the first half of this season, and now in the second half they've struggled. So the Pirates and Cardinals right now are tied 2 games back. A bunch of teams shuffled around who were successful earlier on in the year. The Nationals have certainly fallen out. They became sellers. They're 49 and 58. The Giants are falling back. The Cubs made some solid acquisitions. They're a curious case that we can talk about a little bit too, but they actually they acquired some help, some big names. So we'll talk about them, or one big name in particular that I'm thinking of. But the San Francisco Giants, 4 games out, are reportedly trading away Jorge Soler. So a lot of big deals happening, and a huge shift, because I remember earlier in the year the Giants were up there as well. They were one of those teams that seemed securely in the race. They had a wild card spot. And they were beating the Pirates, at least, when the two teams were in San Francisco. Now the Giants are falling on a 4-game winning streak, but they're still below 500, and they've kind of fallen. So right now you have the Padres who've been hanging around for a little bit. The Mets who came back out of nowhere, had Grimace throw out a first pitch, and now they're a playoff team. And the Braves, the Atlanta Braves, who have been at the top of the wild card chase, but they're a half game up. So it's a very tight race, even for that first wild card spot of the 3. So I just illustrate that to illustrate this point, that the Pirates, like, really, part of me thinks, when you think about it, like logically in any typical year, the question is, when you make these trades, or when you think about making these trades, how much better is this player going to make our team? How much, like, is this one bat going to improve our wins drastically at all? What's the thought? What's the process there? And I think that, because really it all comes down to, and that's something that needs to be factored in as well. One player can individually succeed, but it takes a whole lot of successes in baseball and in sports in general. But in this particular breath, baseball, it takes a whole lot of individual victories just to get one win. And so I think it is a legitimate question, and it was a question asked yesterday on the morning show, and And I'm sure throughout the day, is one player actually going to increase the win total drastically in this Pirates team? And in a conventional year, I think, no. I mean, they're around 500. They've been there before. They were there in 2018. What's one bat? But I think it's such an unconventional year, and the Pirates demonstrating yesterday, like they have the ability to come back. I mean, there are games where we've been frustrated where they've made an unholy amount of mistakes. There have been games where they've just seemed like everything was clicking. There's just some games in the middle. Maybe they fall behind, they come back, or they have a lead late and they blow it. I mean, they've had games where, you remember they had a grand slam in back-to-back games against the Giants and lost both those games. Like, things happen. Like, this kind of stuff just happens. And so in such an unconventional year where the Pirates are still hanging around and still a team above 500 and still playing like they have the ability to win, I may argue, when I think about that question, I may argue, yeah. You know what? I mean, based on yesterday, based on them not getting swept by the Diamondbacks, just based on what feels like sheer determination from the players that are on the roster just right now, yeah, I want them to add a bat. And I want them to give up some collateral to get that. And we'll talk about, who they traded for too and who they traded away. We'll get there in a minute. The deals that they already made, two prominent deals. But I think that should be the underlying question in all of this. It should be, you got to consider the unconventional year and the fact that you're so close. And that I don't think the price is going to be steep for anybody this year. Offense is down. And we've already seen the price for 5 deals that have involved outfielders. They're not steep prices for these guys. I think it's possible for them to incentivize another team to give up an outfielder for some of the prospects that they have in their pool. And that's just my opinion. And I think it needs to get done. I think one extra bat really could do it. And I want to let you know that I believe that. I want to know what you think as well. 412-928-9370. We can talk about it this morning on the phone line. You can also talk to me on X at Callis_33. That's CALLAS_33. I'd also like to let you know that the Fan Early Morning Show, it's presented by CGR Wholesale, where the average Joe buys like a pro. And I got a caller on the line right now that wants to talk. You can get a phone line too. 412-928-9370. And we'll start with this caller right now. So good morning. What's your name?
Hey, this is Ted.
All right, Ted.
Hey, real quick, this is gut check time for this organization. It's been 25 years since that stadium was built, and it's about time to produce. You're right. If you get a bat, it changes the game immediately, especially if you get a power hitter. And to me, with Ben Sheridan, look, we're going to find out if this guy is Neil Huntington 2.0 or if this organization is going to take the next step. Because it's time. It's time to open up the wallet. It's time to go get that guy to get you in the playoffs. Not only wild card, but winning the division. That's what this organization should be thinking. So that if they have a shot, do what you need to do, because sometimes the Pirates overvalue their prospects. Let's be real here. Each one of their draft, their prospects is not going to make the major league. That's why you draft them. They're assets. You trade them to make a great trade, and you got to have a riverboat gambler's attitude. Sometimes you get burnt, or sometimes you win, but that comes with the job. So Ben Sheridan. Hopefully he's not Neil Huntington. We're going to find out, what these guys' plans are, because it's about time. 25 years is too long.
Yeah, Ted, thanks for the call. No, I agree with most of that there. And I know Crowley was talking about it yesterday, that if you can't get a deal done, it's a fireable offense. Now he got 2 deals done, so it's like, okay, he did something. He offloaded the last first-round pick, I think from Neil Huntington's era, off the team in Quinn Priester. That was the last Neil Huntington choice. And so, you do that. You make a move for Jalen Beeks. It's like, all right, and get another lefty in there, a guy who's a veteran. who may be able to help you. Okay, so he made some deals. So, not a fireable offense anymore. At least he did something. So we'll give him that credit. Now, you want him to do more, and I think we crave more as well. It's like when I found out about the Quinn Priester trade, my first reaction was to go, okay, it's another prospect. And I think I immediately tweeted, I was like, this feels like a sale. This feels like they're giving up, because Quinn Priester I valued as somebody who was, a veteran presence at that point. I don't consider him too much of a prospect. I didn't. Maybe you did. Maybe he's a young guy. Maybe it was selling one of your former top picks for a guy of value. So there's that. But then again, he's not really a top prospect. So he's kind of in the middle. And the guy they got, Nick Yorkie here, he is an infielder, can also play left field, I heard, and is not one of your typical prospects. He's actually apparently ready for the majors. They just got to figure out exactly when. Like, he's close. So to make a move to potentially have a substitute for Nick Gonzalez that's ready to play in the majors, seems like what that deal was. So, okay, he made a move, and I like that he made a move, and moving Quinn Priester made sense, I think, in its own right. But at the same time, it's not. I mean, it wasn't really, when you really look at it, it's not a buyers or sellers trade. The Red Sox wanted a pitcher, and the Pirates wanted a versatile player that they could keep as depth, and upon performance, maybe could be promoted to some sort of starting job somewhere eventually. Not exciting. Not exciting. Not the big bat that you want. And they didn't really prioritize big bat. They prioritized who could possibly replace Nick Gonzalez. And despite all the infielders that they already have in their organization, they outsourced for one. So I think that there's a lot of reasons to not be excited. You look at the word prospect in the report, and you think, they sold Priester. And when you really look at it deeply, though, and I've made this mistake too, you look at it deeply, and it's not really a buy or a sell. Quinn Priester is kind of in limbo of what you thought of him. Not quite an established veteran, kind of young. Yeah, it's kind of So, it's not one of those deals that you go, yes, this is a certain replacement. This guy's going to change the team. It was just, okay, you gave up a guy you drafted in the first round 5 years ago for a guy who may be the answer. And it's not confidence inspiring because the prospects that they have in their organization, like Liover Peguero, they gave up Starling Marte for, is still down there, and apparently, he can't come up and play second base. They don't trust him to do that. So this Nick Yorkie's put in the mix. And that's the part that's not confidence inspiring. It's like there's little messages that you can receive from filling out this deal. And I kind of hear that, okay, none of the guys they have in their organization may be ready to be the replacement, even though they have an abundance of middle infielders. So they went out and got one. Yeah. Yeah. Not super exciting. That's really all. So, when you look at how they're trading, I mean, Ben Cherington, maybe he's trying. Maybe you can give him credit for trying. Maybe Jalen Beeks will also complement this bullpen in a way that can help them prevent runs more out of the bullpen. Is another lefty and might be a better lefty than Josh Fleming. So there's all these possibilities, but again, that big bat, I think it's what's lacking, and I don't know. I want to see it. To Ted's point, though, yeah, I mean, we hope there's no more. We don't want Huntington 2.0, and I get that. And Ben Cherington seems like he's making some sort of effort. I'll let you determine how strong you think his effort is, but I break down the trades myself here this morning, and that have been made so far, and I'm not enamored with them right now. That's all. You're welcome to express your opinion at any time, 412-928-9370. You can also talk to me on X, at Callis_33. That's my handle. I'm going to take a break. I'll come back. We'll continue to talk about the Pirates. I may break down this Jalen Beeks deal a little bit. The Pirates acquired Jalen Beeks, a left-handed reliever from the Colorado Rockies, for a left-handed pitcher in their organization. So we'll break that down a little bit. And I'll take your phone calls. I'll take your reaction. One more time, 412-928-9370. Give me a call anytime. We'll talk. My name's Nicholas Harry Callis. This is the Fan Early Morning Show, and it's on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The Fan Early Morning Show for the Average Joe, presented by CGR Wholesale, where the average Joe can buy like a pro.
I'm Mike Garafolo with NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network. The Lions and offensive tackle Taylor Decker agreed to a 3-year, $60 million contract extension with $31.83 million guaranteed. The new deal keeps Decker under contract in Detroit through 2027. Meantime, the NFL suspended Texans defensive end Danico Autry 6 games for violating the league's policy against performance-enhancing drugs, according to NFL Network insider Ian Rappaport. Autry released a statement saying, in part, "I want to apologize to the Texans organization, my teammates, and the fans for any distraction this may cause. I want to assure our fans that my commitment to competing to the best of my ability has only grown, and I look forward to returning to the field." Colts defensive end Samson Ebukam suffered a torn Achilles in practice and will miss the 2024 season. Ebukam played a career-high 681 snaps for Indy in 2023, leading the team in sacks with 9.5. This has been NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this: if something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
This is it. Shop the Lowe's Closeout event to get up to 70% off select major appliances for your home. Plus, get up to 60% off select patio furniture and accessories for your outdoor spaces. So hurry into your local store today, because these deals are too good to last. Shop them now before they're gone, because Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid through 8/7 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Traffic trouble to begin the Tuesday morning rush, and this report brought to you by Window Nation. Crews on the scene of an accident blocking the left lane on the eastbound side of the Pennsylvania Turnpike at mile marker 15.1. Expect slowdowns past the incident. The Cordell and Cordell traffic cam showing us that the HOV lanes are open alongside the Parkway North. Parkways east, west, north, Route 28, all fairly steady. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report is brought to you by Window Nation. It's Window Nation's anniversary sale. Right now, buy 2 windows and get 2 free, plus pay nothing for 24 months and get an extra $250 credit. Hurry, sale ends August 31st. So schedule an in-home estimate at 866-90Nation or at windownation.com.
It's Wrangler season out there. Warmer days, cooler nights. Open roads, endless horizons. And you need to be ready in jeans made for the unpredictable. Wrangler, for the ride of life. Shop our newest styles today at Wrangler.com.
You've got to watch your NFL team every Sunday, and Verizon's got you covered for all your team's out-of-market games every Sunday afternoon. Come on! From kickoff to sign-off, from first downs and touchdowns,
oh yeah,
to turnovers, no, and overturned plays.
After review, the pass was incomplete.
Nice!
Let's go! This season, win every Sunday with Verizon. Get a great deal on NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV and a new phone. Excludes digital-only games. Terms and embargoes apply.
It's Wrangler season out there. Warmer days, cooler nights. Open roads, endless horizons. And you need to be ready in jeans made for the unpredictable. Wrangler, for the ride of life. Shop our newest styles today at Wrangler.com.
Serious savings at your local Par-Mar store. Dan Zangrili reminding you to download the Par-Mar Stores app and save big. Get 3 cooler beverage items with your Par-Mar Rewards card and get 10 cents off per gallon of gas. And remember, if there's not a Par-Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
Okay, the hot summer months. You got to get to Schultz Ford and get that great deal. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South and West Mifflin, Schultz Ford in Wheeling. And how about always online at schultzford.com? They have a gigantic selection of inventory, everything that you want for this summer. Hey, how about a Bronco? Take the top off, cruise around. Mustang, convertible, great summer car too. And maybe you're going to the beach. What about an Explorer? That gets it done for you. Great family car to, get all the way down to the beach and back. So again, those great locations and always online at schultzford.com. The customer service cannot be beaten. You go into Schultz Ford, you are treated like family all the time at all the locations. Again, Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, now in Wheeling as well. And check it out online too, schultzford.com.
Take strokes off your game by taking pounds off your frame with Awaken 180. Between increased flexibility, strength, and endurance, breaking 100, 90, or even 80 could be just 40 pounds away. Get there this summer with the solution for weight loss, Awaken 180 Weight Loss.
As a roofer, I don't have time to fail. Homeowners rely on me, so I rely on Beacon. Beacon's unique network of branches work together to get me what I need when I need it. And with the Beacon Pro Plus app, I've got the brands I depend on, like GAF, right at my fingertips. Now through September 15th, purchase high-quality GAF with Beacon Pro Plus and earn up to $1,500. Go to BECN.com or download the Beacon Pro Plus app today. Beacon, always building.
I feel like I'm constantly cleaning hair off my bathroom floor. At least my Swiffer Sweeper makes it easy. Sweeper heavy-duty dry cloths have ultra-thick pads to trap and lock hairs, like a hair magnet. And when I'm finished cleaning up my hair, Sweeper takes care of his too. Now the hair is gone, all thanks to Swiffer. Try Swiffer Sweeper heavy-duty dry cloths. I promise you'll love them or your money back. And also try Swiffer Sweeper Wet to make quick work of tough, sticky messes.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Good morning. Again, or welcome back, whichever one you're doing right now. It's 5 o'clock in the morning. It's 5:30 in the morning. We're just waking up. I get that. So whether you're just waking up now or whether you've been with me for a little bit, we're talking about the Pirates. Pirates made a couple trades yesterday, and the trade deadline for Major League Baseball is today at 6 o'clock. The Pirates, Pirates fans have been clamoring for a bat. Pirates have not really done that yet. They acquired Nick Dorkia from the Red Sox for Quinn Priester. That one, whatever. We'll see how that one turns out. I shouldn't poo-poo that one, actually. It's just not the deal that you wanted. I mean, he could be fine, but again, he hasn't even played in the majors yet. He's close, but he hasn't yet played in the majors yet. So I mean, we want an established bat, like somebody who's able to help out the offense right now for sure. I think that's what a lot of fans are clamoring for. Maybe everybody's a generalization, but that's how I feel, and I know that that's how a lot of other people around my circle feel as well. Chris on X sent me over here a post. Asks, is there a reason Kutch can't be a serviceable let's try that again. Is there a reason Kutch can't be a serviceable right fielder and they can go get a DH? Yeah. See, I think Brent Rooker would be better in the outfield than Andrew McCutchen. I think McCutchen, I wouldn't trust him in the outfield. Not that I don't think he would be willing to do it, or not that he couldn't go out there and play the position. I just don't think he'd do it well. And I think that you increase his odds of injury if you put him out there. So I'm going to say no to that. That's not a bad thought, but yeah, I don't think young guy who's a DH that can play the outfield and had some highlights recently of playing the outfield. I'd rather have that guy over the kind of late 30s now Andrew McCutchen, yeah, I'm not a fan of that. I mean, again, nothing is impossible as it relates to what the Pirates could do or consider. I just don't think that's one of their top things. I think they want to preserve him. He focuses on hitting the entire game. He gets his fair share of rest because he's not playing the field. And I think that helps him do well. I think you put him out in the outfield, and there are just a lot of unintended consequences I think that could come from that. And I don't think it's the best move for them. So no, I mean, if they want to upgrade at DH and have McCutchen off the bench, I don't know. I don't love that either. But yeah, I'm not going to have him play right field. That doesn't excite me. That doesn't inspire confidence in me. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. Let me give you that here real quick. Some rain in the forecast today. High of 81, low of 69. 90% chance of thunderstorms. It's going to be clear tomorrow. High of 90, low of 69, and then chances of rain toward the start of the weekend. Fan weather is brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. It's the Chevy Summer Drive at Sun Chevrolet, up to $7,500 in rebates. Full terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. Okay, a couple more minutes. Let's take a look here at who the Pirates gave up for Jalen Beeks. Jalen Beeks, I think, was most known for his time with the Tampa Bay Rays. He was one of their solid relievers. I think he spent some time in the rotation as well. Beeks is a guy that I think can give you a little extra bolstering. He could be a solid left-handed, relief pitcher for the Pirates, and can kind of accent Aroldis Chapman, because Chapman was the most reliable of the left-handed pitchers in the Pirates bullpen. Yeah, Josh Fleming there for a little bit, but he wasn't great, and so you get a veteran reliever in here, Jalen Beeks, and I like it. Again, every trade that doesn't involve them getting a big bat is going to make me go, eh. This could be a move that works out. But again, I can't get excited about these moves because I want them to go get a bat. This helps their pitching staff, but also, again, is just the word. Now, they gave up a left-handed pitcher from their system, so that's great. They traded a left-handed pitcher for a left-handed pitcher. They traded a left-handed young guy, and they acquired a left-handed veteran. That's all I have to say about that. I mean, it feels. It could work out. It's cool. More pitchers, yay. I want a hitter. I want a hitter real bad. I want a hitter really, really bad. Really, really bad. And nothing is going to excite me until they get a hitter. I don't want to be ungrateful, too, because Charrington made some moves. I get that. Go get a hitter. I want a hitter. I want a hitter. I think I've said that enough. My name is Nicholas Ericalis. This has been the Fan Early Morning Show. The Fan Morning Show pre-show, that's coming up next. Adam Crowley and Doran Dickerson will host. This has been the Fan Early Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by PGT Trucking and Macero Construction Group and brought to you by NSS Live, UJ Bebington and Nichols, Voss TV and Appliance, Come Ready Nutrition, Stoney's Brewing, and PJ Dick, Trumbull, and Lindy Group. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
To celebrate Team USA going for gold, Xfinity is offering a gold medal deal. Now, through August 11th, get our best offer yet with 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one line of unlimited mobile for just $35 a month for a year and a free 5G phone. And the action doesn't stop there. Save on some of the biggest names in streaming by adding the new Xfinity Stream Saver with Peacock, Apple TV Plus, and Netflix for just $15 a month. Don't wait. When the Olympic Games end, so does this deal. Go to Xfinity.com/Team USA. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Get the fastest connection to Paris with Xfinity, proud partner of Team USA.
Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Equipment taxes and fees extra and subject to change. After promo, regular rates apply to internet and mobile. Stream saver price subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed. Free 5G phone requires eligible trade-in. Select models only.
Welcome to Nada Yada Island. This season on Nada Yada Island.
When we were new, they spoiled me. They even gave me a phone. But then, it's like I didn't exist.
Don't take yada yada from your wireless carrier. Now with Metro, get that new customer feeling again and again. Introducing Metro Flex. Free 5G phones when you join, same deals as new customers when you stay. Only at Metro by T-Mobile. Just bring your number and ID and sign up for an eligible plan. After 12 months, trade in and get our best deals on select devices.
Decisions that impact you or your loved ones can be overwhelming, especially if you're facing long-term care, special needs, or elder law issues. The attorneys at Julian Gray Associates can help you truly understand the best approach to take. Julian Gray Associates have the most certified elder law attorneys in the country. They're located right here in Pittsburgh. Experienced advice from certified elder law attorneys who understand your legal issues and are committed to helping you. Find out more at grayelderlaw.com.
The forecast for hot summer weather should come as no surprise, and the forecast for high energy costs shouldn't either. PJ Fitzpatrick has a great plan to cool your electric bill. Replace your leaky old windows with energy-efficient and budget-friendly insulated windows. The PJ Fitzpatrick team has replaced hundreds of thousands of windows, and they've earned thousands of 5-star reviews. Call today and save thousands on your windows and your electric bill. Visit trustpj.com today for a free window consultation.
Another day is here, and you're ready for it. What to wear? Check. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner? Check. Planning for what's next and how to save for it? That's where Bank of America can help. For your financial to-dos, Bank of America has experts ready to help get you closer to your goals. Get started at one of our Greater Pittsburgh Region financial centers or 24/7 in our mobile banking app. Find a location near you at bankofamerica.com/talktous. What would you like the power to do? Mobile banking requires downloading the app and is only available for select devices. Message and data rates may apply. Bank of America N.A., member FDIC.
Okay, I'm ready to record my jewelry store's new radio spot. I got a great script that really goes after Diamonds Direct and how they're nothing special and how we can match their price. Great stuff.
Oh, great. We have this new technology that bleeps out any false claims, so it saves us time with editing. So you can start anytime.
Okay, here goes. When you visit our jewelry store, we'll guarantee direct. Our diamonds come straight. We have cutters. And, hey, what the?
The hard truth is that other jewelry stores simply can't do what Diamonds Direct can. Diamonds Direct has special relationships with De Beers, international connections, and virtually unlimited buying power. The result is true direct importer pricing, exceptional quality, and up to 30 times the diamond selection you find at other stores.
I can't believe this thing won't let me say.
Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion. Get more truth at diamondsdirect.com. Proud partner of the University of Pittsburgh Panthers.
It's Dan Zangrilli. I'm a Western PA guy born and raised, much like my friends Joe George and Larry Kelly. They're the highly respected AV-rated injury attorneys at LGKG. Luxembourg, Garbic, Kelly, and George. And as Larry explains, integrity is everything that Western PA is all about and part of the LGKG business model.
Personal integrity, my father, Fred Kelly, gave me the definition of that when I was a young man. And it's really simple. Do what you say you're going to do. Sounds simple, but it's not always done. You know, at LGKG, we've been keeping promises for over 90 years. When we make a promise to our client, we do it. And you know what? If we hadn't done it, the word would be around. The people would know. We live in this community. We work in this community. We coach in this community. People know us and we know them. And I think that's why. Because in communities like Western PA, if you don't have that integrity, everybody knows it. And when you do, everybody knows it.
LGKG Injury Lawyers, 7 locations, Western Pennsylvania, LGKG.com. LGKG, your home team.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Cordell and Cordell traffic cam taking a look at the Parkway East, starting to build in volume between Edgewood, Swissvale, and the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Parkway West pretty much up to speed. So is Route 28 and the Parkway North where the HOV lanes are open. Meanwhile, an earlier accident still blocking the left lane on the eastbound Pennsylvania Turnpike at mile marker 15.1. That's between the Beaver Valley and Cranberry interchanges. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
Deadline day, after a Skeens day, we got live sports on the television. Greece is playing Spain in basketball, the Greek freak around there someplace. We got swimming. Congratulations to USA's Jack Alexey for winning that heat. But it's deadline day, and the Buccos pulled one from out of their backsides last night. Victory from the jaws of defeat. We'll get into that. Good morning, Doran.
Good morning. How are you guys doing? Callis, how are you?
Anytime the Pirates win, it's a good day.
I can't believe that.
Me neither.
I can't believe that. Michael A. Taylor hits a bleep missile that when he hit it, my wife was asleep. Her head was in my crotch. That sounds worse than it is. I was just being cute, you know.
Sounds like one of those details you could have just...
No, I'm just like rubbing her head, you know. She's asleep because it's late.
You rubbed her head while she was... Come on.
Well, she had her head resting on my thighs is what I'm saying.
Oh.
And I woke her up because when Michael A. Taylor hit it, he has had such little power for the Pirates. I just screamed, "Get in the gap! Get in the gap! Get in the gap!" And it goes 60 feet over the fence. So God bless Michael A. Taylor. God bless a woman who's going to keep her head on my thighs. And God bless the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Yes.
Fan Morning Show pre-show is brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com. We were just having a scintillating conversation prior to the show about Blockbuster, and I realized I think there's one Blockbuster left in the country.
I watched a documentary on that.
Is it in Alaska? Or Montana?
Montana, something like that. Yeah. Montana, Wyoming, one of those states.
I'm on it.
I don't know if it's still there. It might be gone now, though.
You got to tell me there's one.
I think it might be gone after that documentary. I think that's what
Oregon.
The reason why.
Bend, Oregon.
Oregon.
Oregon?
Oregon.
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 Blockbuster was awesome. You want to play Tony Hawk Pro Skater 3 and you don't have $60 or whatever, probably 40 to shell out.
Yeah.
You go spend $5 and then accrue late fees. Wind up spending $15 and keeping that thing for 2.5 weeks. Oh,
it's great.
It was great.
I was telling you guys, I remember it was more for movies, but when I found out that they did indeed let you rent video games as well when I was 7 years old, I was ecstatic.
Can you rent video games now? That makes me sound super old.
I was advertised to in this place online that would send you games for a fee, and then you could send the games back if you didn't want to play them anymore, and you could just get new games infinitely.
Well, well, the way that they do it now, like you don't have to buy the hard copy of games, and like you can just download them to your system. I would think that there would be a way that you could just rent a game for a couple days, and then it would just stop playing.
Yeah, download it for 7 days, like a free trial kind of thing. Yeah.
Well, yeah, no, you get a trial, but a lot of the trial games that they give out, if they do, they are limited access, so you can't like do certain things. Like there was a baseball game I got where you could only play as the two teams that won the World Series from the previous year.
Okay.
Like a demo mode that you would have.
Oh, okay.
Your damn game was downloading. So it's a legit trial. It's not like you get full access, whereas, games before...
Just a taste, just the tip.
Yeah, before when you would rent the games from Blockbuster, of course, you get the full game and then take it back.
Texter, can we get a shout-out to Mean Dean, the Adam Crowley superfan, and all your listeners building the new airport?
Yes.
You don't like the other guys? I mean...
Mean Dean.
Mean Dean.
Yes.
Thanks for listening. At 5:46 in the morning, building the airport.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Big project there.
Big project there. Big project. Big.
And I'm indifferent. And I like the jobs. I like people working and everything, not because of that, because I am such a creature of habit that I know almost down to the exact minute whenever I need to be at the airport to get to my gate, to go through security, like to go through where each gate is actually at in the Pittsburgh Airport, Pittsburgh International Airport. Like, I know where everything is at, and I know the timing that I need to actually get things done and get on my plane. Now it's going to be totally different, and I'm a little bit worried about it because
don't take this the wrong way. People like you drive me nuts.
Yeah, I drive myself nuts.
Because you just, and I know you know it.
Yeah.
Because you're you.
Yeah.
And so it works for you. When I go to the airport, I'm there like 4, 5, 6 hours early.
Are you?
Yeah. Get some beers, get a massage. I do. I get a massage awkwardly. Definitely. Have some lunch. Get myself a bagel. Yeah.
I've only been flying one time.
Whoa!
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, I only went flying once. My sister lived in San Antonio, Texas, and I flew out there one time to see her. And
you didn't fly home?
I did fly home.
Okay.
But I thought that
one-way ticket?
Implied, right? There we go. Come on now. That was implied information. Right? There we go. But my mom was insistent that we get there like early. Our flight was like at 5, 6 a.m. She wanted to get there at 2, and I'm like, that seems premature. There was a lot of hoops to jump through, but we got there so early, like the desk staff to take our tickets and luggage was not yet present.
Whoa.
Yeah, and I was like, and we stood in line for about an hour.
How old were you?
23.
Okay.
Oh, not that long ago.
Just a couple years ago.
See, I've been educated. I mean, my parents were flight attendants for 35 years, so like I know all the tricks to the trade.
That's true.
Yeah, I knew all the tricks to the trade.
That's true. I can't put you in a box and say people like you drive me nuts because you had the inside info.
Inside info, baby. Especially like on the airplane, whenever everybody thought that the plane would go down because you had your cell phone on. Like, no, it's just so you pay attention to the announcements. Like, that has nothing to do with the machine of the airplane.
I thought it was because it interfered with radio communication.
Not really.
You're around the phone. No?
No.
Boy, that would be such a failure of technology.
Right.
That you can get this however many 1,000-pound tube of steel, 30,000 feet in the air, going 600 miles an hour, but little Jimmy's in the back playing Yu-Gi-Oh on his phone, so now we're going down.
Right.
That would be bad.
No, not like that. I meant like they have radio communications because they talk to, towers and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Same basic premise.
Same thing.
Yeah.
No, but the plane's not going to go down.
We're this missile hurtling across time and space, and little Jimmy is in the back watching porno on his mom's smartphone, and now he can't talk to mission control.
Right.
No, it just interferes with. I mean, not guaranteed.
We got it, Callus.
Okay, all right.
I'm Callus. I flew on a plane maybe twice. We're not so sure he actually got the return flight, but now he's an expert on planes.
Yes.
Nicholas Harry Callus.
Yes.
412-928-9370. You can text us. Any comments that you have, questions, concerns, flight stories. I was always told, and then you brought this home for me, Doran, that if the flight crew is calm, you're good.
Yes.
But if the flight crew is not calm, you're not good.
Yes. Yes.
The scariest moment I ever had on a flight was getting into Denver. And when you take off, you go over the mountains, and that's kind of scary because it's like, oh, hey, just don't hit that thing. See it right there? Little Jimmy, you turn your phone off. We're going to hit the damn mountain, which is right there. But we're flying into Denver, and we're landing, and I had a window seat. And, like, as we're coming in, we're like sideways.
Oh.
And I'm like, whoa. Mr. Pilot, you want to straighten this thing out? Very scary. But I also am incredibly jumpy.
So I get a little bit nervous now, too. I don't know why. First time I flew by myself, I was 6.
Man.
Because my parents knew the flight attendants, knew the pilots. So they sent me to Philadelphia to go see my uncle. And I was 6 years old. So I, sat up front, and I just flew by myself. And, now, and I wasn't even scared then. I was just, just looking around, all excited. Now I get on, I'm like, all right, I don't know. You hit a little turbulence. I'm like, all right. All right. All right. Okay. Enough.
I'm always buckled in unless I'm peeing. Right. The whole time. Like, it's going to make a difference.
No.
No. I guess in turbulence, like, you don't want to hit the ceiling.
Yeah, hit your head.
Hit your head, which I guess could happen and has happened to people. But I'm always, even if the seatbelt, like, I'm like, nope, I'm keeping this on. I got to stay safe here. Texter, you're literally making fun of Callis already. No, well, no, I'm not. What have I said? I haven't said anything. We're just having fun.
Yeah.
Just trading barbs. That's what guys do. Just trading barbs. Do we have a caller who wants to talk about flying?
Probably, if it's a pilot, then that'd be great. Didn't we do this before?
I don't know.
Yeah, we've called people on the pre-show before.
Who's on the line?
I honestly forget his name because
Hello. Who's on the line? You're on the air.
Hi, from Washington.
What's up?
I got a flight story for you guys. Going to Orlando a couple years ago. Our daughter was, she was about 2 years old, and she hated the flight. She threw up 3 times on my wife while she was holding her. 3 times, crying the whole way. We had everybody's attention on this whole plane.
That sucks.
That's tough.
Has she flown since?
She has. She's probably flown 3 or 4 times now.
God bless you. Oh, my gosh. Oh, that's brutal.
That's brutal. Because, like, that baby
Thank
that
you for the
cries.
call. Yeah.
And it's like, oh, man, just like, please don't cry. And then they throw up, and then you probably smell the throw up.
Oh.
He said throw up right as I was sipping my oatmeal.
Oh.
Yeah. And she probably threw up oatmeal because she was a baby, or she was like she was 2.
It's the chunky apple one, too, and it's just...
It probably was oatmeal.
My dog threw up the other day while we were eating brunch, and that was the end of brunch.
Yeah. Ew.
You don't need to see dog vomit when you're trying to woof down an Eggs Benedict.
Right.
Yeah.
Woof.
There aren't a lot of things that are more repulsive to me than vomit. My wife is always on the vomit. I thought it would be the other way, but nah. When someone vomits or something vomits, that's all her.
Vomit bags. They have those on the airplanes.
They do. We have one of those in our car, both of our cars, because we were coming back from vacation. The first time we ever took Nora, she was about 2. And we got going to come back home about 5 in the morning. She drank some chocolate milk, and we're bumping along, and she's like, I don't feel good. And it took us like, I don't know, an hour, 45 minutes, something like that, just to clean all the nastiness out, because you got a 10, 11, 12-hour drive ahead of you. And if that smell is there, ball game.
Done.
Ball game. Texter, boys, I'm about to hop on a plane. Can we please keep it kosher? Listen.
Safest way to travel.
It is. It's the safest way to travel. I've never not got where I needed to go and then got back. Sometimes you hit delays, things of that nature. But we got it on lock here.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not going to say what I was going to say. I wouldn't hop on a bird in, like, Russia.
Right.
Stuff seems to happen over there.
Mm-hmm.
But I think we're pretty good over here. Sometimes a door will blow open, Yeah, you just pull it closed.
Pull it closed.
Yeah, it's no big deal. Just don't sit near the door. All right?
I always get the emergency exit because there's more leg room.
Yeah.
And I'm like, something happens. Don't count on me. Like, I'm here for me, my leg room. So I don't have to sit next to anybody. I ain't helping.
Doran, if you are not sitting there, people are going to look to you for help.
Right. Like, hey, get up.
Like one of these crazy people stands up in the aisle. It's like, I'm sorry. And you're like, okay, who's going to get that person? You. Big guy over there. You take care of this. Some Karen screaming. My dad one time, and if this ain't white privilege, I mean, seriously. My dad one time was like, I need to get off the plane. I left my airport in the terminal. And they're like, yeah, nah. No, he's like, I gotta get my laptop. You can't get off the plane. Raised holy hell. He's like, my whole presentation's on the plane. No, it's sitting out there. I'm on the plane. This is no good. And they were just like, yeah, shut the hell up and sit down.
They didn't
do nothing.
Nothing.
But they didn't kick him off. And I feel like they could have kicked him off if he made more of a scene or something like that.
What did he do?
Didn't have his laptop.
I mean, did he ever get it back?
Don't really know.
Huh.
I'm sure he did.
Somebody probably sent it to him.
Yeah, like keep it at the gate or whatever,
Yeah.
and then you call, and you got to go through 15 automated services, and then finally talk to somebody. Hey, where'd you put the bag? Okay, that whole thing. Yeah. But they didn't kick him off the plane.
That's good.
At that point, I would have just said I missed my flight. Although you can't get off. Never mind. What am I
Yeah, you
talking
couldn't,
about? Yeah, I'm screwed. You know what? I wanted to bring something up at the pre-show that I wrote down, and usually we just fly by the seat of our pants. Do you ever just lie to your kid?
Yes. I think you kind of have to as a parent. I think that's in the rule book.
You have to.
Have to.
You have to.
How could you tell your kid the truth about
God.
everything?
Oh, my
With
God.
all the questions they ask all the time.
Yeah.
I mean, you would probably mess them up.
Well, my daughter hit me with what happens after you die? Because my grandma passed away, and I was like, Well, some people think this. Here's what I think. Other people think this. Here's all of that information. And she was like, okay. But that's not when I lied. We have a running lie going on. And Leanna, if you are at home, my wife, and you are listening or you're going to listen back to the pre-show, she likes to listen to the pre-show, don't listen with Nora. We can't blow this secret. My daughter got a stomach bug like a year ago. And she's like me. So she freaks out about everything. So now if she gets even the slightest tinge of nausea, she has like a panic attack. She'll be like, oh my God, am I going to throw up? It's a whole thing, cold sweats, the whole deal. So I said, we got special medicine that's going to make it so that you don't throw up. And we call it placebo for the placebo effect. So now anytime she's like, oh, my stomach doesn't feel, oh, here's placebo. And I basically put like Sprite or apple juice, whatever we have in the fridge, in the cup, and we give it to her. And then she calms down and goes right to bed.
Right.
And I've been doing it for like a year plus. And for the last like month or so, she hasn't needed it until last night. She's like, oh, my stomach doesn't feel good. Like, oh, wait a second, I got the placebo. Falls right asleep. It's amazing.
Yes.
I wish people would do that crap to me.
Right.
Like, I wish my wife would lie to me. Like, I don't feel good. Oh, here, take this. It's perfect. It works for me every time. I'd fall right to sleep.
Yes.
I wish I could be lied to like a kid.
Persuade. Persuade your mind. Listen, it is, you can do that now, but once they get a little bit older, it becomes very, very hard to tell a fib. Like where I'm at now with my two oldest.
Oh, they're too smart.
Like they've heard, they've seen, they know me too. Like it's hard to get something by them.
Yeah.
You better get it in now.
Well, you got a good BS meter too.
Yeah.
Like, you sniff it out. You know. So they know.
They know.
They know.
I can't get anything past them. Anything.
God bless you.
Yeah.
2 boys. 3 boys.
3.
Gonna be chasing them all over the place.
Yeah.
I got 2 daughters. God help us. Texter, Crowley made that story up. He doesn't know what happened to his dad's computer. That wasn't the interesting part of the story to me. I don't remember what happened to the computer.
Yeah, like you weren't there.
Yeah.
I think it was interesting, though, because if he made such a fuss and didn't end up getting it back, I want to know.
Well, he didn't get it back at that time.
Obviously that, but eventually, I mean.
Yeah. Texter, I'm keeping my ass on the ground. Hate flying. I get that. I'm never sober for a flight. I hate to admit that, but I just am
There's
not.
a lot of people that aren't.
Yeah.
There's a lot.
I need to take the edge off.
Yeah.
Should we talk about the Pirates?
Sure.
Trade deadline is 12 hours from right now. 12 hours. I have no doubt that Ben Cherington is working the phones meticulously, sending some texts, perhaps emails. There's communication going on. He made 2 trades yesterday. We'll get into those a little bit later. The Pirates are rumored to be in on another trade. We'll get into that. But last night's win, I think, was very telling for this team. And we'll tell you why. Coming up in 15 seconds. Bang.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7, the man.
2 on and 2 out, and the 2-1 to Cruz. Blasted to right, base hit. That's going to head to the wall. Triolo is in to score. Reynolds touches third. He's held there on the RBI double by Cruz. He hit it too hard to score Reynolds, but he ties the game here in the 8th inning. A ball, but now it's 1-1 on Taylor. The pitch. Swinging a ball belted. Deep out to left field, and Mike Michael A. Taylor has slammed one out of here. A huge 3-run homer off Hader. Michael A. Taylor puts the Pirates on top, 5-2. They sink Hader and the Astros. A strike away from a Pirate victory. The 0-2, a swing and a pop-up. Up toward the Cruz, the shortstop. He's under it. He's got it, and the Pirates prevail. What a comeback victory for the Buccos. Wow, they are in the midst of this thing. We got some really thick July baseball going on here in Houston tonight. Thicker than the humidity. It's a 5-3 Bucco win.
That's one way to describe it. Those last two victories, man, and guys, and listeners, friends, are as improbable as you're going to get. I mean, the come-from-behind nature of the last two wins, I just didn't see coming.
Mm-hmm.
I was furious watching that game last night. I'm sure a lot of people were.
Yeah.
Skeens is dealing. The double play that wasn't with Ke'Bryan Hayes. Getting perfect gamed in a bullpen game. And the only reason it was a bullpen game is because the Astros' number 2 prospect who was going to start the game got traded before the game. So this was their emergency plan. And you don't muster a base runner through like 6 innings. It was incredibly frustrating. Just like the game before. But you know what? They got it done. And you brought this up prior to the show, Doran. When they cut to the dugout shot of Michael A. Taylor hitting that home run. Michael A. Taylor hit a home run. And Derek Shelton is showing emotion. And Joey Bart's like, I don't know why he's holding him. Like, does he think Shelton's going to jump over the fence?
Yeah.
Does he think he's going to fall? You just have pure, unbridled emotion. This is a team that grinds it out. Those guys care so much. They know how hard it is for offense to show itself. They deserve to get a deadline boost or 2 or 3. Help the club out. But the emotion, that was so telling to me.
I've throughout the season, whenever they cut to Derek Shelton, and if, say, the Pirates score a run, or say that Skeens or somebody strikes somebody out, they sometimes cut to him, and I always look to see if he shows any emotion. He never does, and I'm like, I wonder if that's just a baseball thing, a Major League Baseball thing, where the managers just don't show emotion, kind of like hockey. You know how whenever the Pens will score and Sullivan doesn't, clap or doesn't do anything. I'm like, maybe that's just the type of sport it is, because obviously, football, you show a lot of emotion, and coaches show emotion. They're excited. Whenever I saw that last night, I was like, oh, they think that they can do this. Because Shelton literally all season didn't show any emotion when anything good happened. And he didn't really show an emotion whenever things that bad happened.
Yeah,
either.
just stoic.
Just stoic, right. And he stood up on that chair, and Joey Bart was holding his shirt, and he slapped down on the pad there in front of him, and he started clapping. I was like, oh, they think that they can do this. Like, they are invested. They haven't given up. They know that they have a legit chance to make it this year. So you have that going on, and then you have the other side of it, which is going on. You said 12 hours until the end of that, really, of making your money if you're a general manager. That has to coexist. It has to coexist. You can't have one side pulling one side of the rope and the other one pulling the other. Like, you have to pull the same rope. So we hope that they make the appropriate moves within the next 12 hours. Just for that sake right there, what we saw last night, that emotion. Because that was pure, that was, hey, we still have a legit shot at doing something significant, even with what we have, which we all know isn't significant right now.
Right, and it's not. It's not. Like, that is just not a postseason lineup. It's not a postseason bench, and they've dealt with injuries, and that's part of it. I mean, the roster is better than what they put out there yesterday when all things are equal and when they are healthy, but it's still not great. It's not. They haven't scored runs really all year long, and that 9th inning, to me, sort of captured the spirit of the whole thing, as you've just said, Doran. Ke'Bryan Hayes, man, he botched the double play early in the game, and I was ready to shoot that guy into the sun. You can't hit. You're supposed to be an all-world defender, and yeah, it's a bad hop. Make the play for your superstar pitcher. But you know what? He draws a couple of walks, including leading off the 9th. It was a hell of an at-bat against a highly paid, really good left-handed closer. He gets the walk. Triolo. That guy can't hit. He's hitting like 199. He walks.
Mm-hmm.
You got Grandal, who flies out, then Triolo steals second, Hayes steals third, which they had 5 stolen bases in last night's game. I know you talked about aggressiveness. That really needs to be a calling card for them down the stretch. They show it again in last night's game. Michael A. Taylor hits the home run, and didn't mention Brian Reynolds. Didn't mention O'Neal Cruz, although he had the game-tying RBI double, which he hit 119 miles an hour.
Insane.
I thought the call was nailed by Joe Block. He hit it so hard that Reynolds didn't have a chance to score. Like, take a little off it next time, O'Neal. My God. But think about the guys we didn't mention. Reynolds, Cruz, in the 9th inning in particular. You don't have Rowdy Tellez. None of their big-time players factored into that.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just gutsy. And this is a team that last year was not really in contention at any point. First couple of months, but beyond that, no. The few years before that, they're losing 100 games, and there were some players that are part of that, and the manager has been a part of that. This actually looks like a team that knows how to win. That was a postseason atmosphere. That place was juiced.
Yeah, juiced up.
Juiced up. Paul Skeens is going to bring some fans, and there were LSU fans there seeing Skeens, which I thought was super cool. And I don't want to comb over the fact that he was really good in last night's game. But that place is jammed up. The people who stayed around in the 9th inning, that was hold on to your butts time. I thought it was a really good managerial decision to walk Alvarez, the unintentional, intentional walk, because I thought that guy's going yard and winning the ball game.
KY was talking about that, too.
Oh, brilliant managing.
Yes.
Because that's ballsy, because then you're a hit away from the game being tied. You're a double away from losing the thing. I thought that was really smart. It looks like a team, especially these last couple of nights, and what they did in Game 1 against the Philadelphia Phillies after the All-Star break, that shouldn't know how to win big games, but is winning big games.
Yeah.
And the thing that they're missing, weirdly, is talent. They've got the guts. They've got the testicular fortitude. They've got the balls. And Derek Shelton's been pushing the right buttons each of these last couple of nights, if not more than that. So what do you need? A bat or 2. I don't think they're getting 3. They're probably not getting 2. Will they even get 1? That's what they need. You need an infusion of talent to get folded into the mix that they've got here, which seems to be not quite like Team of Destiny vibes, but a team that's going to gut their way through this thing. Give them a little bit of help.
I mean, it has to be very rare where you see a lineup whenever your backup catcher is your DH, right?
Oh, man.
First
time they did that this year.
I mean, do teams do that? I mean, I've never seen something like, but they needed it. They're like, okay, like he had a big hit last night. We don't have anywhere else to turn, and we trust him. Now, he didn't do anything significant in the game, but still, like, to have to turn, that's where they're turning to. Like, think about if you didn't have to turn to that. You know what I'm saying? Like, that, and they still figured out a way to win. Like, you're turning to your backup catcher. You have 2 catchers that are in the lineup that aren't, world beaters of hitters. Like, but that's all you got.
Joey Bart you got for a bag of potato chips and some balls.
And now you have to rely on him as a DH.
And he's been so good for them.
Yes.
But coming into the year, no one had any designs on Joey Bart being the catcher who you would turn to in clutch moments like you did in each of the last 2 nights.
Right. And to think about if you actually added 2, like you wouldn't have to be in that situation. Even though that you got it done, but you wouldn't have to be in that situation. And they're scraping right now, and it's working. I mean, it's working for right now, but they shouldn't have to scrape.
No, they shouldn't. And like I said, they've got the balls, they've got the intestinal fortitude, they've got the chutzpah, for lack of a better way of saying it. I think they've done what they can do with the talent they have.
Mm-hmm.
2 games over, 2 games out of a playoff spot at the deadline. They have squeezed as much out of this roster, particularly the hitting side of things, as you really can. And now it's incumbent upon the ownership, the front office, the general manager to infuse this group with the talent to legitimize it. We talked for a long time now about this team forcing the hand of the general manager. They've done that. And I don't think that their want to, I don't think that their effort, I don't think that their gritty, gutsy nature is going to go away. But it's so hard to sustain this and to be the team that plays this way for the final 56 games to get you into the postseason.
It's just not going to happen.
It's not going to happen. It's not. And so, can you go get a Yandy Diaz? Can you go get a Kevin Pillar? Can you get both of those guys? Kevin Pillar's not a world beater. Is he better than what you have in center field? Yes. Yes. And for nothing else, if not to mix and match, and maybe he's, he could be a guy off the bench at times, and he'll start 3 days a week, whatever. That would be an upgrade to your 26-man roster. Yandy Diaz would be a significant upgrade, I think, to your 26-man roster. And it would lengthen your bench, and it would lengthen your lineup so that you're not scraping the bottom of the barrel, as you so eloquently said, Doran. I think this roster has given all it can give. So now you got to add to the roster. And so here's what I want to do. I want to get an oral petition going. We don't have time to circulate a document around the greater Pittsburgh area. I want people to call in and plead to Ben Cherington to make a trade.
Mm-hmm.
I want people to call in and tell us why this team is deserving of being added to. How do you watch the last 2 days and not go, come on, just add to these guys? This is such a Pittsburgh team, man. It's all guts and glory. Like, I know they got a great staff, and the rotation's so good, and the bullpen has really pitched well of late. But this lineup, it is nothing but guts. Guts. That's so Pittsburgh. It's just a blue-collar team. I want you to call in at 412-928-9370 and tell us why this team is in need of some help. I want you to call us up and tell you who you'd like to see them add. And I'd like you to talk directly to Ben Cherington at 412-928-9370. We don't often start the show with calls, but today feels like a good day to do that because it is the trade deadline. 412-928-9370. Fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Make your case to Ben Cherington why this team needs to add. 412-928-9370. The Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, and right now it's a Nicholas Harry Callis Fan Headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Pirates won yesterday 5-3 over the Houston Astros in the first game of the series. Game 2 is today against the Houston Astros in Houston. 8:10 scheduled start. And it's Bailey Falter for the Pirates going up against Hunter Brown of the Astros. More Fan Headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
He won the first Royal Rumble. He's in the WWE Hall of Fame. He's one of the great wrestlers of all time. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Can I get one more USA chant on the way out?
Well, we got to do a hole, brother. That's what we're going to do. And if you guys are going to hole like you mean it. So 1, 2, 3, ho!
Say a hacksaw.
That's some good hoeing.
The PM team at 2 p.m., live and local, just like Mike's.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated in the best hearing aids of 2024 by USA Today, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, just $189.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 500,000 happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies candidates with the right skills, sends you great matches, then you can easily invite them to apply. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Take strokes off your game by taking pounds off your frame with Awaken 180. Between
Between increased flexibility, strength, and endurance, breaking 100, 90, or even 80 could be just 40 pounds away. Get there this summer with the solution for weight loss. Awaken 180 Weight Loss.
1-800-GOT-JUNK recycles because it conserves our natural resources.
We donate the donatables so they can be loved and used by another family.
Recycling saves us money. The less we take to the landfill, the more we save.
It also saves you money. Spending less on landfills helps keep our prices low.
People love to see a win-win scenario, but we've created a win-win-win-win scenario.
We make junk disappear.
All you have to do is point.
Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK
or visit 1-800-GOT-JUNK.com.
Hey, Pittsburgh homeowners. To build for looks and durability, side your home with LP SmartSide Expert Finish Trim and Siding, now available in brushed smooth texture. Available in 16 versatile colors, Expert Finish products will help you create a gorgeous, longer-lasting dream home. That's the beauty of brushed smooth. Learn more about LP SmartSide Expert Finish products in brushed smooth texture at lpcorp.com/Steel City. That's lpcorp.com/Steel City.
Would you buy a car without knowing the brand? Of course not. Then why settle for undisclosed windows from a window installation company? What else are they not disclosing to you about price, warranty, or installation method? With Pella, you're getting trusted quality. Don't gamble with your home. Choose Pella for clarity, quality, and peace of mind. And right now, get 10% off your entire project and no payments for 12 months. Call 855-77-PELLA. PellaPittsburgh.com.
He went to doctor after doctor looking for relief and always walked away discouraged. Surgery and drugs hadn't worked before, so why would he try them again? That's when Carmen made an appointment at QC Kinetics.
I'll tell you one thing. I got a spring in my step. The bounce is back in my step. My quality of life improving exponentially since I've been going to QC Kinetics.
QC Kinetics has treated over 35,000 patients like Carmen, using their own healing components, concentrating them into damaged knees, hips, shoulders, and backs. No surgery, no drugs.
The pain's gone, quality of life so much better, and mentally I'm in such a better place because I know that I'm not going to wake up to the same old struggles that I have been dealing with every single day. 10 months ago, no joke, I was a prime candidate for a knee replacement. Today, I'm not because of the treatment I'm receiving at QC Kinetics.
Carmen finally got relief, and it was easy, starting with a free consultation at QC Kinetics.
Call QC Kinetics, 412-228-3584. That's 412-228-3584. Located in Robinson, 412-228-3584.
Cloudy today with rain, the high 79.
Weather brought to you by Express Employment Professionals. Hire for logistics roles with Express Employment Professionals. They'll take care of recruiting, interviewing, and more, then supply you with the workforce you need. Visit expresspros.com for a location.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Starting trouble. No one likes that. We can get you set up for some stronger starts. You might just need a fresh charge, and we can take care of that free of charge. But if it is time for a new battery, we've got replacement batteries that'll fit your needs, starting at just $79.99. That's what makes us America's #1 battery destination.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
As a roofer, I don't have time to fail. Homeowners rely on me, so I rely on Beacon. Beacon's unique network of branches work together to get me what I need when I need it. And with the Beacon Pro Plus app, I've got the brands I depend on, like GAF, right at my fingertips. Now through September 15th, purchase high-quality GAF with Beacon Pro Plus and earn up to $1,500. Go to BECN.com or download the Beacon Pro Plus app today. Beacon. Always building.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, paid for by Vanguard, investments and advice for all of life's chapters. Notice that record times aren't being produced at this week's Olympic swimming competition in Paris. Could that be due to the relative shallowness of the pool? At only 2.2 meters deep or 7 feet 2 inches, some experts claim there are more intense underwater waves creating increased turbulence for the swimmers. I'm Boomer Esiason.
At Vanguard, you're more than just an investor, you're an owner. So whether you're planning for retirement or trying to save up for your next big adventure, Vanguard will work alongside you to set personalized investment goals. That's the value of ownership. All investing is subject to risk. Vanguard is owned by its funds, which are owned by Vanguard's fund shareholder clients. Vanguard Marketing Corporation, distributor.
Savings. Now that's speaking the Lowe's language. And when you join My Lowe's Rewards for free, the savings just keep coming. Save money with member-only offers, plus earn points when you shop. More points equal more rewards, just for you. Because Lowe's knows you earned it, literally. Learn more about our loyalty program at lowes.com/MyLowe'sRewards and become a member for free today. Program subject to terms and conditions. Points are awarded on eligible purchases. See lowes.com/terms for full details. Subject to change.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Rain showers moving through the area causing wet roadways, especially on the Parkway West, where your slowdowns start around the top of Green Tree Hill down to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway East, still some dry roadways, but you're still lining up between Edgewood, Swissvale, and the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Route 28 is up to speed. Parkway North, the HOV lanes are open. Meanwhile, an earlier accident still blocking the left lane of the eastbound turnpike at mile marker 15.1. That's between the Beaver Valley and Cranberry interchanges. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Chad in Chambersburg. After a 6-5 Pirates win, they salvaged the final game out in Arizona. What's up, Chad?
Hey, Dan. Thanks for taking my call. First and foremost, Rowdy Tellez, thank you. Joey Bart, thank you. But Ben Charrington, this is a direct message to you. Are you awake? Are you awake? You are wasting generational talent in false schemes. Keller, Jones when he comes back healthy. This pitching staff, this fan base deserves more from you. Wake up! I know the owner is tight, but he has given you permission to do something. You are standing there sleeping, and then you go on your radio show and say, oh, we have deals, but we're not sure they're the right deals. This team has fought their butt off. Yes, they lack offensive talent. Yes, they are bad offensively, but they have fought back to 2 games over, 1 game over. Give them some help, you coward.
Chad in Chambersburg calling into Dan Zangrilli after the Buccos won a couple of nights ago. They got the final game of the series. They salvaged it against the Arizona Diamondbacks. Pesky team, those Diamondbacks. Houston, very hot of late, and the Buccos were able to get that one last night. The Pirates are 12-5 since July 8th. That is the best record in all of Major League Baseball, and they've done so against teams like the Brewers taking 2 out of 3, the Phillies taking 2 out of 3, St. Louis taking 2 out of 3. They did get the 1 in Arizona, improbable as it was. Suddenly they've won 2 straight. They are 6 up, I believe, and 4 down after the All-Star break. 2 games over 500 since they came back. They've done everything they can with this current roster. And now it's incumbent upon the general manager to get stuff done. And that call right there from Chad in Chambersburg, that's what we're looking for this morning from you at 412-928-9370. How about a little oral, what do you call it, petition to Ben Charrington? Just flood the phone lines between now and 6 p.m. We know Charrington's listening while he's reaching out to other general managers, when he's got his staffers reaching out to staffers all across Major League Baseball. Call us and tell him why this team is worth adding to. 412-928-9370. You can also tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Another reason they got to add, Dorn, is because nobody's healthy.
Right, that too, yes.
Everybody's getting hurt.
Honestly, yeah.
Palacios, he gets hurt. Nick Gonzalez the other day, he gets hurt. Rowdy Tellez with the back, or
G1 Bay.
Whatever it was. G1 Bay yesterday, that looked bad. That did not look good at all. He needed help off the field, looked like a knee kind of deal. He was just trying to jumpstart the offense. So now your outfield, if you don't add, would be, what, Brian Reynolds?
Taylor Sawinski. You have to probably call him back.
Oh, my God.
I mean, right?
I guess Connor Joe would be in play. And Andrew McCutchen, I don't think he really wants to play the outfield, but too bad.
Right.
Too bad. Sorry, buddy. You got 50-some-odd games left, and you're in the stretch run, and frankly, you're in the pennant race. So if you got to play some outfield, play some outfield. But that does not inspire confidence. if you have to run regularly, Brian Reynolds, God bless Michael A. Taylor for his home run last night, but Michael A. Taylor and then maybe call back up Jack Sawinski out there more often than not, that's not playoff caliber. It's just not going to happen. So you got to add at 412-928-9370. And I really thought that G1 Bay was coming on.
Yeah.
And when we talk about the Pirates needing to be aggressive on the base paths, and they have been since the break, and you were beating the drum about this last week, he fits right in there. Plays good defense, gets the balls quickly in the outfield, cuts them off, singles don't turn into doubles. We saw that the other night. The speed, the stolen base ability, I think they're going to really miss that.
Yeah.
Especially, again, if they don't add.
It was a different flavor that they probably were looking for, another way, another angle to try to win games. And, he got called up earlier in the season and didn't look well, and he obviously got sent back down. But thinking back to last year when they started the season, I remember him and how they played that small ball and what they were doing and how they were incorporating wins and him, just his speed, like you said. But this time around, it seemed like he was finally settled, and especially in the outfield, like you just talked about, moving around, having that speed, covering that area, and then on the base pass. I just feel like that was another way to incorporate wins. And then now he's obviously gone, so now they're going to go back to the drawing board.
And with him, I think you're also – does my mic sound weird?
A little bit.
Yeah, I feel like it's not as juiced up.
Right.
Callis, you know what I think that it is? We were recording some stuff. There we go.
There it is.
During the break, yeah.
There it is.
I was like, what's going on with my headphones? What's going on here? It's trade deadline day. He was also going to be an option for you at second base with Nick Gonzalez being hurt.
Mm-hmm.
And now, that looks like, you hate to speculate, that doesn't look like a day-to-day thing with G1 Bay.
No.
And the Pirates did make a trade for a second baseman, left fielder prospect, the sixth best in the Red Sox organization. He's 22 years old. The name, Nick Rourke. I like the trade. We'll get into that more in depth later on in the show. I don't know how much of a help he is right now. I thought he would just immediately report to the big leagues. But he's only played 38 games at AAA. Now, I think sometimes necessity is the mother of invention, so, hey, you probably don't want to call him up, but you might have to. I just don't know how willing they'll be to call up a guy who's played 38 games at AAA who's a 22-year-old prospect.
Where's Peguero been?
He stinks.
Stinks right now?
I had the same thought the other day, Doran. Let's get Peguero up here. Alika Williams, what more do we need to see from this guy? But Alika was hitting well in AAA. Peguero's not. And at least I think Alika Williams is good defensively. Not that he inspires any kind of confidence. Point being, you need to add. Mm-hmm. And I don't know that there's a single position where if they added to that particular position, I would go, oh, dang. At least offensively. They don't need another starter. They just got another reliever yesterday. I don't think they need to touch pitching again. But if they added a first baseman, I don't hate it.
Mm-hmm.
God bless you, Rowdy Tellez, but you can find a platoon option there. If you found a DH, I think I'm okay with that. Mix and match. Third base, yes, please. Shortstop, I guess no. But any outfield position, if you can hit, I want you. If you can hit, Ben Cherington needs to be interested in bringing in your services. 412-928-9370. I want your calls. We want your calls. An oral petition to get Ben Cherington's ass in gear. And we will, when we come back, talk about the latest Pirates trade rumor. Because there was one floated last night by a legitimate reporter. Not like the MLB Reports account that got Pony all tripped up yesterday. Did you see that?
I did see that.
Is this legit? Is this legit? The guy who called Jack Sawinski a star outfielder the night before. Is this guy break news? Nah, not so much. Love you, Pony. So the latest Pirates trade rumor, who is it? What would he cost? Who else is involved? We'll tell you about that. What position? Coming up next. But first, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Pittsburgh Pirates are going to play tonight at 8:10 against the Houston Astros. If you want to listen, you can right here on 93.7 The Fan. Our coverage begins at 7:15 with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show hosted by Dan Zangrilli. It'll be Bailey Falter on the mound tonight for the Pirates. More fun headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday at 9 a.m., The Fan Morning Show learns a little bit more about football with Doug Whaley. Wednesdays with Whaley is brought to you by CGR Wholesale Roofing and Siding Supply Center, Tri-State Office Furniture, Saloni's Italian Bakery, Morgan & Morgan Injury Law Firm, and St. Barnabas Health System.
It's hot, and the deals at South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram in Peters Township are even hotter. Choose from a 24 Grand Cherokee starting at $299 for 27 months, or the rugged 24 Ram 1500 for $299 for 42 months. If speed is your thing, look at the all-new 2024 Dodge Hornet with 0% financing up to 84 months. The only choice is South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram. Visit them online at southhillschryslerjeep.net. See dealer for details.
At Vanguard, you're more than just an investor, you're an owner. So whether you're planning for retirement or trying to save up for your next big adventure, Vanguard will work alongside you to set personalized investment goals. That's the value of ownership. All investing is subject to risk. Vanguard is owned by its funds, which are owned by Vanguard's fund shareholder clients. Vanguard Marketing Corporation, distributor.
Savings. Now that's speaking the Lowe's language. And when you join My Lowe's Rewards for free, the savings just keep coming. Save money with member-only offers, plus earn points when you shop. More points equal more rewards, just for you. Because Lowe's knows you earned it, literally. Learn more about our loyalty program at lowes.com/MyLowe'sRewards and become a member for free today. Program subject to terms and conditions. Points are awarded on eligible purchases. See Lowe's.com/terms for full details. Subject to change.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Savings. Now that's speaking the Lowe's language. And when you join My Lowe's Rewards for free, the savings just keep coming. Save money with member-only offers, plus earn points when you shop. More points equal more rewards, just for you. Because Lowe's knows you earned it, literally. Learn more about our loyalty program at lowes.com/MyLowe'sRewards and become a member for free today. Program subject to terms and conditions. Points are awarded on eligible purchases. See Lowe's.com/terms for full details. Subject to change.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
At Bet365, we don't do ordinary. We believe that every sport should be epic. From the moments that are legendary to the ones that fly under the radar. See for yourself when you sign up today, and you'll get $150 in bonus bets plus 50 spins when you bet just $5. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. 21 plus, must be present in Pennsylvania. New customers only. $10 minimum deposit required. Returns exclude bonus bet wager. Time limits, restrictions, and T's and C's apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
EQ presents Picture this. Picture the DQ $7 bacon cheeseburger meal deal. Not just a cheeseburger, a bacon cheeseburger, plus fries, drink, and a sundae, all full-sized, all for $7. Because everything's better with bacon. Everything's also better with a side of fries, a refreshing drink, and a sundae to finish. Yum. The $7 bacon cheeseburger meal deal. Now for a limited time on the $7 meal deal lineup. DQ, happy tastes good.
Welcome to our special show. Let's go get it.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
Yeah.
Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Don't want to, scoop by the fact that Paul Skeens was really good again last night. And here's a stat. Every time he starts, you get one of these. It's amazing. Paul Skeens just the 6th player all time since the current mound distance was established in 1893 to reach 100 strikeouts in 13 or fewer games. I mean, every time he makes the mound, he makes history. And I don't know, man, if you would agree with this, but I've kind of been waiting for his first bad start.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I think he went 5 and change against the Dodgers and gave up 3 runs because he gave up the Ohtani homer. He gave up another home run, but even still, he struck out a bunch of guys and they won the game. He hasn't had even close, really, to a bad start. And it does scare me because at some point you're going to have one. But he's not shown any signs of that.
Was last night the first game where he walked as many guys as he did? Or am I a little off with that?
Good question.
I feel like he did. I feel like he walked more than he has ever had before.
Why can I not find the walks here?
I know. I'm trying to look for it too.
ESPN, just as an aside, ESPN's box score on the desktop drives me up a wall because it does not have the walks for the starting pitchers.
3.
Which is a lot for him.
Mm-hmm.
It's a lot for him. I think that might be the most. I'd have to go back and look game by game. I also thought he got squeezed. And I've noticed that with him. He doesn't always get the call. And I wonder if it's a rookie thing. I wonder if it's a bad umpire thing. But give my man a call.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he knows where he wants to put it.
Mm-hmm.
And when he puts it where he wants to put it in the catcher's glove, then I feel like you should call it a strike. I know that sounds like total Pirates, Homer, mumbo-jumbo, but, like, for real, this guy is special. He deserves special treatment. Guys like Greg Maddux will get calls all the time. Randy Johnson will get calls all the time. Pedro Martinez will get calls all the time. Levon Hernandez, for God's sakes, will get calls all the time. Paul Skeens has been so good, so quick, so fast. I feel like if it's close, give him the damn call. But I feel like it went the other way for him a little bit last night.
Yeah.
And it just aggravated me a little bit.
Yeah, and it's going to do, I mean, for the rest of the year. I mean, he is a rookie. And like a lot of these umps, they've been doing this a long time, so they probably have that old-timey mentality, just like some players do, too. So I think that umps are not going to give him the benefit of the doubt until maybe next year.
Probably. You're probably right. He's young. We've seen that for years. Forever. Like, sorry, bud, you're not going to get the benefit of the doubt here.
Right.
Even if you're at the dish and you're a young hitter and it's right there on the corner, like, you're not going to get the benefit of the doubt. Whereas, like, Manny Ramirez or Barry Bonds or name great hitter, I'm sure Shohei Ohtani is going to get the benefit of the doubt. The Pirates are reportedly in on Yandy Diaz, a first baseman, third baseman for the Tampa Bay Rays, who, by the way, won the batting title in the American League last year. He hit .330. This, according to Francis Romero, the same guy who I believe was first or right there on the deal the Pirates made for Jalen Bream, the left-handed reliever from the Colorado Rockies. So this is a guy... Beak. What did I call him? Beam?
Yeah. Is it Beak?
Jalen Beeks.
Jalen Beeks. What did I call him?
Bream.
You said Bream, I think?
Oh, God. Freudian slip. Oh, my gosh. Shudder down my spine. Thank you. Jalen Beeks. So the same guy that reported that trade says that the Pirates are in on Yandy Diaz. But it's not just the Pirates, and this is where you don't like it. It's the Yankees, and the Pirates could play the Astros tonight, and the Astros could have Yandy Diaz, because those are the 3 teams, according to Francis Romero, who are in on this guy. I think this would be a significant ad for a couple of different reasons. One, He's owed $8 million this year, so whatever the prorated salary is. He's owed $10 million next year, and then there's a club option for $12 million the year after. So this would actually be a financial commitment for the Pirates.
Mm-hmm.
But then, like I said, last year he won the batting title. This year against left-handed pitchers, not to get like too in the weeds, but I think it's important, he's hitting .330 with an .877 OPS against left-handed pitchers. So we know that Rowdy Tellez crushes righties. This guy crushes lefties. You could platoon those two. He also plays third. We know that Ke'Bryan Hayes does well against lefties, can't hit righties worth a lick. This guy's not great against righties, but he's better than Ke'Bryan Hayes is. So I think he could split time at first. I think he could split time at third. I think he could split some time at DH. Point of the matter is, he's a very good hitter who should be able to be in the lineup every day, probably not at a consistent position. But this would be a massive deal for the Pirates if they were able to pull that off. And so right now, that's the guy that I'm circling, saying, please, dear God, Ben Cherington, pull the trigger on this.
It's basically the only guy like that with any significance, right?
Yeah.
So if we're trying to grasp at anything that is a significant upgrade, like I'm talking significant, not like Pilar, who would be a rental, and I think you said yesterday he's going to retire at the end of the season.
Yeah.
So any type of significance would be Yandy Diaz.
We talked about this ad nauseum. If you could get a guy under team control for a little while who can help you now and into the future, and then you add a cheap rental that just would be an upgrade over what you have, that's a good deadline. So if you got Yandy Diaz and Kevin Pillar, I think I'm okay with that.
Mm-hmm.
Kevin Pillar's no great shakes. This year he's been very good. Last few years not so good. But you strike when the iron's hot, and he would be an upgrade over what you have. And you don't have to give up much for a rental of his caliber, who's 35 years old, who, like you said, is going to walk away at the end of the season. And you probably would have to give up some significance for Yandy Diaz. Tampa doesn't make deals and not get good players back.
Mm-hmm.
They just don't. So you'd have to give up something for him. That, to me, is a good deadline. That's a good deadline. Plus, you get the lefty, and you get a good prospect who's close to the major leagues for Quinn Priester, who, I mean, he wasn't going to be in the rotation next year.
Right.
Probably shouldn't be in the rotation this year. That would be good. But they've done none of these things yet. Yandy Diaz is not a Pirate. Kevin Pillar, not a Pirate, but a couple of guys that we're circling. And one last thing on Diaz. Maybe you sign Rowdy Tellez back for next year if he keeps it up at a similar deal for like $3.5 million. But maybe you don't. And if you don't, Yandy Diaz could be your first baseman next year, and then with a club option to be your first baseman after that. If the Pirates make a trade, you don't want to be listening to any other station. You don't want to be listening to music. You don't want to be listening to chuckles. No. Right. You want to be listening to us. We got you covered. We got a great cast of guests today. Jeff Hathorne joining us in 15 minutes. Noah Hiles, who's all over the trade deadline at 8 o'clock. And then Dan Zangrilli to break everything down coming up at 9 o'clock. It is the first day of pads for the Steelers, so we'll get to our training camp coverage a little bit later on in the show, brought to you by Smale Kia and brought to you by Guardian Caps and Armstrong Business Solutions. Up next, a simple question that might yield an interesting answer or two from you guys. I'll ask it next. But first, it's a Callus fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Pirates and Astros play again today. It's the second game of 3 in the series. Pirates won yesterday 5-3 after coming back against two of their better relievers in the 8th and 9th innings. If you want to listen to the game, you can right here on 93.7 The Fan. Our coverage begins at 7:15, and that coverage is presented by Pella Windows. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Rain making a difference in the morning rush. This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. The Cornell and Cornell traffic cam showing the wet roadways affecting Route 28, slowing you down past the Route 8 at the bypass and down toward Millvale. Meanwhile, if you're traveling on the Pennsylvania Turnpike, that earlier accident has been cleared, reopening the left lane at mile marker 15.1 on the eastbound side. That's between Beaver Valley and Cranberry. Crews now on the scene of an accident in McKeesport at the intersection of 5th Avenue and Walnut Street. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Take strokes off your game by taking pounds off your frame with Awaken 180. How many birdies can you uncover? Awaken180weightloss.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Odyssey app lets you jump back in time to the moments you missed on The Fan. Whether it's the Fan Morning Show, the Joe Starkey Show, or the PM Team, you can get caught up on all of it. When you're listening to The Fan, it's as simple as one click to listen on demand. Miss a great moment, great guest, we've got you covered. Download the free Odyssey app, search 93.7 The Fan, and tap earlier today to get started. It's the perfect way to catch up on what's happening from Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. The best place to bet the games this summer is FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, America's #1 sports book. Because right now, new customers can get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Then you can bet on all your favorite international teams and all your favorite sports, from basketball to badminton and soccer and swimming. FanDuel has it all. So don't miss your chance to score $150 in bonus bets if your first bet wins. Visit FanDuel.com/Andrew to sign up and start betting the games today. Make every moment more with FanDuel. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of KDKA. 21 plus and present in PA. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now eligible bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor-trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, only 25%. Shenderovich and Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Dunkin' dropped a new kind of energy, introducing Sparked Energy by Dunkin'. Available in Berry Burst and Peach Sunshine. Order ahead on the Dunkin' app and get a medium Sparked Energy for $3 in July. Fruit flavored. Contains 0% fruit juice. Caffeine from caffeine and guarana. Participation may vary. Limited terms apply.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Texting enrolls you into reoccurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone. I went through it a while back. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text. Text HOT to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text HOT to 321-321. That's HOT to 321-321.
Products and statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or illness.
Hi, welcome to Staples.
Yeah, my daughter needs a laptop for college, but I need to watch the budget.
Well, Staples hot deals on tech are backed by a price match guarantee, so our prices won't be beat.
Great. I can't believe my baby's starting college.
She'll do great.
I know.
Oh, let's get you a great deal on a laptop.
Save big on tech for school at Staples. Now get up to $300 off select PCs. N-Say-24 price match guarantee valid within 14 days of purchase. Exclusions apply. For details, visit staples.com/price match.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
Gotta change my oil.
How about Valvoline Restore and Protect? It restores and protects your engine to run like new.
Get in the zone.
It restores your engine to, like, factory clean?
And protects.
Get in the zone.
So Valvoline Restore and Protect restores and protects.
Now you can get 5 quarts with an STP extended life oil filter for $37.99.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people. back to more of the Fan Morning Show.
In the morning, y'all.
With Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
So let's get rolling.
Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Jeff Hathorne going to join us, our sports director, coming up in 10 minutes. Let's talk about the deadline and talk about the first day in pads for the Steelers at St. Vincent College in Latrobe. Couple of texts here that I think are worth briefly getting into. Here's one. At this point, Yandy Diaz would just be for show. It doesn't solve any of the issues. They needed an outfielder, and they needed some power. All right, couple of things. One, Jazz Chisholm hit 2 homers last night, which just hurts. It just hurts the soul.
Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh.
I mean, come
Of
on.
course.
Now, one was off a position player, but still, 2 home runs is 2 home runs. Their needs in the outfield, I think, are their biggest. Like a center fielder, we just mentioned Jazz Chisholm, to me is, yes, their biggest need. Another outfielder, yes, their biggest need, but they just need offense.
Mm-hmm.
And so if that comes from a first baseman, third baseman, DH type, so be it. They just need offense. Another text. This is how sad the franchise is. The Pirates are barely over 500, and their fans feel like they have the right to demand trades. I don't focus on them being 2 games over 500. I focus on them being 2 games out of a playoff spot and how weak this field is.
Yeah.
And if you don't take advantage, what the hell are you doing?
Right.
That's how I view it.
Right. You got. I mean, I don't care if you think that they're the Pirates of the Pirates. They got to dictate terms, and if you feel like you need to add to your team, you need to go and bring out every single stop. Like, you have to go all angles to add to this baseball team and try to dictate, try to get aggressive. I mean,
they need to be better tomorrow than they are today.
Yes.
Have to.
If they're not, then what?
Then 412-928-9370, and we'll talk to you for 4 hours and 20 minutes tomorrow. We might just not have a pre-show, just get right into the crushing of the Pirates organization. I did want to ask you guys this question, and I made it a Twitter poll earlier. The best 2 words in sports. I put Game 7, Deadline Day, or Skeens Day. And a couple of write-ins said Oilers girl.
Oilers girl?
Oilers girl. I got 2 of those, 2 Oilers girls. Deadline Day does it for me, man. I love a good deadline day. Usually it's more hockey because the Penguins have always been active in buyers up until this year. Pirates deadline day usually means good players are out the door and sadness, but I love a good deadline day.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Game 7.
Game 7.
Backyard brawl, someone wrote in.
I guess backyard is 1 word. Yes. Right?
I think it is, yeah.
You said 2 words, right?
Yeah. I think backyard is 1 word.
It is 1 word.
I'm on it.
Okay. Super Bowl? That's 1 word. Is that 1 word or 2 words?
Super Bowl.
Why
Why
don't
don't 2 words, yeah.
Okay.
Best 2 words in sports. Why did I think it was 1? Because you put that idea in my head.
Sorry.
I love a good deadline day. Who doesn't love deadline day? My wife. My kids are not going to like deadline day. Daddy, pay attention to me. Nope, sorry. We got a left-handed reliever coming in. Ben Charrington's cooking. Oh, we got a 22-year-old second base prospect. I have been, like, when I get the report, we all get the report, right? You get it on Sundays?
Yeah.
Where your phone will be like, you're up this much screen time?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm waiting for that to hit like a sack of bricks.
I wonder, like, if GMs love this time. Or is it like, I mean, because you'd figure, like, if you want to become a GM at any level or at any sport, that you would probably be excited for this time because this is where you could actually make your moves.
Mm-hmm.
This is where you actually make your money. Like, I wonder if Charrington, I know he hasn't slept in probably 3 days.
I was just going to say that. He can't be sleeping right now.
No, you can't. It's impossible.
Yeah. I know you've got a staff, and he even said it on his show on Sunday with Greg Brown, that there's probably like 8 or 9 guys that they're all in a group message, probably a Slack or something like that, and they're all on the phones with different people all the time. You just got to be awake for 72 hours. You just got to be.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm hoping he gets punch drunk enough, Ben Charrington, to not say no.
To give in?
To give in. It's okay to give in. He made it sound the other day like he was kind of making premeditated excuses for why deals are hard to come by.
Right.
Your job as a general manager, at times, is to say no, sure. But
if you have the upper hand.
Right. Right. But you're kind of in a desperation mode here. A lot of the good players are gone. There's a few that you can circle right now that are worthwhile to chase after. And if you've got to throw one extra prospect in to push the thing over the finish line, you push it in and you go over the finish line because this team deserves it, this fan base deserves it, and we've been saying for a very long time now, Paul Skeens, Mitch Keller, Jared Jones, Luis Ortiz, Bailey Falter, get these guys into the postseason and see what happens. Because the team you just played in your previous series won 84 games last year and went to the World Series.
Right, yes.
A team the year before that just got into the playoffs by their pubes, basically, in the Phillies, and made it all the way to the World Series. I'm not saying it's likely, but get in, give yourselves a puncher's chance. You got to be better tomorrow than you are today. We'll talk to Jeff Hathorne about that, plus the Steelers putting the pads on today, coming up at the top of the hour. Fan weather is brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. It's the Chevy Summer Drive at Sun Chevrolet, up to $7,500 in rebates, terms and conditions at sunchevy.com.
With rain and storms around for the morning commute through at least 10 this morning. Another round or two will be possible this afternoon as well. When it comes to severe weather, it doesn't look like we're able to see widespread severe weather, but I can't rule out a couple of windstorms causing us to see a warning or two, including this morning. Out the door temps are near 70, and highs today should reach the low 80s in most places. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiley in the KDK Weather Center.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. Protect your car from bugs, UV rays, and rain, and keep it shining all summer with savings on unlimited washes. New members who sign up for Wet Go Unlimited today get their second month free. Wash your car as much as you want at 45 plus convenient Wet Go locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. Tune into the Fan Early Morning Show each morning at 5 a.m. Presented by CGR Wholesale, where the average Joe can buy like a pro. Visit them at cgrwholesaleroofing.com. The Black and Gold are back in Latrobe, and 93.7 The Fan has all your training camp coverage. Listen daily for updates from Jeff Hathorne, who is on the ground at St. Vincent, along with live broadcasts from Latrobe. Training camp coverage on The Fan is presented by Smale Kia and brought to you by Guardian Caps. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
It's the end of summer sale with Zero Res. Whether you're looking to clean up after a long summer of barbecues, get-togethers, and graduation parties, or just want to get ready for the new school year, Zero Res has you covered. Carpets, tile, rugs, upholstery, basically every surface in your home can be Zero Resified. So now's the time to call my cleaning pros at Zero Res. Their friendly technicians always walk you through their entire cleaning process and make sure that you're completely satisfied with the cleaning before they leave. I've even had to call them because we forgot to tell them about one room. Guy turned around, came all the way back, got it done. It really is amazing with Zero Res. If you haven't tried them out or it's been months since your last deep clean, now's the time. Get your entire home Zero Resified. 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $119. Also, perfect time of year to get your air ducts taken care of. 20% off your air duct cleaning this month. Don't forget about those dryer vents as well. Schedule your appointment today. ZeroResPGH.com or give them a call. 412-701-1188. Ask for the 93.7 The Fan special. You spell it backward or forward, it spells the same. Zero Res.
Are clogged drains causing you headaches? Don't let plumbing problems ruin your day. Introducing a special offer from McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. For a limited time, get a professional drain cleaning for just $83. You heard it right. Only $83, but wait. If you need sewer line repairs, call the sewer line experts at McVeigh. McVeigh even provides free, no-obligation second opinions. Don't wait. Call the trusted plumbing professionals at McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling or visit McVeigh.com today. Some restrictions may apply. Call for details.
Decisions that impact you or your loved ones can be overwhelming, especially if you're facing long-term care, special needs, or elder law issues. The attorneys at Julian Gray Associates can help you truly understand the best approach to take. Julian Gray Associates have the most certified elder law attorneys in the country. They're located right here in Pittsburgh. Experienced advice from certified elder law attorneys who understand your legal issues and are committed to helping you. Find out more at grayelderlaw.com.
Aviation technicians are considered some of the most skilled and technically capable mechanics in their field. They ensure our most precious cargo, from family to goods, arrives safely every day. Whether you're thinking about a skilled trade or a 4-year education, if you enjoy combining problem solving with hands-on training, then explore an in-demand career in the aviation industry. Visit PIA's Pittsburgh Campus Open House on Saturday, August 10th at 11 a.m. Take pride in your career. RSVP at pia.edu.
Reason number 52 to choose Diamonds Direct over any other jeweler. Only Diamonds Direct gives you a 110% diamond upgrade guarantee. Let us explain. If you buy a diamond at Diamonds Direct today and decide in the future you want to upgrade to a larger diamond, Diamonds Direct will give you 110% of your original purchase price toward the new stone. For example, let's say you bought her a $5,000 diamond last year, but now she wants to upgrade to a $6,000 diamond. Diamonds Direct will give you $5,500 toward the new one. That's 10% more than you paid the first time. Guaranteed appreciation. Whether that first diamond was $3,000 or $30,000, you get 10% more. Who else does this? And unlike other stores who claim to offer diamond upgrades, at Diamonds Direct, there's no fine print and no minimum purchase requirement. It's 10% more, period. Come and discover real value and buy with confidence. Diamonds Direct. Your love. Our passion. Proud partner of the University of Pittsburgh Panthers.
93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Rain slowing down the morning rush big time. This report brought to you by Gutter Helmet. The Cordell and Cordell traffic cam with a look at the Parkway East. You are jammed from the Wilkinsburg off-ramp down through the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Meanwhile, the Parkway West delays between Carnegie and Green Tree to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Also heavy back around I-79 and Route 28 slow from the 31st Street Bridge to the north side. Couple of accidents being cleared. One in McKeesport, 5th Avenue at Walnut Street. The other one in West Mifflin on Kennywood Boulevard at Glen Street. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Call Pittsburgh's exclusive Gutter Helmet dealer. Schedule a free gutter assessment and estimate. 888-5HELMET. Before gutter problems arise, protect your home from costly water damage with Gutter Helmet. Enjoy maintenance-free gutters for life. Call 888-5HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com for a free assessment and estimate. Save up to 35% for a limited time.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan.
This is the Fan Morning Show.
Did you hear that?
Yeah. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Oh, it's deadline day. The Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection. And we are joined right now by our sports director, a wonderful man, Jeff Hathorne. And he's brought to us by Gutter Helmet. No more clogged gutters, no more overflows, no more ladders. Gutter Helmet, 888-5-HELMET. It's also the first day of pads for the Steelers, so it's a busy day, and it's always a busy day for Jeff. Thank you for joining us so early. How are you today, big guy?
Good morning, guys. Yeah, normally it'd be just no-brainer, first day of pads. But, you know, especially these last couple of games, like you fell in love with this baseball team.
They have shown such guts. We talked about that to start the show, Jeff, that it feels like, particularly on the offensive side, they have squeezed every last bit out of this roster that they can. And you're 2 games back at the deadline. And if you're Ben Cherington, how do you watch that? How do you watch Derek Shelton emote the way that he did in the dugout last night and not say, I owe it to these guys to get a guy or two? And I know that there were deals made yesterday, and we'll get to that, but do you think that Ben Cherington is watching this, and do you think he can allow his emotion to play a role here to push some chips into the middle of the table?
I mean, the best moves are made without emotion, you know, and without thinking about what the fans are thinking, what just happened in the last 2 games. However, like, how do you not watch that? I mean, Cherington knows those guys. He has relationships with those guys. How do you not see that and say, all right, damn it, I don't want to do this, but these guys deserve it. I mean, we'll see. Some of the pieces that they were rumored in on are gone. Some of the obvious available players. Doesn't mean others wouldn't be available if you made a nice offer. But here's the thing. Like, do you make the Chris Archer trade? And meaning, like, do you go over the top and give away a lot of – because you think, at that time, the Archer trade, they'd won 15 of 19. They had turned from, like, a team that wasn't going to go in the playoffs to they wanted a chance, and they thought they could do it for a couple of years. So they went for that trade, and it didn't work out. So do you ride that emotion and say, okay, you know what? We're going to go for it. We're going to give up Chandler. We're going to give up Johnson. And then that roll of the dice doesn't pay off. That's what he's facing right now.
Well, Jeff, I mean, we've known for a long time that they just need to add a bat or they need to add 2 bats to get this team over the hump and to make them more legit. But, 11 hours is the time frame that we have right now to make a deal done. Outside of what we've always been talking about, they have a bunch of injuries right now. Palacios, hamstring. G1 Bay, his knee. Nick Gonzalez, his groin. Like, don't they almost have to legit make a major league trade within the next 11 hours outside of everything else?
And a major league trade that can make an impact.
Right.
Not some dude who is a fringe player from some other team. Yeah, I agree with you. And we know Gonzalez is out weeks. So we don't know about the other guys yet, but we do know Gonzalez is he's probably not back until September. So you need to add another bat. It's just, I know. Listen, I want to see it for these guys. I think I do believe they're trying. Sometimes you just, Adam, to your point, you just need to say it and just go, and just pull the trigger and say, you got to add a bat. There are people out there. De La Cruz from the Marlins is on the table. Like, that's a dude you could have control for with a couple of years. Love a corner bat like that. We'll see what happens. It's not over yet. But, man, it especially stinks to see, Soler go to the Braves.
Yes.
Chisholm go to the Yankees. And it's like, dude, let's go.
And Chisholm in particular, the cost to get him, and a number of these guys, the cost to get them, it drives me up a wall. We talked a lot yesterday about Randy Arozarena, and they gave up the 14th and 15th best prospects in their system to be able to bring him in to the Mariners. Let's talk about what they have done. So Jalen Beeks comes in. He's a setup guy in Colorado. He's a lefty. His numbers against lefties really good. Was this just simply, in your mind, Jeff, them adding a lefty reliever because they only have one, or does this maybe mean Aroldis Chapman is available via trade?
It could mean, but I think it's funny because we're talking about the bats that are down. I think this is reaction to Barecki not being able to be a part of this team. So they needed someone to fill in for Barecki, so they went out and got this lefty reliever. Here's what's so weird. You mentioned the lefty splits. The home and away splits for Beeks are amazing because he has a 3.25, I think, ERA at Coors, but he's 6 on the road, which is bizarre. But, if you got a 3.25 ERA at Coors, you're able to pitch. It's a nice ad if you had the hitting solved. That as the only thing you do at the major league level is a bit of a hard pill to swallow. But he's a nice ad that can help stabilize a bullpen and bring another veteran voice back there. I don't know if that means, I know people have connected the dots. Oh, they're just going to salary dump Chapman. I don't know if that's necessarily the case.
Jeff, let's transition to training camp. First day of pads is today. Who are you excited to see with the pads on the first time? Is it Peyton Wilson? Is it Faltanu? Is it Zach Frazier? Some of those rookies. Who are you excited to pay attention to today?
Yeah, those are 3 absolutely that you want to see. I want to see, a couple of these receivers react when there's the fear of getting hit. Let's see what happens when they go over the middle. And Beanie Bishop's another one. Yeah, I loved his quote the other day about saying that, man, I'm not just some tall, pretty corner. I can cover and I can tackle. Well, we haven't seen him tackle yet. How does he tackle some of those bigger guys? Doran, you hit on that, though. I definitely want to see these rookies. Peyton Wilson has opened some eyes. He looks like he understands what's going on defensively for the most part. What's he going to do? Like, is that speed? Is he able to cover receivers when it's real? Is he able to bring them down? Like, there's so much of it, and and he had a great line. It was like, man, this is just underwear practice. Like, that ain't football. Like, I want football. I want to show people what I can do, and let's see what he can do.
Do you think they take Russell Wilson out of the bubble wrap? Is he going to be a full-go participant today?
I think he'll do a couple of drills. I don't think he's going to go full, which, again, is an opportunity for Justin Fields. Like, hey, pads are on now. While you can't hit the quarterback, the scrambling's a little bit more legit because you're in full pads. But let's see what he can do. He's been inconsistent so far. I did a story on the website. I mean, the reality is the best quarterback at camp so far has been Kyle Allen, which doesn't mean that he's in the mix to be a starter. Doesn't mean he's in the backup. What it means is, at least if somebody goes down, Kyle Allen's been decent.
Oh, no.
Well, there's only been, 2 or 3
still.
He's had at practice.
Yeah.
But that being said, we've seen some times at camp where you're looking at quarterback play and you're like, yeah, he can play.
I'm happy we'll polish it that way. That he can play and not that Justin Fields has not been great. Jeff, busy day. Appreciate you jumping on with us. Hopefully when we talk on Thursday, the Pirates will be a better team than they are right now.
Amen.
Thanks, buddy.
Thanks, Jeff.
Thanks, guys.
Jeff Hathorne, our sports director, probably getting in a car right now and driving to St. Vincent College in Latrobe.
Yep.
Callis put something together, Doran. If the Pirates make a trade at any point during today's show, this will be the sounder that you hear.
Oh, my gosh.
Hey-oh! Hey!
They did it.
It's a trade!
Oh, it's so corny.
Oh, baby, I love it. That could surprise people, so we wanted to play it early so that you knew what that meant, and it would mean that the Pirates make a trade. And sometimes you get surprised, the heart flutters, and I want to remind everybody to get your heart checked. At UPMC, don't be a statistic. Get your heart checked by the experts at UPMC. We'll react to some of what Jeff had to say when we come back in the next segment. And then we really haven't gotten into the moves the Pirates have made. We'll do that when we come back. First, though, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Pirates and Astros play again tonight in Game 2 of the 3-game series. Pirates won yesterday 5-3. Game 2 tonight, same time as yesterday's. It's 8:10. If you want to listen, you can right here on 93.7 The Fan. Dan Zangrilli hosts the North Shore Tavern leadoff show at 7:15. And it's going to be Bailey Falter for the Pirates going up against Hunter Brown of the Astros. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Okay, the hot summer months. You got to get to Schultz Ford and get that great deal. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South and West Mifflin, Schultz Ford in Wheeling. And how about always online at schultzford.com? They have a gigantic selection of inventory, everything that you want for this summer. Hey, how about a Bronco? Take the top off, cruise around. Mustang, convertible, great summer car too. And maybe you're going to the beach. What about an Explorer? That gets it done for you. Great family car to, get all the way down to the beach and back. So again, those great locations and always online at schultzford.com. The customer service cannot be beaten. You go into Schultz Ford, you are treated like family all the time at all the locations. Again, Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, now in Wheeling as well. And check it out online too, schultzford.com.
This is Pat Bostic for PGT Trucking. PGT, Pittsburgh's leader in the flatbed industry, is known for their focus on safety. Established in 1981, PGT Trucking offers innovative and quality transportation service driven by the proud professionals. Ask about their dedicated fleet solutions to handle all of your cargo needs. Visit pgttrucking.com. That's pgttrucking.com.
Whether you own a local business or a global one, you know that these days, generating growth is a challenge. By teaming with Bank of America, you'll not just stay ahead of the curve, you'll move it. With access to experts, award-winning insights, and business solutions so powerful, you'll make every move matter, locally and globally. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. What would you like the power to do? Copyright 2024 Bank of America N.A.
You can host the best backyard barbecue when you find a professional on Angie to make your backyard the best around. Connect with skilled professionals to get all your home projects done well. Inside to outside, repairs to renovations. Get started on the Angie app or visit Angie.com today. You can do this when you Angie that.
As school messes return, rest easy. Clorox has got your back to school.
Oh, no. I'm back. That messy science experiment. And I brought baking soda, cornstarch.
And you're due tomorrow, right? Well, at least I stocked up on Clorox disinfecting wipes. Because you're not messing up my kitchen counters like last time.
Ooh, smart. Got any food coloring?
And off to the store we go.
Stock up on Clorox disinfecting wipes that clean 3 times better than what paper towels and kitchen grease and soaps come. Use as directed.
Paid for by government. Did you hear? A secret hoard of 1904 $20 Gold Liberty coins have been found. These gorgeous 1904p gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck. And less than 500 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this secret U.S. gold coin discovery a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. And you can own a piece of the hoard. When you call, you are guaranteed a 1904 Gold Liberty struck at the iconic Philadelphia Mint. With limited availability, you must call now. These 1904 dated gold coins are still in uncirculated condition with brilliant luster. That is 120 years of history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-895-7664. Call now and you'll receive a free bonus, a $75 value free with every order. Call 1-800-895-7664 now to secure your 1904p $20 Gold Liberty coins before they sell out. That's 1-800-895-7664.
Protect your home from water damage and eliminate water woes with Gutter Helmet. GutterHelmet.com.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The 2024 Olympics churn on tonight, some 10,000 miles from Paris off the French Polynesian island of Tahiti. That's where the Olympic surfing competition takes place, with some of the world's largest, heaviest, and most potentially lethal waves creating danger in paradise. It's not the huge, powerful waves that endanger surfers, it's the shallow, razor-sharp coral reef beneath them. Be careful, folks. I'm Boomer Esiason.
For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment, not just to protect their valuable tools, but to protect their professional reputations. For pros, the WeatherGuard badge makes a statement about what drives them. It says, "Bring it on. Been there. Done that. We've got your back," without saying a word. And the folks at WeatherGuard, they're just as driven as the hardworking pros they serve. See what it means to be driven at weatherguard.com.
You've got to watch your NFL team every Sunday, and Verizon's got you covered for all your team's out-of-market games every Sunday afternoon. Come on! From kickoff to sign-off, from first downs and touchdowns to turnovers and overturned plays.
After review, the pass was incomplete.
Nice! Let's go! This season, win every Sunday with Verizon. Get a great deal on NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV and a new phone. Excludes digital-only games. Terms and embargoes apply.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
When roadways continuing to slow you down, this report brought to you by Live Nation. The Cordell and Cordell traffic cam with a look at Route 51, Sawmill Run Boulevard. Seeing some heavy delays in both directions near the intersection with Whited Street and Nobles Lane, so be careful there. Parkway West are jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East stacking at Wilkinsburg. Route 28 just a bit heavy past the 31st Street Bridge down toward the north side, and a couple of earlier accidents being cleared. One in McKeesport, 5th Avenue at Walnut Street, the other one in West Mifflin on Kennywood Boulevard at Glen Street. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Bruce Springsteen and the E Street Band rock for hunger relief, supporting food banks across the country. Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank welcomes them to PPG Paints Arena in August. Enter for your chance to win tickets today by visiting ppgpaintsarena.com. To purchase tickets, visit Ticketmaster.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Pirates 2 games out of a playoff spot, and we just talked to Jeff Hathorne about what they could do at the deadline, and I would like Ben Cherington to be moved by emotion. I feel like the best general managers probably aren't. You probably have to be steadfast. I feel like Ben Cherington could use a little
kick in the butt.
Yes. Yes, thank you. That's a little slap across the backside, like,
yeah.
All right, Benny boy, let's go here.
Let's go.
Let's go here. I mean, what more do you need? The owner, not too terribly long ago, said the goal is 100% to make the playoffs. You don't exactly have to wait until the deadline to make a trade. Well, they made a couple yesterday. They have now, 10 hours and 39 minutes, who's counting, to make a trade today. So he didn't get something done early, but you've got permission from ownership. You've got a fan base that will pack PNC Park if you even put forth a little bit of effort. And you've got a baseball team that's now gutted itself to back-to-back wins, is 12-5 since July 8th, the best mark in all of baseball, 6-4 since the All-Star break. It's time. Now, a couple of moves were made yesterday. Jalen Beeks, the left-handed setup man, comes in from Colorado. The number's not great, 4.74 ERA. That's not going to get anybody excited. His ERA, as Jeff mentioned, outside of Coors Field, not very good. But against lefties, and he's being brought in as a lefty specialist, he's only got a 5.29 OPS against. So I do think that's a pretty good move, and I don't think it was an insignificant return that the Pirates gave up. They gave up Luis Peralta, who is 23 years old, recently got promoted to Double-A, but he has, in 39 innings, 64 strikeouts.
Wow.
So, not a huge prospect or anything like that, but a guy that a year, 2 years down the road could have been your left-handed reliever.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a buy move, and you needed it to happen because Berecki's recovery is not going according to plan. The other move they made was for Nick York. And I love this deal, Dorn. 22-year-old, former first-round pick at a high school. He is hitting .310 in AAA this year, only 38 games in AAA, but he's got a good hit tool according to prospects. He's a patient hitter according to prospects. According to prospect experts. And you give up a guy that I don't think you had a place for in Quinn Priester.
Right.
And this feels more like a move for down the road than this year, but you're allowed to do both. I'm okay with making moves like that should help your team get better in the next year or two when you're also adding to the Major League club. Like, if you do both, I'm fine with it. If that was all you did, I don't think I'd be so excited.
Yeah, but it's still not what you need. It's still not the moves that you need. You need a Major League bat, and you need outfield help.
Mm-hmm.
They've had their opportunities, and they lost out on them. And you kind of wonder, and it's going back to the emotion thing, like, it just keeps sticking with me whenever he's like, we've said no to some things. Like, I know you want to dictate, and I know you want to get aggressive, and I know that you need to add, but do you really think that you should be saying no to certain things?
Right.
Like, what is off the table? Whenever we're talking of the respects of trading, like, everything should be on the table.
If you are big game hunting, if you are going after a Luis Robert, if you are going after a Brent Rooker, I think sometimes no needs to be in your vernacular because those are big-time players, and so I'm guessing the White Sox, I'm guessing the A's want the best of the best that you have to offer, and you might not be willing to go with a Bubba Chandler. Something like that, I can understand saying no to.
Mm-hmm.
But when Randy Arozarena winds up going for the 14th and 15th best prospect, what are we doing here?
Right, Jazz too.
When you see Jazz Chisholm go for a guy who at the beginning of the year was the 20th best prospect in the Yankees organization. What are you saying no to there?
Right.
I'm guessing if it came out publicly, it would really infuriate Pirates fans. Just an educated guess, but those kind of no's, that irritates me. 14th and 15th best prospect, so you're not willing to go to 12th or 11th or 13th or whatever for the Pirates to be comparable to the Mariners system? That's when no doesn't make any sense.
Right.
And even for a Luis Robert or a guy like that, push your chips in because they're not just rentals. Guys like him, guys like Brent Rooker will be here for years. Okay, no to Bubba Chandler. But anybody else? I'm saying yes. I think. Follow me on this. I might be totally out to lunch. This is where I need you to be like, Crowley, you're being crazy, or just tell me if it makes sense to you. So you go and you get Nick York, former first-round pick, 6th best prospect in the Red Sox organization. For Quinn Priester, I think that's a good deal. You've got O'Neal Cruz. You've got Nick Gonzalez. Am I stretching too far to say that maybe this makes Termarr Johnson available? Is that obnoxious of me to even suggest that because you bring in this guy who was once a highly touted dude who's only 22 years old, that it means that, okay, well, now we've got even more middle infield depth in our farm system, and so perhaps we could part from a guy like Termarr Johnson in a bigger type trade.
Makes sense.
Okay.
That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, why get another middle infielder whenever you have somebody that maybe in two years will be up, but this guy will be up quicker.
Right.
But you don't really need him if everybody is healthy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I could see that.
Because he could come up in September as like a September call. He might be up before then just based on necessity.
Right.
But I thought initially, just bring him right to Houston. But then he's only played 38 games at AAA. He's probably not ready right now. And he did not hit super great at AA this year before he got to AAA. Now, Kevin Young, I thought, had a great bit of analysis on the TV broadcast yesterday. He said some guys struggle when you're facing pitchers who aren't as polished. Like you're in AA, you're in single A, and there's a lot of big-time prospects that are throwing 99 miles an hour but have no idea where it's going.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't even have an approach at the plate.
Right.
Because the pitchers are guessing where the ball's going. You're basically guessing, too. I hope there's some of that in there for Nick York. But it just got my gears spinning a little bit. Like from the mindset of, we want to augment the current club, Nick York does not really move the needle. Termarr Johnson's not going to help you this year. He might not help you next year. Probably won't. So does this make him expendable? I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud.
No, it makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense. Could be preparing for a package there.
It also could be, again, as the gears are turning. What are we doing with Key Brian Hayes? Like, is he a guy who, if you can play second, can he play third? I know he's played some left field. Does he figure into their outfield plans? I'm not sure.
Well, what if Yandy Diaz is a part of it? I mean, I'm sure that there's going to be some movement with Brian Hayes.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you have somebody that's already, somewhat hot at first base. So why would you even want to platoon that right now? I mean, you could, but if there's somebody that's not hot, it's Brian Hayes, and you have a guy that can play third base and is a better bat, can hit lefty. Like, that's probably, if that move goes down today, Brian Hayes, I don't know where that leaves him.
Yeah, I think you just go full platoon stuff, but I get what you're saying on Tellez.
Yeah, why mess that up?
Both Tellez and O'Neal Cruz all of a sudden are hitting lefties way better than certainly in Rowdy's case, he wasn't hitting lefties at all. Neither was Cruz. Cruz has more extra base hits in the last month against lefties than he did in his entire career before that point. I realize we're not talking about Cruz, but yeah, Diaz isn't the perfect fit. But you just need to find a bat.
Well, I mean, if you have the approach too, if you're going to platoon Tellez and Diaz, you're taking a good bat out of the lineup, right? With Tellez or Diaz.
Tellez still, even though he's been better against lefties, isn't even good per se against lefties. And Diaz is really good against lefties. I think you're going to have one of those guys in your lineup at all times if you get Yandy Diaz.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I think Tellez will be against righties. Diaz will be against lefties. And then Key Brian Hayes, for me, would come out of the lineup against righties because he can't hit righties. And while Diaz isn't great against righties, anybody's better than Key Brian Hayes against righties.
Right.
And then you can mix and match with McCutchen, too. He always needs days off. Like, between those three spots, you can find a place for Diaz, and then you can allow Rowdy to play to his strengths.
Mm-hmm.
And if you want him to be in there against a lefty from time to time, hey, I'm cool rolling the dice on that now. but just find a way to get an extra bat in here. Jazz Chisholm would have been more ideal. Any number of these guys. Randy Rosarena would have been ideal. You need outfield help first and foremost, but at this point I can't complain if they just simply add a bat, really at any position, and then just get creative. Because here's the other thing, and you brought this up a bunch. Now they're banged up.
Yeah.
Their bench is so thin now. Like, you might have to call Jack Sawinski back up for the second time. You brought this up before the show.
Right.
Twice they've been like, all right, Jack, it ain't working, go to the minors. Oh, sorry, Jack. If they would call him up this time, well, you're going to need to come back up to the big leagues, even though, well, you're not cutting it right now. We've got Are You Smarter Than a Plumber coming up next, and we'll continue to talk about the Pirates at the trade deadline. It is 7:31, time to stop blindly paying those increasing auto and home insurance premiums. Contact the Buell Insurance Agency in Gibsonia and see what they can do for you. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net, and you can text us, brought to you by our friends Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Pirates won yesterday against the Houston Astros 5-3. They came back down 2-1 in the 8th inning to win. Michael A. Taylor had the big hit, the 3-run home run that gave the Pirates the lead. He hit that off Josh Hader. Game 2 tonight, same time as yesterday, 8:10. If you want to listen, you can right here on 93.7 The Fan. Our coverage begins at 7:15, and our coverage is presented by Pella Windows. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Paul Alexander every Saturday at 7 a.m. for Going Low, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Paul will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. Going Low is brought to you by Bells Over on Ale, Moon Golf Club, Cedarbrook Golf Course, Hickory Heights, Slippery Rock Golf Club, Chestnut Ridge Golf Club, and Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment, not just to protect their valuable tools, but to protect their professional reputations. For pros, the WeatherGuard badge makes a statement about what drives them. It says, "Bring it on. Been there. Done that. We've got your back," without saying a word. And the folks at WeatherGuard, they're just as driven as the hardworking pros they serve. See what it means to be driven at weatherguard.com.
You've got to watch your NFL team every Sunday, and Verizon's got you covered for all your team's out-of-market games every Sunday afternoon. Come on! From kickoff to sign-off, from first downs and touchdowns to turnovers and overturned plays.
After review, the pass was incomplete.
Nice! Let's go! This season, win every Sunday with Verizon. Get a great deal on NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV and a new phone. Excludes digital-only games. Terms and embargoes apply.
With tens of thousands of satisfied patients across America, it's no surprise QC Kinetics gets 5-star reviews.
I'm feeling on top of the world because of QC Kinetics.
I'm able to do the things that I wasn't able to do for a long time.
I can recommend them highly. I would recommend QC to anybody.
QC Kinetics has changed my life.
I couldn't believe it. I honestly was skeptical, but the pain went from a 10 to a 0.
Real people with real lasting relief from joint pain.
QC Kinetics Regenerative Medicine is regenerating me.
It was super successful, and I recommend everyone seek out QC Kinetics as an alternative to surgery.
This non-surgical approach is definitely the future.
I tell as many people as possible. I am an ambassador. I love QC Kinetics.
QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in advanced regenerative medicine. No drugs, no surgery. Call QC Kinetics now for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 412-228-3584. That's 412-228-3584. Located in Robinson, 412-228-3584.
High five. Up top. Heck yeah.
Dave's company just got the first ever 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business.
Yeah, 5 years.
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
High five for gig speed.
5 years of advanced security.
Security win.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Our rate ain't changing.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
There it is.
He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread.
Woohoo!
Now he's got savings.
I'm so excited.
Yep, Dave's feeling it, but it's only for a limited time, so don't wait. Switch today and ask how to get the first ever 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Powering 5 years of savings. Powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping.
Ends 8/21/24. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee? Only 25%, not 40% like some other firms. They're smart, they're aggressive, they're experienced. They have a 99.7% success rate. That means they win. Car accidents, motorcycle wrecks, tractor-trailer crashes, dog bites, any accidents, only 25%. Shenderovich and Fishman. 888-98-TWINS. They got your back, not your wallet.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Rinse it out. Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the stinks that just will never come out. Pour down in the rinse change. Every now and then I rinse it out. One wash and it delivers. One wash, it smells so clean. Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh removes 100% of odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
Total Wireless is made to totally keep up with you. We now have unlimited data that never slows you down. Covered by the Verizon 5G network. And for less than $30 a month, we make your phone your ride or die. Switch now and pick a free 5G phone with qualified plan purchase. And your fourth line at no additional cost. Visit your local Total Wireless store today. Total Wireless, we're totally with you. Actual speeds may vary by location. For data management practices, see TotalWireless.com.
Hey, football fans, Brian Baldinger here, host of the Best Football Show. With training camp underway, I'm always on the road talking to players and coaches about the upcoming season. It's the kind of access that you die for. So to hear what I'm hearing firsthand about your favorite team, then you need to listen to the Best Football Show. I live and breathe X's and O's. So let me translate it all into insights that you can use. This is a podcast for fans who love football as much as I do. Follow and listen to the Best Football Show on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Back to more of Are They Smarter Than a Plumber? Presented by Southside Plumbing and Heating.
Jake from Southside Plumbing and Heating, Southside Jake, joins us now after the debacle of last week for Are You Smarter Than a Plumber? Got all his facts wrong last week, and we still waxed the floor with him. What do you got for us this week, buddy?
Well, you couldn't let me forget it, could you? You couldn't just let it go.
Of course not.
Come on. It was one time. And, all right, you got me. You got me.
I don't know where you're coming from today either. Like, it could be football, first day at pads, could be baseball, could be, oh, God, the Olympics, big-time golf stuff going on. I'm a little bit nervous. Fire away, big dog. I keep calling everyone Big Dog.
Big Dog.
I did that to Jeff. Did you notice that?
Yes, I did.
Yeah. All right, go ahead, Big Dog. Big Dog!
Let me hit you with the first one here. There have been 33 modern-day Olympics. Which country has hosted the most Olympics?
Hosted the most?
Yeah.
So summer and winter included?
Correct.
Sochi.
He froze.
You guys got anything here or what? There's got to be a timer going off.
I know. I'm just thinking about the United States had Salt Lake City.
Yeah. They also had Lake Placid.
They did have Lake Placid, 1980. Miracle on Ice.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So there's two.
Yeah.
I don't know. Should we guess the United States?
Yes.
I don't think it is.
Oh, well, what you got, Callis? Big Dog?
Big Dog.
I don't know.
Oh, great. You can't just throw it.
Well, I know.
China. Wait a minute. I got it. China.
I'll go with China. That's fine.
Final answer?
Yes.
Final answer? Callus screwed you. It was the United States.
Oh, my goodness.
8 times.
8 times?
Only 4.
Yeah.
Well, there was Atlanta, right? Anyway, go on. Get the next question out of the way here.
Callus, come on, man. All right. What is the dimension of a MLB base, not including home plate? What's the dimension of a base?
Callus?
What'd you say?
I know what they used to be, but now they're
Well,
new.
they added 3 inches.
So what would it be, 5 foot by 5 foot?
So what was it before?
A base. Not. I mean, I guess.
I don't think it's 5 by 5.
No, not 5 by 5.
That'd be like me laying down.
Right.
No.
Oh, no, sorry. I'm all screwed.
What did you think he was
I'm all
asking?
screwed. Don't ask me for help anymore. That's my bad. No, it's my fault.
You imagine if the bases were 5 by 5?
What did you?
LA
What did they
Lacruz would have
used to be?
700 steals by now.
What did they used to be? You
All
said
right,
you
I'll
know what they
take
used to
either
be.
answer. Either answer. Modern or
What did they used to
with
be?
the added inches. Yeah.
Is that like 18 inches? I don't remember. It's my fault. This is all my fault. My mind's scrambled.
You asked for baseball questions.
You're right. You got me. You got me.
5 by 5. I think it's 15 by 17.
But it's a square.
15 by 15.
All right, it's 18 by 18, guys.
Oh!
My goodness.
But it's a square, says the guy who thought the bases were 5 feet
That's a
long
bad
and
one, though,
5 feet
too.
wide.
We're talking
5
common
feet.
sense.
Callis, you'd be stealing bases in the big leagues if they were 5 by
You'd
5.
be stealing rectangles.
All right, last one, Jake. What do you got?
Last one.
Moneyball.
All right, this is a little bit of Pirates trivia here. Okay. Actually, MLB trivia, too. Who was the first MLB pitcher to win an ERA crown on a last-place team?
Oh, my God.
Here is a hint. He was a Pirate, and it was in 1955.
1955.
Uh-huh.
He won the Cy Young in 1955.
Yep, the crown.
Callis, what do you got?
ERA crown. ERA crown. Let's go.
Callis is eating his oats.
Callis, we need full participation from you.
I'm tapped out. I'm terrible.
Oh, my God.
No idea. No idea.
Oh, dude.
You got it?
Yes. 1955.
Yes.
Bob Friend.
There we go. There we go.
Oh, my God.
Save face.
Sally, that was awesome.
I saved
That was
face
awesome.
like the Buccos in Houston in the final game of that 3-game series.
That was awesome. You have the clutch gene. Don't let Dorn tell you don't.
5 foot by 5 foot, these bases.
Right.
Stealing rectangles might have been Callis' best line of all time, by the way. All right, Jake. We appreciate your time. We will talk to you next Wednesday when the Pirates will be like 9 games over 500. Thank you.
Let's go. See you, boys.
See you, buddy. You be stealing rectangles out there. That is a tremendous line. I don't know stuff like that. I
You gotta know what the shape is, though.
Callis, you said they were 5 feet by
Yeah,
5.
what are
You
you
have no
saying?
leg to stand on.
I knew there was a 5 in there. There's 15 inches.
Tyler Glasnow never would have been traded for Chris Archer if home plate was 5 feet by 5 feet.
Like,
he would have been able to throw strikes back then.
Ooh.
An unfair shot at Tyler Glasnow?
No.
Perhaps.
Whatever.
I did want to bring this up with Quinn Priester before. We have seen a ton of Pirates leave and then go have a ton of success elsewhere. The list is long. Charlie Morton, Garrett Cole got better when he left. Tyler Glasnow, Jameson Taillon had success here, but has also had success elsewhere. I'm sure there are others that I'm forgetting. I don't see it with Quinn. I don't. I think at best he could be a mainstay as a number 5 starter in Major League Baseball.
Yeah.
I was starting to warm to him, and then his last appearance was very bad.
Awful.
And so, really, his ERA up around 7. With Morton, with Glasnow, you could see the stuff. He ain't got the stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So to get the 6th best prospect from the Red Sox for that, I don't think in 2 years we're going to be going, oh, can you believe Quinn Priester's top 10 AL and ERA? No, I don't think that's going to happen. All right, coming up next, not only is it a big day as we are, 10 hours and 15 minutes away from Major League Baseball's trade deadline, it's also the first practice in pads for the Steelers. We get into that coming up next. And this Steelers talk, this Steelers coverage on The Fan presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile, you can get tons of benefits, still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch. Could have used a calculator in that last segment. Right now, it's a Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Pirates made a couple trades yesterday. Quinn Priester, former first-rounder, and last of Neil Huntington's tenure, traded to the Boston Red Sox for Nick York. He is an infielder, can play some outfield, though, and he was one of the top 10 prospects from the Red Sox organization. They also traded with the Colorado Rockies. They got a veteran left-handed reliever, Jalen Beeks, for one of their minor league left-handed pitchers. For more Fan Headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, here's Doran.
Trust is key in my life, and let me tell you about somebody that I'd absolutely trust to sell my home, and that's Gina G. and Petro. You'll have a 5-star experience when you sell your home with Gina. Derek needed to sell his home in Moon Township and reach out to Gina to learn more about his options. Derek said that Gina did an incredible marketing job on his home and getting his home in front of a lot of qualified buyers. With her expert marketing, Gina was quickly able to get an offer on Derek's home for over $450,000. Derek said that he would definitely use Gina over any other local real estate agent and highly recommends her to anyone that is thinking about selling or buying a home. Gina will sit down with you. You agree on a price. You agree on a deadline. If the deadline passes and the home isn't sold, she will have it bought and turned into a rental. She also offers a no-obligation guarantee. If she doesn't do her job at any point, you're free to get out of the contract. Pull out your phone, give Gina a call, 724-602-9752, or Google Gina G. and Petro of RE/MAX Select Realty, and look up GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's Gina will sell your home.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
A new accident, this one on the inbound Parkway North near the Mount Nebo Road overpass. Now it is in the median. However, traffic is slow and stacking back toward I-79. Crews still clearing an earlier accident in West Mifflin, 4200 block of Route 837 Kennywood Boulevard at Glen Street. Parkway West, you're jammed between Carnegie and Green Tree. Parkway East stacking at Churchill and Route 28 before the Route 8 at the bypass toward the north side. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Tune in every Saturday. Be part of my program. We want your opinions.
Protected by Shederovich and Fishman. Ireland Contracting, PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. And driven by number one Cochran. Go one better. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the third time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu.
Financial aid is available for qualified students, including the GI Bill.
Did you know your life insurance is an asset you can sell? I'm Jay Jackson, CEO of Abacus Life. For almost 20 years, Abacus has been purchasing life insurance policies from seniors just like you. And at abacuspays.com, we've created a free policy value calculator so you can find out the worth of your policy in just seconds. There are no fees and no obligations. Get real value from your life insurance when you need it with Abacus. Learn more at abacuspays.com.
Not all policies will qualify. Not available in all states.
Hey, people are talking about Window Nation, and a lot of people are talking about Window Nation. Just Kate from Pittsburgh, that's one person. She said, we couldn't be happier with our new replacement windows from Window Nation. And that's just one person. There are a lot. Window Nation is about value, and this August, they're giving you a great value during their anniversary sale. Colin Dunlap here to tell you all about it. So you buy 2 windows and you get 2 for free. But that's not all. There's no limit to how much you could save. There's no minimum, no maximum on this. Plus, you pay nothing for 24 months. You know what 24 months is, right? That's 2 full years. Act right now and get as much as a $250 extra credit. But hurry now. This sale ends August 31st. So schedule fast right now that in-home estimate. 866-90-NATION. That's the number. It's 866-90-NATION. Or check out the website right now, windownation.com.
Do your dress shoes, casual shoes, boots, and even your sneakers hurt? And are you starting to wonder, isn't there any shoe out there that'll get rid of my foot pain? Well, maybe you don't need a better shoe. Maybe you need better support in your shoes. That's where the Good Feet store can help.
When I went to the doctor and got diagnosed with plantar fasciitis, he told me that I could only wear sneakers. So there went all my summer collection of shoes and all my dress shoes I couldn't wear. It was just too painful, too much foot pain every day. I wanted to take off my shoes as soon as I got home every day. But as soon as I got my arch supports from the Good Feet store, I have no foot pain whatsoever, and I can wear any dress shoe that I want.
Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com. Good Feet arch supports are HSA and FSA eligible. Summer sandal season is here, and Good Feet fits in all your summer shoes, even flip-flops. Come to the Good Feet store today.
Hey there, weekend warriors. Chris Muller here. Sick of that slice? Tired of those three putts? What if I told you your handicap isn't about your swing, it's about your weight? Why not take strokes off your game by taking pounds off your frame with Awaken 180? We're talking 10 strokes off by August, getting your tour card by September, winning your first major year one. Think about it. Fame, fortune, and most important, winning $5 off your buddy because you, sir, are closest to the pin. Taking strokes off your game is just 40 pounds away at awaken180weightloss.com. Awaken 180 does not guarantee an immediate 10 strokes off your score, receiving a tour card, or the ability to control the weather. Individual results may vary. Your newfound athleticism might cause jealousy amongst your foursome, leading to accusations of steroid use. Awaken 180 is not responsible for defending your honor in the clubhouse. Awaken 180 cannot guarantee that your newfound golf prowess will lead to a sponsorship deal, but we can't not guarantee it either. Awaken 180 is not responsible for any dramatic fist pumps or unsolicited golf tips you give to strangers. Awaken 180 does not offer refunds for any lost wagers made on your improved golf game. Bet wisely, my friend. Strokes off your game by dropping pounds off your frame. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Be on hand for some great baseball and big promotions at Wild Things Park August 2nd through the 4th with fireworks presented by Twisted Tea, a Roberto Clemente bobblehead night presented by Cohen Markets, and Star Wars night presented by Signal Security on a Blueprints Kids Eat Free Sunday.
Hey Pittsburgh homeowners, to build for looks and durability, side your home with LP SmartSide Expert Finish Trim and Siding, now available in brushed smooth texture. Available in 16 versatile colors, Expert Finish products will help you create a gorgeous, longer-lasting dream home. That's the beauty of brushed smooth. Learn more about LP SmartSide Expert Finish products in brushed smooth texture at lpcorp.com/Steel City. That's lpcorp.com/Steel City.
Dunkin' dropped a new kind of energy, introducing Sparked Energy by Dunkin'. Available in Berry Burst and Peach Sunshine. Order ahead on the Dunkin' app and get a medium Sparked Energy for $3 in July. Fruit flavored. Contains 0% fruit juice. Caffeine from caffeine and guarana. Participation may vary. Limited terms apply.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
taking you back to the Fan Morning Show. Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Come on now, wake up. Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Noah Hiles all over this Pirates trade deadline. Going to join us coming up at 8 o'clock. The 50-minute mark on The Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Noah will be on the Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. I feel like since 2018 that the first day in pads is always the story. 4 hours pads talk. And today it's the Buccos. But that does not mean that there's no room for pads talk. And Doran, if you were going down there today, what are you looking at? You've been through many a training camp. You've witnessed many a training camp, both college, pro, high school. Who's it changed most for when the pads go on, and who would you be watching today?
A rookie offensive lineman. I mean, you have Peyton Wilson, who has been showing up a lot, during the first couple days of training camp. He can't wait to put the pads on. He's a linebacker. He's used to it. But, playing linebacker in the NFL, it's very difficult. Playing middle linebacker, off-ball linebacker, it's difficult, but it doesn't change. Like, you're still hitting. Like, you have to have that mentality to hit. You have to go downhill. You have to get off blocks, do the things that we all know. But for rookie offensive linemen, especially a center like Zach Frazier, like, guys are big. Guys can move just as fast. Like, guys were moving on the defensive line that are 300-plus pounds just as fast sideline to sideline as I was moving. Now, things are going to be moving. There's going to be exotic defenses. There's going to be fronts. There's going to be blitzes and picking up different things that you've never seen before. But that's where I would start. I would start with the Fatanus. I would start with the Zach Fraziers and see if their game – and then if I was there throughout every single day like Kabali was and watching them without pads, I want to see their game change with pads. And that can become easier for offensive linemen. It is easier to block guys with pads than it is to block guys without pads. I want to see Zach Frazier's game change. I want to see how physical he is. I want to see if he has if there's somebody that's like, a shade on him, if he gets rattled and kind of dribbles a ball back in a shotgun. Like, how fast does he get his head up to pass protect? Things of that nature that is different with pads and it is not without pads. And Faltano as well, and being a physical player. That's where it is. Like, I mean, the running backs are the running backs. Now, you know what Najee can do. You know what Jalen can do. You know what Pat Freiermuth can do. Receivers, they're not going to get hit across the middle because it's practice. You'll see that in the actual preseason game. So Roman Wilson, they're not going to thump. It may be a little thud, but nothing too serious. So if you're looking around and thinking about positions, probably linebacker because they'll be downhill and they'll be able to hit guys and thud guys up. But offensive line and defensive line, that's where it changes.
And I think the season starts today with that offensive line because the best possible version of the Steelers, when it's all said and done, I think it's going to be with Zach Frazier at center, with Broderick Jones at left tackle, and with Troy Fautanu at right tackle. And I said this a bunch. I think starting fast with the running game is so huge this year, and that starts today. Because I know they got Herbig playing center, and they move the tackles around, and they still have an affinity for Dan Moore Jr. I want the talent to shine through. They're going to have downs. It might be a struggle today, but you need to see that steady improvement.
Well, the exciting thing, if you are going up to practice where you're covering the team, like, that Mike, and you said this when we were preparing for the show, like, one thing that you're like, yeah, I called Mike Tomlin out, but there's one thing that I can't say, enough about him is he's a football coach. Like, he loves it. He's invested. He's invested in every drill, every rep. And the first rep today, what it's going to be, it's going to be Troy Fautanu and TJ Watt.
Yep.
And that's going to be very exciting. Because then you get to see what that rookie really has and see if he is ready. I mean, he's going to be ready eventually, but maybe he steps right on that field and just stones him. And that changes a lot of things. That changes even the dynamics of practice. If, I'm a tight end and I'm, watching that drill peeking, if I'm getting my water on my knee and I'm looking over, let's see what this rookie got against DJ, and he stones him, that whole practice will change.
Oh, the energy through the roof.
Through the roof.
Oh, and if you don't think Tom is going to then call, TJ, what you doing? You're going to let the rook get you.
Listen.
And then you're getting a game, TJ.
Then let's go again.
Yep.
That, and then that breeds healthy competition, and that's what you can look forward to for the next couple weeks of getting Fautanu ready to play right tackle, even Broderick Jones against TJ, even some backs on backers as well, seeing what they can bring to the table. It'll be very interesting, but I know for damn sure that is going to be the first drill, or it's going to be Pickens, JPJ one-on-ones.
Oh, yeah. And you will see those one-on-ones go on at the same time.
As the tackles.
As the tackles and then as the backs on backers.
Yep.
Today's the best practice to go to, I think, Steelers fans. If you want to travel down Route 30, you should probably be in line already. Today and then the night practice on Friday. Mike Tomlin, he lets those guys go at it.
Yep.
These are the practices to watch. We'll get more into the Steelers and pads a little bit later on in the show, plus look at some of the stuff going on around the NFL coming up at about 8:45. But up next, it is now about 9 hours. Math?
Yeah, it was 12.
10 hours. 10 hours from Major League Baseball's trade deadline. We got Noah Hiles from the Post-Gazette joining us next. First, though, fan weather. Brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. It's the Chevy Summer Drive at Sun Chevrolet, up to $7,500 in rebates. Terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. Today, high 83.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Weekends are for the warriors of home projects. 84 Lumber has 14 Pittsburgh locations that are open on Saturdays to keep you on track and get you the supplies you need. Each member of 84 Lumber's expert team is experienced in building materials of all kinds, and they are ready to answer your home improvement questions to get the job done right. If you're looking for the hometown personalized service of a family-owned company, 84 Lumber is your go-to supplier. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest store and get started on your project today.
To celebrate Team USA going for gold, Xfinity is offering a gold medal deal. Now, through August 11th, get our best offer yet with 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one line of unlimited mobile for just $35 a month for a year and a free 5G phone. And the action doesn't stop there. Save on some of the biggest names in streaming by adding the new Xfinity Stream Saver with Peacock, Apple TV Plus, and Netflix for just $15 a month. Don't wait. When the Olympic Games end, so does this deal. Go to Xfinity.com/Team USA. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Get the fastest connection to Paris with Xfinity. proud partner of Team USA.
Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay with stored bank account. Equipment tax and fees extra and subject to change. After promo, regular rates apply to internet and mobile. Stream saver price subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed. Free 5G phone requires eligible trade-in. Select models only.
You've inherited your uncle's giant house and every weird thing in it. We can help with that. 2menandajunktruck.com. 2 men and a junk truck.
This is attorney Craig Fishman. Injured? Our fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms. Call us at 888-98-TWINS for a free consultation. Shenarovich, and Fishman. We got your back, not your wallet.
PGT Trucking is fueled by the best drivers in the flatbed industry. This is Pat Bostic. For more than 40 years, PGT Trucking has been driven by the proud professionals. Fueled by the promise of great pay, reliable home time, quality equipment, respect, and family. Take the wheel in your career path and join the proud professionals at PGT, a 2024 Best Fleets to Drive For company. Visit pgttrucking.com.
An official message from Medicare.
A new law is helping me save more money on prescription drug costs. You may be able to save too. With Medicare's Extra Help program, my premium is $0 and my out-of-pocket costs are low. Who should apply? Single people making less than $23,000 a year or married couples who make less than $31,000 a year. Even if you don't think you qualify, it pays to find out.
Go to ssa.gov/extrahelp. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Broken brick, cracked mortar, and chimney damage? Call the restoration company the Pittsburghers prefer and trust. Precision Pointing. Whether it's brick pointing, chimney repair, retaining walls, stonework, restoration cleaning, or anything masonry, Precision Pointing can fix it. Fully licensed and insured, offering senior, military, and first responder discounts. No money down and financing is available. Call and schedule your free estimate today at 724-WE-POINT or online. It's precisionpointing.com.
93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Not a good situation on the Parkway North. This report brought to you by Greenewalt Roofing. We have an accident. It was a single vehicle rollover in the median on the inbound side of the Parkway North near the Mount Nebo Road overpass. Now, Parkway Service Aero truck on the scene blocking the left lane, and that's backing up traffic to I-79. Meanwhile, Route 28 is jammed between the Highland Park Bridge and the Route 8 at the bypass toward the north side. Parkway East jams at Churchill. Over on the Parkway West, you are stacked between Carnegie and Green Tree inbound. Outbound slow from the tunnels to Carnegie and then approaching I-79 to Campbell's Run. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Greenewalt Roofing, your career, our commitment.
Greenewalt Roofing is hiring sales professionals. Join their growing team and earn top commissions and enjoy superior benefits and support. Don't miss out on this chance to advance your sales career. Apply now at greenewaltroofing.com. Greenewalt Roofing, your sales career starts here.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Don't touch that dial.
It's the Fan Morning Show, presented by Guardian Protection. Let's do this. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
10 hours away from Major League Baseball's trade deadline. Ben Cherington been somewhat active. Goes out and gets a lefty, Jalen Beeks from Colorado. Gets Nick York. Sends Quinn Priester to Boston. Do they have any other irons in the fire? Joining us now to get into that is Noah Hiles from the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. He's on the Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. Good morning to you, Noah. Thank you so much for coming on. And first question, we have heard that the Pirates are in on Yandy Diaz, who is a first baseman, third baseman for the Tampa Bay Rays. Have you heard the same thing?
I've heard that they inquired on him, but nothing that separates him from the pack, per se. I basically, most of the rumors that I've heard connected to the Pirates are, yeah, they've reached out And there's been a lot of guys that they've reached out about. But they do a really good job of not letting you know which specific individuals seem to be the highest on their priority list, perhaps because they don't necessarily have one or two guys that might be high on their priority. They have a set group of guys that they like, and they evaluate from there based off of the asking price. So, yeah, I know Yandy Diaz is someone that they've at least looked into. I don't know how serious they are about acquiring him compared to other people that they've reached out about.
Well, no. How good are the trades that they've made with York and with Beeks? I mean, does that give you any energy? Should that make Pirates fans happy right now, or is there still something left on the table to happen in the next 11 hours? 10 hours.
All right, let me equate these to purchases that we've all made in our life. Nick York is like buying a winter jacket right now. It's something that you probably aren't going to use in July, but he might be useful down the line. I look at what you gave up for York, Quinn Priester. This is a guy that probably wasn't going to work out here. A guy that they tried the maximum potential out of, but this was a guy that didn't really respond to their coaching really well. I think the reason Quinn Priester did not maximize his potential here was because of some things that they asked him to do, and he wasn't necessarily throwing the pitches as much that they wanted him to throw as much as he should have been. And you look at the position depth at where Priester played, there's a lot of great young starting pitching. They said, we can do without you. And they added a player in York where he gives them depth, and I think his ceiling is being another Nick Gonzalez. And with his system, he could play outfield. You could see him play another infield position. That's the flyer they took there. York doesn't help them probably this year. Maybe we see him in the big leagues in September. It's a guy who's played less than 50 games in AAA, but he's got a good hit tool. And I think that this is a guy they view to be someone who has a potentially higher ceiling than a Triolo or an Alika Williams or a Leover Piguero, which I think is a decent trade if that's how that unfolds. It does, like I said, it doesn't necessarily help the 2024 club, but I mean, Quinn Priester, was he helping the 2024 club? Not a ton. So that's made there. As far as Beeks goes, that's a move I was confident they were going to make, not necessarily for Beeks, but for what he is. They just needed an additional left-handed arm in that bullpen. You've got Chapman as the late inning leverage guy. That's not necessarily your lefty-on-lefty matchup. That's just your eighth. So Beeks is essentially what they hope Baraki would be. And that tells me that whenever we get this Ryan Baraki update, they paused his rehab assignment and flew him out to Arizona to reevaluate him. That tells me that that's probably not going to be a good update because they need their left-hand guy that they can bring in for three batters if a team ever has back-to-back lefties sometime in the order late in the game. You look at what Beeks does well. He's a soft contact guy. There's a lot of fastballs, doesn't get a lot of swing and miss, but I think he can be someone that's effective if used in the right situations late in games. I mean, his numbers aren't great because he was a very high leverage guy for Colorado. He's probably going to be like the fifth best guy in this bullpen. So if you can pick and choose your spots to use him, I think he'll be effective. So those are the two moves they've made. I expect them to probably make one or two moves today before the deadline ends.
We're joined by Noah Hiles from the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. Talking about the Pirates at the trade deadline, obviously. The Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection. So if I'm hearing you correctly, you don't think that bringing in Beeks would signify the end of Aroldis Chapman's time with the Pirates?
I don't think so, no. Based off conversations that we've had, myself and Andrew Destin, we've talked around, because that's been, I think, one of the more underrated points of this deadline is what do they do with Aroldis Chapman? Because there were times when the team was, losing in early July where it might have made sense if they continued to trend that way to flip Chapman, because I think there would be a high demand for him on this trade. There's always a high demand for Aroldis Chapman. Look at what the Royals got for him last year.
All-star pitcher,
yeah, an all-star. So there's that temptation, but I don't think it would make sense now. I know that he doesn't want to leave Pittsburgh, and I don't see him being dealt based off of where they are, 2 games over 500, 2 games out of the playoffs. So I don't think Chapman's going to be the guy who gets dealt. I mean, I could see maybe a depth piece, like if they were to make a deal with another team in contention, they could trade off a bullpen piece, but I would likely now. I think they're really happy with where their bullpen's sitting, and I don't think Beeks is the replacement for Chapman.
We all know what Nutting said about a month ago during the interview with Sheets. I think you might have asked him a few questions, Noah, but it's one thing to hear Nutting say that because he doesn't really go out of his way to say and be so straightforward about what could happen before the trade deadline, and saying that, everything's on the table. We need to go after it. We need to get, players in here, and we also need to develop. What do you think Charrington's actually really working with right now, like financially? Like, do you think that he has all the tools and all the assets to make a big move these past couple of days, and it just hasn't gone through?
I think he's working with the finances that he anticipated to be working with at this point in the year, whatever that is. I don't think there was a point in the season where Bob watched this team win a game and goes, "Oh, here's $30 extra million to work with." And I know people hope that would be the reality, but I think that I don't think they're going into this deadline looking to cut payroll. I think that if they plan to have $5 million extra, and that's just the number I'm throwing out for this example, if they plan to have a $5 million extra at the deadline, then that's what they're going to operate with today. If they planned on only having $1 million of extra payroll to add, then that's what they're going to add today. The payroll did go up a little bit with the acquisition of Beeks. That's not me patting anyone on the back. I mean, you got a mid-leverage reliever, so that's not a huge salary upgrade. But I don't think they're necessarily handicapped financially, but I also don't expect them to add a guy who's making $20 million a year and $20 million next year, because that's just kind of what this organization isn't known for.
Last thing here for you, Noah. You did say you expect them to make another move or two, and with your ear to the ground, I don't necessarily need a specific player, but if you have one, by all means, what do you think it would look like if they do add?
I think they get a rental outfielder for sure. That's just something that makes a lot of sense based off their need heading into this series, and makes even more sense now considering that Bay and Palacios both might be heading to the IL. So you add into the fact that you don't have depth there, and the guys that you do have there aren't necessarily hitting the ball. I think the real bat is a must. There are guys out there, and again, we've heard the reports about Taylor Ward. I've heard the report. I've heard that they've at least reached out on him. I don't know how much better he necessarily makes this team. Like, Taylor Ward is a league average player, but hey, they could league average guys in that lineup. Michael A. Taylor, he ain't gonna go Hank Aaron in the 9th inning every single game. So I think that's a guy you could look out for. I haven't heard this connection, but his teammate Kevin Pillar would make a lot of sense based off of the contract, position that he plays. I could see that being something that and I know that he's available because I've seen reports that other teams have inquired about him. And then another thing that I think they could add would be a player that brings defensive versatility, a guy who could play up the middle, both in the infield and in the outfield. Ahmed Rosario was a guy that had a perfect fit. The Dodgers obviously required him yesterday. And this isn't a name that I've heard connected to the Pirates, but just looking around based off of the team that he's on, another determining factor that you're going to be able to connect real quick, he does. Richie Palacios might make some sense for the Pirates. For the Tampa Bay Rays, second baseman, also plays some third base, also plays some outfield. He has multiple years of control left. I don't think he would be a high cost. He's kind of like his brother, an additional depth piece. I think he's a little bit of a more established big leaguer than his brother. But a guy like that, and I'm not throwing that out like I said. I'm not. This is just speculation as far as the player itself. But I'm just trying to throw out guys who fit the profile of a player that they might look to acquire between now and the end of the deadline.
Noah, really good, man.
I expect 1 or 2.
Really good stuff. Thanks for waking up early. I know you're out in Houston. Appreciate the time. And maybe we'll check back with you later in the week after the deadline. All right, ma'am?
Sounds good, guys. Thanks for having me on.
All right. Thank you, Noah. Good stuff from Noah Hiles. A lot to react to there from Noah. And there is some breaking Luis Robert Jr. news, which we will get to coming up next as well. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Pirates beat the Astros yesterday by a final score of 5-3. The Pirates came back against two of the better relievers in the Astros bullpen. Game 2 of the 3-game series is tonight, 8:10, same time as yesterday. If you want to listen, you can, right here on 93.7 The Fan. Our coverage begins at 7:15 with Dan Zangrilli hosting the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Saturday morning from 9 to 11. Tune in for Bucko Talk. Host Donnie Baseball talks all things Pirates and gets you your Buccos weekly rundown. Bucko Talk is presented by Gerken Roofing and Contracting and brought to you by Bell's Oberon Ale, Pennsylvania One Call System, and Allegheny Hospital and Physical Medicine. Bucko Talk on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey there, weekend warriors. Chris Muller here. Sick of that slice? Tired of those 3-putts? What if I told you your handicap isn't about your swing, it's about your weight? Why not take strokes off your game by taking pounds off your frame with Awaken 180? We're talking 10 strokes off by August, getting your tour card by September, winning your first major year 1. Think about it. Fame, fortune, and most important, winning $5 off your buddy because you, sir, are closest to the pin. Taking strokes off your game is just 40 pounds away at awaken180weightloss.com. Awaken 180 does not guarantee an immediate 10 strokes off your score, receiving a tour card, or the ability to control the weather. Individual results may vary. Your newfound athleticism might cause jealousy amongst your foursome, leading to accusations of steroid use. Awaken 180 is not responsible for defending your honor in the clubhouse. Awaken 180 cannot guarantee that your newfound golf prowess will lead to a sponsorship deal, but we can't not guarantee it either. Awaken 180 is not responsible for any dramatic fist pumps or unsolicited golf tips you give to strangers. Awaken 180 does not offer refunds for any lost wagers made on your improved golf game. Bet wisely, my friend. Strokes off your game by dropping pounds off your frame. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Come meet former Pittsburgh Pirate closer Jason Grilli at QC Kinetics grand opening Thursday, August 8th in Robinson Plaza from 1 to 3. Jason and Kelly O'Connor of Kelly's Diners will be on hand. Free giveaways. Find out more about the benefits of non-surgical regenerative medicine.
What's wrong with Rick? He's kind of spacey. That's Rick's identical twin, Scott. He's not used to answering to Rick. What's going on? Rick asked me to keep it secret, but he asked his twin to cover his shift so he could go to Diamonds Direct to shop. But this is a jewelry store. Exactly. But the prices and selection are so much better at Diamonds Direct. Rick doesn't want the boss to get suspicious, so Scott's here in case the boss sees Rick at Diamonds Direct. But that would mean that the boss is at Diamonds Direct too. Yeah, we have a lot of secrets.
You never know who you'll run into at Diamonds Direct with unbeatable direct importer prices, the highest quality diamonds, the most sought-after designer rings, the best customer service, the strongest guarantees in the industry. It's just a no-brainer.
You think if Scott had a mustache, he'd look like me?
Go where everyone goes. Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion. Learn more at diamondsdirect.com. Proud partner of the University of Pittsburgh Panthers.
Hi, I'm Angie Hicks, co-founder of Angie, and one thing I've learned is that you buy a house, but you make it a home. Because with every fix, update, and renovation, it becomes a little more your own. So you need all your jobs done well. For nearly 30 years, Angie has helped millions of homeowners hire skilled pros for the projects that matter. From plumbing to electrical, roof repair to deck upgrades. So leave it to the pros who will get your jobs done well. Hire high-quality certified pros at Angie.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at repairclinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Chase for Business. Make more of what's yours. Ravens running back Derrick Henry admires the stiff arms dished out by American Olympic women's rugby star Ilona Maher. She got it. Henry posted, mindset, running strong and hard, not trying to go down. Get into the end zone by any means. I love it. Make me want to get out there too. Well, not me, but him. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Retired or retiring soon? How much money do you need to live comfortably? Retirement Planners of America is here for you. Would you like to have financial peace of mind? Here's how. Step 1. Find out the amount of money you'll need to retire. Step 2. Have a plan to get there. Step 3. Make sure that plan can take advantage of market gains but protect you from market losses. Discover how to do all three with a free consultation at 800-508-6108. That's 800-508-6108.
All investments involve risk, including losses. Past performance does not guarantee future results.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. 120,000 miles of night drives, daily commutes, and who knows how many.
Are we there yet?
Through countless fixes, elbow grease, and a new radiator, you kept your ride alive. With eBay Motors, you have over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning rush situation looking dire with the rain. This report brought to you by Shenderovich and Fishman. Couple of accidents, one of them on the outbound Parkway East, blocking the right lane near the Bates Street on-ramp, causing delays back toward the Forbes Avenue off-ramp. We also have an earlier accident on the inbound Parkway North near the Mount Nebo Road overpass. Right lane is blocked, causing delays back to I-79. Now an accident in Reserve Township on Hoffman Road near the intersection with Irwin Lane. Parkway East, you are jammed inbound from the Business 22 ramp down past the earlier accident on the city side. Also delays on the Parkway West over the top of Green Tree Hill. Outbound delays from Banksville to Carnegie and then from 79 to Campbell's Run Road. Route 28 delays at the Highland Park Bridge. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm attorney Ed Shenderovich. Have you been injured at work? You may have more than one claim. To find out if you do, call us at 888-98-TWINS for a free consultation. At Shenderovich and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
All right, some breaking and unfortunate Luis Robert Jr. news. The center fielder for the Chicago White Sox who hit 38 homers last year. This, according to Bob Nightingale, the Chicago White Sox believe that starter Garrett Crochet likely will be moved today, but that center fielder Luis Robert Jr. will be staying. And parenthetically, he included Luis Robert Jr. has drawn little interest, which is strange to me.
That's a lot of money, and he hasn't been doing well this year.
A lot of money, hasn't been doing well, oft injured.
Mm-hmm.
He looked kind of lazy on some plays, too.
Okay, I don't disagree, and I've seen a ton of clips that back up your assertion there, Callis. Might I add, though, that they being the Chicago White Sox, a 15-game losing streak.
Yeah, a bad thing, yeah.
I mean, bad. I saw a stat yesterday that blew my mind, and I don't have it saved, so I'm not going to get it 100% right. But basically it's this. The White Sox had a 14-game losing streak before, and they're currently on a 15-game losing streak. If you take those losing streaks away, they're still like 30 games under 500.
What?
They are so bad. We watch them play.
Yeah.
So I would like guys to go out there and bust their ass every single day, but you know that you might be a trade chip, and you are playing on a team that is a million games under 500. that if they won every single one of their remaining games, you're not going to finish above 500. They go 54-0 or whatever it is, and they're still under 500.
That's tough.
I'm probably not going balls to the wall every day. I'm just not. So I don't worry about that. There were some who were worried about Jazz Chisholm's outlook and his mindset, and he goes to the Yankees and hit 2 home runs last night. And meanwhile, the Yankees have a second baseman who's all pissed off saying, I'm a second baseman. You can't move me around. So they got problems with that guy. Point being, I don't care about that. And whenever I read Bob Nightingale say he's drawn little interest, I wonder if part of that might be the asking price is really high. And Mark Feinstein, I think it is, I just read his trade deadline primer that he just put out like 10 minutes ago, and he did write that the asking price for Luis Robert Jr. has been through the roof.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'd at least be checking if I were Ben Cherington.
Yeah.
He is the biggest position of need. He has pop. He's a good, I think, enough defensive center fielder whenever his head is in the thing. That's the kind of guy, if you're going to add salary, if you're going to give up high-profile prospects, that's the kind of guy that you're looking at.
Yep.
Brent Rooker, too. I think Luis Robert Jr. fits more of a pressing need at center field because Brent Rooker has not played a ton of outfield, 150-ish games in his Major League Baseball career, but hey, beggars, choosers, just get me a damn bat in the lineup. We're going to get into the Steelers and day one of pads coming up in about 10 minutes. And, of course, if the Pirates do make a trade, if any big trades get made throughout Major League Baseball, we will bring them to your attention today, and we will play this sounder if it's the Pirates.
Oh, my gosh.
Hey-oh! Hey!
They did it.
It's a trade! We'll play that because Callis put it together, and we love Callis. But before we do get into the Steelers, some of the stuff Noah said really was eye-opening. Like, the first thing that jumps out was Quinn Priester didn't want to be coached.
Right.
I had not heard that.
Never.
Right? Last year the talk was, are they screwing up a high-end prospect? And then you see he doesn't have great stuff. Like he tops out 93, 94. He just doesn't have great stuff. And Noah said that they asked him to pitch in a certain manner, and he didn't want to pitch in that certain manner. When you think about what the Pirates have next year, Skeens, Keller, Jones, potentially Bubba Chandler, maybe Bailey Falter, Oviedo,
Ortiz.
Right? Ortiz. There's 7 guys right there. Ashcraft could play himself into the competition. There's 8 guys right there that I would like to see what they have more than Quinn Priester.
No doubt.
And you don't really need to be carrying Quinn Priester around as a long relief man when trading him could net you the 6th best prospect in a team's farm system. So don't let the door hit you on the backside. I wish you all the best, Quinn Priester, but, come on.
Yeah.
He also said he was not hearing the same stuff on Yandy Diaz that was reported last night, and this is Noah Hiles. He said they have looked into Yandy Diaz. He is not so sure that they are in on him more than they're in on any other players. So it's good to hear that he can confirm that they have had conversations with Tampa about Yandy Diaz, but it doesn't sound like they're the favorite for him at this point or anything like that.
So basically throw that out the window.
Well, when you hear that the other 2 teams involved are the Astros and the Yankees, it doesn't make me feel good.
No.
Because those teams, we know that they spend money. When you can spend money, you can give up prospects.
Yes.
Because you're just going to go buy whoever you want. Like, you can give up the 3rd best prospect for Yandy Diaz if you want to, because you'll just go buy a player who's better than your 3rd best prospect is going to be in 2 years.
Question for you. Do you think that some teams look at the Pirates organization, compared to the Yankees, and like you said, they could spend money so they can give away prospects, but do you think that teams look at the development of the Yankees and say, their prospect system is being developed way better than the Pirates, and we will take the 20th, now 3rd prospect over a higher prospect of the Yankees if you're the Marlins, and instead of taking a higher prospect of the Pirates because of the development of the Yankees system?
I know
exactly. That makes sense.
It makes a ton of sense. I know exactly what you're saying.
That could be a factor in things.
I don't know specifically the Yankees' development. When I think development, I think of St. Louis. I think of Tampa. I think of Houston for a while. I think of teams like that. Cleveland's done a good job. Baltimore now has a stock farm system. With the Yankees, I think you just know you can ask for more. You can ask for more, you can ask for better, because they're probably more willing to give up on those prospects. And from what we are seeing, educated guess here, I feel like, I don't know if it's the prospects with the Pirates aren't valued, or if it's that Ben Cherington is just so stingy and doesn't want to give up prospects.
Right.
Because you think about who he did give up. Quinn Priester. Didn't draft him. He didn't draft Quinn Priester. So he probably, okay, take him. We'll get a sixth best prospect for you. I don't have any feelings for Quinn Priester. I'm wondering if he has big feelings for his other guys, the guys that he has brought in.
Probably.
It's probably column A, column B.
Yeah.
Like, there were rumors that maybe Henry Davis was offered up in the Jazz Chisholm deal. It's either Ben Cherington didn't want to add him to that deal because he doesn't want to give up on his guy, or it could be that simply, to what your point was, that the Marlins were valuing the Yankees' third best prospect, their catcher, more than Henry Davis. And I'm not sure either of those things are very good.
Right. I don't know if I said that right. I would think that teams would think that the Yankees prospects would be, like, if the third best Yankees prospect is better than the third best Pirates prospect.
Right. That's one of those things that could be true throughout baseball. Like when we say Randy Arozarena got traded for the 14th and 15th best prospect for the Mariners, you know, I've been looking at prospect sheets for like days now. Maybe their 14th and 15th best prospects equate to the 10th and 11th for the Pirates.
Right.
Something like that.
Right.
Yeah. Just get something done. Just get something done. Taylor Ward was a name that was mentioned by Noah Hiles that he knows they were interested in. One guy he said he hadn't heard they're interested in, but is a guy that I've brought up, is Kevin Pillar. Neither one of those guys are world beaters. If you got both, I think both are upgrades over what you have right now. Just add a couple of bats. Those guys aren't going to cost a lot. We can talk about Luis Robert. We can talk about Brent Rooker, and those guys would change big time the direction of this organization this year and for years to come. But if we're trying to get the Pirates to the playoffs this year, and they're just 2 games back, and they've done it basically with smoke and mirrors in the lineup, if you could just add 2 upgrades, do it. I'm still holding out hope that they will, but I don't know if it's anything more than just hope. We hope Russell Wilson practices today. What else are we looking at? Steelers, pads, today. The first practice in pads. We'll talk about it when we come back. But first, it's a Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Pirates won yesterday 5-3 over the Houston Astros. That was the first game of the series. Game 2 of 3 is tonight, same time, 8:10. If you want to listen, you can right here on 93.7 The Fan. Our coverage starts at 7:15, and that coverage is presented by Pella Windows. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, here's Dorn.
Dunkin's dropping a new kind of energy. Introducing Sparked Energy by Dunkin'. It's energy for the fun of it. Available in 2 full-on delicious flavors. Berry Burst and Peach Sunshine. It's what you need when your afternoon needs you to get going.
Yeah, it's a revitalizing burst of caffeine, vitamins, and minerals. It gives you the energy to turn the fun up to 11. Buy one, maybe buy Ben Cherington one too. Order ahead on the Dunkin' app. Get a medium Sparked Energy for $3 in the month of July.
The Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
What is the dimension of a MLB base?
Callis.
So what, it'd be 5 foot by 5 foot?
I don't think it's 5 by 5.
No, 5 by 5.
That'd be like me laying down.
Right.
I think it's 15 by 17. Callis, you'd be stealing bases if they were 5 by 5.
I'd be stealing rectangles.
The Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Tiffany, founder of Harlem Pilates. When I couldn't find Pilates in my neighborhood, I started a studio from my studio apartment. Chase Inc. helped me grow from 1 Pilates studio to 3. Because when you start small, you're going to need some big help.
With the Chase Inc. Business Cash Card, you can earn up to 5% cash back on business essentials, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for Business. Make more what's yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. 120,000 miles of night drives, daily commutes, and who knows how many.
Are we there yet?
Through countless fixes, elbow grease, and a new radiator, you kept your ride alive. With eBay Motors, you have over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
The best place to bet the games this summer is FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, America's #1 sports book, because right now new customers can get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Then you can bet on all your favorite international teams and all your favorite sports, from basketball to badminton and soccer to swimming. FanDuel has it all, so don't miss your chance to score $150 in bonus bets if your first bet wins. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to sign up and start betting the games today. I might start with badminton. I would probably have to do a little research on that, but it's up to you at FanDuel.com/Starkey to sign up and start betting the games today. Make every moment more with FanDuel. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of KDKA. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Lincoln Summer Invitation Sales Event is at South Hills Lincoln. Purchase a 24 Lincoln Navigator and pay no interest. That's right, 0% financing for 60 months on all new 2024 Navigators. South Hills Lincoln has over 30 Lincoln Navigators in stock. Test drive the Lincoln of your dreams during the Lincoln Summer Sales Event at South Hills Lincoln, Route 19, just 3 miles south of South Hills Village. Online at southhillslincolnofpittsburgh.com. 0% with approved financing through Lincoln AFS.
It's the end of summer sale with Zero Res. Whether you're looking to clean up after a long summer of barbecues, get-togethers, and graduation parties, or just want to get ready for the new school year, Zero Res has you covered. Carpets, tile, rugs, upholstery, basically every surface in your home can be Zero Resified. So now's the time to call my cleaning pros at Zero Res. Their friendly technicians always walk you through their entire cleaning process and make sure that you're completely satisfied with the cleaning before they leave. I've even had to call them because we forgot to tell them about one room. Guy turned around, came all the way back, got it done. It really is amazing with Zero Res. If you haven't tried them out or it's been months since your last deep clean, now's the time. Get your entire home Zero Resified. 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $119. Also, perfect time of year to get your air ducts taken care of. 20% off your air duct cleaning this month. Don't forget about those dryer vents as well. Schedule your appointment today. ZeroResPGH.com or give them a call. 412-701-1188. Ask for the 93.7 The Fan special. You spell it backward or forward, it spells the same. Zero Res.
How is your quality of life? Has it been affected by pain caused by a bulging, herniated, or degenerative disc? Have you been frustrated by the treatments that you've been trying, realizing that they're only giving you temporary relief and your pain keeps returning? Hi, I'm Dr. Rafferty from the Disc Institute of Pittsburgh. How would you like to avoid spinal surgery, fix the problem, get your disc to heal, and get your quality of life back? That's what we are doing for our patients at the Disc Institute. Our non-surgical, safe and gentle treatment is called intradisc nutrosis, and it's available exclusively at the Disc Institute. And we have an over 90% success rate backed by 2 third-party research studies. Call our office today or visit PittsburghDiscInstitute.com, 412-906-9600. Call the Disc Institute of Pittsburgh today at 412-906-9600.
Decisions that impact you or your loved ones can be overwhelming, especially if you're facing long-term care, special needs, or elder law issues. The attorneys at Julian Gray Associates can help you truly understand the best approach to take. Julian Gray Associates have the most certified elder law attorneys in the country. They're located right here in Pittsburgh. Experienced advice from certified elder law attorneys who understand your legal issues and are committed to helping you. Find out more at grayelderlaw.com.
We got a real good show for you. This is the Fan Morning Show.
Listen, please.
Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Pads Day in Latrobe. St. Vincent College. The Steelers are going to strap it on, and they're going to get after it. They're going to hit each other, Doran. Strap M on. Not strap it on.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Strap on.
Nope.
Nope.
No, that's not it.
Nope.
No, I don't think that's it. I'm looking forward to getting some grainy video footage, through the rain and the mist, of Zach Frazier just mauling dudes. I don't need today it all to be good news for him, for Fitanu in particular. I do want to hear that really good things happened. Progress isn't linear. They might struggle. But I want to hear Fetanu did this, did that, did this. That Zach Frazier put so-and-so on his wallet. That he knocked a guy in the next week. You're giggling because you don't think it's going to happen.
No.
They won't get a couple reps where they win one over?
No, you don't get knocked on your butt that much in the NFL.
Zach Frazier's a wrestler, man.
I think what you want to hear is Zach Frazier didn't give up a sack. Zach Frazier didn't get beat. Zach Frazier didn't dribble snaps. Zach Frazier took control. But put somebody on their butt.
Put him on their ass.
He's going to put Keanu Benton on his butt?
That'd be a good sign.
Well, Keanu Benton was a wrestler, too.
I know.
And he's a second year, and he's going to have a, okay.
If there are matchups
there's no way that it happens.
It could happen.
Nope.
It will happen.
No.
$5?
Yes.
And 87 cents?
Not a line, not Peyton Wilson. We're talking about defensive linemen.
Mm-hmm.
And he has to block. He is not going to pancake anybody.
No, he's probably not going to pancake anybody.
No.
But if he did, that'd be good.
That'd be really good.
It'd be very, very good.
That
is a matchup. I'm not going to be there, but if I were there, that would be a matchup I want to see.
Yeah.
Because Tomlin seems to be very high on Keanu Benton. You and I are very high on Keanu Benton. Zach Frazier would be nice if he won the starting job. It is interesting that out of all the rookies, the one rookie who's a starter today is the undrafted guy, Beanie Bishop.
Right.
Nobody else in a starting role.
Mm-hmm.
You make anything of that? Is that just the position of weakness for the Steelers?
Yeah, it's a position of weakness, but it also it's always weird how drafts fall. And it doesn't even if you do fall out of the draft, there were other priorities that teams needed. That doesn't mean that Beanie Bishop wasn't worthy of a draft pick. And I'm sure that the Steelers draft board and who they drafted this year, they drafted in position of absolute need. That doesn't mean that if it was a different, if they didn't need a certain position, that Beanie Bishop wouldn't have went in the 4th round or 5th round. Could have, next year if Beanie Bishop was coming out,
they might have really valued him, is what you're saying.
Right, because they probably would have needed it. So I don't know if he's coming in to what people think his value is on paper.
He was All-American last year.
Yeah, his value doesn't just because he's an undrafted free agent, I don't think that that's his value. His value probably is higher, which wouldn't surprise me of him getting the opportunity with not many people being in that role and saying, well, we kind of had you rated high. The draft just didn't fall in our favor to draft you, but we ended up getting you here. We've always wanted you, and we feel comfortable with rolling the ball out there and saying, hey, this is your job and your opportunity to compete for a starting spot on this roster.
And look who's behind you.
Or they wouldn't just put him in there.
Right.
If they didn't think highly of him, they wouldn't be like, all right, hey, undrafted guy, just roll out there and play.
Right. It wasn't like day one OTAs, Beanie Bishop was lining up in the slot. I mean, he rotated through there,
Right.
but he'd shown them enough via their evaluation, via their tape, and then via what he's done through minicamp and OTAs to deserve that day one here. And then first day in pads, what you're hearing, he's probably going to be out there too. And then Deshaun Elliott, I guess they're going to walk down. They have some flexibility, I think, with their safeties.
Yeah, KZ will go back, or go to Strong, or,
Yeah.
Deshaun will be the, box nickel or whatever.
Yeah, those two guys, Minka Fitzpatrick and DeMonte KZ, can take that center fielder role.
Mm-hmm.
And then, depending on the matchup, you can roll him down.
Mhm.
Yeah.
If they get in a pinch, like if Beanie Bishop doesn't pan out.
Mm-hmm.
But I tend to feel that they really, really liked him. They just the draft just didn't fall for them to pick him.
Yeah.
But they ended up getting their guy, kind of like Jaylen Warren. I mean, I'm not going to put that much on him right now. Like, he still has to play the whole season. But I feel like they feel about him as how they felt about Jaylen Warren. Remember, they loved the fact that Jaylen Warren, they got him in free agency because they wanted to draft him, and he fell, and they were real excited. Look how that's panned out. I feel like that could be the same story, and I'm hoping it's the same story for Beanie Bishop.
It's funny that Willie Parker was just selected for the Hall of Honor, an undrafted guy. And then we talk about these two guys. And look, Jaylen Warren is a big part of this team. I mean, he can be like 50-50 with Najee Harris. If they hit on Beanie Bishop, that's a big deal.
Huge.
Like, I'm not just talking about because he's a West Virginia guy. That's a huge deal because coming in, it was, what's Dante Jackson going to do? What the hell do they have at slot? Is Dante Jackson the slot? Do they need an outside guy? Well, the early returns on Dante Jackson are that he's been good. He's been good. So, day one today, for real. And let's see how that goes. We'll talk about some more matchups coming up in the next segment. Dan Zangrilli going to join us at 9 o'clock because we are getting ever closer to Major League Baseball's trade deadline. If the Pirates make a trade, of course, we will break into whatever we're talking about and tell you about it. If any big-time players are moved in Major League Baseball, we will tell you about it right here. Coming up next, in addition to talking about some more matchups we're looking forward to seeing from the Steelers today, we'll hit on some key NFL storylines before we hear from Zane Grilli at 9 o'clock. First, though, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Pirates made a couple rather significant trades yesterday. They sent Quinn Priester to the Boston Red Sox for prospect infielder Nick York, though, according to reports, he is on the doorstep of making the major leagues. He can also play the outfield a bit and provide some middle infield help. And also the Pirates acquired Jalen Beeks from the Colorado Rockies. He's a left-handed relief pitcher, and they sent over a left-handed pitcher from their minor league system to acquire him from the Rockies. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Crews dealing with a number of accidents. One of them on inbound side of Route 28 between the Cheswick-Springdale and Harmer interchanges. That's causing slowdowns back before that Cheswick-Springdale exit. Once you are by it, you're going to be in line again just past the Highland Park Bridge, down past Millvale. Also an accident on the outbound Parkway East, now off to the side near the Bates Street on-ramp. That's causing slowdowns as far back as the Boulevard of the Allies. Inbound, you're solid from Churchill down past the scene on the city side. Also, on the Parkway West, you are jammed between Carnegie and Green Tree inbound. Outbound delays from 79 to Campbell's Run Road. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan with our fan trading camp profiles. Presented by Smale Kia and brought to you by Guardian Caps. Roman Wilson, a high school standout and college star. Wide receiver Wilson's next stop is the pro level. After growing up in Hawaii, Wilson spent 4 years at Michigan and ended his collegiate career by winning a national title. Wilson was taken by the Steelers in the third round of this year's draft, and he's set to show Pittsburgh that Roman is ready to reign.
Does your job require you to be on your feet all day? Teachers, postal carriers, salespeople, and restaurant staff. Many of us need our feet to get us through the day. I'd like you to hear from Donna. She's a nurse and a real customer of the Good Feet store who wanted to share her story.
Oh, I have to tell you, I have struggled with pain in my feet. I was diagnosed with plantar fasciitis. I work in a hospital. I'm a registered nurse, so being on my feet, walking throughout the hospital during the day, I am free from any type of pain. And after working a 12-hour shift, I go home and my feet do not hurt.
Whether you're a nurse like Donna or anyone wanting to enjoy work without your feet getting in the way, come see us today. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com. Good Feet arch supports are HSA and FSA eligible. The only place to get the Good Feet solution is at the Good Feet store. Come in for a free test walk today.
I've been asked 1,000 times, did you plan on becoming the largest injury law firm in the world? And the answer is no. When I started, there were just 2 of us. Today, Morgan & Morgan has almost 800 lawyers alone. No injury firm in the country has anywhere close to that. We set out to be focused on our clients and to have a commitment to trying cases and winning. And when you have those results at trial, you're able to settle most of your cases quickly and fairly. Reputation matters. We grew like this because we worked hard and so many former clients referred family and friends. And what I believe is the main reason is we delivered for our clients a lot. Hard work and client satisfaction was our plan. It worked. Hope is not a plan. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Injured? The choice is easy. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you. Morgan & Morgan, official personal injury lawyers of the Pittsburgh Penguins.
Some people just know the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate. Not a rate based on Terry who keeps and makes the car behind them. Oh no, they're about to. Save with DriveWise and the Allstate app and only pay a rate based on you.
Not available in every state, subject to terms and conditions. Rating factors and savings vary, and in some states your rate could increase with high-risk driving. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Diego.
Hi, Diego. It's Jennifer Coolidge. I just want to say your cashback match makes me feel so special. It really inspired me.
That's great. Doubling the cashback you've earned at the end of your first year is what we do.
Well, I'm doubling everything now. Double dating, double dipping, double feature, double header, double whammy. Basically double or nothing.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Welcome to our special show. Let's go get him.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
Yeah.
Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Oh, NFL music. First day in pads for the Steelers and the 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. Celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. We got Dan Zangrilli talking all things Buccos and trade deadline in about 10 minutes. He'll be on the Fan hotline, or maybe in person, but if he's on the hotline, it's brought to you by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. Couple NFL storylines I wanted to run by you, Doran, but anything else you want to hear about from Steelers camp today?
Anything else? Maybe Roman Wilson creating some separation.
Yes.
Roman Wilson. I mean, it is a little bit different. I know you're not going to get hit going across the middle if you're a receiver in training camp, and especially as a rookie right now, but it is a little bit different whenever the pads do come on. You have to think a little bit differently and catch the ball differently and see the ball differently. Like, it's just, that's all I want to hear of him making some plays today.
He strikes me as a guy that wants to get hit.
Yes.
You watch him play, everything you hear about him, he's a no-nonsense kind of guy. Little Hines Warden, that guy. I bet you he'd thrive getting hit. Not that they really get hit, but you get what I'm saying.
As I really sit here and try to grasp everything and everything that we've talked about, at least football-wise today, and who we want to see and who could, maybe show up after today, I think there's going to be a lot of young players and rookies that are going to have vital roles on this roster for the first time maybe in a long time.
I mean, you could be talking about 2/5 of your offensive line.
Yeah. Receiver. Linebacker maybe with Peyton Wilson. I mean, corners.
I think with him, he's going to be hard to keep off the field because he's just such an athletic freak.
I think that they're going to create so many different packages. Like he's a defensive coordinator's dream. Like, to be able to run and to be able to cover and to be able to blitz, to be able to do the different things he could do and how big he is. I think they're going to create some nice packages for him that allow them to do a lot of different things.
Peyton Wilson in college had 15 sacks. He had 6 last year, 4.5 the year before that. Like, he's a different athlete kind of guy than Vince Williams, but they were so good at drawing that up for Vince. Vince had 9 sacks one year. I'm not saying that's going to happen, but I could definitely see them creating some packages for that guy. All right, now around the National Football League, new TV agreements. The NFL is pushing to have both head coaches interviewed during games. Does this move the needle for Doran Dickerson at all?
Like what? Like halftime? Like
Yeah.
What are we talking about?
Yeah.
Like halftime?
Mm-hmm.
No,
Requiring them to talk.
No, I don't really care what the head coaches have to say in general. They're going to say, be politically correct, and they're going to say, yeah, we need to be better at coming out in the second half, and we need to create the momentum, and we didn't do well in this area, and, all right, see ya, thank you. Like, they're not going to say anything crazy. I don't care.
I like when they get uncomfortable, and I like when they're kind of jerks. And I just like them kind of not being – because they're not thinking about that at all.
No.
Remember Tomlin? Where was it, Dallas? Where he's walking? I don't
Atlanta.
think it was Atlanta. I'm working.
I'm effing working here.
That wasn't a reporter. That was a fan. But, hey, you know what I'm talking about here. All right, so Aaron Rodgers reportedly frustrated by the way things are going a little bit in Jets camp. And my advice to him would have been show up in minicamp and OTAs. A guy that played 6 seconds of football last year for the New York Jets. You might wind up being frustrated when you're not on the same page with some of your guys.
Right.
I don't know, man. He says he wants to have 2 great years left. I think he needs to focus on getting through the first game in the first month. I don't know what to make of him. Deshaun Watson was a top 5 quarterback. And now the guy is, sometimes he does some nice things, but he's injured a lot, and then he kind of sucks. And time away is not easy to come back from. And I just wonder what that's going to mean for Aaron Rodgers.
I think that I think he will be okay, but I think that if his team starts to lose games and guys don't step up, I think it'll just be a you-know-what show. And he'll place the blame on everybody else but him.
If they lose games early, could see it circling the toilet.
Yep.
Real quick.
It'll never be his fault, and then his teammates maybe turn against him.
You'd hate to see it. You really just don't want to see something like that happen. Caleb Williams, Chicago Bears quarterback, says he wants to play in the Hall of Fame game on Thursday. I think I speak for all of America when I say, yes, please.
You told me this earlier whenever we were starting the show, and I was like, why wouldn't he play? Like, he's a rookie quarterback in the NFL for the first time, new offensive coordinator, new weapons. You have a young receiver that they need to get on the same page with. Why wouldn't he play in the Hall of Fame game? You need him to play.
Yeah, what am I missing here?
Right, yeah.
You got 4 games as a rookie. He's got great weapons, too. Like, great weapons. Like, Justin Fields wishes he had these weapons.
Great weapons.
Yes.
Keenan Allen, Rome Odunze. What's the one other guy? The guy that I said that maybe get traded to the Steelers.
Yeah, that tweet really blew up. Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. He has good weapons.
He does have good
Cole
weapons.
Kmet.
Yeah. You got to throw the tight end in there. Well, that's the biggest tight end name of all time, Cole Kmet. Yeah. So I do think, A, yeah, you should play. And then, B, that's the day after tomorrow. We want to watch some real dudes playing football.
Right.
Like, I want Rome Odunze playing football.
C.J. Stroud.
Guys be getting hurt on that turf, though. So I think that might have changed. Just be careful. Yeah. But play. I don't think we'll see Stroud. I don't. A lot of times we don't see those guys.
Yeah.
In the Hall of Fame.
I hope so.
That's the great unsponsored football segment filled with knowledge and fun, brought to you by To Be Determined. So, looking for a sponsor there. Great unsponsored football segment filled with knowledge and fun, brought to you by To Be Determined. I think we should do that every day.
Yes.
Just a collection of NFL stories.
I like it.
All right, nothing has happened this morning as it relates to the Pirates or really anybody at the Major League Baseball trade deadline. We are approaching 9 hours until that deadline, which is at 6 p.m. Eastern Time. We do have one bit of news. John Heyman and others reporting that it doesn't look like Luis Robert Jr. is going to be traded by the Chicago White Sox. I don't know that the Pirates were ever really going to get that guy, but he makes sense for the Pirates. We'll talk to Dan Zangrilli about all things deadline coming up next. But first, Fan Weather is brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. It's the Chevy Summer Drive at Sun Chevrolet, up to $7,500 in rebates. Terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. Today, high 83 and rain.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
You know 84 Lumber for their lumber yards, but did you know they have an in-house kitchen and bath design studio at their Bridgeville and Mars locations? At 84 Lumber's design studio, the goal is to bring your vision to life by crafting a design that integrates your home with your lifestyle. 84 Lumber is passionate about quality materials and outstanding customer service. Whether you're remodeling or starting fresh, trust 84 Lumber for expert guidance every step of the way for your project. Visit the Bridgeville or Mars locations to meet with an expert designer today, or visit 84designstudios.com. Visit 84designstudios.com.
Welcome to Nada Yada Island. This season on Nada Yada Island.
When we were new, they spoiled me. They even gave me a phone. But then, it's like I didn't exist.
Don't take yada yada from your wireless carrier. Now with Metro, get that new customer feeling again and again. Introducing Metro Flex. Free 5G phones when you join, same deals as new customers when you stay. Only at Metro by T-Mobile. Just bring your number and ID and sign up for an eligible plan. After 12 months, trade in and get our best deals on select devices.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor-trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, only 25%. Shenderovich and Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Tired of the same old beer? Try Stone Buenaveza, imported all the way from San Diego. Stone Buenaveza is a Baja-inspired Mexican-style lager, made with just a touch of sea salt and real lime. Stone Buenaveza is ultra crisp, easy drinking, and perfectly refreshing. Everything a lager should be. In the native tongue of the San Diegoans, Buenaveza means good beer. Stone Buenaveza is available wherever good beer is sold. Ask for it by name. Buenaveza. Cheers.
Download the Parmar Rewards app today for some big gas and grocery savings. Dan Zangrilli here to tell you that loyalty has its rewards at Parmar stores. Remember, if there's not a Par-Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
An official message from Medicare.
A new law is helping me save more money on prescription drug costs. You may be able to save too. With Medicare's Extra Help program, my premium is $0 and my out-of-pocket costs are low. Who should apply? Single people making less than $23,000 a year or married couples who make less than $31,000 a year. Even if you don't think you qualify, it pays to find out.
Go to ssa.gov/extra help. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
He went to doctor after doctor looking for relief and always walked away discouraged. Surgery and drugs hadn't worked before, so why would he try them again? That's when Carmen made an appointment at QC Kinetics.
I'll tell you one thing. I got a spring in my step. The bounce is back in my step. My quality of life improving exponentially since I've been going to QC Kinetics.
QC Kinetics has treated over 35,000 patients like Carmen, using their own healing components, concentrating them into damaged knees, hips, shoulders, and backs. No surgery, no drugs.
The pain's gone, quality of life so much better, and mentally I'm in such a better place because I know that I'm not going to wake up to the same old struggles that I have been dealing with every single day. 10 months ago, no joke, I was a prime candidate for a knee replacement. Today, I'm not because of the treatment I'm receiving at QC Kinetics.
Carmen finally got relief, and it was easy, starting with a free consultation at QC Kinetics.
Call QC Kinetics, 412-228-3584. That's 412-228-3584. Located in Robinson, 412-228-3584.
Hey, lots of people are talking about Window Nation. Kate from Pittsburgh, she says, couldn't be happier. New window replacement windows from Window Nation. She's doing great. Well, she's just one of over 33,000 five-star reviews. 33,000. That's because Window Nation is all about value. Colin Dunlap here to tell you all about it. Right now, buy 2 windows, get 2 for free. There's no limit at all. Plus, you can save big. No interest payments for 24 months. That is 2 full years. Listen, Window Nation's local reps and installers, they live here too. So they know how to protect your home against Pittsburgh's weather. Stop paying more than you have to. Hurry, this sale ends August 31st. So you got to schedule a fast in-home estimate right now. Number's easy, 866-90NATION. That's 866-90NATION. Give them a call right now or visit the website, windownation.com.
93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90NATION.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Earlier accident, the final stages of clearing on the inbound Parkway North. This is right around the Mount Nebo Road overpass. Traffic is getting by in the right lane, but stacking back onto I-79, and that's jammed as far back as Wexford. Outbound Parkway East, an earlier accident being cleared. It's off to the side, just past the Bates Street on-ramp with delays back before the Bates interchange. Inbound, though, you're still jammed from Churchill through the tunnels and past the scene. Also, delays on inbound Route 28 from the Route 8 at the bypass to the north side. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Take strokes off your game by taking pounds off your frame with Awaken 180. How many birdies can you uncover? Awaken180weightloss.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan. Back to more of the Fan Morning Show.
In the morning, y'all.
With Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
So let's get rolling.
Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Dan Zangrilli joining us right now on the Fan Hotline. Dan is brought to us by the injury lawyers of LGKG Western PA Injury Lawyers for over 90 years. LGKG.com. Dan, good morning. It is finally here. It's trade deadline day. What up?
What's up? How we doing?
Well, that depends. What are the Bucks going to do? And if Yandy Diaz, who's reported to be a guy they're interested in, would be coming back in a deal, would that titillate you at all, Dan?
Yeah, he's a professional hitter, lengthens the lineup. Very, very good bat. So yeah, I'm good with that. I think that would be as good as any hitter that they otherwise could have acquired, maybe outside of a Rooker, which, right, he's not available. So I would be very cool with the Diaz.
Well, Dan, how would that go if they were to acquire him? Like, would he platoon first base? Would he platoon third base? Would Cabrian Hayes be moved somewhere else and him play third base? Would he be the all-time first base? Like, how would they use him? Would it be DH? Like, I mean, there's multiple ways that they could use him if they do acquire him.
Yeah, what was the word that Crowley used just a moment ago?
It's hard to remember, Dan.
Yeah, titillating.
Titillating.
It would be that. I don't know. Would it require Andrew McCutchen potentially to put on a glove and go to right field here and there to open up the DH spot? Maybe, though I'm not sure that that's in the cards. But
is that not in the cards because he doesn't want it to be in the cards, or because they don't want that to be the case?
I think it's probably an ability issue. He is very much 37 years old physically, and I think the medicals show that. I think there's a bad elbow, there's a bad knee there. So as much as they would want him to do that, as much as he may want to do that, I think there's the brutal reality of what both he and the medicals would show you, like if he would go out there. But that's not to say that they can't or shouldn't try it judiciously to advance this thing forward. But yeah, that would be a really tough conversation to have, and I think even tougher to play out in reality.
There are a couple of reported names in a potential Yandy Diaz trade: Braxton Ashcraft, Jack Brannigan, the 9th-rated prospect in the Pirates farm, and then Greensboro starting pitcher Patrick Riley. I feel like all three is a little rich. What do you think?
Yeah, the first two especially. I don't know enough about the third, so I think I'd be more inclined to go about maybe going with option C. Not because I just don't know a lot about it, but we probably don't know a lot about it is because the other two guys you hear quite a bit about because they're really special players, and not to say that Riley isn't, but you still have to give up something at some point, and that would be probably most comfortable for me to go that route.
With the injuries to Josh Palacios and G1 Bay last night, Dan, do you think that we'll see Jack Sawinski back up on the roster?
No, because of what we heard from Derek Shelton pregame. It sounded like a man really convicted to give Sawinski some time at AAA, and he, I think in so many uncertain words, said that this guy is burned out, maybe even has some, I don't know if it's anxiety issues, but the grind that this year has been on Jack has been very real, and they want to unplug him, get him away from the big leagues. So if they had to dip down to AAA, I would say you're more inclined to see an Edward Olivares or somebody else, though.
Oh, I forgot they were hiding his ass down there.
Yeah, there he is. Yep. Oh, yep. Peeks out of the bushes, gives you the elbow, wrist. Here I am.
Dan,
miss me yet?
Dan, how about the Jalen Beeks acquisition and what they gave up, and then your thoughts on the Nick York, Quinn Priester trade?
So I liked Beeks, and I think I mentioned him to you guys maybe a month ago when we were talking about how Colorado would be an ideal trade candidate, because the Pirates, I felt back in the day when we first started talking about this, they needed what? They needed a couple of bats. They needed a reliever, and Beeks was my reliever that I kind of identified with the Rockies. So I really liked the deal. They didn't give up much there from everything that I can gather. I think it's a funky left-hander with all sorts of deception that is going to strengthen this bullpen. Unfortunately, what does that mean for Ryan Barucki? It seems like this nerve issue is just not going away, and it's concerning. I was talking to Andrew last night, and he maybe subscribes to the theory, and I'm not sure if you threw this out there, Adam, on Twitter, that maybe the acquisition of Beeks means another shoe is going to drop like a Chapman. I don't know that would be the case, but that's an interesting question, and I think it could be a sound theory that, you bring in the left-hander Beeks only to move another left-hander away that does have a big number on his head. I'm not necessarily sold on that, but I can't completely dismiss it either. But all in all, I think it was a good acquisition, relatively low cost, and Beeks is a good veteran that can mix it and match it and really strengthen that bullpen. Gives Derek Shelton a much better second left-handed option than, say, Josh Fleming.
And what about the Nick York trade?
Okay, yeah, that's an interesting hit tool. I think he's going to be up here at some point this year. For whatever reason, the Quinn Priester thing, they just weren't making headway on that. So sometimes change of scenery is best. I do like the York hit tool, especially after talking to the AAA broadcaster for the Woo Sox, Tyler Murray. He really likes York and says that it's a good hit tool. Defensively, there's that versatility. He thinks that he's going to be able to realize his potential and live up to some of that first-round talent. Not necessarily a 30 home run guy, more so gap-to-gap line drives, which it sounds like they replaced Nick Gonzalez with maybe a Nick Gonzalez. If he turns out to be that, I would be happy.
Dan, I know before you had been anti-rental, but if it's a guy like Kevin Pillar and you give up your 35th ranked prospect, is that something you'd take a flyer on?
I would, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, and when I would say I'm anti-rental, I'm not here to use prospect capital in a very much flip of the coin year, which I think at best that's what we would call 2024. So that's what I meant about, when you go out and acquire a rental. I'm not going to throw anything meaningful at a rental this year. But if it is essentially for the better part of giving up nothing, yeah, that's absolutely fine. That is very much a low risk, higher reward type of deal that the Pirates would have to be inclined to make.
Dan, appreciate your trade deadline analysis. As always, thank you for coming on, and hopefully next time we talk, the Pirates will be a better baseball team.
Well, yes, and they will. I think they're going to do some things, and I don't know if this is all they do. I don't go as far as saying that I'm thrilled or pleased, but they did do a little bit, and they did get slightly better. So we'll talk to you next time. Next time.
Oh man, we've been watching a lot of gymnastics. That was not your better dismount there,
no, it
my
was
friend.
not. No, it was not.
You want to take another stab at it? See you later, big guy.
All the best.
All the best. See you, Dan. Dan Zangrilli. He'll have your pregame coverage tonight before the Pirates take on the Astros in Game 2. Bailey Falter on the bump for the Buccos. I want to get this out of the way now in case there is a Pirates trade, and there's a lot still left on the bone to talk about with Steelers training camp, day one of pads today. So social media's biggest loser brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com. I got a huge kick out of this. Jose Canseco tweeted out, "There are at least 5 players in the Hall of Fame that have taken steroids. I won't name you, but you know who you are." Oh, really, Jose?
Right.
You want to keep a cap on this thing
Right.
now?
I was thinking the same thing when I saw the tweet.
Right.
Like, just say it then. Like, why are you tweeting about it just randomly?
Like, what the hell are you doing?
Oh, my gosh. He's a loose cannon.
Oh, that guy's a nut job.
Crazy.
He blew the whistle on everybody before, but now it's like, well, I know there are 5 guys in the Hall of Fame. I'm not going to name them. Don't tweet.
Right.
Don't tweet. Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection. First day in pads for the Steelers. We'll keep getting to that. If the Pirates make a trade, then we will obviously tell you about that. If anything else moves or shakes around Major League Baseball's trading deadline, we will bring you up to speed on all of that. We'll react to some of what Dan had to say when we come back. And we want you back after the break. Heart disease kills one person every 33 seconds. That's a lot. Schedule your heart screening at UPMC today. And right now, it's a Nicholas Eric Alice fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Pirates and Astros played tonight in Game 2 of the 3-game series. Pirates won that first game yesterday. They made an 8th inning and a 9th inning comeback, and they won 5-3. If you want to listen to the game, you can. It's right here on 93.7 The Fan. Game time, 8 o'clock. Our coverage begins at 7:15 with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show hosted by Dan Zangrilli. Hunter Brown on the mound for the Astros, and he's going to oppose Bailey Falter for the Pirates. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Doran.
I'm pumped the NFL extended their mandate of Guardian caps and are now allowing Guardian caps to be worn in games. Not only do Guardian caps help reduce of impacts of hits to the head, but they preserve our helmets to keep our players fresh for game day. All July, enter your team on the 93.7 The Fan contest page because 5 lucky teams will win a set of 10 Guardian caps for the upcoming football season. Do what I do. Have your team practice like the pros with Guardian caps. To learn more about Guardian's technology and get bulk team pricing, visit guardiansports.com.
Following every game.
Here's the 3-2. Called third strike.
Don't miss the Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Reaction Show. Post-game sound from the clubhouse. A reaction and your calls after each game.
Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Praise the Jolly Roger.
Don't miss a second on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, Pittsburgh homeowners. To build for looks and durability, side your home with LP SmartSide Expert Finish Trim and Siding, now available in brushed smooth texture. Available in 16 versatile colors, Expert Finish products will help you create a gorgeous, longer-lasting dream home. That's the beauty of brushed smooth. Learn more about LP SmartSide Expert Finish products in brushed smooth texture at lpcorp.com/Steel City. That's lpcorp.com/Steel City.
The world is coming to Washington County for the Princecap Pony League World Series, August 9th through 14th at Lou Hayes Pony Field in Washington Park. Join in the tradition of our national pastime and see the world's top youth baseball players compete on the field where it all began. Bring your family and friends for a week of incredible plays, home runs, and unforgettable moments. The Princecap Pony League World Series, August 9th through 14th in Washington, Pennsylvania. Plan your trip today at GoWashCo.com.
Another day is here, and you're ready for it. What to wear? Check. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner? Check. Planning for what's next and how to save for it? That's where Bank of America can help. For your financial to-dos, Bank of America has experts ready to help get you closer to your goals. Get started at one of our Greater Pittsburgh Region financial centers or 24/7 in our mobile banking app. Find a location near you at bankofamerica.com/talktous. What would you like the power to do? Mobile banking requires downloading the app and is only available for select devices. Message and data rates may apply. Bank of America N.A., member FDIC.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Starting trouble. No one likes that. We can get you set up for some stronger starts. You might just need a fresh charge, and we can take care of that free of charge. But if it is time for a new battery, we've got replacement batteries that'll fit your needs, starting at just $79.99. That's what makes us America's #1 battery destination.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
La 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 la.
Oops. Ever had your singing lessons cut short by icy water?
Oh, I'm sorry, honey.
Say goodbye to those cold notes with Navien tankless water heaters. With Navien, you'll hit all the right notes without the surprise chill. So keep singing and let Navien keep the hot water flowing. And get ready for the encore when you get your utility bill.
La, 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 la.
Navien tankless water heaters. Visit tanklessmadesimple.com.
It's better over here.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has an exclusive rate plan just for you. Right now, get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings versus Verizon and AT&T. Plus, you can get one of the latest 5G phones free when you add a line. That's right, a free 5G phone. Experience all this and more on America's largest 5G network. So why wait? At T-Mobile, customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Just go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 or visit your local store to make the switch. With AutoPay using debit or bank account plus taxes and fees, 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Free phones up to $300 off with 24 monthly bill credits and qualifying new line for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Contact us before canceling entire account to continue remaining bill credits. Bill credits end if you pay off device early. See details at T-Mobile.com.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by WeatherGuard Truck and Van Equipment. They're just as driven as the hardworking pros they serve. Former Broncos Executive Vice President of Football Operations, John Elway, recently lamented his biggest mistake was not drafting Josh Allen back in 2018. Having been burned 2 years earlier by his selection of Paxton Lynch, Elway tabbed pass rusher Bradley Chubb. I would say yes, a mistake. I'm Boomer Esiason.
It's Wrangler season out there. Warmer days, cooler nights. Open roads, endless horizons. And you need to be ready in jeans made for the unpredictable. Wrangler, for the ride of life. Shop our newest styles today at Wrangler.com.
While retinitis pigmentosa takes Mark's vision, his family gives him hope, whether at the family business or at home with his wife and sons. He knows he's not fighting alone. For 50 years, the Foundation Fighting Blindness has funded research into treatments and cures for blinding retinal diseases, providing hope to people with vision loss. And for Mark, winning the fight means being there for his family. The Foundation Fighting Blindness. Together, we're winning. Help us end blinding diseases at fightingblindness.org.
It's Wrangler season out there. Warmer days, cooler nights. Open roads, endless horizons. And you need to be ready in jeans made for the unpredictable. Wrangler, for the ride of life. Shop our newest styles today at Wrangler.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Crews on the scene of an accident on inbound Route 28 near the Harmer exit. Also one reported up near Tarentum. You will find delays past both those scenes. Meanwhile, earlier accident cleared from the outbound Parkway East near the Bates Street on-ramp. All the delays have cleared out there. Inbound, you're still jammed in Wilkinsburg. Also an accident cleared from the inbound Parkway North at Mount Nebo Road. Traffic moving well there. Parkway West, you are jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt tunnels. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Are you okay?
Yeah.
You're having a morning, and then Austin Bechtold traipses on in here, and I just don't think you had any time for him.
I didn't say one word. I just said, "Oh God," and then
you weren't being mean. You were just being. You're kind of giving him the cold shoulder a little bit.
I was reading something, and I started getting frustrated.
What were you reading?
You don't want to know.
Oh, geez.
Sometimes I get down these rabbit holes, and I start reading like old forums from back in 2010 of like what my draft grade was and what people were saying, and I was on a 49ers forum, and they were just saying all kinds of bad things, and I got upset. What? Sorry. It was a break. Like, it wasn't like I was doing during the show. I don't know how I even got down the rabbit hole, but I clicked on it, and I was like, oh, my God. And then everybody was just trashing me, and I just got upset. I'm sorry. So I didn't have time for Austin Bechtold right now. I was in my feelings.
Is this because we had a text after we were talking about Cole Kmet, and I said it might be the greatest tight end name of all time, and then someone texted in and said it was Algie Crumpler, actually, and we both agreed on that? Is that what happened?
Yeah, something like that.
So you go down a rabbit hole, and you start reading pre-draft evaluations of yourself.
Yes.
And it made you mad.
Yes.
I love that. That's
49ers.
such a human moment.
And the Packers. They had trashed me, too.
The 49ers, team blog or something?
Yes. Uh-huh.
We don't need that Dickerson.
Yeah, he's thin. That's what they kept saying. He's too thin. God. I wonder why I went in the 7th round like an idiot. Makes me upset. All right.
You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. We had Dan Zangrilli, baseball expert, in the last segment, and he said that Yandy Diaz is about the best they could do. And so I like that. You don't really know where he's going to fit, but we've kind of, done our own managerial stuff here, and we've said, okay, maybe he platoons with Rowdy Tellez. Tellez crushes righties. Yandy Diaz crushes lefties, and then Ke'Bryan Hayes. He's not so good against righties, so maybe Yandy Diaz could play third base. So that would be a fit. Now, Pony tweeted out that there are reports out there of some of the prospects that the Rays would be interested in. Braxton Ashcraft got a 2.88 ERA in the minors this year. He has been fast-tracking. Bad whistle by me. Greensboro infielder Jack Brannigan, number 9 prospect. He's got 17 bombs this year. Then Greensboro starter Patrick Riley, the 20th ranked prospect. You can have Yandy Diaz for all that, far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
But if you could get away with just Jack Brannigan and Patrick Riley, I think you run that one into the commissioner's office.
No doubt.
Like, with all due respect, maybe Jack Brannigan winds up being a really good player. Hell, if the Rays are interested, he probably will be. If Patrick Riley is a guy they're interested in, he's probably going to be good. The Rays are good at this. But Greensboro. The hell do I care about Greensboro right now? I care about the Pittsburgh damn Pirates.
And you have, those are 2 positions that you have a lot of depth at.
Yes.
So,
what are you going to be in 4 years or 3 years when Jack Brannigan or Patrick Riley are going to be up at positions where you're right, you do have depth? Middle infield seems to be something of a logjam, and starting pitching, my God, is absolutely that. Like, you'd be looking at Patrick Riley maybe as a Paul Skeens replacement down the road. So forget about it. I would give any number of those 3 up. I'd give all 3 of those guys up. I just want Yandy Diaz. Diaz?
Yandy Diaz.
Yandy Diaz.
Yeah.
To be a Pittsburgh Pirate. He also said he doesn't think Kutch can play the field all that well, and that it's not necessarily a decision that's being made from Kutch. It's that his elbow's messed up, his knee's messed up, and he's 37.
Yeah. And seeing how guys are getting hurt running down first base, I probably don't want him out there.
Oh, that's a great point.
There's young guys, and Nick Gonzalez popped his groin by sprinting. That's not good.
You really couldn't afford to lose Nick Gonzalez, but you really, really can't afford to lose Andrew McCutchen. And if he's running around in the outfield, you do up you up the risk of potential injury there.
Yep.
To be sure. Now, I'd do it a game or 2, like a week, maybe even 2's pushing it, but here and there, so that you could be creative to get as many professional bats into the lineup as possible. One thing here on Yandy, Diaz, or Diaz, he's 8th in Major League Baseball the last 2 years in on-base percentage. So he kind of fits what Andy Haynes likes. Not that should be the be-all, end-all, but draws walks, gets on base. Not a great power hitter. Did win the batting title last year in the AL with a .330 on-base percentage. I do want to get more into the Steelers and football coming up at 9:35, but it's Derek Shelton's birthday today, Doran.
Oh, how old is he?
I should have known that. I'm going to guess 54.
I would say 51.
54?
Oh, good job.
That's a stupid thing to know.
Oh.
And I didn't really know it. I just took a stab. Oh, my God. Derek, get over here. We've got beardless Shelton from Minnesota. I'm sorry. I don't mean to do this. It's not a great radio bit here. Look at this guy without a beard. He looks like a totally different man. Wow. This Derek Shelton. Has he done a good job? 412-928-9370. I'm warming up to him.
Lately.
Yeah.
Definitely lately. The other night, 2 nights ago, and then, just in the last couple games, yeah, he definitely has, for what he has to work with.
I agree. When you look at that lineup yesterday, and hey, players got to perform too. Like, Michael A. Taylor wasn't going to be in the game, and then Palacios gets hurt, so he's in the game, and then he winds up being the hero hitting the 3-run bomb. You need players to perform. No one thought Yasmani Grandal would break up a perfect game ever, and he taters one deep out of the Houston night. But I thought the managerial decision of the game was walking Yordan Alvarez with the bases loaded.
Yep.
Because I don't think, I'm breaking news here, we didn't get A-plus David Bednar last night. And that had, with the energy in that building and how good of a hitter Alvarez is, that had walk-off granny written all over it. And that is a ballsy move because you are then, after intentionally walking a guy to load the bases, you're one single away then from that game being tied.
Yeah, that's a gutsy move.
Gutsy move. And the night before, they salvaged that series, and he did not step in it once. Bednar in the 8th inning, I thought he understood the gravity of the moment, how big that game was, and there was a handful of other managerial decisions he made in that game. So each of the last couple of games, I think you can directly point to Derek Shelton and say, boy, he put a big imprint on those games. And what are they? They're 2 games over 500. They're 2 games back. I don't think we can sit here, and I think there have been reasons to criticize him this year, a lot of them. But I don't think we can sit here and lament the state of the roster and say they need hitting so desperately. Look at this lineup. It's crap halfway through. And not say they're 2 games over 500 and give the manager some credit for
sure.
that.
We'll give him credit whenever credit is due. And it's due, 100%.
So happy birthday, Derek Shelton. And you just wonder if Ben Cherington's going to give him a gift. He emoted last night in the dugout. That was really cool to see Derek Shelton get kind of geeked up. And I think everyone was geeked up for the same reason. Michael A. Taylor got into one.
Right.
I told this earlier. I'm just going to tell it one more time. My wife was sleeping on me. And when Michael A. Taylor hit the ball, because he's been so devoid of power this year, it left his bat, and I just went, get in the gap! Get in the gap! And then they cut to the baseball landing somewhere outside of Dallas, Texas. That ball was absolutely crushed. Smoked. If the Pirates make a trade before the end of the show, we will play this.
Oh, my gosh.
Hey-oh! Hey!
They did it.
It's a trade! And we hope to be able to play that. And we will keep you abreast of all things Major League Baseball trade deadline up until 10 o'clock when we hand things over to Joe Starkey, who's making his triumphant return. But coming up next, the other big story today, which kind of got buried by deadline day, is that the Steelers are practicing in pads. We'll get to that. But first, a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Pirates play again tonight against the Houston Astros in the second game of 3 in the series. If you want to listen, you can. Right here on 93.7 The Fan. Our coverage starts at 7:15, and that coverage is presented by Pella Windows. And again, game time is at 8:10. Hunter Brown is scheduled to pitch for the Astros. Bailey Falter is the pitcher right now for the Pirates. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
I'm Nick Ashew, here to help you beat the books with BetQL. The Detroit Lions had a very busy offseason, re-signing a lot of their best players. And on top of that, their offensive coordinator, Ben Johnson, returns after turning down multiple head coaching jobs, including my Commanders. After falling short of the NFC Championship last season, I expect the Lions to be even better in 2024. You can bet the Lions to win the NFC at 6-1. I'm Nick Ashew. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL and BetMGM apps today.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. Go ahead, feel your engine. Admire that perfectly installed exhaust. Your vehicle's moving along this freeway like it was made from fresh installs and a whole lot of love. With eBay Motors, you get over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
It's the dog days of summer. Baseball is in full swing. And unfortunately, so is your work schedule. Stay connected to your local team, even while you're working hard, with your favorite station on Odyssey.com. Get the best in local sports talk, listen live, or jump back to what you missed with Rewind. It's all here, all just a few clicks away. And I'll tell you something, it makes the workday go that much faster. Listen at work. Visit Odyssey.com today to get started.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. The red, white, and new celebration at number 1 Cochrane Subaru has been such a big hit, they're extending it through July the 31st. They've marked select new vehicles with special tags indicating extra savings of up to $1,000. That's in addition to their already reduced prices. Plus, you'll also find limited time offers like financing from 0% on new 2024 Subaru Outback models. These red, white, and new savings are only available in store, so visit either of the 2 number 1 Cochrane Subaru locations in Monroeville and Butler County, or view their inventory online at CochraneSubaru.com and CochraneSubaruButler.com. Maximum amount financed with discount is $20,000. Cost $1,667 per month for 60 months. APR offer is dealer subvented for well-qualified buyers subject to Tier 1 credit approval rating through SMFN 73124.
Decisions that impact you or your loved ones can be overwhelming, especially if you're facing long-term care, special needs, or elder law issues. The attorneys at Julian Gray Associates can help you truly understand the best approach to take. Julian Gray Associates have the most certified elder law attorneys in the country. They're located right here in Pittsburgh. Experienced advice from certified elder law attorneys who understand your legal issues and are committed to helping you. Find out more at grayelderlaw.com.
People often ask us, what's the most important part of running a successful business? And our answer is family.
Hi, John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window company for over 45 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're not just a customer. We treat you like family. We take the time to understand your needs and help you find the perfect windows for you and your home. Like our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows.
They're the strongest, longest-lasting, best insulating windows you can buy. They're way better than vinyl.
And right now, you can save 20% plus get no interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Join our family of satisfied customers.
So stop by one of our showrooms or visit us on the web at metropolitanwindows.com.
Or give us a call at
412-655-8411. PA 1565. It's Wrangler season out there. Warmer days, cooler nights. Open roads, endless horizons. And you need to be ready in jeans made for the unpredictable. Wrangler, for the ride of life. Shop our newest styles today at Wrangler.com.
I'm at a smoothie bar asking people if they'd switch smoothies with me for $574.
Oh, I'll switch.
So what about $574 if you switch your home insurance to Allstate?
That's a headache.
Nope, it's painless.
Oh, so it's easy money.
Yep, check Allstate first and you could save hundreds on quality home insurance today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Based on the national average annual savings for new home insurance customers surveyed in 2023 who switched to Allstate and reported savings. Savings vary.
It's Wrangler season out there. Warmer days, cooler nights. Open roads, endless horizons. And you need to be ready in jeans made for the unpredictable. Wrangler, for the ride of life. Shop our newest styles today at Wrangler.com.
This is the Fan Morning Show.
Did you hear that?
Yeah. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Shoot us a tweet at _Adam Crowley, at Score and Doran, at Callis _33. It's brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Steelers practicing in pads today. But here's something from John Heyman, as it is Major League Baseball's trade deadline day. Deadline at 6 p.m. this evening, Eastern Standard Time. Marlins continue to listen on Josh Bell, on De La Cruz as well. Brian De La Cruz, who is a guy that I think the Pirates could be interested in. He's a right fielder. He's only got a .289 on base percentage. He's got a 93 OPS plus. That means he's 7% below league average, but he is a living, breathing outfielder.
Mm-hmm.
And thus makes him a fit to be a Pirate. He also has 18 homers on the season, which you don't scoff at. It would be right there among the team's leaders for the Buccos. So there's another name. Kevin Pillar's a name. Yandy Diaz is the sexiest of the guys that the Pirates are interested in. And we will keep you up to date and abreast of all the trade deadline situation stuff right here on 93.7 The Fan. I want to see Russell Wilson today. But if you don't see Russell Wilson today, I think it's just a continuation of not that big of a deal and actually kind of a good thing for these Steelers. Like, if you just get to see a little bit more of Justin Fields, I kind of like that. And I wonder, and this is where you can answer and I can't. I know he's not going to get hit. But with bodies going to be around him, do you think they let him be more of Justin Fields today? Or do you think it's still going to be, if he's the guy, stand in the pocket, pat the football, that kind of thing?
No, you want to see when the live-ish bullets are flying, him staying in the pocket. Like you still need to answer the questions. So even if he does escape the pocket, and if he tucks the ball and runs, I mean that's just kind of fake. Like you want to see him extend plays, yeah,
yeah,
but not like all right, take off, run, juke, do that, like, because he's not like
no one's gonna touch him,
right? So you want to see him do what he can do in the pocket, but if the next level to it is extending the plays and what he is decent at, and on the run and finding guys down the field, yeah, you want to see that for sure.
I saw a video of Joe Burrow scrambling and Bengals fans going absolutely nuts, and I guess it's good because he didn't tear his calf like last year. But what are we doing? Like, look at Joe Burrow. Look out how athletic. It was like the Red Sea.
Mm-hmm.
Every single Bengals offensive player and defensive player was like, don't touch his ass.
Mm-hmm. Like, you don't want to see that with Russell Wilson. That's why I think that, like, he'll probably do individual drills at a higher speed, but he probably won't be in, like, the team drills. He'll do 7-on-7 for sure.
Okay, throw the pads on him for 7-on-7.
For 7-on-7, and because he's not getting a pass rush. But, like, if he was in the team drills and he had to, like, move out of the way, like, if somebody fell in front of him, he had to, like, move and push off real quick, that's whenever you experience maybe another setback.
Mm-hmm.
Because he's doing movements that he's not, it's like football movements.
Yeah.
It's harder.
I'm okay with them being super careful with him. And if he's not full go today or tomorrow or the next day, but you're slowly building him up, I think that's fine. And then you'll get into a position where you start to think about next Friday and what that might look like. Like, I don't want Russell Wilson, and we talked about this pre-show, I don't want Russell Wilson playing in that game if he's not 100%. And I don't know if practicing him a bunch is going to allow him to get to 100%. And then you're in a game, and it's so tough with a competitor to protect yourself in a game.
Right.
So I'm monitoring that. Like, I don't know that I want to see him play if they can't put a stamp on it. He's 100% by that point.
I'm willing to bet right now that we don't see him next Friday. And the first time we see him is in the second preseason game for maybe like a quarter.
And that's when they do their dress rehearsal now. It used to be Game 3. We saw last year that was the magnificent Buffalo game that had me buying Super Bowl tickets.
Right. Yeah.
Where I think Jalen Warren went 70-some-odd yards for a touchdown, and Kenny, of course, didn't throw an incompletion. So that'll be the dress rehearsal, and you want him to be back for that.
Yeah.
But if it winds up being Justin Fields,
that's even better. That's great.
It's a good thing. I don't like to hear, and it's so early, so I don't want to make a mountain out of a molehill, but Jeff said it. Kaboli's written it. Kaboli talked about it with Jeff this weekend, that Kyle Allen has been more impressive than Justin Fields in camp. I don't want to make too big of a deal, and maybe that just means Kyle Allen is a good third-string quarterback, but it doesn't exactly make me skip around for joy thinking about Justin Fields.
Well, you have to remember this, too. And let me see. Kyle Allen, 2018, he's been in the league for 7 years. He's been around. If he's played a lot of football, he's going against 2s and 3s. It's going to look better.
That's true.
Like, he knows where to put the ball.
Mm-hmm.
He knows, like, in the game, the practice is slower with 2s and 3s. So I wouldn't put too much stock into Kyle Allen having a better camp right now than Justin Fields.
I remember when Duck Hodges had a good camp.
Right.
And then Duck Hodges, he really has, I think, done a pretty nice job with himself in life.
Yeah, he took advantage of his opportunity, and it blossomed.
Sure did. What's her name?
Lainey
Wilson?
Yes. Blossomed.
That's a guy who was as much not an NFL quarterback as you could ever be, coming from Samford, where I'm pretty sure they didn't even have a scoreboard, and he winds up with one of the hottest country singers going right now.
Good for him. Love to see it.
Good for him.
Mm-hmm.
Jason Mackey tweeted out something that I want to get to coming up next. It's the stat of the day, and it is, well, it might be vomit-inducing for our listeners, and it relates to Ben Cherington at the trade deadline. We'll get to that when we come back. We'll hand things over to Starkey and Zeiss. Can we get a trade before then, please? First, a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
The Pirates did make 2 trades yesterday. Quinn Priester got sent to the Boston Red Sox for Nick York. He was one of their top 10 prospects, and he's almost Major League ready, according to reports. Also, Jalen Beeks from the Colorado Rockies got traded over here to the Pirates. The Pirates sent one of their minor league left-handed pitchers back over to the Rockies. Pirates and Astros play tonight in the second game of a 3-game series. Game time tonight is at 8:10. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning rush, still wet and a little wild. This report brought to you by Zero Res. They have cleared the earlier accident on the inbound side of Route 28 near the Harmer interchange. Still have one off to the side, though, near the Tarentum exit, so watch for some slowdowns around that. Meanwhile, once you're past it all, you're going to be in line again at the Route 8 at the bypass, and then heavy from there down toward the north side. Parkway West, you're jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill, and the Parkway East delays at Wilkinsburg. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Celebrate National Carpet Cleaning Month with Zero Res and get 3 rooms of carpet cleaned for just $129. Get a 4th room free and take $75 off air duct cleaning. Call now 412-701-1188 or book online anytime, ZeroResPGH.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
He won the first Royal Rumble. He's in the WWE Hall of Fame. He's one of the great wrestlers of all time. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Can I get one more USA chant on the way out?
Well, we got to do a hole, brother. That's what we're going to do. And if you guys are going to hole like you mean it. So 1, 2, 3, ho!
Say Hacksaw.
That's some good hoeing.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
We're back with Taylor Fournier at Fournier's Ram of Pittsburgh. Taylor, how goes the customer-centric, customer-centered lot and store transformation?
Bob, both our new and certified pre-owned exclusive outdoor showroom shopping experiences are getting the final touches, and the timing could not be better.
Sounds like you're about to announce some good incentives for this month as well.
How about buy the new Dodge Hornet RT and get 0% for 84 months, 0 down, no payment for 90 days. Couple that with our KBB Instant Cash offer on trades and another Three Rivers exclusive, our free 3RP protection program. They're both fully up and running and together keeping us Pittsburgh's lease leader. And during the Make This the Summer event, lease a new Jeep Compass Limited from $189 per month.
To experience Jeep of Pittsburgh, customer-centric car shopping, and get all the details, shop JeepofPittsburgh.com or get to the corner of West Liberty Avenue and Brookline Boulevard and look for the humongous yellow Jeep in the sky.
We are Pittsburgh's Jeep store.
Welcome to Nada Yada Island. This season on Nada Yada Island.
When we were new, they spoiled me. They even gave me a phone. But then, it's like I didn't exist.
Don't take yada yada from your wireless carrier. Now with Metro, get that new customer feeling again and again. Introducing Metro Flex. Free 5G phones when you join, same deals as new customers when you stay. Only at Metro by T-Mobile. Just bring your number and ID and sign up for an eligible plan. After 12 months, trade in and get our best deals on select devices.
1-800-GOT-JUNK recycles because it conserves our natural resources.
We donate the donatables so they can be loved and used by another family.
Recycling saves us money. The less we take to the landfill, the more we save.
It also saves you money. Spending less on landfills helps keep our prices low.
People love to see a win-win scenario, but we've created a win-win-win-win scenario.
We make junk disappear.
All you have to do is point.
Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK
or visit 1-800-GOT-JUNK.com.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee? Only 25%, not 40% like some other firms. They're smart, they're aggressive, they're experienced. They have a 99.7% success rate. That means they win. Car accidents, motorcycle wrecks, tractor-trailer crashes, dog bites, any accidents, only 25%. Shenderovich and Fishman. 888-98-TWINS. They got your back, not your wallet.
One of the biggest rodeos this side of the Mississippi is on its way to the famous North Washington Rodeo Grounds. Mark your calendar August 13th through the 17th for 5 exciting nights of outstanding rodeo action. As seen on TV, the world champions will be competing for huge prize money. Come see all of the exciting action August 13th through the 17th. Get your tickets early and save at NorthWashingtonVFD.com. The North Washington Rodeo is coming, Route 38 North in Butler County.
At Bet365, we don't do ordinary. We believe that every sport should be epic. From the moments that are legendary to the ones that fly under the radar. See for yourself when you sign up today, and you'll get $150 in bonus bets plus 50 spins when you bet just $5. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. 21 plus must be present in Pennsylvania. New customers only. $10 minimum deposit required. Returns exclude bonus bet wager. Time limits, restrictions, and T's and C's apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Schultz Ford
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
taking you back to the Fan Morning Show. Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Come on now, wake up. Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. The stat that I wanted to bring up that Jason Mackey wrote in the Post-Gazette. Hoy, since Ben Cherington took over, here are some of the guys he's traded out of town. Starling Marte, Josh Bell, Jamison Tyone, Clay Holmes. Altogether, those guys have a WAR combined of 26 since they left. It's just a way to measure a player's value. So combined of 26. The guys they got back in those trades, Brendan Malone, Leover Peguero, Will Crow, Medicine Show, Eddie Yeen, Rowanzi Contreras, Miguel Yahure, some other guy's name I can't say, Kanan Smith and Jigba, Hoy Park, Diego Castillo, have combined for a negative 1.6 WAR. So you give up all those guys and you think, all right, let's restock the talent pool and those players will bear fruit and they'll be good.
Yep.
And they have not been. They have not been.
That's bad. One
of the better trades that I think he's made was for Johan Oviedo. So you get Johan Oviedo in here, but he would have added to that total this year, but obviously he got hurt. So, not so great.
No, it's not good.
Doesn't exactly make you feel all warm and fuzzy inside about what Ben Cherington's going to be doing at this deadline. Though I will say, he did a bad job with those trades. He did bad. You can't polish that. It is different buying than selling. And you're buying now. That was selling. And you have to figure out prospects there. Now you've got proven major league players you're going to try to get. And so you're not projecting. Like, if you go out and get Yandy Diaz, great, because you know he's good. If you get Kevin Pillar, he might not be good, but you know what kind of not so great he is. If you went out and you got De La Cruz from the Marlins, at least you know he's a finished major league product.
Yeah, but all the top shelf liquor is gone.
Yeah.
It's different buying and selling, but it's, whenever that top shelf gets stocked, you want to be one of the first ones in the store to get it.
Yes.
And now you're like, oh man, I got to settle for some $13 bourbon.
Yes.
Not good.
No, like shoe varnish.
Yes.
Basically is how that tastes. Going down. Tears your esophagus all up. That's no good.
Gets the job done, but doesn't taste good.
Right. It's just drinking to drink.
Yes.
Not enjoying yourself.
Right.
The other thing it does make you think is, okay, he gets these prospects. These prospects don't pan out. So how good is he at evaluating his own prospects? So the 9th best prospect, let's say, in their system, is he any good? Like this Jack Brannigan, who apparently Tampa's interested in, and Patrick Riley. Actually, now that Tampa's interested, maybe they are good. But you just worry he's going to overvalue guys that aren't worth being valued. We'll see what happens. The deadline coming up at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I wanted to give a shout-out to Andrew Filipponi, Doran. He has inspired me to exercise.
Oh, God.
Pony has been doing that personal trainer deal.
Mm-hmm.
And so I have now exercised for 4 consecutive days.
What have you been doing? Like what? Buns of steel?
Jumping around in the basement, yeah, pretty much. Joe Wicks, the body coach, my guy.
That's what you've been doing?
Yeah, I pull out the yoga mat. I do some HIIT workouts for 30, 35 minutes. Going to try to build myself up to about 45 minutes a day and move from there. I'm sore in all the right places. I got a good sweat on. I did it during the Pirates game last night. As they were mounting their comeback, I was exercising.
I'm happy for you both.
Thank you.
Good job.
He's been sticking with it.
Yeah. He's been told to stick with it too.
Amanda.
Yes.
Yeah. I don't get such pushing from my wife. And I'm not saying Pony's chunky or anything like that, but back when I was real big, she never said a word to me about it.
Yeah, she's like, she loves you for you.
I know. What is wrong with her?
Yeah.
It is a sickness. That is pure love. Now, I would never say, she looks great. I would never say anything to her if she gained weight either, so I guess I understand. But, like, I would look in the mirror and be like, what the frig is going on here? And she just, oh, you look great. You look fine.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it. You look wonderful. So I have to be a self-starter, but I'm not. So I need to follow in Pony's footsteps.
Good luck.
When people around you who aren't in shape are trying to get in shape, it makes me want to get in shape because I don't want those people to be in more shape than I am.
Do you think Pony will be in more shape whenever it's all said and done than you?
Well, he's got the trainer.
So what?
Here's what I need to do. I need to angle for Pony. Here's where my grifting comes in. I need to angle for Pony to get some sort of sponsorship and then tie me in. And then I get free exercise advice and guidance and a spotter, which is really important for me.
Or you could just ask me.
We've tried that to go to the gym together. They put one in our complex.
I mean, I've asked you a bunch of times, and you're like, I can't today.
When I got back from my first round of paternity leave, I told my wife, I said, I'm going to get back Monday, Wednesday, Friday. I'm going to go to that gym every single Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. I'm going to eat right, and I'm going to get in shape. You know how many times I've walked through that gym door?
0.
Absolutely 0. I put it in my calendar and everything. I haven't gone through once. So I'd like to thank Pony for helping get my ass in shape. An unintended consequence, I'm sure, from him, but a thank you nonetheless. When we talk tomorrow, will the Pirates have added anything?
Anything? Or anything of significance?
I think those are two totally different things.
They will add something, but nothing of significance, and everybody will be upset.
I tend to agree. I want the Yandy Diaz thing to happen so bad, but I think when we show up tomorrow, it's going to be Kevin Pillar and De La Cruz from the Marlins or something like that, who both are upgrades, and they do make the team better, but you're not planning your parade around Kevin Pillar and De La Cruz. But we'll see. Good luck, Ben Sherrington.
Yes.
Happy birthday, Derek Shelton. Doran, stop reading YouTube comments. And we'll talk tomorrow at 5:40. Callis, they making a deal? Brent Rooker? Luis Robert?
No.
Very good. We'll talk to Yins tomorrow at 5:40. Starkey back. He's up next. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. It's the Chevy Summer Drive at Sun Chevrolet, up to $7,500 in rebates. Terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. Today, high at 83. Rain.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent. So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle.
Tide Free and Gentle has no dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on her skin.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle. This back-to-school season, Tide and Downy are giving back with $1.5 million in scholarships. Enter to win. No purchase necessary. US/DC 17+. End September 30th. Rules. Tide.com/scholarship/official rules.
Leases 36 months, 10,000 miles per year. $29.99 due at signing. Must qualify HMFC Tier 1 through 2. Post-tax acquisition fee, title plates, and dealer doc fee. Stock units only. Offer ends 7/31/24.
Take advantage of huge summer savings at Mike Camlin Hyundai. Drive the new 2024 Hyundai Elantra SEL for just $199 a month. Or the new 2024 Tucson SC FWD for only $259 a month. MikeCamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by owner assurance. America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Camlin Advantage. Oil changes for life.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. The best place to bet the games this summer is FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, America's #1 sports book. Because right now, new customers can get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Then you can bet on all your favorite international teams and all your favorite sports, from basketball to badminton and soccer and swimming. FanDuel has it all. So don't miss your chance to score $150 in bonus bets if your first bet wins. Visit FanDuel.com/Andrew to sign up and start betting the games today. Make every moment more with FanDuel. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of KDKA. 21 plus and present in PA. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is knowledgeable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Direct Auto Insurance is for uncompromisers. The people who refuse to make trade-offs in life. Like Kelly, when her old car insurance got so expensive that she couldn't afford to drive anymore, do you think she started carrying her groceries for miles? No. But she did find Direct Auto's savings that allowed her to drive instead of compromise. With savings of up to 25%, you too can stop compromising and keep driving. Get a quote today at directauto.com. Savings based on applied discounts and will vary. Terms apply. How you buy can affect price. National General Group, Winston-Salem.
When the black and gold are up the road, we get excited. Smale Kia is proud to sponsor the Pittsburgh Training Camp live on the Fan 93.7. And during our summer savings event, look for the tags and look for clearly marked prices. Plus low and no APR financing on Kia Sportage, Sorento, and select EVs. Go to smalekia.com. 1.9% APR up to 48 months, $21.65 a month per 1,000 financed at 48 months through KFA with approved credit. Not all will qualify. See Smale Kia for details. Take delivery by 9/3/24.
Are you passionate about youth hockey but facing financial barriers? The Assisted Goals Foundation helps to provide funds for those who need it. We believe that every player deserves a shot at their dreams, regardless of financial circumstances. Scholarship applications are now open through the Assisted Goals Foundation. Don't let costs keep your child from hitting the ice. Visit our website, assistedgoals.org, to learn more and apply today. Together, we can break down the barriers and keep the love of hockey alive. Not in need, but love the sport and want to pay it forward? You can also donate online at assistedgoals.org today.
93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning rush starting to calm down a bit. This report brought to you by Gutter Helmet. The Parkway West are inbound delays at Parkway Center to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East jams at Greensburg Pike. Route 28 fairly steady. We did have an earlier accident being cleared up near Tarentum, but you have further inbound delays from Millvale heavy down toward the north side. Parkway North is cleared out. The HOV lanes are now closed till this afternoon's afternoon rush. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Call Pittsburgh's exclusive Gutter Helmet dealer. Schedule a free gutter assessment and estimate. 888-5HELMET. Before gutter problems arise, protect your home from costly water damage with Gutter Helmet. Enjoy maintenance-free gutters for life. Call 888-5HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com for a free assessment and estimate. Save up to 35% for a limited time.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan has all your Pittsburgh sports breaking news. Keep it locked to The Fan as we keep you up to date on all your favorite teams. Breaking news is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
Meet Cheryl. Hey. She's on vacation and lost in the moment. Unfortunately, so is her Chase debit card.
It's gotta be somewhere.
Maybe she lost it at salsa night.
These skirts should have pockets.
Or maybe she lost it at Pilates.
3 and 2 and...
But she's not worried. With the Chase mobile app, she can lock her card till it turns up. Tools that help protect. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
A Gain Scent Bead story. Jim was at the laundromat when he heard his ear said, "Maraca, senor," but his nose said, "Hey, freshest scent ever." Following his nose, Jim found a man pouring a bottle of Gain Scent Beads into the washer. The scent, the freshness. Jim blurted, "Sir, your scent Maraca smell amazing." Actually, Jim, most noses call them Gain Scent Beads. Try Gain Scent Beads. Way fresher than detergent alone.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
I'm Austin Bexel with your fan headlines. Huge win for the Pirates yesterday in Houston. Come from behind fashion. 5-3 Buccos win it as Paul Skeens pitched another strong game. Skeens went 6 innings, gave up 5 hits, 2 runs, only 1 of them were earned. Did walk 3 and struck out 6. Wasn't the most efficient start for Skeens, but was off the hook as the Pirates were down early. They gave up 2 runs in the 5th inning, bottom half of the 5th inning to the Houston Astros, and responded with 1 in the 6th. But the Pirates climbed their way back, scored 1 in the 8th, 3 in the 9th on a Michael A. Taylor 2-out, 3-run home run, only his 3rd of the season. That scored Jared Triolo and Ke'Bryan Hayes. O'Neal Cruz doubled in the top half of the 8th inning to climb back and help the Pirates tie the game as Yasmani Grandal hit a solo home run in the top half of the 6th. And the Pirates, despite a bases-loaded walk to Yordan Alvarez,
David Bednar was able to get out of the inning despite allowing 2 hits and 2 walks. 1 run came across to score, but the Pirates won it and will go back to the mound today with Bailey Falter coming off the injured list. 8:10 first pitch, 7:15 is when the North Shore Tavern leadoff show begins with Dan Zangrilli. More at 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Here we go. The Joe Starkey Show. The biggest in the game. On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
I don't know if I have it in me, Limits. I don't know if Paul does either. But proceed.
The Pirates are gonna play it. It's a beautiful day.
Not if they don't make a trade, it's not.
The third took a bad hop over Hayes' glove. It goes into left field. 2 are in for the Astros, and Houston leads 2-0. That bad hop grounder to Hayes at third. Left field 2 runs scored. Swung on, hit deeply out to right field, and Cabbage back to the wall. Yasmani Grandal hits the facing of the recessed second deck. A long home run, and the first Pirates base runner is Grandal with the homer to cut the deficit in half. 2 on and 2 out, and the 2-1 to Cruz. Blasted to right, base hit. That's going to head to the wall. Triolo is in to score. Reynolds touches third. He's held there on the RBI double by Cruz. He hit it too hard to score Reynolds, but he ties the game here in the 8th inning. The ball, but now it's 1-1 on Taylor. Pitch. Swinging a ball belted. Deep out to left field, and Michael A. Taylor is slammed one out of here. A huge 3-run homer off Hader. Michael A. Taylor puts the Pirates on top, 5-2. They sink Hader in the Astros. Strike away from a Pirate victory. The 0-2, a swing and a pop-up. Up toward Cruz, the shortstop. He's under it. He's got it, and the Pirates prevail. What a comeback victory for the Buccos. Wow, they are in the midst of this thing.
Hey! Hey! Hey!
You're gonna be the only one, buddy.
All the way. Only one.
You are going to be. This is weird. Paul, welcome back from vacation. To me, I mean. Why am I welcoming you back? He wasn't on
back,
vacation.
Joe.
That's
Great
okay.
to have you back.
Yeah, that wasn't a passive-aggressive way to get me welcomed back.
Welcome back, Joe.
I'm not awake yet for some reason. Thank you. Very kindly. Is women's rugby the last true, throwback sport? It's football with no pads,
yeah.
and they're tackling like football players do.
Well, men's rugby exists as well.
Is there men's rugby in the Olympics? I don't even know.
Is it? I don't know. I've been watching this. It's insanity.
And here's the thing.
I love it.
I've seen this sentiment on Twitter a lot, on social media a lot, and it's so true because, as an American, I have no idea what the rules are, no idea what's going on. But I can't stop watching this. It's tremendous.
They're bashing each other's faces.
They're running this is like the 1994.
Did you see that tackle?
This is like the 1994 Nebraska Cornhuskers here, running triple option. Look at this.
Why are they going backwards so often?
I mean, there's full hits. It's insane.
Look at this.
Look at this. Look at her.
She's tackled.
All right.
Fumble.
And Piggy on the ground.
Oh, look at her. There's a lot of activity. Can I just say welcome back?
Yeah, and thank you for that. It's wonderful to be back as a full crew,
It's going to be absolutely incrinculant, Folsey.
What's that, Jolie?
He's welcoming you back, too. Everybody's excited. Joe's back in the fold.
The excitement is palpable, Paul. How was it?
Absolutely. We had a good time. I mean, we had
Was
a good
Bob
time.
here yesterday?
Bob was here for a little bit. Then, of course, he had to leave.
Oh, yeah, I did get I got a tweet from somebody saying the show's better without you. Stay home or on vacation.
There's one texter that texts in every day when you're not here and says, hooray, no Joe today.
That makes me feel good coming back here, City Limits.
You know what? Can I just say one thing real quick?
Of course.
I just got to give a little shout out here. It's the little things, Joe. You're like me. The little things make the day and life so much better, right?
Yeah.
I generally don't. I generally grab something to eat before I leave. I generally don't leave my house empty stomached.
Yeah.
Because I got to come here and do the show, Today, I was in a hurry, had a doctor's appointment, so I stopped real quick at this Wendy's down the hill. It's right down here on whatever that road is below us.
Be careful, because I've been doing wonderful endorsements for the Wendy's breakfast sandwich, and they are good.
Well, that's what I just ate. Well, I mean, obviously the sandwich was tremendous, but my point was there was a woman, and I wish I would have got her name, that was in the drive-thru. She took my order, and I moved. Can I just tell you, when you run into someone who does that job with joy,
yeah,
it completely changes your experience. The food was good. I love that breakfast sandwich that you were talking about. The honey chicken is whatever it's called. It's unbelievable.
To die for. Yeah.
But the woman was so polite. She was so enthusiastic. She was so nice, and I felt bad because I had literally $20 worth of change in my thing, and I was like, I can get rid of some of these quarters. So I was like, here, can I pay you some of these quarters and this and that? She was like, oh, that's no problem. She was happy. No, can I just tell you, when you run into somebody like that really enjoys their job and understands that, you know what, they're part of the experience, it makes I'm telling you, it changed my mood completely.
Yeah.
I was in a little bit of a cranky mood, you know how it is. It was a little bit of cranky mood, but it was refreshing, because a lot of times you go to these places and these people, they're I don't know what their issue is, but they're not happy, and they don't give you good service. And when you run into somebody who does it like her, I wish I'd have got her name, because I literally would write to the manager and say, hey, listen, this woman is an incredible employee.
I've had similar experiences lately, and I agree with you 1,000%. I also had one that wasn't so good in a donut shop recently that shall not be named, where I walked in and stood at the counter, and there was nobody there except me and the dude behind the counter. He didn't say anything. I didn't say anything, and I swear to God, we were going on 3 minutes. 3 minutes. And it was just so weird. But I worked in restaurants for what? Probably age 16 to 30 or 29. So 13 years. One of the main tenets is you're supposed to greet the person with a hello. What would you like? Can I help you? Those are common greetings. Not nothing. Right? City limits?
Yeah, I mean, it's supposed to be a friendly interaction, especially when you're talking to a little monitor.
Yeah, and I understand, too, the misery that can be involved there. I did it for 13 years as a pizza cook, a waiter, a coffee shop guy, everything, Paul.
Yeah.
Did you work in restaurants?
Yeah, I mean, I worked at Pizza Hut. And I was always, I delivered, and I, was a waiter or whatever. I delivered, I cooked, whatever they needed, a Pizza Hut employee. I did it all, but I actually enjoyed interacting with customers. I did.
I hated it and faked it, but I still did it.
I'm just saying, I understood, hey. But my thing is, one of the things we have to remember, Joe, is it takes a lot less energy and effort to be kind and positive. Than it does to be miserable. To be miserable.
That could be a matter for debate, but we might need to discuss that later.
No, I mean, go look at what mental health experts will tell you about it.
Yeah.
And how much energy it takes to be miserable and how much energy it takes to frown versus to smile.
Well, I'm smiling now because of your opening, and I appreciate that. No, I do. I appreciate what you said.
I'm in a good place because of it, is what I'm telling you.
And I like that. I like to return here to see Paul in a good place. How is IT and how are city limits? Good?
IT, are you well?
He's
IT
good.
is doing well. We're getting to the final days of IT before he goes back to school. I'm getting very upset. We've been acquainted so well over the last couple of weeks and months.
Where does he go? Slippery Rock?
No.
Everybody goes to Slippery Rock.
Why in everybody's mind is Slippery Rock the new haven of where everybody goes now?
Well, it's a pleasure to have you. I don't believe we've ever spoken before. You're a recent graduate of Slippery Rock. Am I right about that?
No.
I talked to Nick. I had him on Sunday.
That's a great moment.
And I played that.
Let's get to the task at hand
where
here.
does he go to school?
IUP.
Oh,
IUP. Wonderful place.
I knew it was one of those schools, so I was close.
We'll have an IT party.
We'll need to.
This is a strange time, I would imagine, to be a Pirate fan, Paul. I'll tell you why. It was a great game last night on the heels of another great. How many times in the last 7 years have you seen, well, you haven't, back-to-back wins like that with something at stake? It's got to be incredibly enthralling to be watching this team, and yet everybody's livid because Ben Cherington hasn't done anything. So it's like this dichotomy. You know what I mean? You're a Pirate fan. Limits? These are incredible days, and they're infuriating days. And then, especially last night, Paul, two of the main targets of all the rage, Michael A. Taylor and Yasmani Grandal, are the two heroes, basically, or two of them, of the game. Certainly Taylor was the hero, and they're the guys that got it done. And if you made a list of people that Pirate fans never want to see at the plate anymore, they would also top that list.
Right.
So very confusing times, but I think we can all agree that A, Ben Cherington should have made multiple moves by now and has failed this team. And B, and more importantly now, something big, something significant has to happen by the deadline. Do we all agree here?
It's not going to, though.
You don't think?
I don't think they're going to do anything.
Anything significant or anything at all?
Bob Nightingale was on yesterday. Did you hear him?
Yeah, I haven't been that depressed since Ron's last day here, or every other day with Ron. I haven't been that depressed since then.
I'm just saying, it feels to me like they're going to basically say, I think that if you look at and read the tea leaves, they don't want to basically be in a position where they're going to have to pitch Paul Skeens on normal rest throughout the entire season, maybe even Jared Jones. They don't want to have to be in a position where they're doing that.
You might be right. The guy we have at 11 o'clock here, Destiny's Child, has made that point on a number of occasions.
Destiny's Child thinks he's Nostradamus, so he's evidently putting the date out there.
I feel differently. I think Bob Nutting is going to say to Ben Cherington, we have to get something done by 6 o'clock, a fairly significant trade. Now, is one move, even if it's significant enough, I don't think so. No, I mean, we were at game 106 last night, Paul, and he's got a minor league lineup out there.
Well, here's the other part of it, though. I think and I'm a firm believer in this. If they were to go sign somebody, trade for somebody, obviously Luis Robert isn't happening. I don't think Brent Rooker is happening.
But why?
But but I'm just saying, even if they were, to go, I don't think Taylor Ward is going to happen, but the reports are that the ask is too high and they don't want to come down to what Ben Cherington wants to pay. If their move is to go get somebody like Kevin Pillar, I guess that makes them better. But all I'm saying is, I think if they make a move of any significance, somebody, you know what I mean, that is just it'll infuse even more energy into a locker room that already has a lot of energy.
Yeah.
And I think that it'll, have the opposite effect of the Jake Gensel trade, where the Penguins pouted for 5 games or 6 games and it ended up costing them. I think the opposite would happen.
I agree with you.
I think there'd be even more energy that would just be infused into that locker room. And my thing is, the most hilarious thing about Pirates baseball social media is that they're stooges for, so, I don't know, there was a trade that apparently fell apart, and it was leaked, quote unquote, who the other team wanted. And of course, the usual suspects were all going on and on about it. That was way too much. Way too much. And it's like, well, A, you don't know that that's actually what they asked for. And B, how do you know it's way too much? And a classic example, Joe, is last night they traded for this what was the kid's name from from Red Sox? What's his
Nick
name?
York.
Nick York. I actually like the trade. You know what I mean? They got something for Quinn Priester, who I think is terrible, and will never be really a good pitcher. And they got something, but the problem is the something they got doesn't help them this year.
Right.
So,
no, I agree with that. I like that trade, but they got to do something for now.
But again, to prospect wonks, okay. They don't hear me saying I actually think it was a good trade for the future. And I think it's a good trade because they got rid of Quinn Priester. But it's not the kind of trade they needed to make. They don't need to make a trade for next year or the year after or whatever. They need to make a trade for the next 50 games. That's what they need to make a trade for.
Yes, and the Kevin Pillar type guys should have already been here.
Right.
They should have already. Of course he would help. He has an 824 OPS. He's got some power. Yes, he would help. Any professional bat would help. Justin Turner would have helped. Jesse Winker would have helped. Anybody. But now you're down to the point where you got to make a big move. You have to. So let's get on the record here. And when I say a player of significance, I'm talking to Brent Rooker, Luis Robert, Vlad Guerrero. Is Taylor Ward a player of significance?
No.
Would that be significant enough? Not for me either.
I think Brian De La Cruz from Miami would be significant at this point. The outfielder.
How about Yandy Diaz? Would that be a move of significance?
Yes.
All right, but here's my question with him.
Well, let's first get on the record here. I say yes. DH him.
Okay, what do you do with Andrew McCutchen?
Make him play right field sometimes. Sometimes don't play. Andrew McCutchen, contrary to popular opinion, let's see here. In July, 76 at-bats, he's batting 197 with a 662 OPS. 197, coming on the heels of a June where he batted 222 with a 687 OPS. I know people want to automatically and vehemently defend him, and I get tweets from people saying, you wanted to DFA him. No, I raised the question earlier, way earlier, like early April. Was he a DFA candidate when he was batting 173 on April 21st? Then he got hot, and then he played really well, and he's still giving you some clutch hits. But if the question is, could I upgrade at DH, the answer has to be yes. And if that forces McCutchen into the fielder a little bit, or if they go get Brent Rooker, he's also a DH. If it forces Rooker into the field a little bit, then I'm willing to live with that,
But
Paul.
he's third on your team in home runs, and he's third on your team in OPS. He's one of the bats.
I know, but that's like saying I'm the fastest guy in the studio.
But my point is there are other far worse bats that you should be thinking about trying to get rid of.
I'm not trying to get rid of him.
But again, there's not a place for him to play if he can't play DH. You can't put him in the outfield.
Then put Rooker in the outfield, or where else can Diaz play? Are you saying you wouldn't upgrade at DH under any circumstance because of McCutchen?
I would, but again, I would. But what I'm saying
have him be a bench bat.
What I'm saying is, if you're only going to make one trade, it needs to be an outfielder. Now, if you're telling me,
I think it needs to be a bat.
If you're if you're telling me where you're going to upgrade, okay, I would love to have Yandy. That's fine, but
I don't know that Yandy's the guy necessarily that would be the upgrade.
But it can't be the only move.
Yeah,
you've got to get an outfielder. I don't care that Michael A. Taylor turned on a meatball, an absolute meatball. As that pitch right there, they might as well have put that pitch on a platter for him. It was ridiculous. It was middle, and it was like 97. Wasn't, you know what I mean? He didn't even dial up the 100 and 101 or whatever.
I give him full credit for that, though, don't you?
You
got to hit it. That's Josh Hader.
But my point is, I give him credit for hitting it, but to me, it wasn't like that's an indication that he's going to start getting hits.
No. Nobody's saying that.
One home run.
It was a gigantic home run.
It was a gigantic one on a meatball that was served up to him. So I don't want to, I don't want this to become, maybe this team can, because they're gritty and they're tough and they fight till the end and Michael Taylor got a hit and Grandal got a hit and they're going to No. These guys aren't good.
They aren't, but the team itself does have a fight about them where they deserve to be upgraded.
They do.
And if I'm telling you that if Brent Rooker comes here and he can only play DH, then Andrew McCutchen's going to have to be a bench bat. Sorry.
Okay, here you go. John Heyman just reported this.
What?
Yanks, Astros among teams considering Yandy Diaz. Pirates may be an outside chance. You know what that means.
Well, I still think, back to the original question here, I think they're going to make a move of some significance by 6 p.m. Do you? City limits.
Okay, well, define significance.
Yeah, define significance for you.
I mentioned some guys. Rooker. Diaz, is he a guy of significance?
I think so.
I don't know.
He was an all-star last year.
Yeah, you're right. He had a hell of a year last year. All right, then we'll borderline it at Diaz. Diaz and above, a move of significance. I say yes. Paul?
So Diaz is a move of significance.
For this team?
Again, my point is, if they're only going to make one move, it needs to be for an outfielder. If Diaz is part of some larger thing, where they're bringing an outfielder and Diaz, okay,
that would be great. But
first, third, and DH. I mean, I guess you could make the argument they need to upgrade at third, but he's a guy that's making a lot of money. They're not going to take him.
He's also a right-handed hitter, so he could platoon with Tellez. He could spell Key Brian Hayes. He could play D. I just want to bat. I'm not picky at this point. Give me somebody who can walk up to the plate with a stick in his hand and hit the baseball.
Crowley threw this out here. Would you do Yandy Diaz and also Kevin Pillar?
Yes.
Both additions. Is that significant enough?
Yes, that would be great.
What?
That's two professional hitters in a lineup that last night threw out Ji-Wan Bae before he was hurt, borderline major leaguer. Palacios, borderline major leaguer. Jared Triolo, borderline major leaguer. Key Brian Hayes, hideous at the plate this year. And Michael A. Taylor, hideous. And Grandal, hideous. And it's great that those guys came through. It was awesome. But the lineup last night, Alika Williams is here as a bench player. They need as many professional hitters as they can get. I'll take two. Yeah. That would be great. Pillar and Diaz.
Pillar with the Angels this year after getting moved from the White Sox. 51 games, 6 homers, 28 RBIs, hitting .308 with an .853 OPS.
Yes, that's Mickey Mantle in this lineup. Give me him. Give me, yes, a couple. In fact, I think a couple might be better than one big one.
Well,
depending on how big the piece is.
Yeah.
Like if it would have been a Jazz Chisholm who homered twice yesterday, I know one was off a position player. I mean, that's the type of impactful guy you need.
Yeah, he's also not having a great year. But believe me, I would have taken Chisholm. But my pick is still Rooker. He's Bryce Harper. Since the beginning of last season, you look at his numbers and Bryce Harper's numbers. He's an elite power hitter, Brent Rooker. 957 OPS, 55 homers since the beginning of last year. That's what I'm talking about with him. So if you can get him, Paul, whatever you have, you figure out the rest later after he walks into your clubhouse,
Yeah, I mean, again, I just think that, but I just don't know if they're going to have, Here's the other thing that works.
So are you saying yes or no to they're going to make at least one significant move for a hitter?
Significant, again, is subjective.
Diaz being the low ball. Whether you like it or not, do you think they'll get one in here?
I don't see them going and getting Diaz. I don't see them going and getting Luis Robert. I don't see them going and getting Rooker.
Blade, Ward.
Blade, Ward. They've already said, allegedly the price was too high. I mean, maybe the De La Cruz guy or whatever his name is from Tampa.
You said Josh Bell on waivers, on limits?
Yeah, he's pretty much going to be available for not free, but basically for nothing if he clears. Or you can just pick him up and you'll have to eat his salary.
What do you do with him?
You do the same thing you do with Diaz. You DH him a little bit, and you play him at first base. With a switch hitter, he can be the right-handed complement to Tellez at first.
You put him on your bench at the very least and get Alika Williams down to Indianapolis in the Concord. Get him down there in 5 minutes.
I would not consider that to be a significant move. Picking up a guy who's put on waivers.
Me neither. That we're on to a different thing there.
And quite frankly, if he's not traded for at 6:05 tonight, he'll be DFA'd.
No, we're not talking about him in the context of a significant move. We're talking about, would you bring in Josh Bell for free, basically, right?
Yeah, he's already been DFA'd.
By the way, he'd be third on the Pirates in homers.
He was put on waivers.
He's got 14 home runs.
So in other words, there's different levels to it. And the thing about it is they're trying to make sure that they can still, maybe if someone wants to come and trade for him, they basically are advertising that he is out there for the taking.
So would I give up almost nothing to bring in Josh Bell? Absolutely, yes. But I wouldn't consider it a significant move. No. But would I like to turn to Josh Bell instead of Alika Williams, Connor Joe, Michael A. Taylor on my bench? God, yes.
Right.
Well, I don't think they're going to make a big move of significance. I just don't. Hearing the comments from Charrington, the Parado report still sits in the back of my mind with the fact that people in the organization were furious when Bob Nutting came out and said, basically put everything on Ben Charrington. Here you go. Make a move. Do something. I just have to see it to believe it at this point. We haven't seen it since the Archer deal.
Well, then we get to the next question that we'll address next. Well, and we'd love to hear from you today because, again, this has to be sort of a weird time to be a Pirate fan. Are they contenders or are they not? Two objects of great rage, Taylor and Grandal, with dramatic home runs last night. Will they make a move or won't they? And the next question on the table is, if they don't, if this just continues, who's to blame here? Who's number one on your blame list, Nutting or Charrington? 412-92. I'll ask that question next.
Yes.
Coming up.
Let me flip this to you, too. Did they sign, what's his name, Jaron or Jalen? What's the Beeks guy? What's his first name? Jalen.
Jalen Beeks.
Jalen. Yeah. Did they sign Jalen? Don't call me Clarence Beeks. Do you know who Clarence Beeks is? Did you ever see Trading Places?
Yes.
He's the guy that is trying to get the crop reports. Clarence Beeks. You know, I'm talking. He has the crop reports. The guy in the
he's tremendous.
But anyway, long story short, did they get Beeks so they can offload Chapman? That is a very fair question.
That would be unbelievably infuriating, and that's possible. We're going to hear some quotes from you mentioned.
So we have
Bob Nightingale.
7.5 hours.
Yeah.
For all of this to happen, and I'm going to tell you, if we were sitting here 7.5 hours from now, and there was no trade that made the offense better, and they offloaded a couple of guys like Perez and Chapman, the Pirates deserve to get absolutely destroyed by criticism.
And the question then would be, whose fault is it? 412-928-9370. Off the top, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. We have Destiny's Child, Andrew Destin, at 11. The Pirates manager, Derek Shelton. I believe, is it his birthday today? Limits? Did you tell me
Happy birthday, Shelty. Will Ben give him a present by 6 p.m.?
Yeah, what will he get for his birthday? And then we have Michael McHenry, so a great day of baseball leading up to the deadline. Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. And our Pirates trade deadline reaction, brought to you by Bet365. Paul has a new flow coming up momentarily, but first, in advance of Text in the City later, the Fan Text Line, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Paul?
Paul's Ice New Flow Men's Health has had incredible success in treating men with erectile dysfunction. For a limited time, New Flow is offering exclusive pricing for a significant savings. Haven't you suffered long enough? There are no pills, no injections, no games. Pittsburgh guys helping Pittsburgh guys. Call 412-784-9000. That's 412-784-9000 today to take advantage of this great offer and tell them Paul sent you.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
First day of padded practice for the Steelers, and Russell Wilson looks like he will be back and practicing today. He is in all full pads for the Steelers at training camp at St. Vincent College. According to John Heyman of MLB Network and the New York Post, 3 teams are in on Yandy Diaz of the Tampa Bay Rays, with the Yankees and Astros among the teams considering Diaz. Pirates maybe an outside chance, according to Heyman. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open the trade deadline, 6 p.m. today.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan with our fan trading camp profiles. Presented by Smale Kia and brought to you by Guardian Caps. Russell Wilson, name sound familiar? The 9-time Pro Bowl quarterback is no stranger to the NFL. He entered his 13th season in the league. Wilson won a Super Bowl with the Seahawks in his second year as a starter, beginning a decade of success in Seattle. Wilson was traded to the Broncos in 2022 and had a couple of down seasons in Denver. But the Steelers signed Wilson this past offseason, hoping the NFL vet can return to his former self.
Hey, people are talking about Window Nation, and a lot of people are talking about Window Nation. Just Kate from Pittsburgh, that's one person. She said, we couldn't be happier with our new replacement windows from Window Nation. And that's just one person. There are a lot. Window Nation is about value, and this August, they're giving you a great value during their anniversary sale. Colin Dunlap here to tell you all about it. So you buy 2 windows, and you get 2 for free. But that's not all. There's no limit to how much you could save. There's no minimum, no maximum on this. Plus, you pay nothing for 24 months. You know what 24 months is, right? That's 2 full years. Act right now and get as much as a $250 extra credit. But hurry now. This sale ends August 31st. So schedule fast right now that in-home estimate. 866-90-NATION. That's the number. It's 866-90-NATION. Or check out the website right now, windownation.com.
We get it. Attention spans just aren't what they used to be. Heads in social media and eyes on Netflix. But what do people do with their ears? Well, for one, they're listening to audio. Americans spend 4.4 hours with audio every day. Oh, and you want the proof? Well, you just sat through this ad that's now approaching 30 seconds. What could you say to a potential customer in 30 seconds? Let Odyssey put together a media plan tailor-made for your unique marketing needs. Advertise with Odyssey. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
The best things in life, they come in twos. 2 scoops of ice cream, 2 tacos. And now for a limited time, get our best deal of the year. Buy any phone when you switch to Consumer Cellular and get 2 months of service free. That's right, the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage as Big Wireless, now with 2 months free. Proof the best things in life really do come in twos. Visit consumercellular.com or call 1-888-FREEDOM. Second and third month of monthly base service fee waived for new customers with the purchase of a phone and activation by September 2nd, 2024. Taxes, fees, and third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Go to hims.com/joy. Through HIMS, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, and the process is 100% online. To start your free online visit, go to hims.com/joy. That's HIMS.com/JOY.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
I'm at the movies, asking people if they'll switch seats with me for $574.
Here, take mine.
So what about $574 if you switch your home insurance to Allstate?
Too much work.
Not if you call them. They handle the switching.
Now, that's a plot twist.
Shh. Check Allstate first, and you could save hundreds on quality home insurance today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Based on the national average annual savings for new home insurance customers surveyed in 2023 who switched to Allstate and reported savings. Savings vary.
Protect your home from water damage and eliminate water woes with Gutter Helmet. GutterHelmet.com.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Entering his 3rd season, 49ers quarterback Brock Purdy says he wants to develop what he calls that Tom Brady kind of feeling. Oh boy, do I love to hear this. Late in the game, Purdy explained, "It always felt like Tom was just going to take over and not make it close. I feel like I can get to that. I want to be dominant." Man, Kyle Shanahan's got to love hearing that. I'm Boomer Esiason.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
On the battlefield, there's a saying America's military men and women live by. Never leave a fallen warrior behind, ever. Off the battlefield, Wounded Warrior Project operates with the same goal. Wounded Warrior Project was created to help our men and women returning home with the scars of war, whether those scars are physical or mental. Wounded Warrior Project. We never leave a fallen warrior behind, ever. Learn more about what we do at woundedwarriorproject.org.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown.
Thanks to the Good Feet store. Welcome to Nada Yada Island.
This season on Nada Yada Island. When we were new, they spoiled me. They even gave me a phone. But then, it's like I didn't exist.
Don't take yada yada from your wireless carrier. Now with Metro, get that new customer feeling again and again. Introducing Metro Flex. Free 5G phones when you join, same deals as new customers when you stay. Only at Metro by T-Mobile. Just bring your number and ID and sign up for an eligible plan. After 12 months, trade in and get our best deals on select devices.
After 30 years of doing knee and hip replacements, Dr. Mitchell Scheinkup thought there had to be a better way, and that led him to regenerative medicine.
I was one of the first orthopedic surgeons to do it.
Now, after 20 years of successful orthobiologic treatments, lots of clinical data, research, and teaching, Dr. Scheinkup is National Medical Director at QC Kinetics.
They've done an amazing job of becoming the most significant orthobiologic and regenerative medicine practice in the United States. QC is so far ahead of the game in its science, its protocols, its people, its facilities.
So if you have chronic pain from arthritis and you want to avoid drugs and surgery, call the experts in this revolutionary field, QC Kinetics.
To give patients real lasting relief from pain, that's what I live for. That's my mission.
Get your free consultation now. Call QC Kinetics.
Call QC Kinetics, 412-228-3584. That's 412-228-3584. Located in Robinson, 412-228-3584.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
Gotta change my oil.
How about Valvoline Restore and Protect? It restores and protects your engine to run like new.
Get in the zone.
It restores your engine to, like, factory clean?
And protects.
Get in the zone.
So Valvoline Restore and Protect restores and protects.
Now you can get 5 quarts with an STP Extended Life Oil Filter for $37.99.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Hey, it's Doran Dickerson. The NFL is having players wear Guardian caps all season long and allowing Guardian caps to be worn in games. Have your team practice like the pros and reduce the impact of hits on your kids. You can also enter your team on the 93.7 The Fan contest page all July to win a set of 10 Guardian caps this season. Get bulk team pricing now at GuardianSports.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Sturkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding.
All right, Limits, play your most depressing Florence Nightingale quote from yesterday. This was Bob Nightingale on with the PM guys, and this reminded me of seeing Ron in the morning. All I wanted to do...
I can't see him being buyers, not big-time buyers by any means, just in the sense where, you've already gone through the whole pain of rebuilding everything else, so you're not going to give away top prospects just for a shot at going for it. I think realistically, they say, you know what, next year's our year.
Sure.
Schemes, everybody else.
Bob,
now we don't have to worry about pitch counts and innings counts and do that.
I don't know. Is next year their year? What you might have to worry about is an injury, because something like 40% of all young power pitchers at least undergo the knife at some point. All I know is Skeens is healthy now. That's what I know.
Again, what kind of ass-backwards way of doing business is it? You say we've got good players, right? but we're afraid we might actually have to play them in September and October because we're winning.
It's amazing.
This is what.
But he might be right that that's what they're thinking.
I'm not saying Bob Nightingale's wrong. I actually probably agree with him. My point is, we've been sold this song for so long from the Pirates that there are actually people out here that still buy this nonsense. That's the worst part. The people that that rip me on Twitter because I have the audacity to say they need to go make a deal, and I don't give a damn if it means they get rid of Delgado, who's the 20th prospect, and what's the other guy with Mitch Jebb. Who cares? Neither of those guys mean a thing to me. And for that matter, neither does DeMar Johnson, neither does Bubba Chandler, neither does Solometo, neither does any of them. I care about this team winning this year, period. And we'll worry about next year. And as I said to somebody yesterday who wanted to bring the whole, well, I'd rather be good for the long haul, as if that's going to happen. I brought up the fact that, oh, by the way, this pitching staff, you have it in place for the next 3 or 4 years. So the idea that you're mortgaging the future because you get rid of Mitch Jebb, or what's the other guy I always like to bring up? Harrington? Is that another guy's name, right?
Yeah, Thomas Harrington.
Yeah, Thomas Harrington. Oh, my God. What are we going to do? Thomas Harrington. I can't imagine giving him up. I can't imagine the Pirates surviving, giving up Thomas Harrington and Mitch Jebb and Delgado.
You might be giving voice there to what's going on in Ben Cherington's head. I wonder if that's what he's thinking.
That's what I'm saying. And yesterday, Joe, you'd have loved this. I don't mean to cut you off here, but this is a sore subject with me because they get away with it because people allow them to get away with it. Yesterday, I said it's time we stop because, of course, the first 2 calls were, well, it's Nutting's fault. It's Nutting's fault. He doesn't want to spend. He doesn't want to spend. He doesn't want blah, 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 blah. Listen, it's high time we stop letting Ben Cherington off the hook because I firmly believe that he has the ability to make a deal if he wants to.
Okay, that's perfect because I got a bunch of tweets today, or what do you call, if it's called X, what are the actual missives called?
They're still tweets.
X's?
They're still tweets to me.
Tweets?
They're not
Okay.
X's. That's a completely different thing.
Because I wrote, is Bob Nutting preventing Cherington from making a big move? Is he the guy that needs to make it happen?
Not.
And all I got was, or no. It was a tweet last night saying Ben Cherington needs to make a move. This team in this city owes it. They're owed a gutsy move at the deadline. And all I got was, it's up to Nutting, not Cherington. Open the checkbook. At this point in this season, we all feel the same way about Bob Nuttington. Everybody feels the same way. They don't spend enough on their baseball team. Everybody feels the same way. But at this point right now in this season, it's not about the checkbook. It's about prospect capital and what you're willing to give up. But, Paul, I will say this. Cherington has already failed this team. He has. He should have been collecting bats. Minor moves for professional at-bats so you don't go into games with Alika Williams. He didn't do it. He's already failed the team. If he doesn't make a move by 6 p.m. tonight, that does ultimately go back to Nutting. If for no other reason, then Nutting's the guy who hired the GM who failed. That's a failure on Nutting's part. But part two of that is he's the boss. He can order a move. He can order it. Right. He's the boss.
Hello. So what my point is,
a man that neither of us know just walked into the studio. How are you? Who's he? He might be one of our bosses, which could be big trouble. I don't know who he is.
Oh, Craig Rowley is down the hall. If you go all the way down
to ask where Craig is.
Wait, if you go down the hallway.
This is a miracle.
Hold up. If you go down the hallway there, you get to the end, make a right and a quick left, and as you're walking past the vending machines that don't work, by the way.
Yeah, they don't work.
The very next door in your right is Craig Rowley's office.
Yeah, bathrooms out to your left.
Yes.
Vending machine out to your left.
There's an empty candy jar there. And, that's about it. But the vending machine, don't use a card. It doesn't work.
Yeah.
We had this meltdown yesterday, Joe. Remember my friend from Penn Trafford, or the guy from Penn Trafford that I went to school with?
The vending machine
it was going to work. He was back there. The damn thing didn't work again yesterday, and I was late getting back to sit here to do the show because I was fiddling with it.
Am I hallucinating, or did a man just wander into the studio and ask where Craig Riley's office is? Shall I call you Ron, Dr. Dick? What should we go with here?
Call me Ron.
That did actually happen, yes.
Now, the bad thing would be if that was – he looked like a young man, like here for an internship.
He looked like an intern.
But the other side of me says he's an executive from Odyssey.
Yes, exactly.
Maybe he's job shadowing.
That could be very bad.
He came and he came in and but anyway,
Paul. Ultimately, the Bucks. In my opinion, the Bucks stops with Nutting.
It does, but here's the thing: if he's a guy that wants to allow his baseball people to make baseball decisions,
yeah.
If I say to you, you have a green light to make a deal, and you come back and you say, well, there's nothing that made sense. See, like to me, this is where the line between the Jerry Joneses of the world and the hands-off owners of the world, there is somewhere in between. Where
there is.
If you're the owner, you walk down to the office and say, listen, Ben. I can really, appreciate your love of Mitch Jebb. But if we don't have Taylor Ward or Rooker or one of these guys here tonight, you will not have a job tomorrow. That's how I would do it. But here's the other part of it, though. The whole nutting, well, he won't spend. He won't this. He won't that. It's like, oh, really? I get it. Nobody on the planet would make the argument that he doesn't spend enough. However, are we just going to creatively ignore the fact that he authorized, regardless of what you want to say, he authorized $10.5 million for Aroldis Chapman this offseason? Are we going to, you know what I mean? Or $8 million for Martin Perez?
No, there's no doubt two things can be true.
My point is, I cannot believe, if you look at the salaries of the guys we're talking about, you're talking about maybe adding $2.5 million max to the payroll for the rest of the year, and not even that much, probably, if you look at most of the salaries we're talking about here, right? I cannot believe that would be the reason why Ben Cherington isn't making a move.
No, that's what I'm saying. It's about prospect capital at this point in the season, not money. I mean, there could be one or two if you're not bringing in a guy with a $25 million contract for next year. But who's available who would fall under that umbrella? It's not about that. But ultimately, you have admitted, and I would agree, that the buck stops with Bob Nutting. Yeah, you got to let your GM do his job. And up till this point, July 30th, Ben Cherington has failed miserably. For the most part, he's done some very good things, as we pointed out last week when I was here, namely drafting Paul Skeens over Dylan Cruz when most of baseball thought it would go the other way. But in this season, he has mostly failed. And Bob Nutting needs to go down there to that office and say, by 6 p.m., something's getting done here. I don't care if it makes sense or not. Do it.
And you have to be comfortable saying no.
That's the other thing. You have to be comfortable saying no. Here's the thing. You're the Pirates. You're not that far out. You're 2 games out. You're 2 games out, and listen, I don't care what, if this makes people upset or whatever. In some ways, you've done it with smoke and mirrors. You've done it with, Michael A. Taylor and Grandal homering one in the same night. You've done it with, you know what I'm saying? You've done it with smoke and mirrors of guys who have fought and scratched and clawed and got to where they're at. You're 2 games over. You're 2 games over, and you're 2 games, out of the wild card. To me, go get some help. This team, this idea, and I keep hearing it, and mostly it's from the prospect wonks. The clowns out there that, I say they have posters of Mitch Jebb in their room, and, they stare at it, and
How dare you disrespect my Mitch Jebb poster?
Yeah, exactly.
But don't you think the majority, isn't that the vast minority, though?
I don't.
The prospect delusional. I think the vast, if you polled every single person who watches Pirate games regularly and asked them, would you give up top prospects to bring in help? I think 95% would say yes.
Right. I think even the prospect wonks would say yes. But then you start saying, okay, would you give this up or that up? Well, we can't do that.
Let's hear from them. Not the prospect wonks, but people in general.
Here's Evan in Pittsburgh.
What's up, Evan?
Hey, thanks for taking my call. I really got to say I pretty much kind of agree with a lot of what Paul said at the very end there. The biggest thing is they have a chance, like they're pretty much mediocre right now, 2 games over. They've won a lot of fluky games. If they did add 1 or 2 bats, even if they were more mediocre, that's better than putting out Connor Joe, Alika Williams. Even my one friend said Nick Gonzalez has even been struggling a little bit recently, and now he's hurt too.
No, that's the other thing that happens here, Evan, is that guys like McCutchen and Gonzalez, who have been pretty good, and they've both been clutch at times, especially Gonzalez, are actually nobody's 1 through 5 hitters. Now, somebody else pointed out the other day McCutchen's batting average or OPS was 1 point above the average DH. Oh, so what are we going to do? Throw a ticker tape parade?
Mm-hmm.
Both of those guys have been slumping pretty much for 2 months. But go ahead. And they look like stars in this lineup.
Well, and that's the other thing I wanted to point out was when you look at the Astros lineup yesterday, Reynolds and Cruz would have been the only 2 guys who would even be on their, not just their starting lineup, probably on their major league roster right now. And I mean, you know, we're not the Houston Astros, but we can do something here. And I just think just bring something in here, get some help. And to answer the other question, definitely falls on both Charrington and Nutting.
Yes.
We said last year we needed to give Shelton the chance to manage a roster. Shelton still hasn't had a chance to manage a roster because he's putting out 4 to 5 guys a game who are batting under 250. So I don't think Shelton's the answer at manager, but we still haven't really seen him get to manage an actual good baseball team here. We're below mediocrity at the bats, and if we just got a little bit of hitting.
Some of the guys last night, we
trouble.
Appreciate the call, and 2 of the heroes, 3 of the heroes, really. I will acknowledge that from last night. Grandal came in at 182. Triolo at 199. Bay is now at 188. Brian Hayes, 239. Connor Joe, 237. Hasn't hit in 2 months. Michael A. Taylor was at about 200. Hasn't hit really ever. Palacios at 230. Palacios is a bench guy, and I like him. I like his energy. I like some of his power, but he's a bench guy, borderline major leaguer. This guy, Ben Cherington, should have been collecting bats and should still try to collect 2 or 3 just so they have depth and a bench, if nothing else down the stretch. My God. He had to turn to Connor Joe yesterday. and he had to turn to Michael A. Taylor when Palacios got hurt. And yes, Taylor was the hero, but you get the point. And Alika Williams is on the team. I just can't get over that. What a failure by Ben Cherington. Not Bob Nutting in that case. You're right, Paul. You hire a guy and give him free rein to do his job. And look at what Cherington has wrought with the lineup. Right. But between now and 6 p.m., and ultimately, it falls on Nutting.
There's no question. It's absolutely right. To me, it falls. Well, no, it falls on Nutting. Ultimately, all of it does because it's his team
and his hire.
But I'm not going to give Ben Cherington a pass here. And again, his hire is not doing a job that he's been hired to do. And the thing about it is, this is year 5. This isn't year 3. Year 3, I might have listened to some of the, some of the rationalization as to why they're not going to make a deal and why it doesn't make sense. I might have listened to that. But we're in year 5, and you have a pitching staff that can win. I mean, quite frankly, the last 2 days, the only reason they won the games is because their pitching staff was so good. It's the only reason they won the last 2 games is because their pitching staff was able to keep these teams off the scoreboard while they were, yesterday, the first 5 innings of the game they were getting, it was a perfect game by the Astros. They had a tomato can that started but the only reason the Pirates were able to hang in these games is the pitching staff. Well, you've got a pitching staff that is that good? Go get them some help. Go get them guys that can hit. Anyway.
Let's go back to the phones. I would point out, Paul, that the guy who started for them is actually very good, but he's a relief pitcher.
He's a reliever, right.
Yeah.
Right.
So the Pirates have had some success there. It's some of the other guys they faced. That's all season, for God's sakes. Go to the phones.
Justin in Ohio.
Hey, good morning, guys. I really don't even know where to begin with them. They're so maddening to watch at times, and then they'll pull a rabbit out of their hat like they did the last 2 days. I think I'm going to echo what you guys are saying, especially you, Joe. Just go get somebody. Just go get a Kevin Pillar, which is crazy to even think that he would be a massive upgrade just based on his career numbers. I know he's having a really good year this year, but just go get him. Go get Taylor Ward. Go get somebody. Us, the fans, really, we are owed it more than anything. And then you look at the schedule, the next 9 of the next 12 games, they play the Padres and the Diamondbacks, two teams that they are fighting with. So they can control a lot of their own destiny. They don't have to rely on these other teams to beat these guys. They can go out and do it themselves if they get some help. And my last point is you're not only 2 games out of the third wild card. You're 2.5 games out of the first wild card.
Yeah.
Could you imagine having Paul Skeens and Mitch Keller start 2 home games in the wild card series? Could you imagine that?
Well, that's why that's
insane.
That's the whole point. And I think Paul has tried to make it. Appreciate the call. And we've all made the point. There's a massive opportunity here. This isn't, Bob Nightingale was reflecting what the Pirates may think of themselves. We're barely above 500. We might have to limit some of these pitchers the second half of the season here, the last third of the season. Next year's really the year.
Yeah.
No, man.
Yeah.
You don't know what next year holds. You have no idea what next year might hold. The opportunity is here, right in front of their faces.
Exactly.
And if they get there, everybody in baseball agrees that I've heard, and I watch all these shows and listen to all these shows and read a bunch of crap like we all do, is everybody agrees that if you are matched against the Pirates in a playoff series of any kind, you got troubles. Because you got Skeens once, twice, 3 times in a 7-game series? Probably not. But twice. Keller twice. Jones when he comes back, assuming he comes back. That bullpen, if it stays intact. Majinski, Bednar, Holderman, Chapman. You got problems. Now you need to give Shelton just some options. All these games are going to be close. Playoff games are close. So when he turns down the dugout, when it's 1-1 in the 8th inning, he doesn't see Alika, Williams, Connor, Joe, and Michael A. Taylor.
Right.
Next, let's get 2 more in here.
Let's go.
Limits.
Here's Bill in New Jersey.
What's up, Bill?
Good morning. Thanks for taking my call.
Yep.
I agree with Paul. I called a couple of days ago about emptying out the farm, and I've been waiting since 1979 for the next year, forever. So they need to go out and get guys today, and not just one. They need 2 or 3 guys in this lineup. It's incompetent, and you can't tell me they can't empty the farm and go get Rooker, Ward, and Diaz. If you got all 3 of them dudes, they're all on controllable years cheap. I don't know why he won't empty the farm.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing. For those 3 guys, Paul, we appreciate the call. You wouldn't have to come close to emptying your system. That's the real kicker
people
here.
trading for some people, the idea of trading any prospects is cleaning out your system,
right?
Emptying your system. That's what has me frustrated the most.
Here's the other kick in the you-know-whats. Is the deal they made for this left-handed reliever, I wouldn't have given up that prospect. Limits. That kid is averaging 14 strikeouts per 9. Give me a hitter and I'll give up almost anybody. They bring in a mediocre left-handed reliever and they give up an actual prospect who's blowing people away at Double-A?
Yeah, and I asked around about this guy that they gave up, and the text I got back was he's having an unreal year, was a cheat code on the mound this year.
One time
from someone
he
familiar
gives up
with
a
him.
Prospect, Paul. It's for a mediocre left-handed reliever, and you watch. 14 strikeouts per 9 for this kid. All right, let's get to Destiny's Child. He's next. One of our favorite times of the week. The manager coming up later. Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. The Fan is your station for complete training camp coverage, presented by Smale Kia. And brought to you by Guardian Caps and Armstrong Business Solutions. Russell Wilson again. Not with the first team. Has he participated at all today?
Yes, he's actually been rotating with the first team offense. So him
taking
and
actual
Fields
snaps.
have been taking actual snaps. Yes.
All right. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge, Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Listen to this show every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week. from the baseball card castle and cranberry contest run every Wednesday through Friday at noon at the 937thefan.com contesting page. Needless to say, we're on high alert here for anything that might happen around Major League Baseball. I would say every single person in the world who follows and likes the Pirates wants them to do something today. Hopefully, maybe the one person on the planet who won't do anything is Ben Cherington. Is Ben Cherington, the only living person on this planet who thinks it might not be a good idea to do something. We'll see. And we'll be on high alert. As I said, it's the Chevy Summer Drive at Sun Chevrolet. Up to $7,500 in rebates, terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. I have 81 today with an 80% chance of rain.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Well, the Steelers have made a couple of roster moves. They signed the tight end Matt Sokol and defensive back Kyler McMichael to the 90-man roster in training camp. Marquez Callaway, the wide receiver, and defensive back Josiah Scott have been cut by the Steelers. MLB trade deadline is today at 6 o'clock. No trades have been made as of yet, as we are only 7 hours away from the deadline. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by PGT Trucking and Macero Construction Group and brought to you by NSS Live, Ute Bebington and Nichols, Voss TV and Appliance, Come Ready Nutrition, Stoney's Brewing, and PJ Dick, Trumbull, and Lindy Group. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-3128. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-3128. That's 800-575-3128.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results may vary.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
As school messes return, rest easy. Clorox has got your back to school.
Oh, no. I'm back. That messy science experiment. And I brought baking soda, cornstarch.
And you're due tomorrow, right? Well, at least I stocked up on Clorox disinfecting wipes, because you're not messing up my kitchen counters like last time.
Ooh, smart. Got any food coloring?
And off to the store we go.
Stock up on Clorox disinfecting wipes that clean 3 times better than wet paper towels and kitchen grease and soap scum. Use as directed.
Home ownership. At Progressive, we know it's part of the American dream. It's the land of the free and the home of student drivers ready to back into your new fence at any given time. It's firing up a round of burgers and dogs on your rusty grill with a faulty gas line that engulfs your tool shed in flames. It's also around-the-clock protection when you bundle your home and auto with Progressive, which can help keep the American dream of home ownership alive and kicking. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Ah, the sweet feelings of summer. The kiss of warm sun on your skin.
the softly scented breeze blowing through the trees. Don't worry, you have Off Clean Feel, fragrance-free mosquito repellent that feels good on skin, so even mosquitoes can't ruin those sweet feelings of summer. Off Clean Feel. Prevention is the best protection from mosquitoes.
Ahoy, mates! Prepare to embark on a daring voyage to victory with our fearless crew. With our black and gold spirit guiding us, we'll conquer any challenge that comes our way. And just like our indomitable spirit, Pella windows stand as beacons of strength and resilience in every home. Crafted with quality and precision, they're the true champions of durability. Right now, get 10% off your entire project. No payments for 12 months. Proud supporters of Pella quality and the unwavering black and gold spirit, PellaPittsburgh.com.
When the black and gold are up the road, we get excited. Smale Kia is proud to sponsor the Pittsburgh Training Camp live on the Fan 93.7. And during our summer savings event, look for the tags and look for clearly marked prices. Plus low and no APR financing on Kia Sportage, Sorento, and select EVs. Go to SmaleKia.com. 1.9% APR up to 48 months, $21.65 a month per 1,000 financed at 48 months through KFA with approved credit. Not all will qualify. See Smale Kia for details. Take delivery by 9/3/24.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan's Fan About Town. Protect your car from bugs, UV rays, and rain, and keep it shining all summer with savings on unlimited washes. New members who sign up for WetGo Unlimited today get their second month free. Wash your car as much as you want at 45-plus convenient WetGo locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. Tune into the Fan Early Morning Show each morning at 5 a.m., presented by CGR Wholesale, where the average Joe can buy like a pro. Visit them at cgrwholesaleroofing.com. The Black and Gold are back in Latrobe, and 93.7 The Fan has all your training camp coverage. Listen daily for updates from Jeff Hathorne, who is on the ground at St. Vincent, along with live broadcasts from Latrobe. Training camp coverage on The Fan is presented by Smale Kia and brought to you by Guardian Caps. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Hey there, weekend warriors. Chris Muller here. Sick of that slice? Tired of those three putts? What if I told you your handicap isn't about your swing, it's about your weight? Why not take strokes off your game by taking pounds off your frame with Awaken 180? We're talking 10 strokes off by August, getting your tour card by September, winning your first major year one. Think about it. Fame, fortune, and most important, winning $5 off your buddy because you, sir, are closest to the pin. Taking strokes off your game is just 40 pounds away at Awaken180weightloss.com. Awaken 180 does not guarantee an immediate 10 strokes off your score, receiving a tour card, or the ability to control the weather. Individual results may vary. Your newfound athleticism might cause jealousy amongst your foursome, leading to accusations of steroid use. Awaken 180 is not responsible for defending your honor in the clubhouse. Awaken 180 cannot guarantee that your newfound golf prowess will lead to a sponsorship deal, but we can't not guarantee it either. Awaken 180 is not responsible for any dramatic fist pumps or unsolicited golf tips you give to strangers. Awaken 180 does not offer refunds for any lost wagers made on your improved golf game. Bet wisely, my friend. Strokes off your game by dropping pounds off your frame. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Folds of Honor has been meeting Sacrifice with Hope since 2019 in Western PA. It's their honor to empower people through education and the opportunities it creates. 41% of Folds of Honor scholarships are awarded to minorities, making recipient families as diverse as the country we call home. Folds of Honor has earned the Gold Star Platinum Seal, as well as 4 out of 4-star rankings on Charity Navigator. You can join their squadron today at westernpa.foldsoфhonor.org. Please donate today. Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville is a proud supporter of Folds of Honor.
Decisions that impact you or your loved ones can be overwhelming, especially if you're facing long-term care, special needs, or elder law issues. The attorneys at Julian Gray Associates can help you truly understand the best approach to take. Julian Gray Associates have the most certified elder law attorneys in the country. They're located right here in Pittsburgh. Experienced advice from certified elder law attorneys who understand your legal issues and are committed to helping you. Find out more at grayelderlaw.com.
93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
I'm Austin Bexel with your Fan Headlines. Big win for the Pirates yesterday, and it took everything that they had with Michael A. Taylor hitting a clutch 3-run home run in the top half of the 9th inning in a tie ball game after the Pirates were able to tie it in the top half of the 8th with an O'Neal Cruz double that scored Jared Triolo. Taylor, just his 3rd home run of the season, was able to score 3 runs. Yordan Alvarez was walked with the bases loaded for the Houston Astros, but the Pirates and David Bednar were able to hold on. Buccos won it by 2, and the second game of the series is tonight at 8:10 with Bailey Falter on the mound for the Pirates. Hunter Brown will start for Houston. Falter making his first start after coming off the injured list. You can hear the game right here on 93.7 The Fan beginning at 7:15 with the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show hosted by Dan Zangrilli. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open. Trade deadline at 6 o'clock. Andrew Destin of the Post-Gazette joins us next.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Now, more Joe. Joe. The Joe Starkey Show is on. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Fan Hotline, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. He's also on our screen and could be on yours if you go to 937thefan.com. So are there other ways to get on there and actually watch it? The Odyssey app, perhaps?
You can go on YouTube.
YouTube? Thank you. That's another way to watch it. Child, how are you?
Doing well, Joe. Paul, how are you guys doing?
Good. Wonderfully. And
good. How are you doing?
We all have the same question. Is something of significance going to happen here? We've been waiting weeks, perhaps months, and last night they went into a game with, I don't even have time to list the names of subpar, borderline major leaguers, including on the bench where Alika Williams sat. Are they going to bring in some hitters? Are they going to make a significant move by 6 p.m.?
You would think, you would hope. Personally, I don't know. I don't think it's obvious. I don't think there's a clear path to it. And I think the 3 names that, I was most interested in were Jesse Winker, Blaine Thomas, Tommy Pham. All 3 of those guys have been moved. There have been other names that they've been linked to. Yandy Diaz, the first baseman with the Tampa Bay Rays, is one. To me, I don't know if it makes a ton of sense because Rowdy Tellez has really played solid there. I don't know if that really fits the immediate need that the Pirates really do need.
May I interest you in a gently used Taylor Ward, Kevin Pillar, Josh Bell? How about going a little bigger for Brent Rooker? He's still there. Luis Roberts still there.
So we can start with Rooker because one of my sources on the A's side that I touch base with, that it's going to take a lot to be able to get Brent Rooker. I mean, this is a guy, tremendous player, obviously, this year on the hitting side. And then as a clubhouse guy, really thought of highly there in Oakland. There's a perception there in Oakland, and I don't want to go too far down this rabbit hole, but that the way they've played in July, they've played above 500 baseball with a lot of their young guys back to healthy. And with how club controllable Rooker is, there's a perception there in Oakland that Rooker could be part of the winning strategy for the A's moving forward. So it's not so much that they would be asking for a lot for Rooker, but B, I think the A's think they're a lot closer to contending than may be perceived on the outside just based on their win-loss record because of how the young guys have played recently. So Rooker, as much as he would be an impactful addition, I don't know that he's one that the Pirates have a good chance on, but really that any team has a good chance on. I would be pretty surprised if the A's moved on from Rooker, but certainly we can get into some of those other names that you mentioned there, Joe.
Well, I have very little interest in Josh Bell other than, if they're going to bring him in, I guess it gives him a little bit of flexibility at first and, DH maybe or whatever and a little bit of power. But I just don't understand why they wouldn't go get at least one outfielder who can actually hit.
I think they should. I think they want to. I think that's more speculation on my part than anybody saying that concretely.
Right, but here's the thing. Andrew. You, if they want to, they can. This idea that somehow they have to pay the exact price and not a prospect more or not a little bit more value wise. I mean, do you want to improve or don't you? That's what you have to ask yourself. And if you do, that means that maybe you stop trying to make the absolute perfect deal and stop trying to try and get exactly the right value that you got. Go make a deal. I don't believe it's that hard. I really don't.
Well, I think it's this. I don't think it's for lack of trying. I really don't. And this is not me by many means making any excuses for the front office or things of that nature, but I do think this farm system, while it does have some big name guys, the fact of the matter is that it is fairly top heavy. So unless the Pirates are willing to part with any of these really top bona fide blue chip guys, which it doesn't seem like they are just based off the lack of activity, like they are dangling, I would have to believe that they are dangling a lot of prospects in the system. The reality is just that other teams might not be interested in them. I mean, let's look at some of these other trades that have been made. The Cleveland Guardians, for lack of better phrasing, overspent for Lane Thomas. Yusei Kikuchi, the Astros overspent to acquire him. Now, I know we're not talking about pitching, but I think that's part of it is just that maybe that capital, maybe the willingness to overpay isn't there. And I don't think it's my place to say whether that's right or wrong. I think that's just the reality of it is that with where the state of the farm system is, with a lot of guys being here, the ones who are waiting in the minors have either been looked over, guys like Henry Davidson and Leo Verpagero are still there, who are interesting but not true prospects, or there's guys that are deeper down the farm system that aren't as heralded.
Did the Phillies overpay for Austin Hayes?
Did the Phillies?
Did the Phillies overpay for Austin Hayes? Isn't that who they traded for?
Yeah, they overpaid for him as well as Estevez, the closer from the Angels.
Okay, so
that's Dave Dombrowski. He always overpays.
Okay, but that's the point. Do you want to make a deal or not? I mean, right. What you've been hoarding you've been hoarding prospects for 5 years. You've been, okay, good. You've got a lot of prospects now. What are you going to do with those prospects? So to me, if you have to overpay a little bit, you have to overpay.
May I interject for a moment?
I will, but I'm just saying, like, I don't understand why we give a pass to not wanting to overpay. Go ahead.
Respectfully, I say, Destiny's Child, I think it is your place to say whether it's right or wrong. Seriously, you said that in reference, and I understand as a reporter, not a columnist, that there's a line there sometimes. But I think when it comes to should the Pirates overpay to get somebody in here that will help them win now, I want to hear from you whether you think that would be right or wrong. Like if it took an overpay for Brent Rooker right now, a higher prospect than anybody else is willing to part with, or an extra prospect, would that be right or wrong?
Destiny's Child thinks he's Nostradamus, so he's evidently putting the date out there.
Well, I mean, I can't follow that. I mean, Derek Shelton said it best himself. I think the issue is, I'm going to try to keep this as straightforward as I can. I, would not overpay for guys. However, if you are going to overpay, it should not be for these bigger name pieces like a Brent Rooker that, frankly, Rooker might cost 4 prospects. That might be 4 or 5 guys, just based off of conversations that I've had. That would be a very big deal, versus there are other guys that are more expendable. Like, I really think Tommy Pham would have been a great fit in Pittsburgh because, expiring contract, an impact bat, fits a need as an outfielder who could play the defense. And I'm not trying to live in an alternate reality. My point there is if you are going to overpay, it should have been for a more marginal player versus the ones who are remaining out there, frankly, are bigger splash guys with more control that are going to require more prospect capital. And I don't know if any of those guys are truly big enough impact guys. Like Taylor Ward is a nice piece. I don't think he's enough to push the Pirates into the postseason. I think he could help, but you need to get a couple of guys like that.
What about Rooker? Is he big enough? What about Vlad Guerrero? What about Luis Robert? Are you still knocking on the Guerrero door? Where if you're Cherington, you're saying, or here's an example. Destiny's Child was Ken Rosenthal today said Luis Robert Jr. probably not going to trade because they think they can get a better deal in the offseason. So if you're the Pirates, why not make that call and say, what do you think you can get in the offseason? We'll top it. They should have enough prospects right now based on 4 years of abject tanking to where they could make 4 gigantic prospect deals and still have plenty left over. That's all they've done is hoard prospects for 4 years of tanking?
Well, in theory, yes. The issue there is that we are probably 1 year too late for those kinds of moves where the prospects would still be just prospects, right? And I say that to say that, okay, like Henry Davis, number 1 overall pick, guy who probably the Pirates shouldn't give up on, in my opinion, because he has more value to the Pirates than elsewhere. But right now, his value is at an all-time low, right? In terms of what you could probably get for him on the open market. Leo Figueroa at one point in time was the centerpiece of a trade. His value is fairly low right now, just given that he hasn't had a great season in Indianapolis. So I'm not saying that, they should have made a trade in 2023. I think the point there is that, yes, there are still guys in the system, but a lot of them are really close to the big leagues, the ones who are those impact guys, save Termarr Johnson, like Bubba Chandler and Braxton Ashcraft could both pitch here next year, and I bring up those names because of those 3, you probably would have to include 2 to get Luis Robert Jr., and I don't know that that is a trade that, frankly, I would make. I would have rather made, if I were the Pirates, I would have made a much smaller play, get an outfielder who was available, like a Winker, like a Thomas, like a Pham. I don't think the opportunity has passed them by. It's just now a much more difficult market to maneuver around, which might mean giving up prospect capital for guys that, frankly, aren't as heralded or as highly thought of as they probably were a year ago at this time.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that the thing about it is, we talk about guys that we shouldn't give up on. It's amazing to me how that always changes, because didn't they just give up on Quinn Priester?
Yeah, but I mean, part of that is also prior regime. Part of that is he tried it at the big league level, and you have a surplus in pitching. So I don't know if that's a true apples to apples.
Well, you got a surplus in catching too.
Oof, I don't know about that. I will disagree with you on that one, Paul, just because we don't know what Endy Rodriguez is going to look like when he comes back next year. Is he going to be playing every day behind the plate, coming back from a pretty serious elbow injury? That's no guarantee. And I like Jason DeLay a lot as a backup, but I don't know if Jason DeLay is more than just a really good depth piece in your organization.
And
so
I don't know. Joey Bart.
I do like Joey Bart, but Joey Bart is the only guy who is here past 2024. Well, not the only guy. Rodriguez is a question mark. Davis is a question mark. DeLay is a proven commodity that's nice to have, but no guarantee. So I don't think it would be fair to say it would be a surplus at catching the same way that it's a surplus with pitching.
Would you agree that Ben Cherington, and I just wrote last week about the good moves he's made, because we don't talk about those, and he has made. Chapman was a great move. The biggest move maybe in recent organizational history. One of the biggest moves in Pirates franchise history was making the right decision on Skeens over Cruz. But he's failed on so many fronts. Would you agree that he's failed this team by being too patient with the likes of Jack Sawinski? Very quietly, suddenly Sawinski's gone the other day. We had to watch this guy for how many months and how many at-bats before they finally decided no more?
I mean, I think what's weird about that one, too, and I wouldn't use the word failed to say for Ben Cherington there, but I do think with the Sawinski thing, it's interesting because they did try sending him down for a week, and frankly, he should have been down there for longer. That's my opinion, is that I don't think he actually got a sizable runway to work with down in AAA. This was inevitable, right? Just given that you were allowing a guy to consistently struggle at the big league level, offensively, defensively, all of the above, like, that was overdue in my opinion. And I think that was a byproduct of the guys who were waiting in AAA. Joshua Palacios was banged up. They probably would have liked to have had him up here earlier. Ji-Hwan Bae was hurt for a good stretch of that. Like, I think there were these guys that they would have liked to have had up there. But Sawinski, due to injury, due to necessity, was up here for probably longer than he should have been. And, I can only help but wonder, what does that mean for moving forward? Because the reality is he spent 4 months up here in the big leagues, basically struggling for 90% of that. I can't imagine that's easy on a guy. And I think really that was born out of necessity. But yeah, it's a tough situation, I would say, just there in terms of what we've seen in center field. But certainly the Michael A. Taylor home run last night was an exception to the rule of what's been the play in center field this season.
Yeah, I mean, obviously that's like I think the frustration that I have the most with this group is, I mean, and I wrote about it this morning. It's very clear the players are scratching and fighting and resilient and basically just trying their ass off to win every possible game they can win. it would be a dereliction of duty, in my opinion, if they don't go get a couple of. Because ultimately, I refuse to believe that they're going to be able to, keep finding these magic potions every single night to win these games the way they've won them the last couple of nights. It would be dereliction of duty, in my mind, if they didn't go and try and get this group some help before the 6 o'clock deadline. You know what I mean? 6.5 hours from now. Do you agree with that or not?
Yeah, no, I perfectly agree. I think it's more. I think maybe my answer here is just that you have to be a little bit more creative than the hard and fast of, okay, let's trade prospects for a big league level guy. I think part of it has to be, at least in my opinion, I would think that a good strategy here would be explore what you can do with the guys in the major league roster that you either view as expendable or redundant, whatever it may be. Whether that's your Aroldis Chapman, your Martin Perez's, Marco Gonzalez, whoever that is on these expiring contracts. I'm not saying they have a ton of value, right? I'm not trying to sell you, some beat up car and say that it isn't what it is. But maybe that's where the greater value is. Maybe Aroldis Chapman as a late inning reliever, while he is helpful to this Pirates team, you view it as the bullpen. Yeah, it's mostly struggled in the first half this season, but if you can beef that up in other areas and you think that you can get guys back from the injured list, or you could move Luis Ortiz back there once the rotation's in a better spot, maybe moving Chapman to get a bat is a more logical solution than, hey, we're going to trade prospects that maybe other teams aren't as high on as we are internally, something of that nature. Maybe that's the solution. Maybe that's how you go about this. But I think you can't go, quietly into the night without making any moves before 6 p.m. I don't think that's an option.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And the text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Paul, may I engage Destiny's Child in a game of free association?
Absolutely.
You ready, sir?
Always am.
Will the Pirates make the playoffs?
No.
The main reason they won't make it, in your not-so-humble opinion, is what?
Offense.
Michael A. Taylor will be on the big league roster the rest of this year.
Yeah, yes.
Alika Williams will still be here when they return home.
Yes.
Why?
They will not promote Nick York for a little bit longer, give him more time in AAA, and I imagine the Bay injury situation, Williams will be up there for a little bit.
Connor Joe will be here the rest of the year.
Yes.
Nick Gonzalez will return when? Be careful on this one. Shelty's listening.
I will say August 14th.
Yeah, let's go August 14th. No, I'm not going to pull my Nostradamus with a particular date this time. Let's say end of August, early September, right around Labor
Destiny's
Day.
Child thinks he's Nostradamus, so he's evidently putting the date out there.
Ortiz.
That's gold, man.
It really is. Ortiz is in this rotation for the rest of the year.
Yeah, sure.
Pick a name the Pirates will go get.
Well, they already got a left-handed reliever. Let's go Kevin Pillar. Why not?
Josh Bell, too?
I don't see the need.
Yes or no, will Chapman be traded?
No.
Will Bednar be traded?
No.
Why don't we ever talk about that?
I think the value is just, beyond just the pitching. But also, he's still relatively affordable at this point, being in the arbitration years. For a closer, I mean, he's one of the better ones in the league. It's been a struggle this year, but I think he's still a valuable guy to have.
56 games left. Over, under, Skeen starts, 9.5.
Ooh. That's a great line. I'm going to say under, but 9.
When will Jared Jones return now?
I don't know. August 14th.
I will say
terrible.
August 14th.
Let's keep rolling with that. Let's keep going August 14th.
Okay, let's do that. All right, that does it. Paul, would you like to say anything to Destiny's Child?
No, I think we covered all the ground. Always a good time. Always our pleasure.
You can read Andrew Destin's work at postgazette.com, and I will say it's fine work. Thank you, Andrew.
Thanks as always, guys. Take care now.
What'd you make of that?
Good. That was good.
Kevin Pillar. It probably will wind up being Kevin Pillar and or Josh Bell.
I mean, I guess it's better than nothing.
But not enough.
But Pilar, I guess, could help. Obviously he's an upgrade.
Yeah.
But that's the other thing that's frustrating is we're not asking them to go out and sign, like I said yesterday, we're not asking them to go out and sign Vladimir Guerrero Jr. or trade for him or whatever, right? I mean,
well, I am, but
we're talking about we're talking about being better than what I call the black hole of Pirates outfielders, not named Brian Reynolds. It's not a very tall, building to scale, is it?
Yeah, that should have happened already.
Right,
and
exactly.
The fact that we had to sit here and go through Sawinski for 5 months is ridiculous. April, May, June, July, 4 months. Just ridiculous. So it's almost, in some ways, it's too late, but it really, there's still time to do stuff. And maybe something big. All right, coming up top of the hour, the Pirates manager on his birthday, and I have an incredible tweet from Mr. Bob Smizik, Days of Pittsburgh Media Lore, on Derek Shelton and the job he's done this season. Paul?
I mean, I don't know if I want to call it breaking news because I don't know anything that happened here, but apparently Roman Wilson needed to be carted off.
Oh, boy.
The receiver?
I saw Pony tweet it. I was looking for all the other beat writers. Nobody else has put it out there yet.
There?
We'll catch up on that and get it to you next.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Steelers in the midst of bats on backers drill right now, and Russell Wilson is participating in practice. Is not doing everything in practice. He did not participate in 7 shots, but is giving it a go in the first full day of practice, a lot more so than he did in the first 4 days of camp. According to John Paul Morosi of MLB Network, the Angels could move Luis Rengifo, one of their infielders, and or Taylor Ward today. And the Yankees, Red Sox, and Pirates have been the teams that have inquired on the Angels' available bats. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
93.7 The Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
What are you doing with the pocket?
Yeah, why the pocket? It classes it up. If this didn't have a pocket, it would just be a shirt. You remove the pockets, and all of a sudden, I can't go to the party. If you like practicality, watch this. Now I got a highlighter and a pen in my shirt.
Yeah, but when are you going to do that again? When do you need that? Or you're going to forget where they are, and you're going to be like, where's my pen? Oh, who's the callous? You took my pen.
The Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Before gutter problems arise, protect your home from costly water damage with Gutter Helmet. Enjoy maintenance-free gutters for life. Call 888-5HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com for a free assessment and estimate. Save up to 35% for a limited time.
Leases 36 months, 10,000 miles per year. $29.99 due at signing. Must qualify HMFC Tier 1 through 2 plus tax, acquisition fee, title plates, and dealer dock fee. Stock units only. Offer ends 7/31/24.
Take advantage of huge summer savings at Mike Camlin Hyundai. Drive the new 2024 Hyundai Elantra SEL for just $199 a month, or the new 2024 Tucson SC FWD for only $259 a month. MikeCamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by owner assurance. America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Camlin Advantage oil changes for life.
It's better over here. If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has an exclusive rate plan just for you. Right now, get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings versus Verizon and AT&T. Plus, you can get one of the latest 5G phones free when you add a line. That's right, a free 5G phone. Experience all this and more on America's largest 5G network. So why wait? At T-Mobile, customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Just go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 or visit your local store to make the switch.
With AutoPay using debit or bank account plus taxes and fees, 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Free phones up to $300 off with 24 monthly bill credits and qualifying new line for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Contact us before canceling entire account to continue remaining bill credits. Bill credits end if you pay off device early. See details at T-Mobile.com.
Cloudy with showers this afternoon, the high 80.
Weather brought to you by Express Employment Professionals. Hire for logistics roles with Express Employment Professionals. They'll take care of recruiting, interviewing, and more, then supply you with the workforce you need. Visit expresspros.com for a location.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for up to half the cost. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up! and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Savings based on cost of consumer cellular single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
Every business faces challenges, but complicated, expensive, and uncertain shipping shouldn't be one of them.
With USPS Ground Advantage from the United States Postal Service, you can avoid all the noise.
No more unexpected surcharges, hidden fees, or complex rate structures.
It's just easy, cost-effective, and dependable shipping. Tune your business's frequency to success and turn shipping to your advantage. Learn how at USPS.com/advantage. USPS Ground Advantage. Simple, affordable, reliable.
Savings. Now that's speaking the Lowe's language. And when you join My Lowe's Rewards for free, the savings just keep coming. Save money with member-only offers, plus earn points when you shop. More points equal more rewards, just for you. Because Lowe's knows you earned it, literally. Learn more about our loyalty program at Lowes.com/MyLowe'sRewards and become a member for free today. Program subject to terms and conditions. Points are awarded on eligible purchases. See Lowes.com/terms for full details. Subject to change.
Hi, everyone. Broadcaster and ER physician Dr. Jerry Punch here. We all know about the speed of sound, but have you ever thought about the sounds of speeding? If you drive over the speed limit, there are lots of sounds that you might hear. You could hear the sound of your vehicle crashing, the sound of first responders desperately trying to save you. You could even hear the sound of people crying at a funeral. Because if you drive over the speed limit, you could do damage that's beyond repair. One way or another, speeding catches up with you. Paid for by NHTSA.
Protect your home from water damage and eliminate water woes with Gutter Helmet. GutterHelmet.com.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. My, how things have changed in New England. Two of the standout defensive players for the Patriots, Matthew Judon and Devon Godshaw, are looking for new contracts and openly complaining about it. While there had to be dozens of contract disputes during Belichick's days, rarely did they become this public. I'm Maggie Gray.
Savings. Now that's speaking the Lowe's language. And when you join My Lowe's Rewards for free, the savings just keep coming. Save money with member-only offers, plus earn points when you shop. More points equal more rewards, just for you. Because Lowe's knows you earned it, literally. Learn more about our loyalty program at Lowes.com/MyLowe'sRewards and become a member for free today. Program subject to terms and conditions. Points are awarded on eligible purchases. See Lowes.com/terms for full details. Subject to change.
Hi, everyone. Broadcaster and ER physician Dr. Jerry Punch here. We all know about the speed of sound, but have you ever thought about the sounds of speeding? If you drive over the speed limit, there are lots of sounds that you might hear. You could hear the sound of your vehicle crashing, the sound of first responders desperately trying to save you. You could even hear the sound of people crying at a funeral. Because if you drive over the speed limit, you could do damage that's beyond repair. One way or another, speeding catches up with you. Paid for by NHTSA.
High five! Up top! Heck yeah! Dave's company just got the first ever 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Yeah, 5 years! It's 5 years of gig speed internet. High five for gig speed! 5 years of advanced security. Security win! And 5 years of a great rate that won't change. Our rate ain't changing. All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. There it is! He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread. Woohoo! Now he's got savings. I'm so excited! Yep, Dave's feeling it. But it's only for a limited time, so don't wait. Switch today and ask how to get the first ever 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Powering 5 years of savings. Powering possibilities. Comcast Business. And it's hurting, but I am not stopping.
Ends 8/21/24. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Starkey here. You know how much I love Shooters Golf and Event Center in Wexford. The Baranowski family owns Shooters, also Barry's Pub, the original North Park Lounge in McCandless, just opened at their North Park Lounge location across from La Roche University. The Chillin' Drive-Thru. Specialty coffees using La Prima's coffee from here in Pittsburgh. Energy drinks, refresher drinks. The food is delicious. Egg sandwiches. I've tried almost all of it. Wraps, salads. So check out Shooter's new concept, Chillin' Drive-Thru, open 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. every day, located at the North Park Lounge in McCandless.
Hey, it's Doran Dickerson. The NFL is having players wear Guardian caps all season long and allowing Guardian caps to be worn in games. Have your team practice like the pros and reduce the impact of hits on your kids. You can also enter your team on the 93.7 The Fan contest page all July to win a set of 10 Guardian caps this season. Get bulk team pricing now at GuardianSports.com.
Crowley here. The dog days of summer are here. It's gonna get hotter. Sullivan Super Service wants your home to stay cool and comfortable. That's why my friends at Sullivan are encouraging $55 AC checks. And for every AC check booked, Sullivan will donate 10 pounds of dog food to the Humane Animal Rescue Shelter. Schedule your $55 AC check with Sullivan today. You'll help your AC work better this summer and support your furry friends. Visit SullivanService.com. Sullivan Super Service. They'll be your hometown heroes.
At twomeninjunketruck.com, you can even book same day or next day. Then we arrive, we quote, you like the price? Yes! We haul it away. Yeah, it's that easy. We'll even whistle while we work. 2 men in a junk truck.
Another day is here, and you're ready for it. What to wear? Check. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner? Check. Planning for what's next and how to save for it? That's where Bank of America can help. For your financial to-dos, Bank of America has experts ready to help get you closer to your goals. Get started at one of our Greater Pittsburgh Region financial centers or 24/7 in our mobile banking app. Find a location near you at bankofamerica.com/talktous. What would you like the power to do? Mobile banking requires downloading the app and is only available for select devices. Message and data rates may apply. Bank of America N.A., member FDIC.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Sturkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Pirates manager Derek Shelton on his birthday at the top of the hour. Will he get a birthday present from his general manager? That's the question right now. 50-minute mark on the Fan. Brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge, Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills limits. An update on Roman Wilson.
According to Alan Saunders of Steelers Now, he left practice after being tackled on a jet sweep in 7 shots. He said he's not quite sure what the injury might have been. The trainer was looking at his hip and back area.
Man, that would be, for an already thin position, that would be really bad, needless to say, right? I mean, there's some people believing that he'll be the number 2 receiver, Paul.
I think he probably will be, if healthy.
Well, I will say that if it's, significant enough that he, whatever, this is a position we've been talking about for a long time that already needs to get better, right? So if he's out,
they got problems.
They've got, again, we talk about the Pirates, and one of my big frustrations with the Steelers is that they haven't fully, that they haven't fully fixed their receiving core. We've been talking about a number 2 receiver for 6 months now. They've had a lot of time to try and figure it out. They drafted one here who was a candidate for that, and I don't know, it's not a good situation that he's hurt right now.
All right, we'll keep you updated on everything happening at Steeler camp, but it is trade deadline day, and people are fired up. Bob Smizik, very nice man, legend in Pittsburgh media history. Would you agree with both those assertions, Paul?
Absolutely.
Bob was good to you on your way up, yes?
Absolutely. I consider him a mentor, and I tell you, that Fiesta Bowl. You remember the Fiesta Bowl that we always talk about that we went to and we stayed out in that resort?
Yes, I do.
I spent basically that entire week, or at least 4 days, I think. Although I was there the whole week, but I think Bob Smizik said he flew in like 4 days before the game or whatever it was. So I spent a couple of days, like really a lot of time with him, and I found him to be hilarious. I found him to be, really engaging, and so it was like he went from being this mythical figure to me, who I talked to a little bit at work, to I really like this guy. Like, this guy is a great guy. He's a great guy, and obviously a legendary writer. Yes.
And I think, I don't want to speak for Bob, but I think his passion was baseball, or is baseball, and his Pirate tweets are always very interesting. Here's one from 4 hours ago. Listen up, Shelty critics. If manager of the year were picked today, he'd be leading candidate to win. Who has done more with less? Pitching excellent, but only Keller has been here all season. Hitting an abomination, widely criticized at home, but highly respected elsewhere. I wrote about this, I think, 2 weeks ago, Paul, that Shelty's actually done a good job this season, contrary to popular belief. What do you make of all this? What do you make of Smize's tweet?
I think that if you watch the last few days, I think Derek Shelton has certainly pushed every single button that needs to be pushed. He's pushed every right button, right? But as we always say, quite often the difference between the managers that are successful and the managers that aren't is that the moves that they make actually turn into something. Like, you know what I mean? If he puts in Joey Bart and Joey Bart strikes out 2 days ago, nobody says a word about it, right?
Yes.
But Joey Bart came through. I'll give you another great one. If, who was it they intentionally walked with the
Alvarez.
Alvarez, okay? So now you walk him, but there's a risk because a single ties the game now.
Yes,
you don't
it
need
does.
a home run. A single ties the game. So if Bednar, if that pitch is a little lower or whatever and the guy doesn't pop it up, say he just rips a little seeing eye single through, now all of a sudden that looks like a really stupid move. So my point is, we spend a lot of time ripping managers for moves they make that don't work out.
Yeah.
I always try and look at, was it the right move at the time? And, a case in point was 2 days ago, and City Limits got into it with us. We were talking about this yesterday. If I'm the Diamondbacks with first base open in a one-run game, and Jared Triolo, who was 0 for 3 or 0 for 4 going into, and he was a couple of his at-bats were terrible, I'm not pitching to Joey Bart. I'm walking him. I'm doing the intentional walk thing, whereas I'm going to throw some pitches and see if I can get him to swing at some garbage, and I'm walking him, and now I'm going to face Triolo and take my chances that I can get Triolo out. But, again, I said that from the start. That wasn't a hindsight is 2020 type thing. I said that as soon as Joey Bart, they pinch hit, Joey Bart. But my point is, if the manager walks Joey Bart and Triolo hits a 3-run homer, he's going to get ripped, even though in my mind it would have been the right strategy. So I think that Shelton, one thing that's happened for him in a good way is in recent weeks, every move he's made seemingly has worked out. And so that's good. But I agree with Smizik that, he's done a lot and he's done a really good job, of getting the Pirates to where they're at. But I can't go all the way to he's a leading candidate for manager of the year from the standpoint of when you have the starting pitching that they've had.
I know, but he didn't have Skeens for over a month. Jared Jones has left the rotation. Falter's left the rotation.
But again, even before that, but again, their starting pitching has been ridiculously good. Even before they had Skeens, their starting pitching was good. All I'm saying is, I think that he deserves a lot of credit, and he's a definite manager of the year candidate.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
Yeah, there are certainly many choices.
If you look at the Astros, they were dead in the water a month ago, and now they're in right in the thick of the wild card. There's some other guys. How about I don't know that the guy. I don't know that the guy coaching the managing the Brewers. Somehow he's managed to keep that team in first place,
definitely
comfortably in first place, and I don't think they're that good.
A lot of people thought they were coming back to the pack.
Right.
Smizik says almost 2 days until the trade deadline. If the Pirates stand pat with a roster that includes Taylor, A. Williams, Bay, Triolo, Grandal, Sawinski, and a gaping hole at second base. This was a couple days ago. They have absolutely no interest in being competitive for the final 2 months of the season. I think we all agree on that. We'll keep you updated as we get towards 6 p.m. The manager is next, Derek Shelton. He was on the record saying they needed a bat. Let's talk to Shelty about the trade deadline and about where his team stands right now. That's coming up next. Fan weather. Brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. It's a Chevy Summer Drive at Sun Chevrolet, up to $7,500 in rebates. Terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. High of 81 today with an 80% chance of rain. It already did rain, so I would say 100% chance of rain. But maybe not anymore because it's sunny, and that's probably too much detail. City limits. Our baseball coverage on the Fan in that segment presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile. You can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch. I want to tell you about Gina Giampietro, one of my favorite topics. You can't lose. That's the one thing you know going into an interaction with Gina. She sits down with you. You agree on a price and a deadline. Deadline passes and your home isn't sold. Gina will have it bought and turned into a rental. It's as simple as that. You can't lose. Peter recently decided to sell his home in Moon Township and wanted to work with a top-notch real estate agent. He contacted Gina and her team and said he was very impressed with Gina's exceptional dedication and commitment to help him sell his home. Peter said Gina always went the extra mile, available whenever he had any questions. Said he will, quote, enthusiastically recommend Gina to anyone thinking about selling their home. So will I. I just did, and I currently still am. Call the only agent I would trust if I needed to sell my home in Pittsburgh, Gina Giampietro of RE/MAX Select Realty. Call Gina, 724-602-9752. Google Giampietro of RE/MAX Select Realty and look up GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's GinaWillSellYourHome.com.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Couple notes from Pony on Twitter saying that Roman Wilson was able to get to the cart under his own power. He was hobbling, but was carted off the practice field, holding his ankle on the sideline before he left the field. And also saying that the Pirates, there's speculation they'll add 2 buy low bats today, and pointed out names like Kevin Pillar and Josh Bell that could be had for international bonus money or a player to be named later. Derek Shelton joins us coming up next. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Hello, the best chance for rain's come and gone, but I'll maintain an isolated rain chance for the rest of the afternoon into the evening hours. Rain totals for most places should be near a half-inch for the day, but radar estimates has some places isolated showing more than 2 inches of rain. Afternoon highs should hit the low 80s, noon temperatures in the upper 70s. Winds will be out of the south at 5 to 10 miles an hour. First alert meteorologist Ron Smiley in the KTK Weather Center.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Saturday morning from 9 to 11, tune in for Bucko Talk. Host Donnie Baseball talks all things Pirates and gets you your Bucko's weekly rundown. Bucko Talk is presented by Gerken Roofing and Contracting and brought to you by Bell's Oberon Ale, Pennsylvania One Call System, and Allegheny Hospital and Physical Medicine. Bucko Talk on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Wow, honey, have you seen the electric bill?
Yeah, it's out of control. But have you heard of Navien tankless water heaters?
Tankless? How does that even work?
Well, instead of constantly heating and storing water, it only heats water when we need it. So much more efficient than our giant tank heater.
That sounds great. Let's look into Navien.
Already on it.
Imagine all the hot water you need only when you need it. Bulky tanks are history. Navien high-efficiency tankless is the future. Compact, wall-hung units free up floor space, lower energy bills, longer life than tanks, and a 15-year warranty. Find out more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
Tired of the same old beer? Try Stone Buenaventura, imported all the way from San Diego. Stone Buenaventura is a Baja-inspired Mexican-style lager, made with just a touch of sea salt and real lime. Stone Buenaventura is ultra crisp, easy drinking, and perfectly refreshing. Everything a lager should be. In the native tongue of the San Diegoans, Buenaventura means good beer. Stone Buenaventura is available wherever good beer is sold. Ask for it by name. Buenaventura. Cheers.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Today, we're the largest injury firm in the world, and I'm thankful to you for trusting us all these years. We'll always be here for the people, not the powerful. Injured? The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Jump into summer this month with Sun Chevrolet and the Chevy Summer Drive with plenty of great incentives through July 31st. 2024 Silverado LT Crew Cab, up to $7,500 in rebates with Chevy Loyalty, GM Trade Assistance, and a Costco membership. Must must currently own a 2010 or newer Chevrolet model, must trade in a 2010 or newer car or truck, must be a Costco member as of April 30th this year. Full terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. Sun Chevy has so much more in the lot right now, especially a great selection of the 2024 Chevy Trax. And remember, Sun Chevy carries all major brands of tires, custom wheel packages, and a full line of GM accessories in their parts department. But the biggest benefit of all, their people. Over 500 years of combined experience serving their customers. They'll keep your GM vehicle looking and running like new. Or shop their online catalog at sunchevy.com. Visit Sun Chevrolet on Route 19 in McMurray, 5 miles south of South Hills Village, and at sunchevy.com. Sun Chevrolet. Find new roads.
My son loves to fly kites, but my active psoriatic arthritis can sometimes hold me back. Now with Skyrizi to treat my skin and joints, I'm ready to go. Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults, helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi today and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
1-800-GOT-JUNK recycles because it conserves our natural resources.
We donate the donatables so they can be loved and used by another family.
Recycling saves us money. The less we take to the landfill, the more we save.
It also saves you money. Spending less on landfills helps keep our prices low.
People love to see a win-win scenario, but we've created a win-win-win-win scenario.
We make junk disappear.
All you have to do is point.
Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK
or visit 1-800-GOT-JUNK.com.
93.7 The Fan, an equal opportunity employer, is dedicated to providing broad outreach regarding job vacancies at the station. We seek the help of local community organizations in referring qualified applicants to our station. Community organizations who wish to receive our job vacancy information should contact Amy Mock at 93.7 The Fan at 412-920-9400 or by sending an email to amy.mock@odyssey.com. Listeners are encouraged to visit Odyssey.com for a listing of job opportunities at all Odyssey radio stations.
What's wrong with Rick? He's kind of spacey. That's Rick's identical twin, Scott. He's not used to answering to Rick. What's going on? Rick asked me to keep it secret, but he asked his twin to cover his shift so he could go to Diamonds Direct to shop. But this is a jewelry store. Exactly. But the prices and selection are so much better at Diamonds Direct. Rick doesn't want the boss to get suspicious, so Scott's here in case the boss sees Rick at Diamonds Direct. But that would mean that the boss is at Diamonds Direct too. Yeah, we have a lot of secrets.
You never know who you'll run into at Diamonds Direct. With unbeatable direct importer prices, the highest quality diamonds, the most sought-after designer rings, the best customer service, the strongest guarantees in the industry, it's just a no-brainer.
You think if Scott had a mustache, he'd look like me?
Go where everyone goes. Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion. Learn more at diamondsdirect.com. Proud partner of the University of Pittsburgh Panthers.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Texting enrolls you into reoccurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone. I went through it a while back. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text. Text HOT to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful Fed incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text HOT to 321-321. That's HOT to 321-321.
Products and statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or illness.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people. 93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan. Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Big 5-3 win for the Pirates yesterday in come-from-behind fashion. The Buccos scored one run in the top half of the eighth on an O'Neill Cruz double. And Michael A. Taylor, a huge 2-out, 3-run home run in the top half of the ninth, put the Pirates ahead 5-2. Astros got one run back in the bottom half of the ninth inning, but the Buccos were able to win it by 2 runs. Bailey Falter comes off the injured list to start for the Pirates in Game 2 of the 3-game series in Houston today. Pirates at 54 and 52. Falter through 90 innings, like 4.09 ERA. 8:10 first pitch. 7:15 is when the North Shore Tavern leadoff show begins with Dan Zangrilli. You can listen right here on the Fan and also on your Odyssey app. More at 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open. The Derek Shelton Show starts now.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's time for the Derek Shelton Show. Tune in or listen on the Odyssey app as we give you the latest on our Pirates with Pirates manager Derek Shelton. The Derek Shelton Show is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist and Pennsylvania One Call System. Now, the Derek Shelton Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Yes, it is the Derek Shelton Show, brought to you by your local Parmore stores. Remember, if there's not a Parmore store near you, there will be soon. Shelty, we have to start with the obvious today. A very hearty, happy birthday to you. You're starting to catch up to Ron Cook, who's retired in Florida.
Yeah, I guess I am. If we keep playing games like that, I'm going to start looking like Cookie, too. I mean, geez.
Nobody would want that fate. But, no, actually, Ron is actually a very, I think, a decent-looking man for his age.
Yeah, didn't he get voted like most handsome man or something last year? I mean, wasn't there some sort of award he won at some point?
No.
I think you're right. I think there was something he won, like some sort of award.
He may
like
have.
Yes.
These games are incredible, Shelty.
No, hold on. Hold on. Before you say that, I love that in 5 years of the show, you've never given me a one-word answer, and on that one, you were like, no.
Yeah.
Right. So how does that feel coming back at you? The evasive one-word answer.
Yeah, I know. You're getting used to it. I know. I like it. You see, you're learning. You're learning.
Yes. So these games have been phenomenal the past 2 days. Today, everybody wondering, and I think really have people's interest perked up on the trade deadline even more than usual. You're on the record with us saying that you would like a bat. Are you confident you'll have one by 6 p.m.?
Yeah, I'm on the record saying that I want to add to our offense. I think everybody within our organization does. And, hopefully it's a situation where that happens. I don't think there's any guarantees at the deadline because of how challenging the deadline itself is. So, we have another, whatever it is, 6 or 7 hours to see how it pans out, and then we kind of go from there.
Will you be disappointed if it doesn't happen?
No, I don't think disappointed because, it's a situation where sometimes things just don't line up. And it's not a situation where we're not trying to add or we haven't had conversations about adding. Sometimes you just can't, line up with people or people go other places or they have other deals. So I know we're continuing to work on it. I know we will continue to work on it up until the deadline. And hopefully it's a situation where it's something that we get something done.
Do you think that and there's lots of discussion and theories about the fact that you guys have won a few games now, and so that makes the general manager more likely to try and make deals, or if you had lost, like if you had lost the last two nights, it'd be less likely. Do you think that the way that the team plays leading up to the deadline plays into those kinds of things, or do you feel like Ben Cherington was trying to make a deal regardless of really kind of what was happening the last week or so?
Yeah, well, I can only speak to our situation, and I don't think the last 2 days has affected it in any way. I think Ben has been trying to do things over, not only the last couple days, but over the last week or 10 days or maybe even longer than that. So I don't think the last 2 days have had any effect on that. I do think, we continue to play good baseball, which is important, but it hasn't changed, our willingness or our want to be able to add to our club.
Pirates manager Derek Shelton on the Sullivan Super Service fan hotline. Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. It's interesting, Shelty, just what the organizational philosophy is at the top and what you guys talk about when you talk with Ben and I assume with Bob Nutting. Joel Sherman on MLB Network the other day says of the Pirates, no team is going to want to play a best of three against Skeens, Keller, Jones. They owe it to the fan base to try harder, meaning get players. I would add to that in pro sports, we can't predict the future. I can't say for sure that the top of your rotation, meaning Skeens and Keller, will ever be healthy again. I don't know. You're from Chicago, so you know the story of Pryor and Wood. They basically had one season together. So here's my question. Are the conversations at the top of your organization to that end? We have a chance this year. If we get there, we could win it all.
Well, I think we realize what we have in front of us, and we realize how important and special those guys are. I mean, the three guys you named, definitely highlighting that. So I think we're very aware of that, and I think our conversations around that at the top are very much linked to that.
Linked? Would you say they're linked more to the present or the immediate future, if you know what I mean?
No, I think they're linked to both. I think the present and the immediate future, and I mean the immediate future, I'm assuming you mean the next few years. But I think we're trying to make our club better, as of today or tomorrow, and then into the future also, which is important. But yeah, I think they're linked to both.
Is there a cause and effect or a reaction type thing on trade deadline day? Have you in years past noticed? If you, for instance, if you didn't make a move to bring somebody in this year, would there be a little disappointment in the clubhouse? Like, hey, we need to get some help in here because we have a chance to win. Or have you ever seen where it can affect the way a team plays?
No, I think most groups kind of focus on the group that's in the room. I mean, that's the biggest thing. It's not a situation of focusing on, hey, what if, and the speculation, because there's so much speculation that goes on in the game about, who's going to be moved, who's not going to be moved, and then you end up looking at the end of the deadline, and the four guys that everybody said were going somewhere went nowhere, and then or teams decide, hey, we're not going to move those players. So I think players in and of themselves do a really good job of focusing on, like, all right, these are the people in the room, and this is what we're going to do.
Shelty, great moment last night with the Michael A. Taylor home run, and then the cameras were on you in the dugout, and you got up on the chair, and then Joey Bart was tugging on the back of your jersey. Were you aware that was him, or how do you remember that moment?
Yeah, I know. I mean, you guys always get on me for never showing any emotion, and then I show some emotion. So I'm actually glad you pointed it out. Joey Bart did not have my jersey. It felt like he had all of my skin in his hand. I mean, I thought he was going to rip my flank out. But, yeah, I don't know if he was holding me because he thinks I'm old and I was going to fall off the chair and fall down, or he was just really excited. I'm thinking it's a combination of both.
Yeah, I mean, I think that was a pretty exciting moment. We were just talking about when you're a manager, you look a whole lot smarter when your moves, work out, which over the last few days, every single button you've pushed has worked out. Is that just something you accept universally as the manager? Is that your moves you can make are correct, but if they don't work out, you're going to get criticized for them?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, you guys have a show based on that, don't you? I think in you know, we've talked about this over the years. I mean, there's moves that you can make that can be criticized, and sometimes if they work, then you look like you're really smart, and if they don't work, then you look like you have no idea what you're doing. But sometimes we have to take gambles. We have to make certain moves, and, you know, I think, as you guys know, I will stand by those all the time and tell you when I think they're right and tell you when I think they're wrong. And the most important thing is players make you look smart. You know, I think that's the one thing that I've really learned from my conversations with Leland over the years is you can make moves, but players are the ones that make you look smart.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's sort of like one of those, like I said, one of those universal truths. And well, if we weren't able to second guess, what would we talk about all day? So
that's exactly right. I mean, that's why we have this show every week.
Right. Now, you know, I think a classic example, and I pointed this out earlier, a classic example of that was when you guys, and it seemed like, and maybe you can talk us through what actually happened, but it seemed like you guys sort of unintentionally, intentionally walked or pitched around, or however you want to say it, you weren't going to allow Alvarez to beat you, is basically what happened. And so you walked him with a 3-run lead. You walked him, you know, and the bases loaded. And now it's a 2-run lead. And I said, if the next guy comes up and Bednar's pitch isn't perfect and, you know, instead of popping up, he hits a little line drive or a little single, the game's tied. All of a sudden now, it worked. You look, you know, now all of a sudden we're going to be ripping you for you know, putting the tying run 90 feet closer to the plate. What, you know, went on there? Was that sort of what you were looking to do? That you basically you trusted Bednar to get the next guy, and you just weren't going to let the Alvarez beat you?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a fair assessment. We know that David has the ability to execute his fastball in locations, and in that situation, you know, we were not going to let Alvarez beat us. So if he wanted to chase out of the zone, chase in areas that we didn't think he could impact the baseball, then that would be the case that we would do that. And he didn't, and then, you know, David was able to get Diaz out. And you're 100% right. Like, if that doesn't work out and Diaz hits the ball in the gap and we lose, like, that's on me, and that's a decision I made. But, you know, it's a decision that it's part of the process that I made going into the game of getting into certain situations. I know that there's certain people that I'm not going to allow to beat us. And depending on it, right, wrong, or indifferent, I'm going to stick to, you know, what I think's best for our club. And I think your point there is probably the most important, Paul, is like that worked out for us last night. If David hangs a breaking ball and Diaz hits it out of the park, that's on me. You know, that's me making a decision that I thought was best for our club. But ultimately, you trust your players, and David executed last night, and we were able to win the game because of it.
Skeens was really good, obviously, again last night. Probably great. He hasn't been hitting, like last night, for example, up around 100 very often. I think he got there late, and I was curious whether that was simply strategic, the pitches he's using, or whether with the long-range goal in mind of keeping his innings and making sure he's right in late September, there's a shift in overall philosophy with him.
No, I think last night it was just the slider was better than the other pitches, and I thought Grandal did a really good job kind of realizing that early. I mean, we've seen times where the sinker or splinker or whatever the heck he calls it has been the elite pitch. Last night the slider was the pitch that we were able to go to. You know, I mean, and I think I even said it post-game, like it's being critical that we're saying that the splinker was only 93, 94 and the fastball was 98, 99. You know, I mean, that's, if we're critical of a guy because he doesn't throw up triple digits every single pitch, we know we got something that's really special, which we do. But I thought last night, Yaz did a really good job in terms of realizing what was on, realizing that they had a veteran lineup that had the ability to kind of adjust off it, and we went to his secondary stuff.
For sure. I guess I would say curious more than critical, just curious, because obviously it seems like he can pump it up to 100 and just keep rifling those a lot if he wants, right?
Yeah. I mean, if he wanted to sit back and throw the ball 100 every single pitch, he could do it. But I think we've seen with major league hitters, they'll adjust to that. So we have to use his other weapons.
Well, and I think that's probably what makes him just so scary. It's that he's got so many weapons, right? It's not just that he can bring the heat; it's that he's got so many other weapons to go with it.
Yeah, 100%. I think that's what separates him from other people. Is it's not only that does he have the 100, but he has 3 or 4 other pitches that he can rely on. And the fact that now people have seen him pitch, and he has 13, 14 starts in the big leagues. People are going into it with a little bit more disciplined approach because they have seen him, and I think the adjustments that he's making off that are what's so vital. And sometimes guys struggle with that because they don't have the weapons to adjust off it, but this kid has the weapons to adjust.
Well, just real quick, the other kid, the other guy that you have that is currently out right now. I mean, obviously Destiny's Child wasn't able to give us the exact date, but is Jared Jones progressing? Is he, we asked Destiny's Child earlier. He couldn't tell us, but, we figured to ask you, is Jared Jones progressing? I mean, is he on a good path to get back at a reasonable time?
Yeah, he's on a good path. He has a bullpen again today, so that's encouraging. And then assuming the bullpen goes well, then we'll start talking about live VPs and doing, things like that. But, yes, he is progressing nicely. The stuff has been good in his bullpens, and he's got another one today.
Chapman's been unbelievable lately. I mean, just everything. It looks like he's a bull waiting to get out of the cage there when they do bull riding. It's when he was coming out of the bullpen, and then he's got the stare down at the end of his stints. He's been incredible. Are you 100% confident he'll still be a Pirate tomorrow, Shelty?
Yeah, I expect Chap to be a Pirate tomorrow. I mean, he's been really good for us, and, I mean, like you said, he's continued to pitch well. I mean, the other day in Arizona, he was able to come in a situation where we used Bednar before that. But, fully expect that Chap will be with us.
Gonzalez had a number of clutch hits. Then he got hurt. Curious when he'll be back. Well, wait, we asked Destiny's Child this earlier. Nick Gonzalez will return when? Be careful on this one. Shelty's listening.
I will say August 14th.
Yeah, let's go August 14th. No, I'm not going to pull my Nostradamus.
He said maybe
he's quoting me now.
Yes.
Jeez, what are we doing?
Destiny's Child thinks he's Nostradamus, so he's evidently putting a date out there.
Yeah. Well, it shows you that he pays attention to the show. I mean, that's the one thing. No, I think, Nick's injury was just 2 days ago, so we're going to need to get probably a week out and see where we're at, just in terms of the healing process. I don't think it's going to be, something that's going to be a week or 2 weeks. I think we're talking, multiple weeks here, and hopefully it's something that we can get healed up quickly. But we need to get him back in our lineup. He has done a really good job, but we have to make sure he's healthy to get back.
Is there an everyday guy in the meantime on your team, an everyday second baseman, or will you mix and match?
I think we'll mix and match. I mean, Triolo's going to get some looks there. I mean, it could be a situation where Bay gets some looks there, although he has played the outfield. And I think we'll kind of mix and match depending on the matchups.
Well, you added to your bullpen.
Hold on, Paul. May I interject very quickly?
Go ahead.
City Limits just jumped up with a question, Shelty. I'll let him ask you when it comes to second base. This is very exciting.
Yeah, okay. Shelty, on Nick York, who was recently acquired from Boston, plans that he might potentially be able to have some reps at second base, or even in the outfield. He's played in the minors.
Yeah, I mean, we really like Nick York, and I mean, I think as we talked about, we needed to add, regardless if it was at the major league or upper level depth, and we were excited we were able to get Nick York and kind of trade from an area where we felt we had some depth. In the short term, probably not. I'm short term meaning the next few weeks, but there is a possibility that Nick could come up and get some reps depending on where we're at. We like the fact that he can play second. We like the fact that he can play the corners, which is important. I mean, right now he's not a guy that's not a 40-man, but if it's a situation where we need to add him and we feel he's in the right spots, I think we'll do that. right now, currently, we need to get him in our system and just watch him play a little bit is probably the thing that's most important.
Well, you also added Jalen Beeks. Where does he fit in your bullpen? I think it was a thought just to get another lefty to add a little depth. I mean, your bullpen has been pretty good anyway, but, what was the thought process of bringing him to the Pirates?
Well, I think the thought process is, we had two lefties earlier in the year when we, when we had Baraki in there, without having a timetable of when Baraki's going to be back. It was a situation where we thought we could add another left-hander that could pitch earlier in the games that could kind of complement Chappie a little bit.
Expectations for Bailey Falter's return tonight, Shelty?
Just go out and throw strikes. He threw 3 innings in a rehab start in Indy. So, don't expect that it's going to be a fully lengthy outing just because of the fact he's still building up. But the one thing Bailey has done is he's gone out and commanded the strike zone. He's kept guys off the barrel, so just hoping he'll continue to do that.
Just a little bit, just back it up. Joe cut me off before I was able to follow up about Jalen Beeks. What does he bring in terms of his arsenal? What do you like about him?
Well, number one, obviously he pitched in Tampa, so he's pitched in big games, which I think is important and is tested in games like that. The biggest thing is just adding another lefty that we can mix and match throughout the middle of games. Specifically as a left-on-left guy.
Palacios and Bay available tonight, and if not, anybody joining the club?
Yeah, I think we'll have a better idea on that in the next 4 or 5 hours. Those guys are both being reevaluated this morning to see where they're at. If that's not the case, where they're not available, we will have to make a decision to try to add someone. Not committing to that yet because our trainers are probably what time are we at? They're actually currently in the process of evaluating them. So I think we'll have a better idea then, where both of them are at.
Rowdy good to go? Or is he still feeling lingering effects of the other day?
Well, it's a back. So, I think Rowdy's going to feel it for, probably the next with the back, you can never tell. But, he's good to play. And he's done a good job. The pinch hit the other day obviously was huge in Arizona. And he's moving fine. And the fact that we have 2 off days in the span of the next 5 days, I think will help get him back. But overall, he's in a good spot.
Shelty, we appreciate the time. Happy birthday to you, and we'll see what happens before the trade deadline here.
All right, guys. Thanks. Appreciate the birthday wishes, and I'll talk to you next week.
All right.
We'll see
Derek
you.
Shelton.
Happy birthday, sir.
Thank you.
There you go, Paul. Most notable thing he said, in your humble opinion, he sounds very confident that Chapman will be here tomorrow.
I would say that's probably the most important thing. Chapman is going to be here.
That would be big. And then at the beginning,
Listen,
he's...
I would be if you would have told me at the beginning of the season that Chapman was going to be a Pirate through the end of the season at $10.5 million, I'd have said no way. But sounds like it's going to be.
What if I told you at the beginning of the season that on trade deadline day, July 30th, the Pirates would be 1 game back in the loss column for the wild card? Would you have said they're absolutely a buyer and they better be?
Yeah, absolutely.
Me too.
The thing about it is, it's one thing if you're at this spot and there's not like a glaring hole in your roster, but it's another thing when there is a glaring hole in your roster. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Do you think that Shelty sounded optimistic about getting a bat in here? I did at the beginning. I thought he sounded pretty optimistic.
I think it sounds to me like there's probably going to be a move. That's my prediction. It sounds to me like there's probably going to be at least some sort of a move that's made, right?
I think so. The question is, let me throw this question out, and we'll get to it when we come back. If it was Pilar and Josh Bell, Kevin Pilar and Josh Bell, would that be good for you out there? Or do they need to make a bigger move? 412-928-9370. Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. 93.7 The Fan, 100.1 FM, and AM 1020 KDKA. And WAMO 107.3, partnering to support Pittsburgh public school students for the 2024-25 school year by providing stuffed backpacks for the hashtag Pittsburgh for PPS Backpack Drive. Visit the link on the homepage of 937thefan.com. Support as an individual or get a group together to support. Help ensure a good start to the school year for local kids.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Derek Shelton said he fully expects Aroldis Chapman to remain a Pirate tomorrow and be with the team after the 6 o'clock deadline today. We are just 5.5 hours away from the Major League Baseball trade deadline. The Pirates have made a couple moves. Quinn Priester was traded yesterday to the Boston Red Sox to acquire second baseman and also corner outfielder Nick York. York, a former 2020 first-round draft pick. Priester was the Pirates' first-round draft pick in the 2019 season, the last draft pick that was taken in the first round in the Neil Huntington era. Potential options for the Pirates include Kevin Pillar and Josh Bell. Some speculation surrounding those two players as the Pirates look to add, and Shelton admitted he is full on the record saying that the Pirates would like to add some offense at the trade deadline. More 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open. Paul?
Paul Zeiss, this is Paul Zeiss for New Flow Men's Health. New Flow has made incredible success in treating men with erectile dysfunction. For a limited time, and New Flow is offering exclusive pricing for significant savings. Haven't you suffered long enough? There are no pills, no injections, and no games. Pittsburgh guys helping Pittsburgh guys. Call 412-784-9000. It's 412-784-9000 today to take advantage of this great offer and tell them Paul sent you.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Tune in every Saturday. Be part of my program. We want your opinions.
Protected by Shederovich and Fishman. Ireland Contracting, PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. And driven by number one Cochran. Go one better. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. The PM team. Presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
He won the first Royal Rumble. He's in the WWE Hall of Fame. He's one of the great wrestlers of all time. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Can I get one more USA chant on the way out?
Well, we got to do a hole, brother. That's what we're going to do. And if you guys are going to hole like you mean it. So 1, 2, 3, ho!
Say hacksaw.
That's some good hoeing.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
At Bet365, we don't do ordinary. We believe that every sport should be epic. From the moments that are legendary to the ones that fly under the radar. See for yourself when you sign up today, and you'll get $150 in bonus bets plus 50 spins when you bet just $5. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. 21 plus must be present in Pennsylvania. New customers only. $10 minimum deposit required. Returns exclude bonus bet wager. Time limits, restrictions, and T's and C's apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Bruce Springsteen and the E Street Band Rock for Hunger relief, supporting food banks across the country. Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank welcomes them to PPG Paints Arena in August. Enter for your chance to win tickets today by visiting ppgpaintsarena.com. To purchase tickets, visit Ticketmaster.com.
You know what makes summer feel like summer? Firing up the grill with Kingsford Original Charcoal. The sound, the smell, the taste.
That is good.
Kingsford Original gives your favorite foods that smoky wood-fired flavor you can't get anywhere else. So, grab a bag of Kingsford Original Charcoal, America's grilling expert, and let's celebrate summer the Kingsford way. Kingsford.com.
I'm at the movies, asking people if they'll switch seats with me for $574.
Here, take mine.
So what about $574 if you switch your home insurance to Allstate?
Too much work.
Not if you call them. They handle the switching.
Now, that's a plot twist.
Shh. Check Allstate first, and you could save hundreds on quality home insurance today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Based on the national average annual savings for new home insurance customers surveyed in 2023 who switched to Allstate and reported savings. Savings vary.
Loyalty has its rewards at your neighborhood Par-Mar store. See for yourself. Download the Par-Mar Stores app today and find deals, coupons, and earn points to get free groceries. Dan Zangrilli reminding you that if there's not a Par-Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
Are you struggling to protect your business because your security technology is outdated? Then consider switching to Guardian Protection. As Pittsburgh's hometown security company since 1950, Guardian has protected business of all sizes with expert installation of surveillance, access control, intrusion, and fire alarm systems. Guardian makes switching easy. For a complimentary security evaluation of your business, visit guardianprotection.com/fanbiz. That's guardianprotection.com/FANBIZ.
Take strokes off your game by taking pounds off your frame with Awaken 180. Between increased flexibility, strength, and endurance, breaking 100, 90, or even 80 could be just 40 pounds away. Get there this summer with the solution for weight loss. Awaken 180 Weight Loss.
DQ presents... Picture this. Picture the DQ $7 bacon cheeseburger meal deal. Not just a cheeseburger, a bacon cheeseburger, plus fries, drink, and a sundae. All full-sized, all for $7. Because everything's better with bacon. Everything's also better with a side of fries, a refreshing drink, and a sundae to finish. Yum. The $7 bacon cheeseburger meal deal. Now for a limited time on the $7 meal deal lineup. DQ. Happy tastes good.
It's Wrangler season out there. Warmer days, cooler nights. Open roads, endless horizons. And you need to be ready in jeans made for the unpredictable. Wrangler, for the ride of life. Shop our newest styles today at Wrangler.com.
Get a $10 O'Reilly Auto Parts gift card after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 Full Synthetic Motor Oil in-store or online.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Wrangler. It's Wrangler season out there. Open roads, endless horizons. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles. Team USA's men's basketball won their opener, but Coach Steve Kerr might wonder if it's worth the headache. He didn't play Jason Tatum in Game 1. Now he has a whole new set of enemies in Boston. The team will probably win gold, but not sure everyone's going to be happy. I'm Andrew Perloff.
It's Wrangler season out there. Warmer days, cooler nights. Open roads, endless horizons. And you need to be ready in jeans made for the unpredictable. Wrangler, for the ride of life. Shop our newest styles today at Wrangler.com.
Are you the parent of a 2 to 7-year-old? Listen closely for an exciting free radio offer. By now, you've probably heard of ABC Mouse, the Parents' Choice Award-winning online learning program that's actually changing the lives of early learners everywhere.
ABC Mouse is like a little one-on-one teacher. It has helped her so much.
Right now, we're offering a special radio promo to try it free for a month, but you have to go to abcmouse.com/radio to claim your free month. That's abcmouse.com/radio. Sponsored by Age of Learning.
Get a $10 O'Reilly Auto Parts gift card after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 Full Synthetic Motor Oil in-store or online.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Broken brick, cracked mortar, and chimney damage? Call the restoration company the Pittsburghers prefer and trust. Precision Pointing. Whether it's brick pointing, chimney repair, retaining walls, stonework, restoration cleaning, or anything masonry, Precision Pointing can fix it. Fully licensed and insured, offering senior, military, and first responder discounts. No money down, and financing is available. Call and schedule your free estimate today at 724-WE-POINT or online. It's precisionpointing.com.
An official message from Medicare.
A new law is helping me save more money on prescription drug costs. You may be able to save too. With Medicare's Extra Help program, my premium is $0 and my out-of-pocket costs are low. Who should apply? Single people making less than $23,000 a year or married couples who make less than $31,000 a year. Even if you don't think you qualify, it pays to find out.
Go to ssa.gov/extrahelp. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Jump into summer this month with Sun Chevrolet and the Chevy Summer Drive with plenty of great incentives through July 31st. 2024 Silverado LT Crew Cab, up to $7,500 in rebates with Chevy Loyalty, GM Trade Assistance, and a Costco membership. Must currently own a 2010 or newer Chevrolet model. Must trade in a 2010 or newer car or truck. Must be a Costco member as of April 30th this year. Full terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. Sun Chevy has so much more in the lot right now, especially a great selection of the 2024 Chevy Trax. And remember, Sun Chevy carries all major brands of tires, custom wheel packages, and a full line of GM accessories in their parts department. But the biggest benefit of all, their people. Over 500 years of combined experience serving their customers. They'll keep your GM vehicle looking and running like new. Or shop their online catalog at sunchevy.com. Visit Sun Chevrolet on Route 19 in McMurray, 5 miles south of South Hills Village, and at sunchevy.com. Sun Chevrolet. Find new roads.
To celebrate Team USA going for gold, Xfinity is offering a gold medal deal. Now, through August 11th, get our best offer yet with 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one line of unlimited mobile for just $35 a month for a year and a free 5G phone. And the action doesn't stop there. Save on some of the biggest names in streaming by adding the new Xfinity Stream Saver with Peacock, Apple TV Plus, and Netflix for just $15 a month. Don't wait. When the Olympic Games end, so does this deal. Go to Xfinity.com/Team USA. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Get the fastest connection to Paris with Xfinity, proud partner of Team USA.
Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Equipment tax and fees extra and subject to change. After promo, regular rates apply to internet and mobile. Stream Saver price subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed. Free 5G phone requires eligible trade-in. Select models only.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Halftime means back-to-school shopping time at Target. Get your phones out, dads. We're saving 30% off.
Wow, look at this. Backpacks, clothes, shoes, at 30% off.
There's the pizza backpack my kid wants. Add to cart.
Oh, my daughter's gonna love this heart tee. Better grab some leggings, too.
Even notebooks, folders, pencils.
And glue sticks and crayons? All at 30% off this week only.
My sideline shopping game is strong.
When it comes to getting 30% off, Target has your back to school.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Sturkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding.
All right, I've been in a haze today, and I apologize for that. I quit caffeine. I have a horrible headache. I got injured golfing yesterday. Even though I wasn't golfing, I was only putting. And I went behind the putting green, and there was a hill, and I slipped down it and fell on my back and punctured my arm, Paul. So I even got injured just putting. So I
might be the only guy in the history of golf that I've ever heard of that got injured putting.
I did. I went to see Sam Deep, Senior, I guess, the older Sam Deep over at Hickory Heights for a quick putting lesson. And he gave me the lesson, and then he went up back into the clubhouse, and a ball went over the side of the green down a hill, and I got injured putting. So between that, the caffeine quitting, I've been in a haze. I'm much clearer now since the Shelty interview and this Diet Coke. And if I were a Pirate fan, I would be, I'm already, if I'm a Pirate fan, outraged that Ben Cherington's done nothing to help this offense all season. It's outrageous. And if he does nothing by 6 p.m., then I would be just livid. This team, as you wrote today in the Post-Gazette, this team, I mean, these past 2 days have been phenomenal. They have fight in them. They deserve help. This city deserves something. And Cherington's the guy that needs to get it done. Yes, ultimately it falls back on Nutting. Because Nutting needs to say, give him an ultimatum.
Right.
By 6 p.m., you will have done something significant. But still, Cherington's the guy that needs to execute a deal. He should have already. He should have gotten the Kevin Pillars and the Josh Bells of the world in here already. Just collect bats to give Shelton some options off the bench, to give him some depth if people get hurt, to give him better options in his lineup, etc. That didn't happen. He's already failed, Cherington. But he can make up for a lot by getting a big bat in here by the end of the day, or at the very least, a couple of smaller ones. What would you make of Pilar and Josh Bell, as Pony said, could happen? Would you be satisfied with that?
I think, the thing about it is, if Kevin Pilar is going to do what he's doing, but hasn't he basically announced he's going to retire?
Yeah.
And I mean, I think he's a good enough player. Okay, that yeah. I mean, I'd be okay with that. I think he but I just worry that because it seems like his numbers are a little bit higher this year than they probably have been, right?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be satisfied with that. Those are the moves that, like I said, should have happened already this season. Barely any return needed for just a couple of professional hitters. Get a Justin Turner in here or a Kevin Pillar, but you still need a middle-of-the-order bat.
But what I'm saying about Kevin Pillar, and I wanted to pull this up, just to make sure Grizzly Adams doesn't try and fight me about it. I mean,
that's right. It's another Paul Pause. Paul will now silently research statistics during our
I already had it up.
I read your mind on that one, Joe. I knew that was coming.
I already had it up.
He did that quicker. If that was a Paul pause, it was a minor one.
I already had it up.
Still good timing.
That wasn't a pause. I already had it up before I started because all I said was, I looked it up because I didn't want Grizzly Adams to get me.
Wait, who's Grizzly Adams?
Isn't that what's his name?
That's the guy that gets mad at Paul for looking things up.
Yeah, he attacked Paul.
Yeah, that's right. That guy. Don't come back.
That guy.
Yeah, that guy. So anyway, Kevin Pillar right now is hitting 50 points higher than normal. His on-base percentage is 57 higher than normal.
Yeah.
His slugging percentage is 88 higher than normal, and his OPS is what is that? 146 or 145 higher than normal. So all I'm trying to say is Kevin Pillar going to have the natural regression in the second half of the season with wherever he goes? That's the only thing I would do.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. But at least it's a professional bat. That's why I wouldn't be satisfied. I don't know. I'm not. Pillar and Bell, they do something, but they don't nearly satisfy with this. This dude has one home run since May 28th, Kevin Pillar. One home run since May 28th.
Right.
He'll give you a professional at bat, which is more than I can say for a third of the lineup last night, for half the bench last night. I mean, it's gotten to the point where it's ridiculous and where Ben Cherington should be embarrassed that in game 106, and I know it turned out great for Michael A. Taylor, and I don't mean that sarcastic. That was an awesome moment. Good for him. It was great. And Grandal crushed the ball. Those two guys have been brutally bad offensively this season. And then you have Bay, who got hurt. He's been horrible. He's a borderline major league player. Palacios, borderline major league player. Triolo should probably be in the minors. I mean, what? We're going up and down the lineup with like 8 guys who either shouldn't be in the majors right now or shouldn't be anywhere near starting for any team that takes itself seriously.
Right.
So Cherington's already failed, but man, he could do a lot to make up for that by making a big move between here and 6 p.m.
But my point is, I think honestly, if it's Bell and Pillar, I mean, they will at least have done something.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But
too little. I would phrase it as too little, too late.
I would be probably more lukewarm than excited about that. But I would be more excited about that than if they do nothing.
I agree with that. 412-928-9370. 928-9370. Would that be enough? Just a couple of, very, very average veteran bats. That's it. That's the whole thing. Because to me, Paul, you're still coming out next game with a huge hole in the middle of your order. I mean, Rowdy's been hot for a long time, but I need someone as a 3 or 4 hitter.
Yeah. I mean, those guys.
And Cruz has been great, and Reynolds has been great.
Those guys are basically. Those guys have been. Those guys are going to cost a lot of money. That's the problem. Anybody that's that kind of a bat is going to cost a lot of money.
Not Rooker. If he's still available, well, everybody's available. Nobody, my house isn't for sale right now, but if Paul drove down and dropped me off after the show and said, I'd like to buy your house for $1 million, guess what? My house is suddenly for sale. Everything's for sale. Right. So when people say Rooker and Robert aren't available, yeah, they are. Everybody is, pretty much. Everybody is for the right offer. So I'm still hoping that Ben Cherington can go for broke. It seems to me he's playing the make them blink at the deadline game, which is a dangerous game to play because, like a game show, you can leave with no prize whatsoever if you're playing deal or no deal here. That's the problem with that, you know?
Well, that's the thing. Like I said, I mean, Josh Bell gives you a little bit of power, you know, and I mean, he's had some months where he's gotten extremely hot. Maybe that happens. You catch lightning in a bottle with him. I'm not sure where you play him every single, you know what I mean? Like, to me, the problem with him is he's not a guy you're going to play every day. I would like to see them bring in a bona fide, legitimate, everyday outfielder that's going to add something to this lineup.
I just can't imagine the excitement at the next homestand if you had Vlad Guerrero walk out into the on-deck circle. And like I said, everything and everyone is for sale. And like we've both said 1 trillion times, you spent all this time gathering prospects in everything you did. You just had 3 picks of the top 47 in America in the draft. You just did that 3 weeks ago.
Right.
And that comes on 4 other years or 5 or 6 other years of doing that practically. Every trade you make, you got high risk prospects, high ceiling prospects back. You've spent all this money in Latin America on your academy there to produce players. Every trade you make for a veteran player, every single one in the offseason comes with the little caveat that, they could turn this guy around for a prospect at midseason. That's all you've done for 5 years. So if you need to prune the prospect tree a little bit, you should be in golden position to do that, unless Ben Cherington has failed on that front and doesn't have enough good ones. But he should. He should by now, to where you can go get a Brent Rooker and use up a top 5 prospect or even a couple in your top 10 and not even blink.
Well, yeah. And that's the other part of it, Joe, is I'm not sure. Did you see yesterday? It was one of the big names. I don't know. I call them the big names, the national guys like Morosi or what's the guy, Rosenthal, and one of those guys tweeted out 80% of the prospects that are dealt at the trade deadline do not turn into major league players. Like, they don't pan out.
Yeah, right.
80%. So that tells me, listen, if I trade my top 20 players, more than likely 16 of them are going to be useless. Like, you know what I mean? I'm really only trading 4 players that might turn into something. And I'm not saying you go out and I'm not saying go out and trade your top 20 players. That's not what I'm saying. My point is all these people that act like every single one of these has to be protected and scrutinized and everything else.
Vladimir Guerrero, there's a report, I think, today that he wants to make a commitment to the Blue Jays, that after the deadline, he's reportedly made his position and desires known. I'm reading this on SI.com, which, yes, still exists. But Bob Nightingale, our friend from the PM show yesterday, said he wants to stay and is willing to sign a long-term extension to do so. Great. Does that mean that he's going to get what he wants, though? I'm sure they're exchanging numbers. So if he wants to stay and he's willing to sign a long-term extension, but they don't want to pay him what he wants, then he's available. But, and by the way, he's hitting .301 with 18 homers and 62 RBIs. I mean, that would be incredible. And, yeah, you'd have to give up a lot. Failing that, there could be other guys available from places like Toronto, Paul.
Yeah.
Now, there's probably a little over a handful of teams that are in definite sell mode.
Right.
But how about the Cubs yesterday? People think that they're in sell mode, city limits, and the Cubs go out and get who? Paredes yesterday?
Yeah, from Tampa Bay.
Well, and I think the other thing...
They go out and get an infield bat with power.
The thing I would tell you this is that another one of the big but this is the point in the trade deadline, the week leading up to all of these national guys. Maybe it was Joel Sherman who was actually saying it's an extreme seller's market right now, which means there might not be nearly as many deals that are going to be made as usual. But that usually changes. I mean, you get to about 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock on trade deadline day, and all of a sudden these teams that want to move some of these guys and get some of this payroll off of their books, basically they're willing to do it.
Paredes making only $3.4 million this year with 3 more years of arbitration. So 3 more years of contract control. This dude has hit 67 home runs over the last 2.5 years. Or wherever we are, 2 3/4 years almost. But now the Cubs have him. And I realize he's also a third baseman. But again, you bring in bats and then you worry about where it all shakes out later. Because you have injuries, you have all kinds of things happening. You worry about that later,
right?
In my opinion. You bring in the bat. He's also played first base. He's played shortstop. Of course, he can play DH. If you have to hide him in right field for a game, I bet you he could do that. He's an infielder who's hit 67 homers, and his team controllable and cheap right now.
Right.
So did they make a call? I mean, it's just like, yes, ultimately it's Bob Nutting's responsibility here, and the buck, pun intended, stops there for sure. But that doesn't mean there can't be plenty of blame heaped on Ben Cherington.
Well, here's my frustration. The Phillies made a deal for Austin Hayes. Would you agree that would have helped the Pirates? Would you agree that Austin Hayes would have helped the Pirates?
I'm now silently looking up stats during our radio show.
No, I mean, he last year started the All-Star game. He's a center fielder, right? He is the guy that...
Yeah, just about anybody would help the Pirates right now. He's coming off, yes, a very good year.
Right.
Sure, I would have liked him.
All right, okay. The Phillies gave up, and I would say the equivalent of this is what the Phillies gave up to get him. Are you ready?
Yeah.
They gave up the equivalent of, say, someone like Majinski.
Mm-hmm.
Reasonably good reliever. Majinski and Palacios. That's what they gave up, right? Would you say that's fair?
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Would City Limits, would you say
it again?
That the Phillies gave up the equivalent of, say, like Majinski and Palacios.
In the Hayes trade.
For the Hayes trade.
Yeah, I'd say so.
That's pretty much what they gave up. That's the kind of deal. I don't understand why the Pirates weren't able to go make that kind of deal.
It'd probably be more Chapman than Majinski because Sir Anthony Dominguez is pretty established.
And about 7 other deals just like it. We want you back with us after the break to talk more Pirates and Pittsburgh sports. Heart disease kills one person every 33 seconds. Schedule a heart checkup at UPMC today. It's really worth your time. I had this done a couple years ago. Great people over there, know what they're doing. It's very simple to do, easy to do, and can lead to peace of mind and good health. Or if you need if something is amiss, they'll diagnose it and get you on a plan, whatever they need to do to fix it. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge. Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Did Paul do his new flow this hour yet?
Yes, I did.
Yes, he did.
Yes, he did.
Michael McHenry up next. Man, do we have a lot of questions to ask him with the trade deadline now a little bit over 5 hours away. Fan weather at Sun Chevy Summer Drive. Up to $7,500 in rebates, terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. High of 81 today.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Pitt basketball has announced that the backyard brawl for basketball will return to the Peterson Event Center on November 15th against West Virginia. Mike Tomlin confirmed that Roman Wilson has an ankle injury, but did not confirm anything else with the media on the potential severity of the matter. More at 93.7, thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Following every game.
Here's the 3-2. Called third strike.
Don't miss the Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Reaction Show. Post-game sound from the clubhouse. Our reaction and your calls after each game.
Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Praise the Jolly Roger.
Don't miss a second on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Home ownership. At Progressive, we know it's part of the American dream. It's the land of the free and the home of student drivers ready to back into your new fence at any given time. It's firing up a round of burgers and dogs on your rusty grill with a faulty gas line that engulfs your tool shed in flames. It's also round-the-clock protection when you bundle your home and auto with Progressive, which can help keep the American dream of home ownership alive and kicking. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Ah, the sweet feelings of summer. The kiss of warm sun on your skin. The softly scented breeze blowing through the trees. Don't worry, you have Off Clean Feel, fragrance-free mosquito repellent that feels good on skin, so even mosquitoes can't ruin those sweet feelings of summer. Off Clean Feel. Prevention is the best protection from mosquitoes.
When the black and gold are up the road, we get excited. Smale Kia's proud to sponsor the Pittsburgh Training Camp live on the Fan 93.7. And during our summer savings event, look for the tags and look for clearly marked prices. Plus low and no APR financing on Kia Sportage, Sorento, and select EVs. Go to smalekia.com. 1.9% APR up to 48 months, $21.65 a month per 1,000 financed at 48 months through KFA with approved credit. Not all will qualify. See Smale Kia for details. Take delivery by 9/3/24.
Family owned and operated since 1975, Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling has been Southwestern PA's trusted destination for all their home improvement needs. With an A+ rating from the BBB and multiple awards in home remodeling, they stand out as one of the area's GAF Master Elite contractors. Call 724-547-5445 or visit mountpleasantwindow.com. Proudly partnered with Central Westmoreland Habitat for Humanity for their community buyback program.
Join us Saturday, August 3rd after the Pirates take on the Arizona Diamondbacks at 6:40 for a post-game kids drone show thanks to AHN. This unique drone show will feature an original pirate story that'll come to life through illustrations and a sky full of drones over PNC Park. It's a show for the kids in all of us. It's the Pirates and Diamondbacks Saturday, August 3rd at PNC Park. Get your tickets and learn more at pirates.com/drone show.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you. Discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free. With zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. hims.com/joy.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated in the best hearing aids of 2024 by USA Today, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, just $189.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 500,000 happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-285-3636. 800-285-3636.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group.
Pittsburgh is home to a lot of great people and great local businesses, and we're proud to be one of them.
Hi, John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window company for over 45 years.
If you're looking to replace your old worn-out windows with new energy-efficient ones, then consider buying from a hometown business like us.
We're passionate about enhancing the beauty and efficiency of Pittsburgh homes using the top-of-the-line replacement windows, like our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows.
They're the strongest, longest-lasting, best insulating windows you can buy. They're way better than vinyl.
And right now, you can save 20% plus get no-interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Experience the difference of buying from a locally owned, family-operated company.
Stop by one of our showrooms or visit us on the web at metropolitanwindows.com.
Or give us a call at
412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Shenderovich and Fishman. Why pay 40% when you can pay 25%? Call 888-98-TWINS.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
So you're well aware that I'm Bear Playground's biggest fan. My kids are most likely playing on our dream backyard adventure playset as we speak. But how I really know that Bear Playgrounds is a parent's best friend is that right now they're offering a $99 installation fee. And why is that? Because they know we're all trying to make magic happen for our kids this summer, and no one does it better than Bear Playgrounds. Their backyard adventure play sets are beautiful, not to mention totally customizable. Whatever your kid is into, like the things they run to at the park, Bear Playgrounds has that and more. Like the water slide attachment we put on ours. It's so cool. You can start designing right now at BEARofPA.com. They also have maintenance-free play sets available because they know you're busy and financing to make it a more comfortable investment. Check out BEARofPA.com to check out their backyard adventure play sets and start building yours today, or check them out in Mars and get that $99 installation for a limited time.
Reason number 52 to choose Diamonds Direct over any other jeweler. Only Diamonds Direct gives you a 110% diamond upgrade guarantee. Let us explain. If you buy a diamond at Diamonds Direct today and decide in the future you want to upgrade to a larger diamond, Diamonds Direct will give you 110% of your original purchase price toward the new stone. For example, let's say you bought her a $5,000 diamond last year, but now she wants to upgrade to a $6,000 diamond. Diamonds Direct will give you $5,500 toward the new one. That's 10% more than you paid the first time. Guaranteed appreciation. Whether that first diamond was $3,000 or $30,000, you get 10% more. Who else does this? And unlike other stores who claim to offer diamond upgrades, at Diamonds Direct, there's no fine print and no minimum purchase requirement. It's 10% more, period. Come and discover real value and buy with confidence. Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion. Proud partner of the University of Pittsburgh Panthers.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now
We have our first Pirates trade of the day. It is not a substantial one. The Buccos have acquired pitcher Josh Walker from the Mets. Walker was recently DFA'd by the New York Mets. No note on what the return is as of yet. Walker, in 10 games pitched for the Mets this season, is a 5.11 ERA. He's a lefty in 12 1/3 innings with 11 strikeouts and a whip of 1.54. Michael McHenry joins us momentarily to break down the trade deadline, which is 5 hours away at 6 p.m. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Hey, yo, what's up, y'all? I'm your host,
Joe. Back to more of the Joe Starkey Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm sure glad they're acquiring pitchers left and right, because that's exactly what they need, especially ones who have been DFA'd or have ERAs over 5, right?
Yippee. Happy birthday. Poor Shelty.
What's
I
this
hope they
guy's
get him
name?
something.
What's his name?
Josh Walker.
I'd rather have Neil Walker right now. If you gave Neil Walker a month to ramp up he would have a hard time, even at his age. And Neil was a really good power-hitting second baseman here, as we know. He would have just as good or better numbers, I'm convinced of this, as Olivares when he was here, Alika Williams at 210 with a 536 OPS, and of course 0 home runs. Michael A. Taylor, Jason DeLay, Jared Triolo at 199 with a 276 on base. That's got to be the worst in baseball for anybody who has 250 or more at bats. Ji-Wan Bae, Grandal, Sawinski, Henry Davis, or Ron Cook's son, Grant, who was here for about a week. Neil Walker, with a month of ramp-up, would have better numbers than any of those. I'd rather have him than Josh Walker. Wouldn't you, Paul?
Yes, by the way.
This pizza's unbelievable.
Yeah, it is. By the way, I was going to say, did you see that the women that we were watching lost that game to Germany?
Yeah, they were ahead 12-0 in 3-on-3 hoops.
What in the world happened there? Anyway, the only reason I say that, it just came up on my screen.
I know.
I kind of stopped watching because they were winning.
So did I. The game was over until it wasn't.
But here's my thing about Josh Walker. Do you know who'll be really happy about this?
Who?
The prospect wonks. He's a pre-arbitration guy, 3 or 4 years of control, right? I'm sure there's going to be all of that discussion about how they've got control of him and all that.
I don't understand what's happening here. Why are they collecting mediocre pitchers instead of hitters? Limits, you mentioned this kid, York. You want to see him here right now. And the more you mentioned it, Shelty said we want to get a look at him in our system. Didn't they go and get him because of how he looked in the Red Sox system?
That's the point. Why would you trade for him? I mean, I understand that you want to see him further up close, but you traded for him for a reason. You think he's good enough to be able to contribute to your ball club. I don't understand why 15 games in AAA is going to make much of a difference with that. Why not bring him up to the majors right away instead of giving a guy like Alika Williams at-bats or more Jared Triolo at-bats with Nick Gonzalez hurt? I mean, I don't get it. Why not give this guy an opportunity?
He's going to be there for a few weeks. That's going to happen. You know what I mean?
But what's the point of that?
But I'm just saying, they brought him in. He's like, well, we want to get a look at him. But I think the other thing is, you know how it is. They're very, very loyal to the guys they already have. And so if they bring up some guy who hasn't played a single major league game before he's actually in their system, they're worried about it.
But I'd like to see it within a couple weeks. If the guy can hit, he can hit. Let's go here.
Right.
Michael McHenry coming on momentarily. He'll be on the Sullivan Super Service fan hotline, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. The text line, very important because we have texts in the city coming up, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And fan Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. What did Shelty have to say when we pointed out that he publicly asked for a bat on this show a couple weeks ago? You're on the record with us saying that you would like a bat. Are you confident you'll have one by 6 p.m.?
Yeah, I'm on the record saying that I want to add to our offense. I think everybody within our organization does. And, hopefully it's a situation where that happens. I don't think there's any guarantees at the deadline because of how challenging the deadline itself is. So, we have another, whatever it is, 6 or 7 hours to see how it pans out, and then we kind of go from there.
Will you be disappointed if it doesn't happen?
No, I don't think disappointed because, it's a situation where sometimes things just don't line up. And it's not a situation where we're not trying to add or we haven't had conversations about adding. Sometimes you can't line up with people, or people go other places, or they have other deals. So I know we're continuing to work on it. I know we will continue to work on it up until the deadline. And hopefully it's a situation where it's something that we get something done.
You know how it works out in the end, Paul, is you outbid people. In some people's minds, you overpay. Jim Rutherford, people used to say, well, why would you bring in that guy and promise him an extra year on his deal when he's 39? And his response would be, because that's how I got the trade. That's how I won the trade.
Right.
Because I was the guy willing to give him an extra year as a free agent, or I was willing to throw in another first-round pick. How do you think trades are won? By one team outbidding the other.
Exactly.
So that's what, if the Pirates want to add a significant bat they may have to overpay. And as we've said, after 5 years of abject prospect hoarding, they should have more than enough prospects to overpay for one guy. Let's bring on Michael McHenry. He is on the Sullivan Super Service Fan Hotline, and he's on 93.7thefan.com, sitting right between us. Michael, do you think the Pirates are going to make a move of significance to help their offense by 6 p.m., and do they need to?
Do they need to is a probably better question, or I may have a better answer for you, but I think they're trying with everything they have. I think some of these deals that they're striking, the AAA guy from Boston, a couple left-handers, I think are products of them trying to probably get a bat too. And they kind of line up with some depth options. I really like the trade that they made with Boston. But yeah, I think it's going to be interesting. Now, your question was, can they do it without it? Yes, they can. If some things line up well, we're seeing Michael Taylor over the last 15 games really hit the ball well. His defense, if he can be in the lineup more consistently, I think it's a bonus. Jack Sawicki going out of AAA, I think is a bonus for everybody because he gets a chance to kind of take a deep breath, maybe find his form, maybe he can come back in a month and be the guy we remember him to be and carry, an offense in late August, early September. There's a lot of options here. And if guys hit the way they can, and we get hot, and we have O'Neal Cruz hitting like he is, we have Brian Reynolds doing what he can, the one guy I think is the separator has got to be Key Bryant. Key Bryant has got to do something significant over the next couple of months to really help this offense, because then you look at the balance in the middle, it becomes really, really strong.
The thing about Cabrian is, and it's probably a pretty good question that is fair to ask at this point, is he 100% healthy? Because he's a back injury, as you know, it's a hard injury to play baseball with. I have back injuries. It's hard for me to swing a golf club with it. So I can't imagine when you're swinging, a baseball bat, you're trying to swing a baseball bat, that it's much different in terms of, how your back injury affects your ability to do your job. I mean, is it a case of where they might just have to accept that this is what they're going to get from him the rest of the year because he's just not going to be 100% healthy with that back?
I don't think they'll accept it. I think they'll deal with it. The difference is like his defense does play. Anytime you have him in the lineup, he's going to help you win ball games by stealing runs. Now, if we can get him going and having big moments, and I think the biggest thing is can he accept where he's at? It's very hard as a human being to know you can't do something you're capable of doing and going out there and doing what you're capable of doing consistently. And I think that's where he's at right now is, can he just go out, have good at bats, be a quality stick, and then go out and play great defense? If it's affecting him on both sides, it's a different animal. Doesn't look like it's affecting him on defense. So I think if he can go out and do his thing, the best of his ability. So that may be hitting behind runners. It may be some more hit and runs. It may not be able to launch the baseball into the seats or hitting for extra base hits, but that could be finding barrel consistently. I call it playing a little barrel pepper.
You mentioned Michael A. Taylor, Michael, and he's hitting 300, only 30 at-bats this month, but with a 956 OPS. If you were them, would you be inclined to say, you know what? If we can get him, approximating those kinds of numbers, even around a 750 OPS, whatever, he's good enough defensively where we'll go with him every day. Maybe we don't need to make a move for a center fielder. Would you be inclined to ride with Michael A.?
Yeah, I would have been inclined to ride with Michael A. at the beginning. And the reason being is, he's probably, I haven't checked in the last couple of weeks, but he's probably at 10 outs above average when it comes to his ability on defense. How much better he makes us defensively up the middle is a joke. You look at the rest of our outfielders, they've struggled a little bit this year. He has not. He has not wavered in the outfield one moment. I think he makes our team better. I think too often this year he's been in and out of the lineup. It's hard to get consistent. And that's the product of us not being able to kind of be consistent as an offense. I think that's kind of been the product of him being in and out of the lineup. So, yeah, I think if he starts to show signs that he's driving the ball again, he's not pulling off like he has been quite a bit this season, which is a product of not playing. I speak from experience. So he's a guy I'd love to see take off. And he's a guy the guys look up to. I mean, he's just like Andrew McCutchen. He's been around a long time, and guys look up to him because he's got that stoic, ability when he does play well to kind of capture them. So I hope he does well.
The one guy the Pirates are allegedly rumored to be at least talking to the other team about is Josh Bell. He played here, obviously. I mean, so we're familiar with him. But my question is, how exactly do you use him when you've got, Rowdy Tellez has been one of your best hitters at first base, and you've got Andrew McCutchen to be a DH. I mean, it just doesn't seem like there's going to be enough at bats for him to make that kind of a trade worthwhile.
And I mean, I love Josh Bell. Listen, he's a great human being, but does he fit? And I think you kind of answer that question. I don't think he does fit. I don't think he's much of an upgrade when it comes to our DH or our first base option right now. So, I mean, the fact is, like, he's more of a DH. So it'd be tough for him to come in. You stack more left-handed, power hitting bats, even though he's a switch hitter, he's going to hit mostly left-handed. So you're kind of changing the whole theme. Do you platoon them and then not give him any at-bats right-handed? I don't think you can do that either. I think you got to really think through, who you want, and he's probably not a piece you're able to keep over the next couple of years. I think that's one thing that they are trying to do. They're trying to find pieces that they can hold on to. They don't want a Reynolds. They don't want a Chris Archer. They want somebody they can grab a hold of and put in this lineup for the next couple of years, because this team's going to be really good for quite some time. You want to make sure you keep these guys together.
I guess my thought there, Michael, is Josh Bell could be had for very little. And what I'm interested in for them is to collect bats, and we can talk about where it all fits later. I want Shell to be able to turn to his left late in the game and not have to pick from all the people he has to pick from now. I don't think Alika Williams should be on a major league roster, quite frankly. Connor Joe's been slumping for 2.5 months. I mean, he needs options. I don't care if Josh Bell is just a bench bat. He's got to have – they need hitters. That's my thought anyway.
You need hitters that are used to the situation they're in, too. And putting Josh Bell off the bench is not going to be the same Josh Bell as Josh Bell. And that's the biggest problem, is you got to define what each guy is. You talk about Alika Williams. There's probably 29 teams that would love to have Alika Williams as a defender and a defender only, and then a guy that can come off the bench and have a quality at bat. And I think that's the hardest part, is when you're trying to search for different options to put in there and who's going to get hot, who's not, you're kind of forcing the hand of guys to maybe get out of their comfort zone and where you could really make them thrive, because you're playing them in situations maybe they've never played in. I mean, we saw Triolo go out in the outfield the other day, make an incredible play. That's outside the norm, but he can do that. So that's the fact, is even though that's outside of his norm, he's a glove first guy. I think as we start to figure this out, that whatever move we make or don't make, I think if we make it more consistent for the guys, I think you're going to see those guys thrive more. We've already seen that. Bart playing more behind the plate, he's hitting better, right? I think Grandal finally kind of becoming the backup guy. I think you're going to see him start to thrive a little bit more. Just hit it home the other night. Michael Taylor getting more options in the outfield, giving guys more rest. I mean, giving Kutch a day off the other day. He hasn't gotten a lot of opportunity to rest. Everybody talks about how old he is. The guy does need a break when he's not maybe feeling at the best. He was getting pitched really tough. I think you look at all these things, if it lines up properly, we're going to have a lot of good things moving forward.
Well, again, all those things, again, you're talking about everything happening, and maybe some of those things happen, but not all of, you're probably not going to hit on all of them. Does the name Kevin Pillar do anything for you?
Yeah, once again, it's a rental piece. If they were talking about that kid from the A's, his name's slipping my mind right now.
Brent Rooker or Blade?
Yeah, Rooker, either one would be great. I think trying to I really wanted Lane Thomas. Put a power hitting defensive guy in our lineup. I think that'd be an amazing piece to add. He's a guy who's controllable for a while. And I think that's what they're looking for, and it's just not easy. But you also look down in AAA. I mean, T1 Bay can have anything of the semblances he's been in AAA. If Henry Davis can come up at some point and be the boost that he's been in AAA, they are full of options. It's just, can someone step up with that internal option, because that's the hardest piece to let go of. You don't want to let go of Henry Davis and him go to the Nationals and be an all-star catcher. You don't want to let go of G1 Bay and him become an all-star center fielder, when the reality of it is they've shown in AAA that they can do it. Can they take that product and bring it to the major league level in some semblance?
I guess my thought would be, let's find out next year, because I want, like in Hoosiers, man, I want my team on the floor now. I've given guys like Jack Sawinski more than enough patience, and now he's back in the minors.
Player, right?
Yeah, so let's get some.
I think that's where it should be for our team moving forward. I really do.
Well, but the thing about Pilar being a rental is it sounds like they would have to give up something like international slot money or cash considerations. I mean, like, it seems like they could get him for not nothing, but clearly not one of their top 10 or maybe even 15 prospects. It would seem to me like that would be the kind of deal where you're at least adding someone who might help you win this year, because I think this year you have a chance if you just get a little better offensively.
Yeah, but he has to play every day. And would you rather take him or Michael Taylor? Michael Taylor's better defensively. Michael Taylor getting hot could be just as good offensively. And Kevin Pillar's had a credible year, but you look at his last couple of years when he's playing off the bench, he's not the same guy. So they would have to strategically say, this is our guy every day. And if that's the fact, then yeah, you could go get him, but you're going to give up something maybe you don't want to, and you may not get the guy you think you're getting. I mean, you got to remember, he started replacing Mike Trout and started playing like Mike Trout, which he has not done in the last 5 years. So he's not played like this in a while. So assuming that he's going to come to Pittsburgh outside of LA and do the same thing is tough for me. It'd be a really tough sell for me.
That's interesting. Your comments are really making me think here, Michael. And I guess it gets one of the things, especially with this roster, it gets to a philosophical question of, would you rather have an offense, no defense guy coming off the bench, or a defense, no offense? And it seems to me that they have had a ton of the latter. Michael A. Taylor, great defensively, has provided, other than last night, not much offensively. Triolo is a 199 hitter, but great defensively. Grandal, Skeens wants it. He's a really good catcher. Almost nothing offensively for the whole year. Alika Williams, they're collecting guys who are defense only, virtually. So if you're running a team, obviously you would like a balance. But if I tell you can have an offense-only guy or a defense-only guy, which would you rather have? Which is more valuable?
Right now, an offensive-only guy. But Kevin Pillar's not an offensive-only guy for me. That's the tough part. Like, if I had to pick right now, I'd say an offensive-first guy. I would say Bart's more of an offensive-first guy behind the plate. I think you could justify Grandal, Henry Davis, or DeLay being a defensive-first guy. I think if you bring up Henry Davis right now, it may, help that offense if you balance out their playing time. I don't know if you want to give up Grandal's understanding of the game, the way he's kind of taken hold of that staff, but you just kind of look and mix and match. That's the hardest part about being a GM.
Yeah.
You got to move these chess pieces just right. And if you make the wrong move, you're going to get scrutinized. If you make the right move, you're going to look like a legend. It's really tough. And sometimes they'll make the wrong move and it'll turn out right and they'll be a legend anyways.
Yeah. I mean, that's the big thing. We always go back to J. Happ at the trade deadline. That trade deadline, nobody, at least in this town, was like, hey, we're jumping for joy when they got J. Happ. And he turned out to be maybe the best pitcher after the trade deadline, in all of baseball, besides maybe a guy like Arrieta. I mean, for the most part, J. Happ was ridiculously good. Sometimes you just don't know what you're getting. I think that, though, if the Pirates could just add a little bit to this roster, they have a chance. I'm actually warming up to the idea of Kevin Pillar for the standpoint of it's probably the only level of deal that they're really going to be seriously, legitimately going to try and make. I mean, I mean, can you see any scenario where they unload a few real prospects to go out and get somebody who is, going to be one of the bigger names on the market and everything else?
If it's the right guy, yeah, I could. I could also see a weird trade, and I don't necessarily want this to happen, but you could see a contract for contract. If they're not happy with Key Brian Hayes, that's $80 million, right? They could trade Key Brian Hayes with someone else and get a big name just because you change that uniform. And a lot of times that's all it takes. So it's going to be interesting. I mean, we're down to the wire, but it's going to be interesting to see what could unfold. I think if they put their pieces out there, they're going to take what they can get. They're going to take as much as they can get for as much as they're willing to give. They are trying with every piece they have to figure it out. And I think, you've kind of looked at how the trades have changed over the last couple of years. I mean, what the Cardinals just did with the White Sox and the Dodgers is kind of an epitome of what trading is nowadays. You may have to trade one of your assets at the big league level that are under contract to get exactly what you need to win now. And that's maybe what we see moving forward. We have, quite a few guys like you were just talking about that are defensive oriented that a lot of teams are probably calling on. I know teams are calling on Delay. He's in AAA, but that's an asset teams need right now because they need a sure-handed catcher behind the plate. We have a lot of those guys. We have a lot of guys up the middle. We just doubled down with the guy up the middle because Nick Gonzalez got hurt. It's going to be interesting. And I think we have the assets in the minor leagues. I think we also do at the big league level for certain teams in certain situations.
How does Bednar look to you, Michael? Like his usual dominant self or maybe a little bit off?
Bednar looks good. I think he's dealing with something that's just going to make him better moving forward. And I think we're going to see the best version of him down the line because it's tough, coming off injuries and coming back. And I think a byproduct of this spring, not getting a full spring, hurt that lat. And then he came back later on, hurt his oblique. Those two things start to align when you think about the way your torso moves. So I think he's still trying to find the balance. But every time a guy gets hurt like Bednar, speaking from experience, I got 5 knee surgeries. The reality of it is you can either take it or leave it. He's a guy that's going to take it and run with it, in my opinion. He's going to use these opportunities to learn himself better. What can I do? What can I not do? How do I need to prepare better? And I think he's going to be that much better for it. And I think the same thing with Stratton. He's going to be that much better because those dudes don't sit back and relax. They get after it when they're hurt. And I watched them get after it. Him, Gonzo, and Stratton got after it. Every single day the team was on the road, almost like I haven't seen because they know the implications. They know what they want to do, and that's so cool to see.
Well, yeah. By the way, as we were talking, Mark Leiter just went from the Cubs to the Yankees. So it seems like things are heating up and the trade deadline. You look at
a great trade, by the way.
Yeah, you look at the bullpen at large. They added this guy Beeks from Colorado. They still probably are going to try and add maybe even one more. I would be willing to bet if they make a deal to be for another reliever. The bullpen has really a chance to be a unit that puts this group over the top because it feels like if you get a good start against the Pirates, it's going to be really hard for you to score in the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th innings. I mean, is that sort of what you've observed about this team?
Yeah, and I think if you look at how the playoffs kind of line up, if you can have your top 3 starters, you want to have one guy on the fringe just in case, and then the bullpen's going to be the shut the door. And I think we have that. I think the depth is what they're looking at. And why that's so important is when you get in the playoffs, you got to make sure you have guys with experience mixed in with some guys with electric arms, which we do, that maybe don't have that experience. We're lining up a chance to have a bullpen over the next, 3-4 years that's just absolutely dominant. And you can kind of look through the minor leagues as well. The pitching is the thing that stands out the most, whether it's starting or relieving. I mean, the kid that we gave up for the Banks in Colorado, that dude was lights out in high A and double A this year. I mean, lights out. Obviously, we went to experience. I've heard nothing but good things about that kid from Colorado. Heard he is absolutely outstanding when it comes to a clubhouse guy, his character. So he's going to come in, and he's going to be part of that depth option. I'm sure he has options. Maybe they throw him in AAA. Maybe he's in the big leagues. Maybe he's back and forth. But it gives us an opportunity to kind of mix and match the right crew going down the line.
Michael, we appreciate the time. Should be very interesting between now and 6 o'clock. Thanks a lot, man.
Yes, it should. No problem. Appreciate it, guys.
All right.
I just think, what's great is on social media, too. I didn't want to bring it up with Michael, but we had some people that were on social media ripping Michael, saying he was giving the company line. By talking about the internal options.
The text line said that to a couple people.
Well, his point was that Michael A. Taylor is hitting 300 this month, and I think his point was, would Kevin Pillar be an overall upgrade on Michael A. Taylor? So I think his points are certainly worth listening to. Like there's rationale for what he's saying, honestly. Michael A. Taylor, unbelievably, is a one-WAR player, meaning the WAR rating, which ranks overall contribution to the team. I think he's second or third on the Pirates right now because of his defense. Let me check this out right here. This is the part where I silently look up stats.
That's the biggest thing.
He's tied for third.
Right.
Brian Reynolds, O'Neill Cruz, Michael A. Taylor.
I would just say this: there are people, the analytics, wonks. They love the WAR stat when it backs up whatever it is they're trying to say, and if it says something like that, then they will tell you that it's not a perfect stat. WAR. Yeah, WAR.
No, it's not a perfect stat. But in relation to people saying, well, what's Michael McHenry talking? That's what he's talking about. Is Kevin Pillar a better option than Michael A. Taylor? That's an open question.
Is he?
If you believe in defense.
Is he? I mean,
I think that's an open question.
I'm sorry. I believe in defense. I just think that the number of plays that your center fielder are going to make that are, of the spectacular version.
I tend to believe that too. That most people that that offense to me is more important.
Exactly.
But let's not act. First of all, Taylor's out hitting Kevin Pillar in the month of July. Second of all, Pillar has 1 home run since May 28th. There's a lot of guys that I would say would be an automatic upgrade on Michael A. Taylor. I'm not sure that 35-year-old, soon-to-retire Kevin Pillar is one of them.
Kevin Pillar has a 1 WAR.
Taylor has a 1.1.
WAR. WAR. WAR.
Yeah, okay, they're equal. So if the point is that what is Michael McHenry talking about? He's raising a very open question. Would Pillar be an upgrade on Taylor? I don't know.
I'm saying you're trading a bat for a glove, is a little better.
Sort of.
A little better bat for a glove.
Except not a better bat this month.
Okay, but the guy is batting .308, .353, .500 with an .853 OPS.
Who is?
Pillar. I'm sorry. Yes.
That's right.
That's what he's
another Paul Buzz.
That's what he's hitting.
Research statistics
with the
during
Angels.
Our live radio show.
With the Angels. That's a 150 at bat sample size. He was hitting
games.
160 with the White Sox.
Okay, but I'm just saying. I had to look at it. I was trying to do the math real quick in my head. That's all.
All I'm saying in the end, I don't even agree with Michael McHenry. But if people are saying this guy's out of his mind, not really. He's raising valid questions.
I don't think he's out of his mind.
I didn't say you. I said whoever the texter was.
My only point about Kevin Pillar. Okay, let's say you want to keep Michael A. Taylor in the lineup because he hit a home run last night, and of course he's now going to take off and he's going to be a great everyday player. You still have, couldn't you put Pillar in right?
Sure.
Or does that mean we're going to have to take the great Connor Joe or Joshua Palacios?
Well, the other thing that McHenry,
or G1 Bay out of the lineup.
No, you absolutely could. I think McHenry's point was, if you don't have Pillar playing every day, you're going to get the bad version of him like you got with the White Sox because he's not good off the bench.
Bring him in, put him in right field.
I'm with you.
And so all I'm saying is the thing about Pillar is you can get him for almost nothing. That's what it's not. There's no reason why you wouldn't say.
I feel like it's a crapshoot. If you bring in Kevin Pillar, maybe Sawinski out hits him the rest of the year. We're just rearranging deck chairs here.
Why would you believe that?
Because he's out hitting. Because Sawinski's having a better July than this guy. He's Kevin Pillar. I don't know. It's just, it feels like they're rearranging the deck chairs here, Paul.
What I'm saying is,
they need a real hitter. They need a middle-of-the-order hitter.
My point is, they're probably not going to make that kind of deal.
Then
they're probably not going to make that kind of deal.
Yeah,
so
I know. They just acquired Josh Walker.
Right. If you
Jalen Beeks.
My point is, if you
what is he, a bird? Is he a bird? He's a beak. What is he, Bob Pompiani's woodpecker? Jalen Beeks.
If you can make the team better, that's all I'm saying.
That's fine.
Even if it's incrementally better. Josh Bell, to me, not a great defensive player at all. A guy who probably is going to strike out a bunch, but he might run into some home runs for you. If you're bringing him in for nothing or next to nothing, and you put him on your bench, he's better than some of the guys you got there now.
He's better than all of the guys you got there now. I agree. We agree in the end. That's where I disagreed with Michael. Just collect bats.
Just get a couple of guys. If you're not going to go out and make a real deal.
Yeah.
And I think we can all agree. Again, listen, at 6 o'clock, I'll come back into the studio and eat crow if they make some big deal, okay? But my point is, I've resigned myself to the fact that they're going to, rationalize the whole, well, you have to be able to walk away and say, no, the ask is too much. What did Shelton say? It's just not lining up the right way. I think that is all a coded way of saying we're not going to make a big deal. So, if you're not going to make a big deal, and you bring in Josh Bell and Kevin Pillar, and that's what you do, you will have at least made your team incrementally a little bit better.
Yeah, I agree.
That's all I'm saying.
I agree. If for nothing else, then it gives Shelty options. It covers you in case. It gives you depth, a little bit of depth, again, for the 100th time today, when you're late in these close games and they're almost all close and they're almost all low scoring because the Pirates can pitch, you can't have Alika Williams or Jared Triolo or give me a name here, G1 Bay as your options. Those aren't options. You have. Would you rather look down and say, hey, I could go to Josh Bell right now, or I could go to Rowdy Tellez because Bell's my starter today as a pinch hitter? Of course you would. Give this guy some offensive options late in games.
Right.
Some real options if there's injuries. So, yes, I would agree. That would be better than nothing. But, man, you talk about damning with faint praise. What you did was better than nothing, Ben. Thanks.
Well, that's all I'm saying. All I'm saying is I've completely lowered my expectations for what they're going to do. And, frankly, I'd say it's probably 50-50 if they make even those kind of deals.
Shelty, we'll tell you what Shelty said about Aroldis Chapman coming up next. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge, Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. I have to do a Betfair read.
Let me ask you something real quickly though. All right, can I ask you? All right.
Yeah.
I want a percentage.
Yes.
Percentage, higher being yes, lower being no. So 0's no, 100's yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Chapman's on the roster tomorrow.
From me, let's talk about that next. We'll answer that question next. We're in trouble here. We got people yelling at me in my ears. I'm freaking out. We'll answer that question next.
All right, sounds good.
All right, the best place to bet the games this summer is FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, America's #1 sportsbook, because right now new customers can get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Then you can bet on all your favorite international teams in all your favorite sports, from basketball to badminton and soccer to swimming. FanDuel has it all, so don't miss your chance to score $150 in bonus bets if your first bet wins. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey to sign up. Start betting the games today. Make every moment more with FanDuel. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of KDKA. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Paul?
Do I have a read? I have it?
Right after this.
Let's talk on it.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now
I'm sorry,
open.
Paul. I was trying to buy you some time as we are just over 4 hours away from the Major League Baseball trade deadline. The Pirates made a minor trade and acquired a left-handed reliever, Josh Walker, from the New York Mets, who was recently DFA'd. Walker with a 5.11 ERA in 10 games this year, left-hander with a 1.54 whip. In return, the Pirates gave up a player in the Dominican Rookie League. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open. Paul.
This is Paul Zeiss. New Flow Men's Health has had incredible success in treating men with erectile dysfunction. For a limited time, New Flow is offering exclusive pricing for significant savings. Haven't you suffered long enough? No pills, no injections, no games. It's Pittsburgh guys helping Pittsburgh guys. Call 412-784-9000. That's 412-784-9000 to take advantage of this great offer. Tell them that Paul sent you.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Tuesday and every Tuesday at noon, tune in for the Derek Shelton Show as he talks all things Buccos live all season long.
I think we're on the way up. There's a lot of young talent.
The Derek Shelton Show is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist and Pennsylvania One Call System. The Derek Shelton Show every Tuesday at noon on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Drinks with a view? I have the place for you. The Steel Mill Saloon in Mount Washington. Delicious premium cocktails and that beautiful Pittsburgh skyline. Meet me there. The Steel Mill Saloon, across from the Duquesne Incline in Mount Washington.
Crowley here. The dog days of summer are here. It's gonna get hotter. Sullivan Super Service wants your home to stay cool and comfortable. That's why my friends at Sullivan are encouraging $55 AC checks. And for every AC check booked, Sullivan will donate 10 pounds of dog food to the Humane Animal Rescue Shelter. Schedule your $55 AC check with Sullivan today. He'll help your AC work better this summer and support your furry friends. Visit SullivanService.com. Sullivan Super Service. They'll be your hometown heroes.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Starting trouble. No one likes that. We can get you set up for some stronger starts. You might just need a fresh charge, and we can take care of that free of charge. But if it is time for a new battery, we've got replacement batteries that'll fit your needs, starting at just $79.99. That's what makes us America's #1 battery destination. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
Summer's just getting started, so fill your cooler with the smooth and refreshing taste of Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. It tastes like real iced tea because it's made with real brewed tea. And with a 5% kick of alcohol, Twisted Tea is perfect for the beach, the lake, or wherever you're hanging out and day drinking with your friends. Look for the bright yellow cans. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
At Lowe's, save big every day. Right now, get a free pneumatic nailer when you buy a pallet of Metabo HPT nails. And there's more. Save 10% on select shingles when you buy in bulk. Visit us in-store or online for low prices on the materials you need. Because Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. Selection varies by location. While supplies last, discount taken at time of purchase. See sales associate for details.
The best things in life, they come in twos. 2 scoops of ice cream, 2 tacos. And now for a limited time, get our best deal of the year. Buy any phone when you switch to Consumer Cellular and get 2 months of service free. That's right, the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage as Big Wireless, now with 2 months free. Proof the best things in life really do come in twos. Visit ConsumerCellular.com or call 1-888-FREEDOM. Second and third month of monthly base service fee waived for new customers with the purchase of a phone and activation by September 2nd, 2024. Taxes, fees, and third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
Gotta change my oil.
How about Valvoline Restore and Protect? It restores and protects your engine to run like new. Get in the zone.
It restores your engine to, like, factory clean?
And protects.
Get in the zone. So Valvoline Restore and Protect restores and protects.
Now you can get 5 quarts with an STP Extended Life Oil Filter for $37.99. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets, but I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there. To learn more, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call Invent Help today. We have representatives nationwide and services to showcase your invention. Get started today.
Call 1-800-217-4380. That's 1-800-217-4380.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by
Where the average Joe can buy like a pro. CGR Wholesale.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Chase for Business. Make more of what's yours. Holding the Olympic triathlons in the Seine River was never a good idea, and now the men's event is delayed to tomorrow because of the river's poor water quality. And apparently, there's no plan B. If the water stays unsafe, they'll just cancel the swim portion of the competition. I'm Andrew Bogish.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets, but I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there. To learn more, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go, but I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there, providing hot meals, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding.
To learn more, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call Invent Help today. We have representatives nationwide and services to showcase your invention. Get started today.
Call 1-800-217-4380. That's 1-800-217-4380.
Hey, lots of people are talking about Window Nation. Kate from Pittsburgh, she says, couldn't be happier. New window replacement windows from Window Nation. She's doing great. Well, she's just one of over 33,000 five-star reviews. 33,000. That's because Window Nation is all about value. Colin Dunlap here to tell you all about it. Right now, buy 2 windows, get 2 for free. There's no limit at all. Plus, you can save big. No interest payments for 24 months. That is 2 full years. Listen, Window Nation's local reps and installers, they live here too. So they know how to protect your home against Pittsburgh's weather. Stop paying more than you have to. Hurry, this sale ends August 31st. So you got to schedule a fast in-home estimate right now. Number's easy, 866-90NATION. That's 866-90NATION. Give them a call right now or visit the website, windownation.com.
Another day is here, and you're ready for it. What to wear? Check. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner? Check. Planning for what's next and how to save for it? That's where Bank of America can help. For your financial to-dos, Bank of America has experts ready to help get you closer to your goals. Get started at one of our Greater Pittsburgh Region financial centers or 24/7 in our mobile banking app. Find a location near you at bankofamerica.com/talktous. What would you like the power to do? Mobile banking requires downloading the app and is only available for select devices. Message and data rates may apply. Bank of America N.A., member FDIC.
Hey there, weekend warriors. Chris Muller here. Sick of that slice? Tired of those 3 putts? What if I told you your handicap isn't about your swing, it's about your weight? Why not take strokes off your game by taking pounds off your frame with Awaken 180? We're talking 10 strokes off by August, getting your tour card by September, winning your first major year 1. Think about it. Fame, fortune, and most important, winning $5 off your buddy because you, sir, are closest to the pin. Taking strokes off your game is just 40 pounds away at awaken180weightloss.com. Awaken 180 does not guarantee an immediate 10 strokes off your score, receiving a tour card, or the ability to control the weather. Individual results may vary. Your newfound athleticism might cause jealousy amongst your foursome, leading to accusations of steroid use. Awaken 180 is not responsible for defending your honor in the clubhouse. Awaken 180 cannot guarantee that your newfound golf prowess will lead to a sponsorship deal, but we can't not guarantee it either. Awaken 180 is not responsible for any dramatic fist pumps or unsolicited golf tips you give to strangers. Awaken 180 does not offer refunds for any lost wagers made on your improved golf game. Bet wisely, my friend. Strokes off your game by dropping pounds off your frame. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Total Wireless is made to totally keep up with you. We now have unlimited data that never slows you down. Covered by the Verizon 5G network. And for less than $30 a month, we make your phone your ride or die. Switch now and pick a free 5G phone with qualified plan purchase. And your fourth line at no additional cost. Visit your local Total Wireless store today. Total Wireless. We're totally with you. Actual speeds may vary by location. For data management practices, see TotalWireless.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Sturkey Show. Presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
We're talking lots of Pirates today. We're always talking Pittsburgh sports. Heart disease kills one person every 33 seconds. We want you to be here to talk with us. Schedule a heart checkup at UPMC today. They're great over there. I did this a couple years back. Probably time to do it again. It's just for peace of mind, and if anything's happening, they will set you up on a nice program to get better. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge, Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. What's cooking? Brought to you by your local Geico rep, Tim Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Hester.
Very kindly. Brian De La Cruz is something you're reading about from the Marlins. He's sort of an underachiever at age 27, but he's got some pop.
Yeah, Francis Romero, trusted reporter, said that the Pirates are interested in acquiring him from the Marlins. He has 18 home runs this year, 51 RBIs. He'll be tied for first on the team in home runs, third in RBIs.
The thing is, he's another pre-arbitration guy. There's three more years.
Yeah, 3 more years, all arbitration
years.
It
means it's going to. Are they going to be willing to part with what it's going to take to get one of those guys?
Yeah,
That's the question.
I'm really lukewarm on him. All right, yes or no to end the show. The Pirates will make a big deal, bigger than Pilar, bigger than Yandy Diaz, bigger than Josh Bell. Yes or no?
No.
I think Yandy Diaz is kind of big, but I'm still going to say no.
I say yes. Will Aroldis Chapman be here tomorrow? Shelty almost promised that. He pretty much did promise that.
I actually, after hearing from Shelton, yeah.
Yes, he will be here.
Yes, he'll be here. The Pirates will get Pilar and or Josh Bell.
Yes.
Yes, one of the two.
Yes. And the Pirates will get Brian De La Cruz.
No.
Are we considering this a big move?
That's just a yes or no question. Will they get him?
Yes.
Thank you, City Limits.
Here was the one I had. Will Martin Perez be a Pirate tomorrow?
No.
No.
Okay.
What do you say?
I would probably agree with that. How about Marco Gonzalez?
No.
Yes. He'll be here.
We have to go. You say yes or no?
I think he'll be here.
We'll be here. We'll be talking about whatever the Pirates did or didn't do. Fan weather. It's the Sun Chevy Summer Drive, up to $7,500 in rebates. Terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. I have 81 today with an 80% chance of rain, but it already rained. So the way I see it, Limits, there's a 100% chance of rain.
It is rain. Hopefully it won't rain on Shelty's birthday with no trades.
Here we go. Wait, real quick. John Morosi thinks the Tigers' outfield infielder Mark Canha is a trade option for the Pirates. He's a 35-year-old rental.
I'll take him if he's not Alika Williams coming to the plate.
Do you know anything about him?
No, but we'll find out.
Let's do the
outfielder.
Wait. Let's do the. Here, give me 1 second.
We have to go.
Give me 1 second.
Have to go.
I literally have the
End
stats
it with a Paul pause.
That's right.
Here we go.
It's another Paul pause.
Here we go. Are you ready? 231, 337, 350 with a 687.
Plan the parade. Plan the freaking parade.
What I wanted to see.
Thank you, Paul.
Now, fan headlines. Powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now,
Baltimore and Miami have made a trade. Trevor Rogers, one of the main relievers for the Marlins, is going to the Baltimore Orioles for infielder Connor Norby. Pirates are reportedly interested in Brian De La Cruz, outfielder for the Miami Marlins, according to Francis Romero. The trade deadline, just about 4 hours away at 6 p.m. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
This is the Stash Tracker, a look at baseball's pitching phenom, presented by Armstrong Business Solutions.
Pittsburgh's rookie phenom took the mound in Houston and yet again set a record. Skeens went 6 innings, recording 6 strikeouts, making him one of 6 players to achieve 100 strikeouts in 13 or fewer games. The right-hander now has a 6-1 record and a 1.90 ERA heading into August. The Stash Tracker is brought to you by Armstrong Business Solutions.
I'm Chelsea Messenger, helping you beat the books with BetQL. Robbie Ray will make his second start of the season for the Giants as they go across the bay to take on Oakland. Ray went 5 hitless innings in his first start and now faces an A's team ranked just 22nd in runs scored this season. The BetQL model is backing Ray and fading the Oakland Bats. Their 5-star best bet is grabbing the under between San Francisco and the A's. I'm Chelsea Messenger. Bet smarter and beat the books with BetQL and download the BetMGM app today.
Every business faces challenges, but complicated, expensive, and uncertain shipping shouldn't be one of them.
With USPS Ground Advantage from the United States Postal Service, you can avoid all the noise.
No more unexpected surcharges, hidden fees, or complex rate structures.
It's just easy, cost-effective, and dependable shipping. Tune your business's frequency to success and turn shipping to your advantage. Learn how at USPS.com/advantage. USPS Ground Advantage. Simple, affordable, reliable.
An official message from Medicare.
A new law is helping me save more money on prescription drug costs. You may be able to save too. With Medicare's Extra Help program, my premium is $0 and my out-of-pocket costs are low. Who should apply? Single people making less than $23,000 a year or married couples who make less than $31,000 a year. Even if you don't think you qualify, it pays to find out.
Go to ssa.gov/extrahelp. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Share the fun of 2 parks in 1 at Idlewild and Soak Zone. Enjoy an unforgettable day at the world's best children's park with over 40 unique family-size rides and attractions. Make it a splash-tastic summer with Soak Zone slides, wave pool, and lazy river. The excitement goes all year with a full season of special events like Neighbor Days and Halloween this fall. Get rides and slides for one low price. Find the best deals on tickets and passes now at Idlewild.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you. Discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Are you struggling with bad feet? Here at the Good Feet store, we hear a lot about foot pain, but we also hear about back, knee, and hip pain. I'd like you to hear what Kelsey, a kinesiologist, has to say about the Good Feet Arch Support System.
As an exercise specialist, I've seen all kinds of things that people try to put in their shoes to get out of pain. What I really like about the Good Feet system is that they support all 4 arches in the foot.
So did you know you had 4 arches in each foot? Most shoes and inserts only support 1. Maybe that's the reason all the remedies you've tried in the past just didn't work.
When the foot's placed in the ideal position, everything else up the kinetic chain works better. You have better balance, more energy, you're going to feel better. Being able to move freely and out of pain means everything to me, and good movement starts with the feet.
Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com. Good Feet Arch Supports are HSA and FSA eligible. Come in for a free test walk today.
Before gutter problems arise, protect your home from costly water damage with Gutter Helmet. Enjoy maintenance-free gutters for life. Call 888-5HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com for a free assessment and estimate. Save up to 35% for a limited time.
Looking for a great golf experience? Look no further than Old Stonewall Golf Club, Western Pennsylvania's premier golf destination. Warm up at their incredible driving range and then drop a ball on the putting green. Their award-winning course layout will surely impress. To complete the experience, you got to step out to the back tee on number 16, their signature hole, and absolutely bomb one off the tee. Whether it's a competitive round with friends, treating a special client, or simply treating yourself, Celebrate Old Stonewall's 25th anniversary season. Visit oldstonewall.com to schedule today.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone. I went through it a while back. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text. Text HOT to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text HOT to 321-321. That's HOT to 321-321.
Products and statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or illness.
When you enter a place of business, you're owed a legal duty that the place of business is safe for you to shop in. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you suffered an injury at a place of business, our duty is to protect you after that harm. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.com.
High five! Up top! Heck yeah!
Dave's company just got the first ever 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business.
Yeah, 5 years!
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
High five for gig speed.
5 years of advanced security.
Security win.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Our rate ain't changing.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
There it is.
He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread.
Woohoo!
Now he's got savings.
I'm so excited.
Yep, Dave's feeling it. But it's only for a limited time, so don't wait. Switch today and ask how to get the first ever 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Powering 5 years of savings. Powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping.
Ends 8/21/24. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. The best place to bet the games this summer is FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, America's #1 sports book. Because right now, new customers can get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Then you can bet on all your favorite international teams and all your favorite sports, from basketball to badminton and soccer and swimming. FanDuel has it all. So don't miss your chance to score $150 in bonus bets if your first bet wins. Visit FanDuel.com/Andrew to sign up and start betting the games today. Make every moment more with FanDuel. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of KDKA. 21 plus and present in PA. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now eligible bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, the Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Pirates and Astros play at 8 o'clock tonight in Houston. It's the return of Bailey Falter, but the big story is the MLB trade deadline, which is 4 hours away. The Pirates made a minor move, emphasis on minor, earlier this afternoon by acquiring a left-handed relief pitcher from the Mets organization named Josh Walker. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's Pony and Muller.
Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
And they're not stupid, they're special.
Live and local, just like Mike's.
I just think you can play the future just so long, and they've been playing the future for almost a decade now in Pittsburgh. I think that they can get offensive upgrades on the margins that would help the team. No team is going to want to play a best-of-3 against Skeens, Jones, and Keller. They actually could win a round of the playoffs. And you know what feels good? Being in a playoff race, making the playoffs, and winning rounds, especially if you haven't done it for a while. And I think they owe it to whatever fan base they have to try harder this year and not just keep kicking the can down the road. The wild card is wide open in the National League. I just think at some point you can't just say, hey, guys, we're going to be better next year. They should try to be better now. They can, almost any improvement they would make with their offensive group would make them more formidable for the last 50 games.
T-minus 4 hours. I got to be honest. That's Joel Sherman. I don't know a ton about him other than seeing him from time to time on MLB Network, and he writes for the New York Post, evidently. That's one of the best clips we've heard in the last 2 months on what the Pirates should do at the trade deadline from someone that's not from here. I loved that. Owe it to their fans. Try harder. Stop kicking the can down the road. No one would want to play these three pitchers. Actually go for it. Stop dilly-dallying. Stop vacillating over it. Stop telling us next year, the year after that. That was very well done, Chris, as we are 4 hours away from the trade deadline. I sit here a cynic. I don't usually like to play the role on this show of guy who is the skeptic, but that's where I'm at today. I do not anticipate anything that is going to really give me hope and give me confidence that the Pirates can make up the very small gap between them and the teams that occupy the wild card spots and give us a chance to see Skeens, Keller, Jones, etc. in the postseason.
Do you want me to be the optimist then? Because that ain't happening.
Donnie's here too.
The skeptic. I nothing that they've said or done. Actions speak louder than words, but none of their words have made me feel particularly good, and their lack of action so far has made me really in your corner as being cynical. They've
Walker, Beeks, and York is what we have so far, Chris.
Yeah. It sounds like a law firm. And let's see, Walker got designated for assignment. They gave away some DSL guy to the Mets for him. Beeks, they gave away a double-A pitcher. And York, they gave away Quinn Priester, who is probably expendable. Of those three guys, I guess you feel like York maybe eventually could help the team this year, but they sent him to Indy. They don't. What Joel Sherman said there that I think resonated the most with me is stop kicking the can down the road. Stop telling your fans next year. Like, for whatever fans you have left, and we know that there is still an ardent base of fans that wants to believe in this town because they can sell out games. You know, they get the Phillies in here, and there's some Philly fans. It's an electric factory. It's a great environment. Like, do something for your team, for these people. Do something other than what it appears they are going to do, which is, if anything, maybe acquire one marginal bat, maybe two, guys that barely constitute upgrades from one of the worst offenses top to bottom in the major leagues, then throw your hands up and say what, and I'm paraphrasing some of what Derek Shelton said, hey, sometimes it just doesn't work out. Takes two to tango. Like, I watched last night's game. And I thought this team is obviously short on positional talent. But what they do have in a weird way, I think, is guts. Like, you're down 2-0, your best pitcher because of a bad hop or just a misplay by Hayes. They kept saying bad hop on the broadcast. I thought he should have had the ball. You're down 2-0 to a team that knows how to win, that's been on a major roll. The fact that they actually tied the game up and then won the game, and then Bednar white knuckles his way to a save, that's a gutty effort. Does Ben Cherington have any guts as a GM, I would wonder, to make a move that makes him uncomfortable to make this team better? My argument right now, or my answer to that, would be no. The most pertinent thing I have heard that has rung the truest to me about this team in the last 24 hours is Noah Hiles telling us that they haven't really done anything because his understanding from people he's talked to is it's got to be the perfect trade for Ben Cherington. Nothing in life is perfect. You don't approach a job situation. A relationship isn't always perfect. You have to sometimes deal with being vaguely uncomfortable that you didn't get the perfect deal out of something, that the situation is not fully ideal. Is Ben Cherington going to show any of the gumption and guts that his team has routinely showed despite being outmanned most games? Is he? Or are we going to sit here tomorrow mainly, because the deadline will hit right as we go off the air, and go, I don't know how we thought we got suckered into this again, but we did, that they might do something. They didn't.
We're not getting suckered into it.
No, but you know what I mean. Writ large, you and I are cynical about this, but like the idea that we even discussed it for so many days leading up I'm going to feel so stupid that I even paid lip service to the idea that they could go after Jazz Chisholm or they could go after any of these other available players. Yandy Diaz right now, Brent Rooker. It'll all feel so stupid.
Well, those things all feel to me like it's boy who cried wolf. I don't buy any of it right now. It's even clear in the way it's being reported. Yandy Diaz, John Heyman says, Pirates outside chance. There are teams ahead of them, Yankees, Astros, you would think, based on their history, that would be willing to give up more to get him. There's more urgency in those places. There's more of a willingness to go after it this year. Brian De La Cruz in the last half hour. They're interested, but there's a gap in talks. You're kind of running out of time to close a gap. This is not the week before the trade deadline. It's hours away from it. So I'm of the opinion that they are going to find the warts. They're going to be the guy that isn't married in his 40s or 50s because every girl he dated, he found something about her that he didn't like. And that's what I think we're going to get here. Diaz, I'm going to be honest with you guys. I'm stunned that it's even to the point where they get their names included on him because he doesn't strike me as someone that Ben Cherington would like or want. He turns 33 years old next month. He's owed $10 million next year. That would make him the third highest paid Pirate behind Brian Reynolds and Mitch Keller. Then there's the matter of where does he play? I mean, honestly, when you look at his numbers this year, he's not a better defensive first baseman than Tellez, and frankly, he's not a better hitter than Tellez right now. Mm-hmm. And against righties, he's not a better hitter than McCutchen. So most of your games are against right-handed pitching. If they're, quote-unquote, interested in him, does that mean they're going to acquire him to play third base and they're going to keep Brian Hayes down?
Nope, they wouldn't do that.
So I just have a hard time believing that they're even interested in him at all.
What's his utility to them based on what you just said? If all of those things we assume to be true, then he has very little utility to them.
It's 250, 673 OPS against right-handed pitching. That's not better than McCutchen or Tellez. And he's expensive by the Pirates' standards next year.
I don't think he would be particularly appealing to Bob Nutting on that end of it.
So if you tell him you're a first baseman or a DH, then do you go to Andrew McCutchen and say, you've only played 8 games in right field last year and 5 games this year? We're going to move you out there at 37 years old and ask you to play the position basically every day to make room for Wandy Diaz, who hits 250 against right-handed? Yandy Diaz. I have a hard time believing that. De La Cruz, I think they'd like because he's younger and he's cheaper and he hits home runs, but there's a gap in talks. That gets back to prospects.
How good of a player even is he? He hits home runs, but he's like a pretty mediocre offensive player.
You know what, though? Mediocre looks and sounds good right now, Chris.
He's got almost 40 extra base hits. I get it. He's going to hit the ball over the fence and hit the ball off the wall. I get it.
I mean, a lot of these guys look good to me because of the lineup. They had a perfect game going in Houston against them last night by a bullpen game.
I thought it was going to happen, by the way.
For almost 2/3 of the game before Grandal homered.
Yeah, of all people, Yasmani Grandal, it's a no-doubter. I don't know.
So I just gave you all the reasons why they might not view Diaz as a perfect player. And then there's the problem of the guys that Tampa Bay allegedly wants included in the trade. Ashcraft, Brannigan, Riley, these are guys.
Well, that's what you put that out there. Did you see what I responded you with? The old tweet about love this trade for the Rays. Who'd they give up and who'd they get? Because they always win trades. I wouldn't trade him for those guys. Because it seems like an overpay for a guy that you're... Well, I wouldn't trade Yandy Diaz, obviously, for those guys. Because it seems like that it's an overpay for a player you can't even find a spot for. You and I are the exact same right now on this front. We both expect little to nothing to happen, and there are people out there who have said for weeks, why is anybody getting geared up to think they'll do something? They never do, even though we've said that isn't true. This team won't get augmented. This team won't get helped. And those people, I think, are going to be proven more or less correct, Pony. And it is a depressing thing to admit on the air. Because you know why? Because they're different from other Pirates teams that only had minor additions made to them. They have Paul Skeens.
Yep.
That makes this a different equation than it otherwise would be. Donnie, and the only person who doesn't seem to understand that is Ben Cherington.
Donnie, do you agree with what Sherman said, that they need to try harder for the fans and that they need to stop kicking the can down the road? Do you feel like they're going to do that in the next 4 hours?
I mean, they should try harder for themselves.
not just the fans. They should try harder for themselves. They should actually realize, despite what Nightingale said yesterday, the Pirates are in no man's land. That made little to no sense to me.
He was just happy to finish the interview, let's be honest.
I mean, he didn't even know what team was being discussed.
Who am I
when he
on
came
with again?
air.
Oh, yeah, thanks. Yeah, sounds good.
They are in this thing. They are very much in this thing. They should know that. They are not in no man's land. They should also know what they have on their pitching staff could actually make some noise if they do get to October. If you're not going to go for it now, like, when are you going to actually go for it?
Here's another thing.
Do a favor to yourself, to your team.
Do you think they will? I mean, we got McHenry on in the last hour talking about how they've got Alika Williams and Hunter Stratton as reinforcements.
Well,
you think they will?
Do I think they will?
Yes. Are you as cynical as Chris and I?
I think they'll get like a middle-of-the-road outfielder.
Kevin Pillar?
I don't count him as middle of the road. I know his OPS is high.
He's dirt road. Taylor Ward?
Yeah, I mean, probably.
Hey, they're one of three teams in on Taylor Ward. Do you want to bet one of the other two teams, if that's actually true, gets Taylor Ward? I do. You have Paul Skeens for how many years, Pony? For sure. Probably 4. Hopefully 5 full years.
Under team control for more, but if you're
you know what I mean.
For his contract.
So if you believe your window exists for as long as Paul Skeens is here and healthy, best case scenario, you have 6 years. Realistic scenario, you have 5 years. So you're telling me you're going to punt? You have 20% of the time that you think you will be a viable contender. You're going to basically punt one of those deadlines?
By the way, Ward has a 169 batting average in July.
No, he sucks. Remember, we heard. He's basically got, like, the jitters because he got hit in the face, which is a good reason to have jitters, but still.
Are you as cynical as Chris and I on the deadline, or do you have hope that the Pirates are going to wake up and do something here in the next 4 hours? 412-928-9370. Outside chance they get Wandy Diaz. You got Joel Sherman saying they owe it to the fans to try harder, stop kicking the can down the road. The time is now for the Pirates to do something. Let's get your take at 412-928-9370. Best call is going to win 2 tickets to a big concert at PNC Park in September. Get your take on the deadline as we're 4 hours out, what the Pirates have done, what they still need to do. All coming up right now at Donnie Headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Pirates 5, Astros 3 in the first game in Houston last night. Michael A. Taylor, the hero, a 3-run home run in the top of the 9th inning. Paul Skeens, 6 innings, 5 hits, 2 earned. He struck out 6 and walked 3. He has eclipsed 100 strikeouts already in his rookie season. Pirates and Astros tonight, 8:10 first pitch. 7:15 is when our coverage begins, all presented by Pella Windows. Headlines powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Malzy.
Hey, thank you, Donnie. Let's talk about Awaken 180 weight loss. I like to wear golf gear here. I got my donut shirt on today, which meant my younger son tried to eat the shirt when I was leaving the house because he saw donuts and got very pumped. But I love wearing the golf gear, even if my game is not always where it needs to be. I love wearing this stuff. And guess what? I had to size everything down thanks to Awaken 180. I was a large, maybe even an XL in some of these clothes. I was a 36 waist. And then because of Awaken 180 and because of their incredible coaching and nutrition-based approach and science-based approach, the coaching, by the way, is free even after you reach your goal weight. I was down to 32 waist, 33-inch waist. I was down to mediums in all my shirts. It's the kind of change to your wardrobe that you want to make because you lost the weight and you've kept it off. And that's what I've been able to do. That's why it's been such a life-changing thing for me, Awaken 180. And they really do care about your sustained success. If you want to have the success I did, if you want to, kind of redo the way you look at food, reconfigure your body, check out Awaken 180. 844-346-1800 online, awaken180weightloss.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan with our fan training camp profiles. Presented by Smale Kia and brought to you by Guardian Caps. Justin Fields. At only 25 years old, this playmaking quarterback is seen a lot. After transferring from Georgia, Fields was a 2-year starter at Ohio State, making the college football playoff both seasons. He was selected 11th overall by the Bears in the 2021 NFL Draft. Fields started right away, but injuries and lack of support contributed to his 10-28 record in Chicago. The Bears traded the talented Fields for the Steelers this past offseason, a dangerous QB combo alongside Russell Wilson. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Chase for Business. Make more of what's yours. Holding the Olympic triathlons in the Seine River was never a good idea, and now the men's event is delayed to tomorrow because of the river's poor water quality. And apparently, there's no plan B. If the water stays unsafe, they'll just cancel the swim portion of the competition. I'm Andrew Bogish.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets, but I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there. To learn more, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go, but I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there, providing hot meals, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding.
To learn more, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp today. We have representatives nationwide and services to showcase your invention. Get started today.
Call 1-800-217-4380. That's 1-800-217-4380.
Direct Auto Insurance is for uncompromisers. Like Matt. When his old car insurance got so expensive, do you think he walked until his sneakers wore out? No, because he found savings with Direct Auto so he could drive instead of compromise. With savings of up to 25% on state minimum coverage, you too can stop compromising and keep driving. Get a free quote at directauto.com or a store near you. Savings vary, terms apply. National General Group, Winston-Salem.
When you ask people here, what's the one thing that makes Diamonds Direct their favorite jeweler? For some, it's the unbeatable pricing we get through our direct importer. No middleman connections. The foundation of our business since day one. For others, it's the uncompromising quality. From hand-selected diamonds to handcrafted designer rings. Only the best of the best. Some people put selection at the top of their list, as Diamonds Direct offers up to 30 times the options you expect from a typical jewelry retailer. For some, it's our luxurious showroom with diamond experts who genuinely care about your experience and happiness, and who are empowered to do whatever it takes for you. Others rave about Diamonds Direct's unmatched warranties and guarantees that include free service for life and an extraordinary 110% diamond upgrade promise. But you know the most often answer we get when asking what makes Diamonds Direct stand out? It's not one thing. It's everything. Diamonds Direct. Value, luxury, choices, and confidence. Get directions, hours, and more at diamondsdirect.com. Proud partner of the University of Pittsburgh Panthers.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Change your mind.
Take a chance.
I'm the first in line.
Now a shot off the bat of Yandy Diaz. That's got some carry to it, and that baby's out of here. Home run, Yandy Diaz. High shot back into deep right field. Bowers all the way to the wall. Gone. Home run off the bat of Yandy Diaz.
Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Insiders saying the Pirates have an outside chance of acquiring former batting champion Yandy Diaz. In our deadline debate segment in 15 minutes, Ronnie Night Train Lane, who is the pre- and post-game host, the Dan Zangrilli of Rays Baseball, is set to join us to tell us, will they be acquiring Yandy Diaz? We'll find out. And speaking of Dan, he will be a part of our PM team trade roundtable at 2:45.
The PM team trade deadline roundtable.
Yes.
In what
Why was
part
there like
of
a
baseball?
guy getting punched at the end?
Oh, I don't know about that part, but those were nights.
Play that again. Those
They
are
were-
nights?
The PM team trade deadline roundtable.
Which night would you like to be?
Like Knights of the Round Table,
No,
you know.
Would you like to be Galahad, Arthur, Bedivere? And do some Monty Python
How
here?
about Sir Valiant? Wasn't he a knight?
Prince Valiant?
Yeah.
Sir Valiant Brown? Who did that guy play?
The PM team trade deadline roundtable.
How? I was going to say, since when do knights of like medieval times just throw fists? I thought they had swords and shields. It sounds like somebody's getting sucker punched.
You're right. I thought there was etiquette to knights jousting and duking it out.
That was a sword fight, and somebody was throwing forearm shivers in there.
So that is coming up later here.
Even that great piece of production cannot shake me from my stupor that I'm in right now about this, man. You started the show, and I think you were probably hoping that I had somehow had a change of heart, but I haven't. I expect nothing that will excite me to happen between now and 6 o'clock.
Let's see where our listeners are at. 412-928-9370, starting with Joe in Mount Washington. Hello, Joe.
Hi, fellas. How are you today?
Hey, man.
What's up, Joe?
Not great right now.
Yeah.
We're waiting on a big move.
Cheer us up, Joe.
Well, wait till this conversation's done. You're going to feel even worse.
Oh, great.
They're doing nothing. They're going to do nothing like they always do. They're going to go into next year with the opportunity to hopefully sign some free agents. They'll get also rans and has-beens. If you look at the pair, I'm driving, so I can't give you the exact numbers. They have $89 million. They could sign $60 million worth of players and still be 15th in the league and make this team unbelievable. He's going to do nothing. You're a billionaire. You succeed in life. You would think you'd be competitive at this. Someone should check his manhood, honestly, because he doesn't want to win. He's a billionaire, so I can't say he's a loser. But the guy doesn't want to win.
How much of this you put on? How much you put on the GM?
Who are they going to get? These guys are upgrades than what we have, but are they taking us to the promised land? Probably not. When was the last time the Pirates, let's use $50 million for next year's team, because they're not doing anything this year. If $50 million, they could go on and find two bats for $25 million apiece. They'd actually legitimately have a chance to win the Super Bowl.
Joe, I got some news for you, though.
Series, but yes, we get it.
I got some news for you, Joe, and everybody else. They're going to see Josh Bell, the Pirates, because he just got traded to Arizona.
Really?
Yes.
How about that?
Josh Bell traded to Arizona, so the Pirates will see Josh Bell this weekend. That is, hold on.
Last 10 games, 342 with 5 homers and 10 ribbies for Josh.
This is Craig Mish.
Oh, he's the big Marlins insider. We had him on to talk about Jazz Chisholm.
Who I also had blocked because of the blue blocker thing. I've got to keep unblocking all these people. I'm like Starkey now, the accidental Starkey. Yeah. Marlins have traded Josh Bell to the Diamondbacks 4 minutes ago.
Well, I had him dubbed as a guy that was not even going to get traded for, that was just going to pass through waivers, and the Pirates, all they would need to do was take on his salary for the rest of the year. Evidently, another team that they're chasing wanted to do that instead. Not that I think Bell would have made a huge difference, but again, the bar is so low here in terms of who's on the bench and who the guys are in the bottom of the order, that if you could get him for nothing, he would be an upgrade. Here is Dan in Uniontown. Hello, Dan.
Hey, guys. Love the show.
Thank you.
I think there's a 25% chance they do anything that gets that will even better the team. I think this is an organizational issue. I think that it's an issue where you have a billionaire who owns a team that isn't a sports guy to begin with, and let's face it, he's a good businessman, but you got to know sports, and I don't think he knows sports, and I don't think he wants to know sports. I think he gets that paycheck and he makes his money, and that's all he cares about.
So does that let the GM off the hook?
Yes, and I tell you why it leaves the GM off the hook. Because I own my business, and I know that my employees, and I know that everybody that works for me, the 29 employees that work for me, they can't do anything unless I put a rubber stamp on it, and unless I foot the bill. He foots the bill. So I think that he has a rope around the GM's neck, and every time the GM tries to call somebody or wants to give something up for something, he pulls that rope. I don't buy that it's not just him. I think if we have any other owner own the team, I think they'd be doing something, especially if they know sports.
Well, I think we'll find out. I mean, if they don't make a move and then we hear whispers that Bob had signed off or endorsed on them trying to add and upgrade this team and it didn't happen, then I would think Ben Cherington's standing with the owner would go down considerably.
But hold on. We've already had this battle. I think you were out on your last week of parental leave. There were dueling reports that Bob Nutting wanted Ben Cherington to do something and nothing was being done. And then there were reports that came out that were very clearly from the GM side of it that suggested that he was hamstrung, that he didn't have the leeway people thought or the freedom people thought to make certain moves. I will say only this, particularly in an uncapped league where it is different, it is much more ideal that you have an owner in a market like Pittsburgh or Cincinnati or Cleveland who, within reason, tries to treat the team like a toy as far as the level of wealth that they have and the willingness they are to spend into the red or do whatever to some extent, even if it's like $20 million in the red one year, $30 million. A guy who's got deep enough pockets, who's worth 10, 12, 14 billion, that's the ideal owner, somebody that just treats it like, hey, it's fun, it's appreciating every year in value. Whenever I decide to sell it, I'm going to make 4 times what I paid.
Here is PM Team fan Hall of Famer, caller Hall of Famer. She went in on the first ballot. Carol and Clinton back with us. Hello, Carol.
Hello, guys.
Hi, Carol.
Carol, you got anything optimistic for us? Sunshine and rainbows?
Yeah, you know who you're talking to, right?
Yeah, we know.
This pessimist. Well, here, you know what? I don't know if it's Nutting or Charrington. I thought when they got rid of Neil Huntington that we would stop seeing this hoarding of prospects. They ought to change the name of the team to the Pittsburgh Prospects, because next to Charrington, Huntington looked like a riverboat gambler.
He actually made trades to augment good teams, and in one case, he made a very bad trade to try to make a middling team.
He gambled and lost, and it probably cost him his job in the long run.
But you know what? Don't you think at this point, fans, if you told fans of the Pirates, it's either what you've seen so far or Ben Cherington's going to make a trade, and there's about a 35 to 40% chance it works out really well and a 60% chance it doesn't, I think they would all take that deal, don't you? Make the trade. Because they want to see him try to do something.
Our guy Cody Duncan, who's a big fan of the show.
Huge fan.
Tweeted out that it might not mean anything, but Tamar Johnson just got pulled out of the game down in Greensboro. In the 9th inning, down a run. That is very odd. That's peculiar.
He could be going.
Tamar Johnson is gone. A hopper homer.
That is highly
That guy had
unusual.
an electric call the other day.
I still think over half the people that respond to that guy's calls don't like them.
That is intriguing.
It is. Is he on hug watch then? Because that's always the thing. If he's hugging his teammates, he might have been traded.
By the way, I was right. What did it take for the Diamondbacks to get Josh Bell? Donnie's favorite thing to trade.
Cash considerations.
Cash considerations.
Cash considerations.
My favorite player.
Deadline debates.
Whew.
We'll talk to someone who works for the team that's made the most trades. Is Yandy Diaz coming to Pittsburgh? We'll find out next. First, you can follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township, right now, a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Another gold medal for Simone Biles, Team USA, winning the all-around gymnastics gold in Paris. Headlines powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open. For more, go to 937thefan.com. The Steel Mill Saloon in Mount Washington, my new favorite spot in town. Hey, guys, it's Donnie Football. 50-cent wing nights on Wednesdays. That headlines the array of food and drink Steel Mill specials. An awesome menu for everyone. Plenty of vegan options as well. If you have a party or an event, Steel Mill Saloon has the space for you. And the view tops it off. Located right across from the Duquesne Incline, giving you that best sight of the Pittsburgh city skyline. The Steel Mill Saloon. Meet me there in Mount Washington.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Crowley here. The dog days of summer are here. It's gonna get hotter. Sullivan Super Service wants your home to stay cool and comfortable. That's why my friends at Sullivan are encouraging $55 AC checks. And for every AC check booked, Sullivan will donate 10 pounds of dog food to the Humane Animal Rescue Shelter. Schedule your $55 AC check with Sullivan today. You'll help your AC work better this summer and support your furry friends. Visit SullivanService.com. Sullivan Super Service. They'll be your hometown heroes.
Hey, it's Doran Dickerson. The NFL is having players wear Guardian caps all season long and allowing Guardian caps to be worn in games. Have your team practice like the pros and reduce the impact of hits on your kids. You can also enter your team on the 93.7 The Fan contest page all July to win a set of 10 Guardian caps this season. Get bulk team pricing now at GuardianSports.com.
This is attorney Craig Fishman. Injured? Our fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms. Call us at 888-98-TWINS for a free consultation. Shenarovich, and Fishman. We got your back, not your wall.
An official message from Medicare.
A new law is helping me save more money on prescription drug costs. You may be able to save too. With Medicare's Extra Help program, my premium is $0 and my out-of-pocket costs are low. Who should apply? Single people making less than $23,000 a year or married couples who make less than $31,000 a year. Even if you don't think you qualify, it pays to find out.
Go to ssa.gov/extrahelp. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
It's the end of summer sale with Zero Res. Whether you're looking to clean up after a long summer of barbecues, get-togethers, and graduation parties, or just want to get ready for the new school year, Zero Res has you covered. Carpets, tile, rugs, upholstery, basically every surface in your home can be Zero Resified. So now's the time to call my cleaning pros at Zero Res. Their friendly technicians always walk you through their entire cleaning process and make sure that you're completely satisfied with the cleaning before they leave. I've even had to call them because we forgot to tell them about one room. Guy turned around, came all the way back, got it done. It really is amazing with Zero Res. If you haven't tried them out or it's been months since your last deep clean, now's the time. Get your entire home Zero Resified. 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $119. Also, perfect time of year to get your air ducts taken care of. 20% off your air duct cleaning this month. Don't forget about those dryer vents as well. Schedule your appointment today. ZeroResPGH.com or give them a call. 412-701-1188. Ask for the 93.7 The Fan special. You spell it backward or forward, it spells the same. Zero Res.
Join us Saturday, August 3rd after the Pirates take on the Arizona Diamondbacks at 6:40 for a post-game kids drone show thanks to AHN. This unique drone show will feature an original pirate story that'll come to life through illustrations and a sky full of drones over PNC Park. It's a show for the kids in all of us. It's the Pirates and Diamondbacks, Saturday, August 3rd at PNC Park. Get your tickets and learn more at pirates.com/drone show.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Afternoons with Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Time for deadline debates. The guy that Pirates fans are in some ways fawning over right now is Yandy Diaz because there have been rumors about him for the last few days. John Heyman saying still an outside chance the Pirates get the first base DH who's also played third. And by the way, back in 2023, he won the AL batting crown. So we'll see if something happens in the next few hours on that. Yes, Mulsey, you're about to pipe in?
Yeah, I was just going to say, that's going to be up there on kind of random guys to win the batting crown, no?
Is it to Freddie Sanchez heights?
Didn't Freddie... Oh, wait, Freddie won 1 or 2 of them. I thought Freddie won 2 of them. Or am I completely insane?
Well, you've got the
human encyclopedia
bastion of Pirates information. Dan,
no, I guess not. No, it's in the same vein. Freddie never hit better than 304 in another year, and then that year he hit 344.
Let's bring on from the Rays flagship. He is their pre- and post-game host, Ronnie Night Train Lane, on Yandy Diaz here. Ronnie, are you convinced the Rays make another trade and deal this guy in the next few hours?
I'm not convinced, but first of all, thanks, guys, for having me on. I'm not convinced, but with the way things have been going, I mean, since early July, they've traded 7 players. So they're definitely big-time sellers. I guess it just depends on what they're looking for. And they keep everything very close to the vest. The president of baseball operations, Eric Neander, a very shrewd guy, very sharp guy. They've been to the playoffs 5 straight years. And he said to us that the reason they're making these deals now, even though the team's only 2 games, they're 2 games over 500. I think they're 4.5, 3.5 or 4.5 out of the final wild card spot. But they're like 4 teams they've got to climb over in the rugged American League to make the playoffs. So that really the chances are not great for them making the playoffs for a 6th consecutive year. So what he is saying they're doing is restocking their farm system and wanting to keep the team from having droughts to where they don't make the playoffs, long droughts, like a couple of years or every other year They want to be able to consistently make the playoffs like they've done for the last 5 years.
Ronnie, I'll be honest, I don't really want the Pirates to trade for Yandy Diaz because I just assume that the old joke about great trade for the Rays, I love it, who did they trade and who did they get, is going to apply here because these guys seem to win every trade that they execute. Can you shed any light on how they are so good at seemingly getting guys that make an impact for them and more so than other teams, certainly, when they acquire prospects.
Yes, we lived this with the Chris Archer disaster.
I'm just going to lay it all out there. Chris Archer, I have, trade PTSD from the Chris Archer deal.
Well, I know the Pirates do. That was just an awful deal for the Pirates, and obviously it worked wonders for the Tampa Bay Rays. But here's the deal with these guys. Like I said, Neander is very shrewd, and he learned from the best, the guy who's the GM now, Andy Friedman, with the L.A. Dodgers. The Rays, don't pay a whole lot of money for a generational-type player, the young man who was the shortstop. I don't know. It's a long. You guys know the whole story.
Yep. Ronnie Lane with us here from Tampa. He is their pre- and post-game host. So give us a scouting report on Diaz in 2024. If the Pirates were to make this deal, what would they be getting?
You would be getting an incredible hitter. The guy makes contact like nobody's business. He's got a great eye at the plate. He doesn't run particularly fast, but the Rays have him in the leadoff spot because of his ability to get on base. A high on-base percentage, as you guys were talking about before I came on. Batting league champ last year, hit .330. Got off to a very slow start this year, but he has rebounded, and he's now got that average into the mid-260s. He's just a pure hitter. I don't know what else. He hits the ball harder than anybody I know, particularly on this team. He hits the ball harder. He makes a lot of good, solid contact. So you will be getting a player that's going to make a difference offensively on your club. And he's not bad defensively either. He can play several positions.
Can he play third?
Well, actually, he can play third and he can play first. They have him at first because they don't have Esau Paredes at third anymore. They're all-star this year. He's gone. They traded him. But, Yandy can play both first and third adequately. And, of course, he can be a great DH for you, too. And he's super in the clubhouse.
Ronnie, question I have about him is the numbers. It seems almost like he's a pure platoon guy in some ways, crushes lefties, but not very effective against righties necessarily.
That was not the case last year. This year, like I said, he got off to a real slow start. As far as his salary goes, I don't know where the Pirates are. And this is the other thing. The Rays had the highest salary, for their team, overall salary, that they've had since their existence in 1998, and I think they wanted to break that up a little bit more and get more solid footing on a group of youngsters that are going to be able to help them win consistently once they get into their new house. And the word is, once they develop players in the new house, they're going to, instead of trading them off, they're going to keep them around. But Yandy, you'll be getting a hell of a player if you get Yandy.
All right, there you go. Ronnie Lane from Tampa, Rays pre- and post-game host on one of the big names that's left out there and still associated and attached to the Pirates. Thanks, Ronnie. We appreciate it.
All right, thanks, fellas.
That was a glowing endorsement, Malsey.
He loves Yandy Diaz. Here's another name, Brandon Lau, their second baseman, who's free agent next year, Pony. Pure rental.
Bring them both in.
878 OPS for Brandon Lau. Diaz, by the way, must have started just like absolute ass because his OBP.
Splits? You've got the baseball reference cheat code. What's March and April look like?
Well, I'm telling you right now, he's only a 326 OBP guy, but here he's almost a 900 OPS against lefties this year.
Yep.
He's under 700 against righties. Here's his April and March: 578 OPS. He looked like Jared Triolo. 754 in May, 818 in June, 779 in July. He's been much better since the start of May.
Coming up next.
The PM Team Trade Deadline Roundtable.
Yes. Will it get that combative and contentious in here?
It's football mixed with knights fighting. I don't get it. There's definitely lead blockers in there along with Sir Galahad.
Let me hear that again.
The PM Team Trade Deadline Roundtable.
Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevy. Low of 70 degrees, rain and thunderstorms. That's right. We're getting closer to the deadline. We've got the whole crew together, and we will get going next. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment is the PM Team.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with a top guest and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by PGT Trucking and Macero Construction Group and brought to you by NSS Live, Ute Bebington and Nichols, Voss TV and Appliance, Come Ready Nutrition, Stoney's Brewing, and PJ Dick, Trumbull, and Lindy Group. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
It's better over here. If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has an exclusive rate plan just for you. Right now, get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings versus Verizon and AT&T. Plus, you can get one of the latest 5G phones free when you add a line. That's right, a free 5G phone. Experience all this and more on America's largest 5G network. So why wait? At T-Mobile, customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Just go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 or visit your local store to make the switch.
With AutoPay using debit or bank account plus taxes and fees, 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Free phones up to $300 off with 24 monthly bill credits and qualifying new line for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Contact us before canceling entire account to continue remaining bill credits. Bill credits end if you pay off device early. See details at T-Mobile.com.
The world comes to Washington County for the Princecay Pony League World Series August 9th through the 14th. Catch all the action as the best youth baseball teams play for the World Championship at historic Lou Hayes Pony Field. Daily admission is just $8, $5 for kids. Go to ponyworldseries.org for a complete schedule. History will be made one batter at a time at the Princecay Pony League World Series, sponsored by the Washington County Tourism Promotion Agency. Don't miss it for the world.
It's the dog days of summer. Baseball is in full swing. And unfortunately, so is your work schedule. Stay connected to your local team, even while you're working hard, with your favorite station on Odyssey.com. Get the best in local sports talk. Listen live or jump back to what you missed with Rewind. It's all here, all just a few clicks away. And I'll tell you something, it makes the workday go that much faster. Listen at work. Visit Odyssey.com today to get started.
Aviation technicians are considered some of the most skilled and technically capable mechanics in their field. They ensure our most precious cargo, from family to goods, arrives safely every day. Whether you're thinking about a skilled trade or a 4-year education, if you enjoy combining problem solving with hands-on training, then explore an in-demand career in the aviation industry. Visit PIA's Pittsburgh Campus Open House on Saturday, August 10th at 11 a.m. Take pride in your career. RSVP at pia.edu.
At Bet365, we don't do ordinary. We believe that every sport should be epic, from the moments that are legendary to the ones that fly under the radar. See for yourself when you sign up today, and you'll get $150 in bonus bets plus 50 spins when you bet just $5. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. 21 plus, must be present in Pennsylvania. New customers only. $10 minimum deposit required. Returns exclude bonus bet wager. Time limits, restrictions, and T's and C's apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, people are talking about Window Nation, and a lot of people are talking about Window Nation. Just Kate from Pittsburgh, that's one person. She said, we couldn't be happier with our new replacement windows from Window Nation. And that's just one person. There are a lot. Window Nation is about value, and this August, they're giving you a great value during their anniversary sale. Colin Dunlap here to tell you all about it. So you buy 2 windows, and you get 2 for free. But that's not all. There's no limit to how much you could save. There's no minimum, no maximum on this. Plus, you pay nothing for 24 months. You know what 24 months is, right? That's 2 full years. Act right now and get as much as a $250 extra credit. But hurry now. This sale ends August 31st. So schedule fast right now that in-home estimate. 866-90-NATION. That's the number. It's 866-90-NATION. Or check out the website right now, windownation.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you. Discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
It's Wrangler season out there. Warmer days, cooler nights. Open roads, endless horizons. And you need to be ready in jeans made for the unpredictable. Wrangler, for the ride of life. Shop our newest styles today at Wrangler.com.
This is it. Shop the Lowe's Closeout event to get up to 70% off select major appliances for your home. Plus, get up to 60% off select patio furniture and accessories for your outdoor spaces. So hurry into your local store today because these deals are too good to last. Shop them now before they're gone because Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid through 8/7 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Save on O'Reilly Brake Parts Cleaner. Get 2 cans of O'Reilly Brake Parts Cleaner for just $8. Valid in-store only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
One person dies from heart disease every 33 seconds. Do everything you can not to be the one. Understanding your risk factors, like your cholesterol, blood pressure, and BMI, could save your life. Our experts at the nationally recognized UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute are here to help you get your heart health on track. Your heart care matters. Visit upmc.com/heart to schedule an appointment.
This is it. Shop the Lowe's Closeout event to get up to 70% off select major appliances for your home. Plus, get up to 60% off select patio furniture and accessories for your outdoor spaces. So hurry into your local store today because these deals are too good to last. Shop them now before they're gone because Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid through 8/7 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
In a world of slot reels and blackjack deals, comes the must-play event of the summer from DraftKings Casino. Don't miss out on the hype, featuring non-stop action all summer long and an all-star cast of games, including A-lister Loki's Luck. This summer blockbuster is one you won't want to miss. Plus, new players can get $100 instantly in casino credits with just a $1 wager. And all players get a blockbuster bonus every week. So sign up with code THEFAN and grab your popcorn. That's promo code THEFAN. It's showtime on DraftKings Casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-426-2537. Must be 21 or older. Physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility and other restrictions apply. New customers only. $1 wager to earn $100 in non-withdrawable casino credits that expire in 168 hours. Terms at casino.draftkings.com/blockbuster.
It's hot, and the deals at South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram in Peters Township are even hotter. Stop in this month for a new 24 Jeep Wrangler or a 24 Jeep Grand Cherokee with only 2.9% financing up to 84 months. How about a 24 Jeep Compass Limited with payments starting at $199 a month for 27 months? The only choice in the South Hills is South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram. Visit them online at southhillschryslerjeep.net. See dealer for details.
He went to doctor after doctor looking for relief and always walked away discouraged. Surgery and drugs hadn't worked before, so why would he try them again? That's when Carmen made an appointment at QC Kinetics.
I'll tell you one thing. I got a spring in my step. The bounce is back in my step. My quality of life improving exponentially since I've been going to QC Kinetics.
QC Kinetics has treated over 35,000 patients like Carmen, using their own healing components, concentrating them into damaged knees, hips, shoulders, and backs. No surgery, no drugs.
The pain's gone. Quality of life so much better, and mentally I'm in such a better place because I know that I'm not going to wake up to the same old struggles that I have been dealing with every single day. 10 months ago, no joke, I was a prime candidate for a knee replacement. Today, I'm not because of the treatment I'm receiving at QC Kinetics.
Carmen finally got relief, and it was easy. starting with a free consultation at QC Kinetics.
Call QC Kinetics, 412-228-3584. That's 412-228-3584. Located in Robinson, 412-228-3584.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
All right, Pirates trade deadline. MLB trade deadline is now just a few hours away, 3 hours and change. 6 o'clock is when it's all done. No more waiver deals, so this is the time to do it right now, 6 o'clock, and then nothing. Pirates tonight look to take a series in Houston. Bailey Falter comes off the IL. For more, go to 937thefan.com right now. More Pony and Muller.
It's Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller, Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Hear ye, hear ye. It's time to convene the PM Team Trade Deadline Roundtable. We're a few hours away from baseball's trade deadline. What will the Pirates do? To talk it over, we introduce to you hosts of the PM Team, Burnett Sports Media Top Afternoon Sports Talk Show, Chris Muller, Andrew Filipponi, and Donnie Football. From the Post-Gazette, longtime Pirates beat writer turned columnist, Jason Mackey, and host of the Pirates pre- and post-game show for more than a decade, veteran Pirate expert Dan Zangrilli. The PM Team Trade Deadline Roundtable starts now.
50-minute mark on the Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram.
What was that media company that named us number one? Barrett, like you put in your hair?
Sound like you said A.J. Burnett.
Yeah.
Sports media.
Just be happy he didn't call you Mueller.
How about veteran Pirates expert Dan Zangrilli? Do you like that label?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a little miffed that I didn't come before Mackey, considering, well,
come on.
Never mind.
Come on.
Never mind.
Veteran implies that you're very old, Dan.
Well,
we're going worst to best.
Sure.
Not as good looking to the most good looking.
So wait, why am I the ugliest one here then? Because I was the first person mentioned there.
You're also the oldest. Are you?
What are you talking about? Mackey's older than me.
I didn't know that. Jason, how old are you?
40.
Ooh.
Am I the oldest one in this room?
Sure You're the only one with a 4 to start that age.
Oh,
I'm 39,
buddy.
brother.
Let's go around the room here, Dan. What's the latest you got here?
I don't think the Pirates are going to subtract or sell off anything, and I don't think that that's necessarily a surprise considering what Derek Shelton said today. Aroldis Chapman's going to stick around, and I think a lot of the veterans on the one-year expiring deals are going to stick here throughout the end of the year, so they're not going to be flipping anybody for assets, which is what they've done in previous years. So I think they're going to hold on to what they have.
So no 1 foot in buying and 1 foot in selling. No trying to thread the needle business.
Correct. They're not going to try to dump Yasmani Grandal. They're not going to try to dump any salary. Martin Perez. Chapman today, I think, was pretty much hammered home by Shelton. So, no. I think as you see it right now, unless it's actually part of a true baseball trade, I'm not sure that the Pirates are going to mess with their Major League roster.
Jason?
Well, one bit of news. Looks like they're out on Yandy Diaz, according to Francis Romero.
Do we trust him? Do we like him?
Yeah.
Better than MLB _scoops, the ice cream scoop thing.
Gracious. Oh, I got one of those. Somebody was telling me that was an official report from whatever you want to call that. No, I'm good with Romero.
Hey, we're friends with MLB Scoops here, Jason. Don't try to burn our bridges.
Don't say we're, okay?
This is an MLB Scoops friendly
show. No, it's an MLB Scoops friendly host, even though they hate him.
You're kidding me.
They hate me now?
They hated you the whole time. They were ripping you yesterday.
Oh, okay, whatever.
So now you hate them. Now we're on the same page.
Now we're good, yeah.
So they're out on Diaz. Diaz never, for me.
I didn't see the fit, Andrew. I like the player.
You liked him a lot.
Where did you see the fit, Dan?
Well, I saw the fit as to you make it work kind of thing because I believe that bat would really lengthen this lineup and you figure it out. Whether
you made
just
it feel like they would maybe bench Hayes to play him.
I think you would play matchups accordly. You would figure it out.
Well, what's a good matchup for Hayes? It's not a right-handed pitcher. He's hitting like 170 against
right.
him.
So, and also obviously the year control made a lot of sense. I just got that joke. Oh boy.
All right. So Romero says they're out on Diaz.
They're out on Diaz. I like Brian De La Cruz. That's the name that has sort of gained traction lately in the afternoon as some other guys.
Heyman said gap in talks. Do you think they'll close that gap?
I mean, I think they can. I think that's within striking distance for them. I think they can make that happen. I don't think they're going to sell the farm, literally and figuratively. But De La Cruz is attainable.
What constitutes selling the farm for them? Once we get into their top 10 prospects, is that selling the farm?
Yeah, arms.
All right, let me ask
Top
you this,
10.
Jason. Here's something from J.J. Cooper. He's Baseball America.
Yep.
This was not even a half hour ago. He writes, this will sound like a contradiction. 1, the price being paid in prospects so far seems quite high in a lot of these deals. 2, we have yet to see any truly premium prospects traded. As of yet, no Baseball America top 100 prospect has been moved. I would take that second line. Now, that's their rankings. They're always going to be a little bit different, but I think most of those places are fairly close on a decent number of these guys. That would tell me you don't have to give away a top 100 guy to get De La Cruz.
Oh, I don't think you do.
Okay.
I don't think you would have
How
to
many
give up
top 100 guys do they have right now in most services? 3, maybe?
3 or
Johnson, Chandler.
I'm not
Solomedo's
sure
out.
Johnson
He might
is.
have been.
I don't think Johnson is still a top 100
Yeah, he might have
guy.
fallen. Okay, so Chandler
I think
for
Chandler's
sure.
the only one.
I think
Once they-
Ashcraft might be at the tail end.
Okay, there's
Wait, when
two.
they assume they sign this Griffin kid, he'll be?
Yeah, he'll be up.
So
Okay.
there's
Well,
three.
he'll be close. I mean, they're not going to trade.
But obviously not.
Connor
But,
Griffin.
okay, so
I
you're
get-
saying
I get
like,
what you're saying.
outside their top 10 organizationally, you can just package a cut like 12 and 15?
I would think so. Jesse Winker brought back, the 17th ranked prospect in the Mets system?
Can you, okay, I'm glad you brought
Why
that
the hell
up.
did they not make that trade?
Why didn't they make the Jazz Chisholm trade? Can you clear that up? Because one of the things I think I saw a lot of people saying, and I felt this way too, was, wait a minute, the Yankees, one, it's insane to me that they always seem to have the prospect capital to do these deals. Same with the Dodgers. 2, it didn't seem like they paid a huge price for Jazz Chisholm. What's your understanding, either of your guys, on the price they paid versus the Pirates, who were allegedly a close runner-up? Which made me feel like I was Reese Bobby from Talladega Nights. If you ain't first, you're last. I don't really care.
Did the
if you were
Marlins
second.
call the teams that didn't get him and say, this is where you ranked?
Yes. And
that doesn't actually happen, Jason.
I don't think so.
Ben, you were second, brother.
I bet you they called every team and said, you're a close second. You're right there. We're really considering this. This is a really difficult decision. I mean, I can't imagine they called people back and said, look, you were third. You could have been second if you got
You're actually fifth. We barely considered you.
And I don't have a magic answer for, what the Pirates offer lacked or, what the Pirates could have
you know
done
what,
to get over the hump.
I guess you know why I'm asking, because it's weird just to see the Yankees always have something at their disposal that's,
I know.
that
And
gets
it's
a
weird
deal
to see
done.
the Pirates always finishing right there. I mean, I know I was texting with an agent this afternoon.
And congratulations on all your success.
Is that? Yeah, this can't be fun of text to send out all the time. Those guys are probably very busy right now.
It's the job. It's you hopefully build those relationships other times. But we were talking about the Pirates' strategy in doing this, and everything has to equal out for them. That is one thing I think is very typical of the Pirates, that they're not going to overpay. Everything is done economically. They weight this side, they weight this side. If the scale doesn't balance, goodbye. And so, they might have had an idea for Chisholm. This is what we feel the value is. And here comes the Yankees, maybe because they're used to overpaying or they don't really care
But they
as
get
much.
to put their thumb on the scale because they might overvalue their own players. That's the issue here, as I see it. Dan, you think they get the De La Cruz thing over the finish line?
I think that has an opportunity to do some things for the Pirates, and I do think that they can get something done there. I do. It has some legs, and I think that what that would take, I'm not sure that it would take something in their top 10, but because of the control with De La Cruz, I think you're more apt
So what's the contract
to go
situation
in
with him?
Arbitration for the first time this winter.
Right, so he doesn't hit free agency until 2028. I think you will be willing to wade in those 10 through 20 waters, maybe multiple guys.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
For that sort of control.
So your Xander Muths, things of that nature, or your
Correct.
Hunter Barcos.
Your Mitch Jebs.
Can I interest you in a Shaylin Polanco, for example?
Am I going to say at the end of the deadline, if this happens and that's who they get, mission accomplished? Should I?
I'm okay with it.
If Brian De La Cruz is their big...
How much does he
I
lengthen
think there's
that,
a lot.
How much does he lengthen that lineup? You said Diaz would lengthen the lineup. I know he adds thump.
Yeah.
Is he getting on base enough?
I think enough. I don't know if it's going to set people, ablaze and thinking, here it comes. This is the World Series run. I don't think it's going to be insane, but there's pop.
Is he enough of a player that you think it satisfies the basic fan urge of we are in it, we've done something, we're in the mix.
Yeah.
People want their team to be in the mix.
I think I've heard this sentiment a lot today, Chris, that if they didn't do anything, boy, would that just kick everybody in the you-know-what.
Who's everybody? Fans? Or are you talking about inside their own organization?
I think maybe both. I think it would have a negative impact.
So Gensel getting traded like that?
I mean, I can't predict how the Pirates are going to react, but I don't think it would go over terribly well if they didn't do anything. And I think De La Cruz checks that box of at least doing something. There's a reason why you would make that trade. And again, I still think he's 27, but he's probably getting better. I was talking to an NL scout on the way in here, guys. He was talking about how he likes the swing, how he approaches at bats, always putting himself in a position to hit. The numbers are, they're not going to knock your socks off. 724 career OPS, but there's some ability there, and he's gotten to it over the past 2 years.
Feel the same way, Dan, about that? Like, in terms of it just satisfying that we are doing something here. Like, how much, what would you give a grade like that, assuming they gave away prospect-wise what you guys both discussed?
So, I mean, it's somebody that has an opportunity to be a part of your outfield for a long time to come and is close to a bona fide big leaguer, checking every box that they have. So, yeah, I think that's a young, I don't want to say budding star, but it is a solid big league bat that's controllable, that you're spending a lot of prospect capital on. Yeah, that's the deal that you want, I think, as a sensible Pirate fan, right? That is under control for a long time, that has an opportunity to be very solid in that outfield. It addresses the need. This is the exact type of deal that they need to go out and make.
Yep.
I mean, so how could you be
the last 2
displeased?
seasons.
How could you be? I guess there's bigger, sexier
Because he
names.
wasn't Jazz Chisholm or something like
Yeah,
that?
when Rosenthal talked
So put them
about
side
those
by
two
side.
guys,
Put those guys side by side.
I'd rather have Chisholm because he plays center field.
Also, it doesn't help that Chisholm in his first game with the Yankees hit
Went
2
deep
home
twice.
runs.
No, I mean, I think De La Cruz would be their third best hitter right now. Right?
Right, and
behind Cruz and behind Reynolds.
And you need some right-handed power.
Tellez?
You need some right-handed power, too.
Yes. He would be tied for the team lead in home runs. I mean, I have to reconfigure what my expectations are at the deadline now that we're less than 3 hours out, and I started the show by saying I'm very cynical and skeptical of things. If they got De La Cruz, I would feel better about their chances.
Give it like a B trade.
Yeah,
That's
it still doesn't solve center field though, Dan.
No, it doesn't. But you can address
Or
center
Jason?
field. Yeah, well, I'm sorry, but I mean, you can go address center field in a better way than you did last offseason this winter. Like, that is still.
Yeah, but that doesn't do anything for me the next 50 games.
So
I'm trying to make trade-offs.
It doesn't matter where you improve the offense as long as you're improving the offense. The offense doesn't have to come from a particular. Why does it have to come from center and not right?
Because I'm trying to get the bad bat out of center field is what I'm trying to do.
How much do you think as a team internally they still, like, just because of what Tellez has done, they are hoping against hope? Maybe Michael A. Taylor finally figured it out last night. I'm asking that like almost, I feel like it should be facetious, but I'm serious.
No, Chris, that's a completely. I was asking myself that last night, or just after this deadline in general, looking at the G1 Bay injury, maybe Joshua Palacios. What if they would end up playing Taylor? I don't know. You add De La Cruz, you add a bat in the corner, and then you need Taylor's defense. And that becomes your outfield. You play him every day and hope against hope.
I thought
that
the
he
same thing
finds
when he hit that home run. I thought the same exact thing as you.
And you can also afford to carry the luxury that is a glove-only player
If
with
you have
a
a bat
bat
next to him.
like a De La Cruz there. It's far more palatable.
I don't mind a glove-only player if he's hitting on the pace of a guy who hit 21 home runs last year.
Or somebody can pick up the slack for him, and De La Cruz would.
But you know what I mean? A bad offensive player who hits the ball over the fence and does nothing else is still valuable in some ways.
But the issue is that third base right now is a glove-only position, and second base might be a glove-only position too. I can't have 3 in my lineup, right?
And when Paul Skeens pitches, you have 4 because Yasmani Grandal is. I know he hit a rocket last night. That's also glove only.
Sure. So like De La Cruz doesn't. That just lengthens their lineup by one guy. They probably need to lengthen their lineup by 2 or 3 guys.
You're not wrong, but I don't think they're going to pay the prospect capital that would take. I think we have to look at this the way they would.
That's why I've been saying for 6 weeks that perhaps this is a bridge too far to cross based on what you've just laid out. 3 players, that's a lot to do. At the trade deadline, are they better huddling up and trying to attack this and spend their prospect capital in November and December? That's why I'm okay with that plan as well, because this probably isn't the best time to put window treatments on the house when you have, as you just alluded to, maybe some more pressing foundational issues.
Can text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates fan text line. Edgar Snyder reminds you to text responsibly. We are here until 6 o'clock, and then Donnie will be the bridge to Dan on the leadoff show. Trade deadline is at 6, so we will break it all down here when a deal comes in. We'll talk about it. Shelton's comments, Greg Brown at 4. All coming up. The roundtable in full swing with the 4 of us. Andrew Filipponi, Chris Muller, Dan Zangrilli, Jason Mackey. We'll be right back. It's the PM theme. Here's a headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Valley Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Pirates beat the Astros 5-3 in the first game of the series in Houston. Michael A. Taylor, the hero in the ninth inning, a 3-run home run in the victory. Paul Skeens surpassing 100 strikeouts this season. He went 6, 2 earned runs, and 6 punch-outs for the rookie. Pirates and Astros tonight, 8:10 first pitch. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli starts at 7:15. You can also listen on your Odyssey app. Headlines powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
All right, thanks, Donnie. Right now, let's talk about FanDuel, the official sportsbook of 93.7 The Fan, the best place to bet the games that are going on this summer. FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets, and if you win that first bet, a $5 bet, that's all you need to make, you're going to get $150 in bonus bets coming your way. Then you can bet on all your favorite international teams and all your favorite sports going on in Paris right now. Basketball, badminton, soccer, swimming. FanDuel has it all. Don't miss your chance to score $150 in bonus bets if your first bet wins. Just visit FanDuel.com/Andrew. Sign up and start betting the games today. FanDuel.com/Andrew. Make every moment more with FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of the Fan. 21 plus and present in PA. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now eligible bonus bets that expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Wrangler. It's Wrangler season out there. Open roads, endless horizons. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles. Tua ends up getting a big contract from the Miami Dolphins. Now he has to prove that he can be a difference maker. Now that he's being paid like the dude and not a dude, we have to see him win big games. I'm Jim Rome.
It's Wrangler season out there. Warmer days, cooler nights. Open roads, endless horizons. And you need to be ready in jeans made for the unpredictable. Wrangler, for the ride of life. Shop our newest styles today at Wrangler.com.
Savings. Now that's speaking the Lowe's language. And when you join My Lowe's Rewards for free, the savings just keep coming. Save money with member-only offers, plus earn points when you shop. More points equal more rewards, just for you. Because Lowe's knows you earned it, literally. Learn more about our loyalty program at Lowes.com/MyLowe'sRewards and become a member for free today. Program subject to terms and conditions. Points are awarded on eligible purchases. See Lowes.com/terms for full details, subject to change.
Keep it twisted all year long with Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Twisted Tea is real iced tea that packs a punch with 5% alcohol. Tastes great at the beach, the mountains, or even in your backyard. Look for the bright yellow Twisted Tea cans. Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
Gotta change my oil.
How about Valvoline Restore and Protect? It restores and protects your engine to run like new.
Get in the zone. It restores your engine to, like, factory clean?
And protects.
Get in the zone. So Valvoline Restore and Protect restores and protects.
Now you can get 5 quarts with an STP Extended Life Oil Filter for $37.99.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Another day is here, and you're ready for it. What to wear? Check. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner? Check. Planning for what's next and how to save for it? That's where Bank of America can help. For your financial to-dos, Bank of America has experts ready to help get you closer to your goals. Get started at one of our Greater Pittsburgh Region financial centers or 24/7 in our mobile banking app. Find a location near you at bankofamerica.com/talktous. What would you like the power to do? Mobile banking requires downloading the app and is only available for select devices. Message and data rates may apply. Bank of America N.A., member FDIC.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Decisions that impact you or your loved ones can be overwhelming, especially if you're facing long-term care, special needs, or elder law issues. The attorneys at Julian Gray Associates can help you truly understand the best approach to take. Julian Gray Associates have the most certified elder law attorneys in the country. They're located right here in Pittsburgh. Experienced advice from certified elder law attorneys who understand your legal issues and are committed to helping you. Find out more at grayelderlaw.com.
You've inherited your uncle's giant house and every weird thing in it. We can help with that. 2menandajunktruck.com. 2 men and a junk truck.
People often ask us, what's the most important part of running a successful business? And our answer is family.
Hi, John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window company for over 45 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're not just a customer. We treat you like family. We take the time to understand your needs and help you find the perfect windows for you and your home. Like our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows.
They're the strongest, longest-lasting, best insulating windows you can buy. They're way better than vinyl.
And right now, you can save 20% plus get no interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Join our family of satisfied customers.
So stop by one of our showrooms or visit us on the web at metropolitanwindows.com.
Or give us a call at
412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Hey, football fans, Brian Baldinger here, host of the Best Football Show. With training camp underway, I'm always on the road talking to players and coaches about the upcoming season. It's the kind of access that you would have. So to hear what I'm hearing firsthand about your favorite team, then you need to listen to the Best Football Show. I live and breathe X's and O's. So let me translate it all into insights that you can use. This is a podcast for fans who love football as much as I do. Follow and listen to the Best Football Show on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast.
All right, look out for some delays if you're traveling on our parkways. Over on the Parkway East, you're going to be backed up on the outbound side starting around Technology Drive. Over on the Parkway West inbound side, you're going to be backed up right around Green Tree as you head into the Fort Pitt tunnels. And the outbound side of the Parkway West is backed up until the county jail. With traffic, I'm Samantha McGill.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
I do think we'll hear a lot about the Angels today before 6 p.m. Eastern Time, specifically Taylor Ward and Luis Rengifo. A number of teams have spoken with the Angels about their available position players, including the Yankees, the Red Sox, and the Pirates. I've always believed that Rengifo was one of the more underrated infielders in baseball because of his versatility. He's brought more offense this season as well. And Ward, it seems like for a lot of teams, that right-handed power bat has been very much coveted.
Fan Hotlines presented by Sullivan Super Service. That's Jason Mackey's buddy, John Morosi, talking about
my favorite
Angels acquisitions and how whenever I hear the Pirates are competing with the Yankees and Red Sox on a trade, I just give up. I'm conditioned to just think, well, the other teams will do more.
When's the last time they beat those teams in the Josh Bell sweepstakes, which promptly resulted in baseball redoing its rules for draft pick signing bonuses? That's pretty much the last time it happened.
Who else was in on Archer? Do we remember? Were they bidding against themselves?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because they actually got the guy. We don't have to worry about the second place finishers.
I don't know about you. I know about Chris. I don't know about you two. I don't really want Ward. The guy has been a disaster. 169 in July. Against righties, he hits 201 with a 293 on-base percentage. He's been hit in the face with a fastball twice in the last year, and I think it screwed him up.
Reported vision problems, I think. Like sometimes he has vision issues or like equilibrium issues from what I understand.
What we had heard was just he was essentially gun shy and that like teams knew it, and so the book was just bust him up inside and he'll back off the plate and he's kind of useless.
I mean, what's the point of having scouts if they can't identify that? I would think that would make him a non-starter for the Pirates.
Well, more so than scouts, Andrew. I don't love the contract. 4.8 this year, arbitration 2 this offseason. It's going to go up. Like, are you really getting the value for that? And you're going to give up to get that?
It's fair.
I always have to reconfigure my answers when I think of, are you getting value for X number? Because if the Yankees were paying Ke'Bryan Hayes what the Pirates are paying him, they'd probably feel like the defense alone was worth $7 million or $8 million bucks.
I mean, yeah, I would do it. You're not getting.
Danny's hitting 169 this month.
You're probably going to trade something from 25 to 29 on a prospect list to get him, and that's it. Maybe another throw-in guy, but you're not going to.
I like
you're not
the other guy
much.
better. I like Renifo better. He seems like a Pirates player to me because he can play all over the place. He's like a Josh Harrison type.
I think I'd be more inclined for this year just to go get like a Pilar at that point, and then
God damn.
and then reconfigure in the offseason.
I'm with you, Andrew. I would take Renifo over the two of them.
Very appealing compared.
He's one of only 11 guys in baseball hitting 300 this year.
I know. I'm with you. I'm not disagreeing
Switch hitter,
with it.
can play right field, left field, second base, third base. I discovered the guy 2 hours ago.
Can we bring in Pilar?
I like what the back of the baseball card looks like.
Can we bring in Pilar and hypnotize him that it's the month of May only, because the other 3 or 4 months this year he sucks. He does.
Dan, why are you a Pilar guy?
I know. Dan thought he was being set up to be agreed with.
He's 35 years old. He's been a defensive first guy for 12 years.
I understand.
You already have Michael A. Taylor on your team.
But if we're going to put him opposite of Ward, that's what I'm saying. Just for a rental.
Just
comparing,
strictly compared to Ward, you would take him.
Correct.
If the cost on Ward was exceptionally low, and to what you're saying, Dan, if it was like 25 through 29 and it was a very easy package, I might be okay with that. I'm not paying a lot to go there.
All the reporting is he's not psychologically getting hit in the head multiple times with a pitch.
So that means you never.
There's risk. There's risk you're taking on.
We had a third baseman who forgot how to throw the ball to first base. I mean, mental issues in baseball are real, man.
I'm aware, and I said previously.
Rick Ankiel was in the Pirates division. This stuff happens.
Dude, I'm not sitting here advocating them getting him. I'm just saying if it was a very low risk package, I would be okay with it. You're looking at the prorated portion of 4.8. If he ends up being a train wreck, well, you non-tender him this offseason. That's all I'm saying.
Multiple reports now that Luis Robert Jr. will not be traded. Should the Pirates have tried hard on that one?
They wanted a haul that was, and I'm sure the price has come down, but the last time I think I heard anything reported on what the potential ask for Robert would have been, it was something similar to what Juan Soto
Correct.
yielded.
Yeah, that's
like
what we heard.
five-player massive.
No.
But man, he would have been perfect for this team.
I'm not okay giving up
power
that much.
playing center field.
Yeah, but you're probably giving up Bubba Chandler to make that happen.
So what?
And more.
What's Bubba Chandler in the long run? Is he going to be better than Skeens or Jones or Keller?
He's going to be a formidable part of that rotation in the very short future, I would argue.
Where would he slot in if he reaches his potential? Is he their number 2 behind Skeens? Is he that good?
I'd rather have 40 home run power
I feel like that's
in
an
center
insult to
field
Jared Jones or Mitch Keller.
I'd rather have 40 home run power than a fourth pitcher.
Yeah, I mean, I want the 4 of them. I want Skeens, Jones, Keller.
My only hang-up on Luis Robert was that he's not always healthy. That's my only
Which is a
hang-up.
pretty substantial hang-up.
It is a large hang-up, but it is my only one.
I have no hang-up on Luis Robert Jr. I just don't want to pay an arm and a leg, which I think.
I don't know. A career 816 OPS for that type of return?
Dan, what is the type? Well, okay, when you're saying in the
he has. There are 5 years,
Dan,
1 year where he hockey sticked a 38 home run season. Everything else is a dozen to 13.
Well, that's because he doesn't play a lot of games.
Homers.
To Chris's point,
right?
I don't think the Pirates have the minor league system to offer a Juan Soto package. I don't think they have the players to do that. Do you? I mean, how many major league
players, but you would deplete them.
Let me ask you this question. How many major league hitters do they have in their minor leagues right now who you look at, this guy's going to be an everyday player and he's going to be a good player for this team? How many guys?
Yeah, not many.
Just on the hitting side?
Yep.
Yeah.
Positional.
One or two.
Nick York? Tom York from Radiohead?
I mean, Nick York's already their 5th-rated prospect if you go by MLB.com.
Mitch Jebb?
Not a lot.
I'm fanning myself thinking about the Mitch Jebb era. Doesn't he have the funky batting stance?
He does. Yeah. He's got a real weird
Sung-Chae
stance.
Chang. Well, we know that Jack Brannigan's legit because if the Rays wanted Jack Brannigan, he probably should be on the Major League club right now.
Jason, how much pressure do you think is on Ben Cherington to do something more? If he doesn't and we get to 6 o'clock and the De La Cruz thing falls apart and they don't make a trade, and what we see is what we get with Walker, Beeks, and York. What will be the reaction from the guy that puts his name on his checks? You talked to him at the Sheets event, and we've run with those comments because we've never heard Bob Nutting talk about baseball like that before.
Neither have I. Been on the beat for a few years. I've never heard Bob Nutting speak like that. I think he would be disappointed, and I think he would want an explanation. Now, if Cherington's explanation was, these were the deals, this was the bridge that I would have to cross, Bob might be okay with that. I don't think Bob is okay selling the farm. I do think Bob wants them to do something. Does Bob know what some of that stuff might cost? I have some doubts. If he knows practically what a trade would mean in terms of losing prospect capital. But I think that Cherington faces a lot more pressure outside, Andrew, than inside the organization. Dan, would you say that's fair?
I would agree that there's a lot of autonomy that Ben Cherington has, and Nutting doesn't meddle in.
He's not operating this for his job right now.
No. He doesn't have a deep understanding of it.
So if they don't make a big move, you're not going to look at budget or payroll. You're going to look at Cherington valuing his own players.
Just objective baseball reasons.
I think that there are some guiding principles that Bob Nutting sets forth. Pretty much, that we need to be strong from within. We need to have a sustainable farm system that can carry this organization from here to perpetuity. That's the pipe dream, and you're to use it accordingly. Whether that's to acquire players, yes, but also, again, to be the core.
But the bias is more to keep them and develop them, clearly.
Absolutely, because that's the only shot that they really have.
Donnie, you haven't said anything in a while. How does the De La Cruz thing tickle your fancy?
I think he's pretty much their best shot at like giving a jolt to the clubhouse, the fan base, if you want to throw that in there, because people can at least pull something up and say, oh, this guy actually has some pop. You can put this guy in the middle of the lineup. He's not just like a veteran who is maybe at the end of the line in his career. I think he should be their number one option as of right now because, quite frankly, there aren't a ton still out there.
Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. It is the PM Team Trade Deadline Roundtable. Dan Zangrilli, Jason Mackey in with us. Yes,
the PM Team Trade Deadline Roundtable.
That's right. We are getting closer to 6 o'clock when the actual trade deadline is here. Still only one move by the Pirates today. It's for a guy that the Mets DFA'd back in June, a relief pitcher named Josh Walker. Donnie has more in this headline, and we're right back on The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Another gold medal for Simone Biles, number 5 for her in her Olympic career as Team USA wins the all-around gold in the Paris Games. Headlines powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Paul Alexander every Saturday at 7 a.m. for Going Low, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Paul will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. The Going Low Show is powered by Bowser Chevrolet and brought to you by Bell's Oberon Ale, Islands Venture, Shanapik Country Club, Butler's Golf, Hickory Heights, and Western PA Golf Association. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Baseball's trade deadline today, but a loaded MLB card tonight. I'm Joe Ostrowski here to help you beat the books with BetQL. After a tough loss last night dealing with Paul Skeens, the Astros have a chance to even up their series with the Pirates in H-Town. The BetQL model shows value on Houston as a -165 favorite. I'm Joe Ostrowski. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL and BetMGM apps today.
Every business faces challenges, but complicated, expensive, and uncertain shipping shouldn't be one of them.
With USPS Ground Advantage from the United States Postal Service, you can avoid all the noise.
No more unexpected surcharges, hidden fees, or complex rate structures.
It's just easy, cost-effective, and dependable shipping. Tune your business's frequency to success and turn shipping to your advantage. Learn how at USPS.com/advantage. USPS Ground Advantage. Simple, affordable, reliable.
I'm attorney Ed Shenderovich. Have you been injured at work? You may have more than one claim.
To find out if you do, call us at 888-98-TWINS for a free consultation. At Shenderovich and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
Celebrate National Carpet Cleaning Month with Zero Res and get 3 rooms of carpet cleaned for just $129. Get a 4th room free and take $75 off air duct cleaning. Call now 412-701-1188 or book online anytime. ZeroResPGH.com.
Jake from State Farm. I'm winning. I finally cleaned my house, so I'm breaking out my new tropical room spray.
Keep winning and create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. It's like your own personal paradise.
Ooh, hey, grab me a coconut water.
Bundling, just another way to save with a personal price plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
What's that sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable scent beads going into your washing machine and giving your clothes freshness that lasts all day long. There it is again. It's like music to your ears, or more like music to your nose. That freshness is irresistible. Let's get a Downy Unstoppables bottle shake. And now a sniff solo. Nice. With Downy Unstoppables, you just toss, wash, wow, for all-day freshness.
Hey, lots of people are talking about Window Nation. Kate from Pittsburgh, she says, couldn't be happier. New window replacement windows from Window Nation. She's doing great. Well, she's just one of over 33,000 5-star reviews. 33,000. That's because Window Nation is all about value. Colin Dunlap here to tell you all about it. Right now, buy 2 windows, get 2 for free. There's no limit at all. Plus, you can save big. No interest payments for 24 months. That is 2 full years. Listen, Window Nation's local reps and installers, they live here too. So they know how to protect your home against Pittsburgh's weather. Stop paying more than you have to. Hurry, this sale ends August 31st. So you got to schedule a fast in-home estimate right now. Number's easy, 866-90-NATION. That's 866-90-NATION. Give them a call right now or visit the website, windownation.com.
1-800-GOT-JUNK recycles because it conserves our natural resources.
We donate the donatables so they can be loved and used by another family.
Recycling saves us money. The less we take to the landfill, the more we save.
It also saves you money. Spending less on landfills helps keep our prices low.
People love to see a win-win scenario, but we've created a win-win-win-win scenario.
We make junk disappear.
All you have to do is point.
Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK
or visit 1-800-GOT-JUNK.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Afternoons with Pony and Muller. Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
If you could upgrade one particular area, what would it be?
Well, I think we would add a bat. I mean, I think that's something that we've talked about. Continue to add offense to our group is important. Consistency in that area is something that I think we're still striving for. Our starting pitching has been good. I mean, the back end of our bullpen has been good. I think we've seen Majinski and Nicholas kind of grow into different roles. I mean, we still have Hunter Stratton, who pitched well early in the year, out on a rehab or out on the IL. It's going to come back. So our depth is there. And I think if we continue to see what happens offensively, Rowdy's bounced back pretty nicely. We've seen what Brian's done. He had a really good road trip. So I think that would be the place. But a lot of people right now are looking for offense. There's a lot of teams in contention. It's going to be interesting to see what happens over the next 2 weeks.
That was from a couple of weeks ago, and now we're 2.5 hours away, no longer 2 weeks. The sands are slipping through the hourglass here on our PM Team Trade Deadline Roundtable. Dan Zangrilli, who you hear before the Astros game tonight. Then after it on The Fan, Jason Mackey will be writing about all of this in the Post-Gazette. Malsey's here, Donnie as well. That was Derek Shelton put it right on the table not too long ago that they needed to add a bat. How about taking away from the Major League team to get one? What if there's another contending team who says we have extra bats, which not many teams have that, but we have extra bats. We might even have a guy that's AAA ready who would start for most teams, but he can't start for ours because he's blocked, like when Giles was blocked in Cleveland or when Ryan Howard had Jim Thome ahead of him before the DH was in the National League. Something like that.
We've heard Ben Cherington talk a lot about the deadline and use a lot of words to talk about the deadline.
Oh my God, he's made more word salads than Olive Garden.
But if you listen closely, however,
he's talking about what we're talking about.
And he will kind of drop his subtle hints in there. You have to piece it all together like a rolling code. But he mentioned that contenders would trade with other contenders in the true baseball
Phillies
trade
and Orioles
sense.
did that.
Right. And we could be looking at a situation where you involve major league talent with prospects or just a major leaguer for a major league.
So it's pitching, like the Pirates have pitching.
Right.
Other teams have hitting. And
I would think the guy that starts tonight would be a candidate for that.
Very well could be.
Yeah. I wouldn't have a problem with that. I think that's dealing from a position of strength. I think that's striking while the iron is hot, so to speak. I think they have a lot of places they can go if they wanted to deal from a position of strength and acquire something they need.
I wonder if they would want their rotation to have a lefty that they liked in it, though, the old give them a different look thing.
Well, they still have Gonzalez and Perez.
I mean, a lefty that they liked is why I said put that.
But what makes you think they like
guarantee.
Falter more than those two guys, Malsey?
Because he's better than those two guys?
I'm not convinced. Danny, you agree with that?
Yeah, I mean, if I had my druthers of the three lined up, pick one, I'm going to pick Falter.
Because he's younger.
Yes, and I just think that, extension, long arms, sneaks up on you. Some of the metrics are just a little bit better there. I think that there's a little more swing and miss. So, yeah, I would pick Falter, but that doesn't make him, by any stretch of the imagination, untouchable. That doesn't mean you can't go out and get like and kind in the offseason by either trade or signing. I mean, the bullpen's really an area that kind of stands out as something that's easily replaceable, and a small market team like the Pirates, if they would move somebody, they can replenish that. And that's been, I think, kind of a small market mantra. It was a Huntington staple, and to an extent, I think it's a Cherington staple. Just always trade relievers if you can.
Well, it should be schemable too, Dan, right? Like you're hunting matchups. You find this pitch that maybe wasn't used, didn't perform as well in a previous market. You should be able to bring that guy in, make him better, find something he does well, and make good use of them. And frankly, Cherington and company, they've done a pretty good job of that. They've found guys and made them better.
Not
as
overall,
relievers.
though, because you absolutely ripped his trade record to shreds today.
Well, that's a different discussion. That's a different discussion, isn't it? Like, we're not talking about finding a bit part reliever and making him useful. We're talking about trading Josh Bell, Clay Holmes, Jameson Taillon, and getting nothing back for them.
And so let's go ahead and tie a value to what all of the Harvard Ivy League GMs are talking about now. They're talking about pitch value. So if we want to talk about trading relievers or just trading, assets and players.
Who's got the most valuable pitch in that bullpen?
The Majinski sweeper breaking ball is really good, and then obviously Holderman's got that. He's got a couple of pitches that grade out very well.
So when you say those guys, that's when you started talking about like the bullpen, that's the area where I think there's some redundancy because Chapman's been kind of on the comeback trail as far as being lights out. Majinski and Holderman are both righties with power stuff.
I know this is crazy to think. I mean, Dennis Santana has been really good.
Yes, he has been.
I don't know if they've really inflated the value on him. Maybe they think of him differently and they make some other guys expendable. I don't know.
My point is, it just seems like for the 7th, 8th, and 9th, they have 4 pitchers for 3 innings right now.
No, you're right.
Off base.
I'd rather trade a prospect for a player, but if the only way to get a major league hitter is to deal with a contender who needs something now, and I have to give up a bullpen piece to do that, I would do it.
And I think that's where you can exploit desperation, maybe, with some of these contenders.
Right, they actually have leverage for a change.
I also think paradoxically that even though it's a major league player, you know what they can do. I almost get the feeling like that a guy like Cherington, who has talked about his prospects the way he has, would be more comfortable giving up a major leaguer for a major leaguer. Well, I know what this guy's done. I feel like I've probably seen the best of so-and-so, or I know what he is. Now, Clay Holmes obviously was not a situation like that, whatever. But I think that a guy like Cherington, there's so much value in the unknown of a prospect that it's easier to make a major leaguer for major leaguer deal sometimes.
And if it's +3, when I say +3 or +2 or whatever, I'm talking years of control, and then we have somebody else that could be +5, +6.
That's why my theory on what they've said about Chapman, it almost makes me think that they've shopped him around and teams don't want him because of his salary. Because why else would they say that? If they're willing to take major league talent off this roster and get rid of a surplus player for a guy in a position of need, why wouldn't Chapman be someone that you thought about in that way?
I don't know.
He's done at the end of the year.
So when we're talking,
he's been up and down. He's been great lately, but he might 2 weeks from now not be able to throw strikes.
It behooves them right now for Derek Shelton to say what he said, right? Like they might have shopped him and they might come back with nothing, and they said we're going to call him this, and then it's going to be dealing from a position of strength. I'm not sure.
You're also dealing with on the other end, not to interrupt Jason, but you're also dealing with on the other end of the phone the nuance of that team's bullpen construction, whether they need a left-hander, whether they need a right-hander. Do they need a certain pitch in that bullpen? That's why I'm talking about pitch value. Hey, maybe we need a really heavy two-seam fastball to roll a double play, get out of an inning in inherited runner situations. We're good with our two left-handers. We need a right-hander. Or we need a swing and miss slider to the second and third no-out situations when we need swing and miss. Maybe that's a Carmen Majinski type of thing. So that's when you get into that sort of stuff.
All I'm saying, Dan, is that
if Chapman was paid like a normal reliever, I think he could be traded.
I just don't think on the
$3.5
I just don't
million,
think if we're saying that Ben was willing to explore these options, I just deny the idea that Chapman was untouchable.
He's probably not, but again, it goes into like, hey, I have Chapman. Oh yeah, we would like that guy, but we don't have a need for him. We need this. We need this type of pitcher, this handedness, this pitch type. We have two left-handers already that we feel comfortable about. We need a righty. I'm just saying when you get into those conversations with contenders,
a lefty with a two-seamer,
you might have redundancy in your bullpen. You don't need to carry three left-handers.
How many guys are like him, though,
or Chapman? I understand that.
I understand not paying $10.5 million or a prorated portion of that. I probably wouldn't do that either. But don't tell me they're like 25-year-old Chapman's around the league.
I think he's a guy who, if a team is willing to still take Mr. Toad's wild ride, he's your closer if you need one because he's going to throw 100 miles an hour.
Or I could do what Texas did last year with him, and he's your setup man and helps you get to a World Series.
That's my point. He's not. I don't even look at him as a lefty or a righty. I know he's a lefty. I look at him as he throws absolutely insane gas, and when he actually locates it, no one can hit him.
Well, and that's he's got a track record of that ugly stuff rears its head, man. Maybe teams just don't want to deal with it. That if he's gonna if we're gonna catch him on one of his downslides in the middle of September, we don't need to deal with that.
The money part of it, because it's the prorated amount of $10.5 million, is so ridiculous to me that everyone around baseball, like I don't doubt your guys' knowledge of this, but come on, there are big market teams for whom that is a drop in the bucket.
Can we talk about the fact that the Pirates are in this situation where we're desperate for guys like Dan mentioned, Kevin Pillar, who stinks, and Brian De La Cruz, who's a good player, not a great player, because so many of their own internal options just blew up in their face this year. And you guys said that you don't think that Bob Nutting is like out on Ben Cherington, but if he's going to praise the guy for the work he's done with their young pitching, he has to be absolutely livid with what's happened with their young hitting.
I guess the only saving grace there is that it's a league-wide epidemic. But
it struck them worse.
They're damn near
They got hit by the
zero.
Depression worse than everybody else. Some cities, survived the Depression better than others, Dan.
I mean, Seattle's a pretty bad situation offensively.
Okay.
So I
Among
guess
good teams, it's them in Seattle because the Marlins and White Sox are the only teams, generally speaking, who are worse offensively.
Right. I mean, but don't get me wrong. There are aspersions to be cast because there are definitely
another back of a Pirates T-shirt slogan: aspersions to be cast.
This season was blown up by three guys, in my opinion:
Sawinski, Davis,
and Hayes. And I hate to stick a finger right in the chest of three guys, but
why? They all suck.
But
it's not
true.
just them. I mean, I'm not absolving them. But, I mean, if you're Bob Nutting and we're talking about the Pirates developing younger players, that's not optional. That's not optional to be able to do that, to develop young hitters. And I agree with you, Andrew. The hitting has lagged behind the pitching. The pitching, you can give them a lot of credit for what they've done. Hitting has not held up its end of the bargain. That's not a right-now problem, but it's an off-season discussion point.
The approach just seems a complete mess that we've heard.
Well, wait a minute, Jason. Why wouldn't it have been addressed this year? I mean, other teams, Sean Casey went from hanging out in Upper St. Clair to putting a Yankees uniform on last year.
I don't think
it happens.
I know, and I don't see this organization doing that. I mean, I think we're past the point of talking about making a change with Andy Haynes in the middle of the season, right? I mean, at every turn, they've sort of backed this guy and backed the principles
I'm just saying
that are going on. I don't suddenly expect them to hire a brand-new hitting coach.
The whole point of so many of these guys that get GM jobs now in baseball come from, like Dan said, this educational background where the answer of we've always done things this way and that's why we're going to continue to do them does not work as a defense or an argument. So the fact that the Pirates have really never fired a coach in season should not be a reason to keep a guy around.
I know, but what we're talking about isn't the fault of the Major League hitting coach. There's much more that goes into the development of young players than the Major League hitting coach.
But doesn't he set the agenda and it gets passed
in
down
a way
to the
that
minor
you have
leagues?
an entire development wing.
So there's something far more overarching league-wide, and the Pirates, as you mentioned, have fallen more victim to it than others. And I'm just opening up a scorebook from random parts of the year in May. The Cubs, here are their 4 through 9 hitters: 215, 263, 216, 222, 147, 188. Let's flip forward to mid-June. Minnesota, here's their 4 through 9 hitters: 261, 279, 273, 221, 222, 254.
Yes, Dan, but again, I'm going to say it's hit them worse than these other teams.
Tampa Bay, 214.
They're 28th in OPS.
They can ill afford to be the team that gets hit hardest by it.
I get
They've
it.
got to be on the cutting edge.
They do. And it's fair to question everything and even advocate for change, and that's something that I would look long
but I'm
and
saying
hard.
If I were in Bob Nutting's shoes, I would say to my GM, you're asking me to open up the purse strings for you because the guys you told me were going to hit have not. And it's not, hey, everyone gets 1 or 2 guys wrong. No one does a perfect draft or no one develops every prospect. But it's like the whole...
Your 1-1 catcher can't hit.
Right.
Suddenly.
And
your outfielder who had real actual power, a coveted thing, a lefty thump bat.
And I think they
has
screwed him
regressed
up.
to the
That's
point,
my theory. I think they messed him up.
Jack Sawinski should go up to the plate with zero thoughts in his head other than swing bat hard.
Yep.
Yes.
Instead, they tried to make Jack Sawinski into the cerebral assassin, and the only person he killed was his own career.
Yeah. Bingo. Bullseye.
Yep.
All right, we got to let you guys run. Does something big happen between now and 6? Jason?
Not big, but something does happen. I'll say De La Cruz happens.
Dan?
Yeah, I'm in that camp. I think they're going to
say Kevin Pillar just to piss Pony off one more time. Just say Pillar, damn it.
Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevy. We'll let Channel 2 take care of that. Here, Derek
Kevin
Shelton.
Kiermaier.
Oh, boy. Here, Derek Shelton and Greg Brown with us next. A timeout, and we're right back on the PM team.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I mean, definitely, like I said the other day, the competition is rising, and it's, steady every day.
Our black and gold are in full-on camp mode. When it comes to training camp, nobody's got you covered like us.
Just belief in each other, belief in what we got. I'm just trying to take it one day at a time and just keep working on the playbook.
Presented by Smale Kia and brought to you by Guardian Caps.
Right now, let's go!
Get in here for our exclusive camp coverage. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This evening, scattered showers and thunderstorms possible with temperatures near 80 degrees. Overnight, the chance for thunderstorms with lows near 70. Partly sunny for Wednesday, but hot and humid with highs in the upper 80s. And the chance for scattered showers and thunderstorms Wednesday evening through Wednesday night. I'm meteorologist Mary Hours in the KDK First Alert Weather Center.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone. I went through it a while back. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text. Text HOT to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful Fed incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text HOT to 321-321. That's HOT to 321-321.
Products and statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or illness.
You don't marry someone you can live with. You marry the person you can't live without. This famous quote speaks wonders. Hi, this is Joe Urbanowitz of Urbanowitz Jewelers. For over 40 years, the Urbanowitz family has been helping couples get engaged. We have a huge inventory of designer lines and all the classics. Unlike the chain stores, we don't force you to buy something you didn't ask for or can't afford. We work within your budget. We listen to you. Let us help you find the perfect engagement ring for the one you can't live without. Urbanowitz Jewelers in Castee Village and Peters Township.
Savings. Now that's speaking the Lowe's language. And when you join My Lowe's Rewards for free, the savings just keep coming. Save money with member-only offers, plus earn points when you shop. More points equal more rewards, just for you. Because Lowe's knows you earned it, literally. Learn more about our loyalty program at lowes.com/MyLowe'sRewards and become a member for free today. Program subject to terms and conditions. Points are awarded on eligible purchases. See Lowe's.com/terms for full details. Subject to change.
It's Wrangler season out there. Warmer days, cooler nights. Open roads, endless horizons. And you need to be ready in jeans made for the unpredictable. Wrangler, for the ride of life. Shop our newest styles today at Wrangler.com.
Keep it twisted all year long with Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Twisted Tea is real iced tea that packs a punch with 5% alcohol. Tastes great at the beach, the mountains, or even in your backyard. Look for the bright yellow Twisted Tea cans.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer whenever I want?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. 94% of Sleep Number smart sleepers report better sleep. J.D. Power ranks Sleep Number #1 in customer satisfaction with mattresses purchased in-store. And now save 40% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed. For J.D. Power 2023 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Diego.
Hi, Diego. It's Jennifer Coolidge. You know, I just want to say your cashback match makes me feel so special. It really inspired me.
That's great. Doubling the cashback you've earned at the end of your first year is what we do.
Well, I'm doubling everything now. Double dating, double dipping, double feature, double header, double whammy. You know, basically double or nothing.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
When you ask people here what's the one thing that makes Diamonds Direct their favorite jeweler, for some, it's the unbeatable pricing we get through our direct importer. No middleman connections. The foundation of our business since day one. For others, it's the uncompromising quality. From hand-selected diamonds to handcrafted designer rings. Only the best of the best. Some people put selection at the top of their list, as Diamonds Direct offers up to 30 times the options you expect from a typical jewelry retailer. For some, it's our luxurious showroom with diamond experts who genuinely care about your experience and happiness, and who are empowered to do whatever it takes for you. Others rave about Diamonds Direct's unmatched warranties and guarantees that include free service for life and an extraordinary 110% diamond upgrade promise. But you know the most often answer we get when asking what makes Diamonds Direct stand out? It's not one thing, it's everything. Diamonds Direct. Value, luxury, choices, and confidence. Get directions, hours, and more at diamondsdirect.com. Proud partner of the University of Pittsburgh Panthers.
Did you know your life insurance is an asset you can sell? I'm Jay Jackson, CEO of Abacus Life. For almost 20 years, Abacus has been purchasing life insurance policies from seniors just like you. And at abacuspays.com, we've created a free policy value calculator so you can find out the worth of your policy in just seconds. There are no fees and no obligations. Get real value from your life insurance when you need it with Abacus. Learn more at abacuspays.com.
Not all policies will qualify. Not available in all states.
While retinitis pigmentosa takes Mark's vision, his family gives him hope, whether at the family business or at home with his wife and sons. He knows he's not fighting alone. For 50 years, the Foundation Fighting Blindness has funded research into treatments and cures for blinding retinal diseases, providing hope to people with vision loss. And for Mark, winning the fight means being there for his family. The Foundation Fighting Blindness. Together, we're winning. Help us end blinding diseases at fightingblindness.org.
Be on hand for some great baseball and big promotions at Wild Things Park August 2nd through the 4th with fireworks presented by Twisted Tea, a Roberto Clemente bobblehead night presented by Cohen Markets, and Star Wars night presented by Signal Security on a Blueprints Kids Eat Free Sunday.
Are you struggling with bad feet? Here at the Good Feet store, we hear a lot about foot pain, but we also hear about back, knee, and hip pain. I'd like you to hear what Kelsey, a kinesiologist, has to say about the Good Feet Arch Support System.
As an exercise specialist, I've seen all kinds of things that people try to put in their shoes to get out of pain. What I really like about the Good Feet system is that they support all 4 arches in the foot.
So did you know you had 4 arches in each foot? Most shoes and inserts only support 1. Maybe that's the reason all the remedies you've tried in the past just didn't work.
When the foot's placed in the ideal position, everything else up the kinetic chain works better. You have better balance, more energy, you're going to feel better. Being able to move freely and out of pain means everything to me, and good movement starts with the feet.
Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com. Good Feet Arch Supports are HSA and FSA eligible. Come in for a free test walk today.
93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
We're already seeing a couple spots of congestion on the outbound side of the Parkway East. You're moving slowly from Technology Drive to the entrance of the Squirrel Hill Tunnels and then going around the bend in Churchill. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
Take strokes off your game by taking pounds off your frame with Awaken 180. How many birdies can you uncover? Awaken180weightloss.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, the fan. Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
All right, we are about 2 hours away from the trade deadline still. The only move made by the Pirates was to trade for a left-handed reliever who was DFA'd by the Mets back in June. Beeks last night from the Rockies. York yesterday from the Red Sox, but nothing today. Still some lines in the water, you'd guess, but nothing as of now. Greg Brown in a few minutes with more on that. For more, go to 937thevan.com. Right now, it's Pony and Muller.
More of Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
I don't think disappointed because it's a situation where sometimes things just don't line up. And it's not a situation where we're not trying to add or we haven't had conversations about adding. Sometimes you can't line up with people, or people go other places, or they have other deals. I know we're continuing to work on it. I know we will continue to work on it up until the deadline. And hopefully it's a situation where it's something that we get something done.
50-minute mark on the Fans brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. That was Derek Shelton at noon with Joe and Paul on the trade deadline. And he is not going to be disappointed because he knows that you can't have it all in life. You can't get what you always want. He wanted more offense. He's been saying that for weeks. But he understands that deals are not easy. A lot of rhetoric from the Pirates and their brass setting us up for
disappointment.
Yep.
Can you even say disappointment anymore? Because what percentage of our listeners actually thought they were going to do something big? Be honest. You just go by Twitter, which isn't real life. But even in real life, I was getting texts from people assuming the least, that they weren't going to do much. I don't even think it's disappointment because most people are expecting what we seem to be getting.
And I'm not even falling for buying now the insider reports that say, hey, they're in on this guy. Heyman just tweeted again, Pirates still in on Yandy Diaz.
No, they're not.
There was a guy earlier this hour who said they're not. Zangrilli and Jason are of the opinion that Brian De La Cruz is going to get added. I would like that move. I would give that a nice grade if that were to happen because he gives you power, and there's not a lot of power in this lineup or organization, frankly. And he can play the outfield, which is also a big issue right now, center field, right field. So I would be in favor of that. I mean, that doesn't move the needle a ton, but you don't need to bring in the second coming of Barry Bonds Now, this team might need that kind of offensive player to get them from the bottom of the league to being a good offensive team, but if you are an average offensive team or a slightly below average offense with this starting pitching and the bullpen gets hot, then you can win games in September and October. So that's why fans have been clamoring for, like myself for a long time, just do a couple of little things. And I would say that if Brian De La Cruz can be had for, Dan was saying, a prospect between your 10th best and your 20th best?
I thought he said 2 maybe.
Okay, well, still.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
I mean, that's the hit rate for prospects at the trade deadline.
20%?
Yes, 79% of them don't pan out.
I keep going back to the paradox. I mean, we brought it up, but if you're Bob Nutting and you really do want to see your GM make a move, just hypothetically, he really wants something to happen, why are you letting him hold fast to the excuse of, I don't want to part with too many prospects, when so many of his specific prospects haven't been good and are necessitating moves like this in the first place? Like, maybe all they would have done was try to trade for, like, a lefty reliever on the margins if Triolo and all these other guys had been good this year.
It honestly feels like a buyer's market now because no top-end prospects are getting traded.
Not a single Baseball America 100's been dealt yet. Not one.
So we've seen good players who would help the Pirates get traded, and none of the hitters have gone for what you would consider your best guys. So that would be, who would you put in that category? Bubba Chandler, Tamar Johnson?
Chandler's your best guy.
Those two guys. Johnson, by the way, was pulled in Greensboro in the 9th inning, and there was a quick reaction on social media of, oh, has he been traded? He got benched by the manager there, it sounds like, for throwing a bat after grounding out.
Here's how I will describe it, because it's a wild video. He grounds out weakly to second, and as he's jogging down to first base, takes his right hand and helicopters the bat behind him in disgust, and probably missed hitting the umpire square in the face by a foot or two. And then as he trotted back down the line after the putout, the umpire started talking to him, and I think the Pirates just benched him for that. Because, I mean, he could have, like, committed aggravated assault.
That's the right move there.
It didn't look like he was doing it maliciously. It looked more like a very careless thing where he either forgot or didn't care there would be people behind him there.
Are you one of these people that all day has been refreshing stuff to see if there's news?
No.
No?
No.
Donnie, you? Are you a chronic refresher? Are you setting alerts to make sure you're getting the information you want?
Other than MLB _scoops, I don't set any alerts.
I have passion alerts on, but I normally keep it just to him. I don't have every other guy.
I think the real utility of those...
How about Passan going number one in your power rankings? He passed up Bob Nightingale yesterday, huh?
Mr. Excitement?
Yeah, I didn't have Florence Nightingale on my list anyway to get notified. I have, like, the local guys, and then I have Passan.
You know why those notifications are smart, though? Because you can't get fooled by fake accounts. If you have the real Jeff Passan on alerts, you can't get fooled by Jeff Passan with 3 S's.
I don't think anybody today on the year has fallen victim to that. I didn't hear a Starkey or a Zeiss get bamboozled by someone.
Get clowned by Ballsack Sports or something like that?
Ballsack Sports. Or what's Sports by Barry? Is he still going strong?
Sports Talk Barry, yes.
Sports Talk Barry.
Those are the 2 OGs, I think, of the medium.
Yeah, Mackey's column today went over all the trades that Cherington has made, and he added up the war of the guys that left and added up the war of the guys who've been brought in, and it wasn't close. They've given up a lot more than they've brought back.
Wasn't it something like deals in the mid-50s, and then they got back like 15?
Yep.
That is damning with the numbers and the statistics right there.
So, obviously, if you've got some heart issues, today is a day where you want to make sure you're taking your medicine and also calling the right people to get checked out. Your heart care matters. Trust the experts at UPMC. Get your heart screened today. All right, let's go back out to the hotline. Greg Brown, brought to you by Allegiant Federal Credit Union. Shape your future. Visit AllegiantFCU.org. Greg called another exciting game last night. The Pirates come back to beat the Astros, still very much in the thick of this playoff race, and we are 2 hours away from the trade deadline. Greg, what are the latest rumblings? What's the scuttlebutt down there in Houston right now? Is it Houston we have a problem, or are we getting closer to a solution?
I don't know. I was hoping you'd give me some intel. You guys are you got the pulse on it. I don't have any updates, information. You know as much as I do.
So no one small step for Ben, one giant leap for the Pirates lineup here?
That's good. Yeah, it's fun, though. I'll tell you, it's great when the Pirates are involved, and so you can, try and I'm like watching the MLB Network, listening to the radio, going on the internet and watching the MLB trade rumors, what's up, the latest deals that have been made.
But it's also heartbreaking when your team doesn't do what you want them to do. That's the other part of this, the stress that comes with it. That's part of sports. Sure.
That's the way it is. That's a great thing about sports, great thing about baseball. Who knows if they are going to do something, what they do, if they do anything, will it disappoint?
Well, what would you like to see them do if they came to Greg Brown?
I'd love to see them add. I'd love to see them add if they could add a bat of any kind.
Doesn't matter where.
Obviously, not necessarily. I mean, I think outfield, maybe a compliment to Tellez at first. A platoon partner perhaps.
So like a guy like De La Cruz from the Marlins would be. That's a significant move if they were.
I think that would address. I think that type of player would address a need that is there, and it's pretty obvious. And I was on with Andrew. Chris, you were. Man, I don't know where you were. It was a rare off day for you.
He was at Oakmont.
I was playing Oakmont that day.
Oh, that's right. Yes. Okay. So I was at the North Shore Tavern with Andrew, and I guess you had Shelton. Well, you have him on weekly, but he had said on his show. And I had not heard it, that I don't know whether he said they were going to or looking to add a bat. But
he said he wanted it. He said he wanted
it. Okay, okay. Well, so, I mean, Shelton's as plugged in as anybody. He and I mentioned this to Andrew. I think he and Sherrington are tied at the hip. They've got a great relationship. And when I heard Shelton had said that made my ears perk up. And I think that that's why I anticipate they'll end up doing something between now and the deadline, a couple hours.
What are the risks of doing nothing? And I ask that meaning you've been around teams where you've seen the team get augmented with trades or a trade versus maybe teams that didn't have much of anything done to help them. What does it do when you kind of are around the players or you get a sense of being around the team in general to, I hate to say this word, but to the vibes around the team if nothing happens?
Well, I think that when nothing happens, I can tell you that the years that the Pirates were in it, they have always added. They've always gotten somebody.
It was a lot of waiver post. It was post non-waiver deadline trades. They made a lot of moves in the margins that ended up working out well in like August at that waiver trade deadline.
Yeah. So given those parameters, they did something. They have in the past. They like it or not, they did the Archer trade. Now, I got the feeling that when they dealt Tony Watson. Was it Watson? I believe, yeah. I don't know what year that was for O'Neill Cruz. It was kind of a downer. They traded Melanson. I forget who they traded Melanson. Oh, it was
Washington for the closer who will not be named.
Felipe Rivero.
Yes,
that's who they traded for, and it was kind of a little depressing because you felt like they're really. Not that they're literally giving up on the season, but they're obviously passing, and then they'll probably still be fairly competitive, but they're not really going for it. They're not really adding someone that's going to really help them this year. So in the past, when they've been in it, within a couple, 3 games, which they are now, they have gone out and added, and I anticipate that they'll do that again.
I'm going to read you a quote from Joel Sherman. Do you like him, Greg?
I think he's a really solid. Yeah, I like him.
So he said on MLB Network today with Mad Dog, no team is going to want to play a best of 3 against Skeens, Keller, Jones. They owe it to their fan base to try harder. Stop kicking the can down the road. Do you agree with that?
I don't know what he means by that. I have to ask him what he means by that. Stop kicking the can down the road.
Yes, like stop saying next year's the year. Next year is when we go for it. It'll be next year.
Who said that? I would ask Joel Sherman. If you're playing that role, I'm asking you, if you're Joel, what do you mean? Who said they're kicking it till next year? Who in the Pirates organization said that?
Well, I would say actions speak louder than words because they haven't made a move.
So you've got 2 hours to do that, don't you?
Absolutely.
Okay. Well, then why in the world would he? I didn't hear that directly. That's your quote, and then you're quoting directly. I would ask him what he means by that. Stop kicking the can down the road. Does he say that to all the teams that have not made a deal? And the Pirates have, by the way. You don't have to like it, but they addressed the need of I think they needed that left-handed reliever a few weeks ago. So I'm glad they did that. Yeah, I think they were really hoping that Baraki was going to be the guy to complement Chapman, and they had to stall the rehab, and I think that necessitated this move. I'm glad they did it. That tells me they're not kicking the can down the road.
Mm-hmm.
They're actually addressing a need. You don't have to it's just Jalen Beeks. Well, that's a left-handed reliever who's a good one, who's going to be good, and complement Chapman. That's not kicking the can down the road.
What about this Nick York? Why isn't he immediately reporting for duty on the Major League club?
Oh, well, I would think that we're probably waiting until the deadline, see how the dust settles, and, that would be my answer.
So when you answer it that way, there's a very good chance that depending on how this goes, he could end up helping the Major League team or being on the Major League team very soon.
I don't know. I really don't. I shouldn't say that because I don't know enough about the guy. I don't know what their thoughts are. Maybe he goes down there for a week and tears it up at Indy, and then they bring him up.
Greg, I want to jump back in on the Sherman thing. I would say back to you, yes, they got a guy that helps in their bullpen. They are 28th in the league in OPS. The only teams worse than them, one has lost 15 games in a row, and the other has the worst record in the National League. If they don't add to their lineup, if they add no major league hitters, then how else do I interpret their thoughts on this season? They think this lineup can compete for a World Series?
So I'd say again, let's wait till after the deadline.
Okay. So if they do nothing and I say that at 6:01, you would think that would be a fair...
nothing, I'd say if they do nothing, then you could suggest that they are going to obviously they're going to let this roster go and see what it can do. By the way, let's be fair. You just mentioned the numbers about the OPS, the team OPS. There aren't probably 2 or 3 players in baseball that you could legitimately acquire that will improve those bad numbers that fast. I mean, it's, that would be difficult to do. I don't know there's anybody out there that's going to improve those numbers in the next month. Well, their OPS are one of the worst OPSs in baseball. Well, name me a player that they're going to get.
I don't think people want a player that's going to single-handedly become like 01 to 04 Barry Bonds. I just think people want a better bat than what they're putting out there right now.
That's fair.
It's just proof that they need the help. It's just empirical evidence that suggests that they need offensive help.
Understand. And by the way, the next lowest team on that OPS list is Seattle.
Now they have done things though, to their credit.
Yeah. And then I would counter by saying look at ERA numbers around baseball and see where the Pirates are in that respect.
Good.
I mean, they're winning. They're winning because of their pitching.
Agreed. That's why I think Sherman made the point. Their starting pitching is so good, you don't want it to die on the vine this year.
Yeah, I don't think the Pirates want it to die on the vine this year either. Nothing they have done or said, for me, suggests that.
Not that Sherman is in the business of telling teams what to do because he's biased one way or the other, but I did interpret, and maybe it's just me, Greg, him saying you owe it to your fans, don't kick the can down the road. I almost felt like he said that because based on what he's hearing and who he's talking to, he isn't hearing them being seriously in on anybody at the moment, or at the moment when he said that. That's what kind of made me nervous. Is he saying this because at the moment he's not hearing a whole lot about the Pirates?
No disrespect to Joel Sherman, but he's based in New York. He's a New York. He's a Yankee Met guy for the most part.
Sure.
Again, I respect him, but I don't think the Pirates are top on his list of priorities.
I agree with that. I got frustrated because guys like Jesse Winker, who I thought could make this team better, did not go for much, and he's not making a lot of money. Greg, that was one I circled as why didn't they?
I agree. I circled it as well. I thought he'd have been a nice ad. Again, this is impossible for us to know what the conversations were, what the Pirates turned down, what they asked for. We just don't know. And I think it's probably unfair, but perhaps to a degree understandable when people assume that they take a Joel Sherman quote. I'm not saying you, Andrew, but in general, the fan base might roll their eyes. Oh, there they go. They're just kicking the can down the road. They didn't even get Winker. But we don't know what was involved in that possible transaction, if at all. And this is also when the first time, admittedly by Ben Cherington on his show on Sunday, this is the first time in his 5 years that he is involved, and his organization, the people that work under him, the scientists, literally, analytics people, the research people. This is the first time they are really going to be tested. And he, as he said, that this is the first time he's, in so many words, going for it. It's the first time he's had a chance to try and add to the team, because he wants the team to get into the postseason and believes the team can get into the postseason this year. So this is his first and his department's first big test. And I'm sure they're crunching the numbers. And that's the other part of it.
How much do you think crunching the numbers involves not hoping, but thinking that there's reason to believe that guys like Michael A. Taylor can still improve enough to be those additions, that these internal improvements can take the place of deadline
one
acquisitions?
Internal improvement got sent down, Chris Sawinski.
Well, no,
Yeah,
Craig, I'm just asking, what do you think in their calculus? I was not trying to lead the witness here.
I don't know what the percentage is. I don't know what it is, but it all comes into play. I mean, I think if the three of us, had an opportunity to go inside and to watch all that goes on. I mean, I see it on a daily basis in that clubhouse. You cannot believe the intense work and the numbers crunching that goes on in that clubhouse and in that office. It's phenomenal.
Yeah.
And it's remarkable. And they are working their tails off to figure this out as best they can. And
no fault of your own. I thought you did a good job, but it was hard to listen to Ben, because I felt like he just kept saying on Sunday reasons why a trade can or won't happen. Greg,
you guys have interviewed as many guys as I have over the years, and it's and I know you're not suggesting it. It's not my job to get something I want out of him.
Yep.
But I asked whatever I thought needed to be asked. I chuckled at the end that he gave a politically correct answer. I didn't expect him to answer directly. Better than 50-50. I've never had all the GMs I've dealt with in every sport has never come out and
constant,
told me.
You got to be able to say no. You got to walk away.
Well, I mean,
the DARE program.
Well, that's an answer, though.
Sure.
I mean,
it's just not the answer people want to hear, Brownie.
I understand.
And I know it's not your job. You just said it's not your job to get them to say the things people or you want them to hear.
I actually liked the question. I thought it was a good question at the end.
And by the way, I don't know what would satisfy. You guys just said it. Actions speak louder than words. So what good would it do for Ben Cherington to come out and say anything if he doesn't come out and produce in the next less than a couple of hours? And by producing, I don't mean he's going to go out and get Luis Robert. But I do think he's going to add. He's already added a small tweak, but I think a big one, in getting that left-handed reliever, that compliment. They needed that. And now I think that they'll get a bat. Not that some bat that's going to end up creating the next month that the OPS is going to go from third worst to third best, but help improve the lineup. And of course, the caveat to this, and a little fly in the ointment, is I don't know how bad those injuries are. You just lost Nick Gonzalez, your best hitter besides Reynolds since mid-May, one of the best hitters in baseball. You've just lost Nick Gonzalez for weeks. And last night you lose what looked like a bad knee injury for Bay, and who the three of us, we've talked about him for a couple years now. And I don't know how bad the hamstring injury is to Palacios. Those are two big-time, if not offensive producers, at least energy producers to that clubhouse and that dugout. And I knock on wood that those aren't severe injuries. But man, sometimes even the best teams can't overcome big injuries.
Greg, if you hear anything, make sure you call us right up.
I'll call or text, either one.
Thank you, Greg. We'll talk again
soon.
See
you guys.
Yep. Text us on the Edgar Snyder Associates Fan text line. Quick timeout and then a reaction to Greg Brown. It's the PM team on the Fan.
Now, Fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Pirates beat the Astros 5-3 in Game 1 of the series in Houston. Paul Skeens, 6 innings, 5 hits, 2 earned, 6 strikeouts, 3 walks. He eclipsed 100 strikeouts in his rookie campaign. Michael A. Taylor, the hero, 3-run home run in the top of the 9th inning to give the Pirates the lead and the win. Bucks and Astros tonight, 8:10 first pitch. Our coverage on the Fan begins at 7:15, all presented by Pella Windows. Headlines powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Tune in every Saturday. Be part of my program. We want your opinions.
Protected by Shederovich and Fishman. Ireland Contracting, PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. And driven by number 1 Cochran. Go one better. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by...
Where the average Joe can buy like a pro. CGR Wholesale.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Wrangler. It's Wrangler season out there. Open roads, endless horizons. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles. There's been what seems to be a literal ton of cash dropped on quarterbacks. Everybody's getting paid. Jared Goff, Trevor Lawrence, Jordan Love, Tua. But despite all these guys getting paid huge amounts of money, it's still not the guaranteed jack that Deshaun Watson received. I'm Jim Rome.
It's Wrangler season out there. Warmer days, cooler nights. Open roads, endless horizons. And you need to be ready in jeans made for the unpredictable. Wrangler, for the ride of life. Shop our newest styles today at Wrangler.com.
This is it. Shop the Lowe's Closeout event to get up to 70% off select major appliances for your home. Plus, get up to 60% off select patio furniture and accessories for your outdoor spaces. So hurry into your local store today because these deals are too good to last. Shop them now before they're gone because Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid through 8/7 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Keep it twisted all year long with Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Twisted Tea is real iced tea that packs a punch with 5% alcohol. Tastes great at the beach, the mountains, or even in your backyard. Look for the bright yellow Twisted Tea cans. Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Showers and thunderstorms tonight, the low 68.
Weather brought to you by Express Employment Professionals. Hire for logistics roles with Express Employment Professionals. They'll take care of recruiting, interviewing, and more, then supply you with the workforce you need. Visit expresspros.com for a location.
Crews are on the scene of an accident on the inbound side of 28 at the interchange with the 40th Street Bridge in Millvale. Right lane is closed. That's causing a backup all the way to the Route 8 interchange in Etna. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
Call Pittsburgh's exclusive gutter helmet dealer. Schedule a free gutter assessment and estimate. 888-5HELMET. Before gutter problems arise, protect your home from costly water damage with Gutter Helmet. Enjoy maintenance-free gutters for life. Call 888-5HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com for a free assessment and estimate. Save up to 35% for a limited time.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
420 brought to you by the Buell Insurance Agency. Contact Buell today. A special Donnie football debrief in 10 minutes. We'll go to Latrobe, St. Vincent College. Brooke Pryor was there for the first Steelers padded practice. What did Russell Wilson look like? What happened to Roman Wilson? Two massive stories from Steelers practice today. Breaking news from Tampa, Yandy Diaz. Pirates have been linked to him all day. He is at Tropicana Field, and he is out there taking ground balls at first base, acting like he won't be traded in the next hour and 40 minutes. So
never know, though.
I had already crossed his name off my list, my Pirates wish list. That is my list is just now crossed out names. That's
so
all
there's not a name on there.
No.
So we just got done with Greg Brown. I had a couple thoughts I wanted to bounce off you from that interview. The way Greg talked, and you and I were pressing him, I thought, especially you, trying to get something out of him, and he
was
kept
there prodding?
Yeah, I mean, I think I got to get in there and prod even more.
Donnie,
honestly.
Was there effective prodding going on, did you think?
I think the prods were out a little bit.
I'll tell you what,
I nudge.
Starkey can prod on
he prods.
Shelton.
He does.
Prods.
He does a good job.
I applaud him for that.
He even probes at times. Probs, nudges. I will say this. Greg kept saying let's wait to see what happens in the next hour and 45 minutes or thereabouts.
Yep.
He sounded very much to me two things, like a man who already has a pretty good sense that they really are going to make a move, but he also sounds like a man who has a good sense that the move he thinks they're going to make is not for some major impact player. So what do I translate that to? Honestly, Pony, you're going to hate this. I feel like they might well get Pilar, which would not do very much at all for me.
I don't think he would tease a Kevin Pilar. He's got to know better than that.
His if Greg was just looking at the OPS, it's over 800 for the year. Is he down in the baseball reference mines getting the monthly splits there to know that he's basically sucked 3 out of 4 months?
Kevin Pilar feels like something where Ben Cherington, who had the guy in Toronto, calls L.A. at 5:55 and says, all right, I pulled out all the stops.
It's last call at the bar.
I can't get the guys or just now, so no one else gets them. Just say, hey, I'm working on a bunch of other things, but just so I have a fallback option, can I send you cash considerations for Kevin Pilar? Oh, that works? Deal. Thank you. Now I can go on and still try to make these other big deals.
What about if it was Rengifo from the Angels?
I would like that a lot.
Because that guy can play multiple positions, having a very good year with the bat. And somebody said more offense than you've gotten in years past. It's really the same. He's just hitting for better average.
Second, third, and right field for him.
He's been a good offensive player for a couple of years now. I would like that deal.
Donnie, did you get the sense in hearing Brownie that there is something big coming? That he just couldn't?
No, I didn't get the sense there was something big. I got the sense that he knows there's something coming down the pike for a hitter. Not a big. Big is Luis Robert Jr. comes to the Pirates in a crazy-ass blockbuster that no one saw coming.
I feel like he wanted to hide whatever it could be because he, kind of played the fifth card with some of the questions you threw out there about, who could it be? Do you have any
so if
any insight on it?
If Pilar is a size small and Robert is a double XL, what size is Brian De La Cruz?
Large.
Large?
Yeah.
Don, you agree with that?
Yeah. I mean, I would actually be pretty happy with that. I mean, I'm not worried about every single metric that the guy has.
Why? Are there people fretting about metrics out there?
He strikes out a lot, and he doesn't take a lot of walks. He's a power.
You're sensing people that don't like the metrics?
You know what he is? Do you know what he is? He's Jack Sawinski when Jack Sawinski was actually, solid. He hits a lot of home runs.
Then you don't think they'll make him come here and try to change him and make him something he's not?
No, they're gonna have him, doing the equation from The Hangover in his head every time he's at bat, like they apparently did with Sawinski. Should be, hey, Jack, see ball? Hey, Jack, hit ball.
De La Cruz's WAR this year is .2. What do you think Connor Joe's is?
.4.
.7.
Connor Joe.
Not the end-all, be-all, but maybe that's the thing Donnie's talking about with the metrics.
There's somebody on the Pirates that has – it's hilarious that they have the WAR that they do.
What do you think Ke'Bryan Hayes' WAR is?
What do you think Michael A. Taylor's WAR is?
1.
1.1. Did you look that up?
No, I didn't. That's the same as Ke'Bryan Hayes because that's the defense getting baked in.
Joey Bart has 1.
I like Joey Bart.
How's Triolo at .8 defense, I guess? Damn sure ain't offense.
They're trying to win game 0-0.
I watched Hayes last night hit that line drive to mid-left center field, and I just came up with the thought of, is that all he's got? Sometimes I just wonder with him, is that just the best we'll see? That's about as hard as he can hit a ball anymore.
Well, I didn't ask Greg that. Didn't ask Greg this, but the Yandy Diaz flirtation, did he think of that as a way of sitting down Hayes and replacing him at third base and not taking McCutchen out of the lineup, not taking Tellez out of the lineup?
Do you think they still value Hayes' defense?
Out? Yes, I do.
I think that I brought it up, and maybe I don't know how I could have brought it up that would have maybe pinned Greg on this one and made him answer it. I think they really are looking at Michael A. Taylor hitting that home run last night and thinking maybe he's going to snap out of it.
Because they already have Tellez to go by. And if the options are give up something for Kevin Pilar or just hope that
ride
Michael
it out
A.
with
Taylor,
Michael A. Taylor.
I think that,
right. What's the not cheaper option, but there's no fuss, no muss. You just keep the guy you've had all year.
Brooke Pryor on Roman Wilson and Russell Wilson and the other day one storylines from first day in pads, which is usually a headline thing and a full day talking point, but we've got the Pirates at the trade deadline. If any deal happens in the next hour and a half, we'll be the first to bring it to you. Right now, it's a Donnie headline.
Now, Fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Pirates and Astros tonight, 8:10 first pitch in Houston. Dan Zangrilli has the North Shore Tavern leadoff show at 7:15. Headlines powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
This is the Stash Tracker, a look at baseball's pitching phenom, presented by Armstrong Business Solutions.
Pittsburgh's rookie phenom took the mound in Houston and yet again set a record. Skeens went 6 innings, recording 6 strikeouts, making him one of 6 players to achieve 100 strikeouts in 13 or fewer games. The right-hander now has a 6-1 record and a 1.90 ERA heading into August. The Stash Tracker is brought to you by Armstrong Business Solutions.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town.
Protect your car from bugs, UV rays, and rain, and keep it shining all summer with savings on unlimited washes. New members who sign up for WetGo Unlimited today get their second month free. Wash your car as much as you want at 45-plus convenient WetGo locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. Tune into the Fan Early Morning Show each morning at 5 a.m., presented by CGR Wholesale, where the average Joe can buy like a pro. Visit them at cgrwholesaleroofing.com. The Black and Gold are back in Latrobe, and 93.7 The Fan has all your training camp coverage. Listen daily for updates from Jeff Hathorne, who is on the ground at St. Vincent, along with live broadcasts from Latrobe. Training camp coverage on The Fan is presented by Smale Kia and brought to you by Guardian Caps.
For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
At twomeninajunktruck.com, you can even book same day or next day. Then we arrive, we quote, you like the price? Yes! We haul it away. Yeah, it's that easy. We'll even whistle while we work. 2 men in a junk truck.
I'm Tiffany, founder of Harlem Pilates. When I couldn't find Pilates in my neighborhood, I started a studio from my studio apartment. Chase Inc. helped me grow from 1 Pilates studio to 3. Because when you start small, you're going to need some big help.
With the Chase Inc. Business Cash Card, you can earn up to 5% cash back on business essentials, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for Business. Make more what's yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
As a contractor, you need a brand you trust to bring homeowners the quality they deserve when building or remodeling. 84 Lumber carries hardy exterior products that are built to last in the Pittsburgh climate. They can withstand harsh weather conditions and resist damage from moisture, fire, pests, and more. James Hardy and 84 Lumber also offer support and education for pros, providing you with a service like no other. Hardy products are available at your local 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest location and learn how it's possible to build your business with James Hardy.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit, 800-486-9600. That's 800-486-9600. 800-486-9600.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Back with more Pony and Muller. Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
The Townie Football Debrief is brought to you by a great new sponsor, Steel Mill Saloon in Mount Washington. The Pirates still haven't done anything, so I don't feel as bad making a pit stop to Latrobe to talk about the first day of padded practices. That's where we find Brooke Pryor, ESPN.com. You see her on Get Up. Done great work for them now for the last few years. She was there in person watching Russell Wilson participate in team activities for the first time, and also bad news on the injury front. Roman Wilson goes down and needs to leave the field in a cart. Brooke, let's start with the Roman Wilson thing. Did you see it happen? How bad did it look? What can you tell us about the rookie Steelers receiver?
Yeah, I did see the injury happen. He got rolled up on a jet sweep on 7 shots right at the beginning of practice. Just got hurt on the tackle. Hard to tell exactly what went wrong other than just to say his ankle got rolled up on. And I didn't see him leave on the cart. I think I'd gone to the other side of the field, but quickly noticed that he wasn't out there. When Mike Tomlin starts out his kind of list of injuries and specifically starts by acknowledging Roman Wilson's injury before he gets to the bumps and bruises associated with play, as he likes to call them, it's not usually a great sign.
Brooke, you say rolled up on, was it like a dreaded hip drop tackle type of thing?
No, I don't think it was that. I think it was just a tackle and his foot got caught underneath himself, and I can't remember who it was that tackled him. I think it was just, bad luck there.
Brooke, have you felt like, because we had heard over the weekend that he was like an MVP of the Saturday and Sunday practices, Roman Wilson, had you started to feel like the guy was making inroads to be one of their top wide receivers behind Pickens?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's hard to really get a good gauge on these guys until their pads come on. But he had been rotating in with the ones, and I think especially because the wide receiver depth isn't great behind George Pickens, he has a good opportunity to get some good playing time there, whether that's in the slot, out wide. I think primarily in the slot is where I would expect him to be. But he has really good speed. He's really shifty. He has a good connection with Justin Fields. I would have liked to see it more with Russell Wilson, but obviously he didn't get much of an opportunity to do that. So you just hope that this isn't a long-term injury, especially for a guy that's a rookie in training camp. He's going to need to be durable. He's going to need to be out on the field because it can really set back your timeline as a rookie to get on the field in a game.
Brooke, the other Wilson, Russell, how did he look? Because I saw the aftermath of practice, and it appeared that he was doing everything a politician would do on the campaign trail, kissing babies, signing things, slapping
Sean Payton
fives.
would have hated that practice.
I think I saw him slap a kid 5, and the kid looked at his hand like he was never going to wash that hand again. So how did he look on the field?
I mean, that is the full Russell Wilson experience. But on the field, Mike Tomlin's being very deliberate and very cautious with him since that calf injury. He got into 2 11-on-11 periods and just handed the ball off 1 rep each. But in 7-on-7, he completed all 6 pass attempts that he had, including the last one was a deep ball to Connor Hayward, a moon ball, as Connor called it. And Hayward ran up to Russell after the play and, was really excited and pumped that he threw him the ball and pumped that their chemistry and their rapport from working in the offseason together had kind of paid off in a play like that. He still didn't do the 20-yard sprints as a part of the team warm-ups, but he went through the other stretching. In the individuals, I would say he probably maybe threw a quarter or less of the number of balls that the other wide receiver or that the other quarterbacks threw. So I think that they are just trying to make sure that they don't aggravate that calf injury and take a step backwards instead of continuing to move forward so that this doesn't become a lingering thing.
Brooke, how has Justin Fields handled the elevation in status and the opportunity to get more chances with the starters?
I was really impressed with him today. I think today was the best practice he's had. Like Russell Wilson, he didn't have a single incompletion. Granted, he threw a lot more balls than Russell Wilson in those team periods. And I thought he just looked more confident and more decisive in how he was playing and the passes he was throwing. I mean, he had that one, the back shoulder throw to George Pickens, the one-handed grab. That was really impressive. But the thing for Justin Fields is going to be consistency. So great, he came out and did it today in the first padded practice. Can he do it tomorrow? Can he do it the next day? That's the thing that I need to see from Justin Fields to say, yes, he's really turning a page and becoming a better quarterback in Pittsburgh, because we know that he can hit the home run plays. I mean, we saw him in Chicago. He can do incredible things on his legs and make deep throws, but it's doing the little things, doing the, not exciting passes, but, just to get some short and intermediate throws to the middle of the field, just the easy plays that are going to keep an offense going. They're going to keep a drive alive. That's what I need to see more from him. But, I mean, today, and it was a day, by the way, that he said he felt like something in his mechanics was a little bit off. Maybe it was throwing in pads for the first time in a while, something like that. But he said he's working on it with Matt Baker. So if he looked as good as he did today with the mechanics still being off, I mean, he has to feel good about where he is in this, competition, if it even is a competition.
Go ahead, Mulsey.
I was just going to say, anything that was noteworthy from Fautanu in particular, just among high-profile guys in there as rookies?
Yeah, I think that he's still battling. I believe I saw him work at right. I think he got in with the ones at one point during 7 shots, and I'm having trouble visualizing on the line where he was. But I think that, it's going to be an uphill battle to, try to unseat. I guess technically Broderick Jones would have to unseat Dan Moore, so then Troy Fautanu could move into that spot. I mean, I think that that's the hope of the organization at some point, that Broderick will move over to left tackle, but I think that they're not trying to rush his development, so it's, only been one padded practice. We've seen him in there a little bit, but not much.
Brooke Pryor, ESPN on the Steelers in Latrobe. Brooke, thank you so much. We'll talk again soon.
Absolutely. Thanks, guys.
Yep. Not exactly music to Mulsey's ears at the end there.
I mean,
baby steps.
I'm going to keep the faith here, Pony. I'm going to keep the faith.
We have breaking news, a trade with the Marlins to tell you guys about when we come back. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevy. We've got storms in a low of 70. You want to get in on the Pirates in the trade deadline, you can. 412-928-9370. We will give away tickets to the best caller for a big event at PNC Park in September, a huge concert there to give away tickets for. 412-928-9370. You want to give us a piece of your mind on the Pirates at the deadline here until 6, and that is when we get to the deadline. Don't go anywhere. It's the PM team.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Saturday morning from 9 to 11, tune in for Bucko Talk. Host Donnie Baseball talks all things Pirates and gets you your Buccos weekly rundown. Bucko Talk is presented by Gerken Roofing and Contracting and brought to you by Bell's Oberon Ale, Pennsylvania One Call System, and Allegheny Hospital and Physical Medicine. Bucko Talk on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Bring the family to Washington County to see the best youth baseball teams at the Princegate Pony League World Series, August 9th through the 14th. Enjoy the Champions League game, mascot night, military and first responders night, and so much more. Daily admission is just $8, $5 for kids. Go to ponyworldseries.org for a complete schedule. History will be made one batter at a time at the Princegate Pony League World Series, sponsored by the Washington County Tourism Promotion Agency. Don't miss it for the world.
Welcome to Nada Yada Island. This season on Nada Yada Island.
When we were new, they spoiled me. They even gave me a phone. But then, it's like I didn't exist.
Don't take yada yada from your wireless carrier. Now with Metro, get that new customer feeling again and again. Introducing Metro Flex. Free 5G phones when you join, same deals as new customers when you stay. Only at Metro by T-Mobile. Just bring your number and ID and sign up for an eligible plan. After 12 months, trade in and get our best deals on select devices.
When you ask people here, what's the one thing that makes Diamonds Direct their favorite jeweler? For some, it's the unbeatable pricing we get through our direct importer. No middleman connections. The foundation of our business since day one. For others, it's the uncompromising quality. From hand-selected diamonds to handcrafted designer rings. Only the best of the best. Some people put selection at the top of their list, as Diamonds Direct offers up to 30 times the options you expect from a typical jewelry retailer. For some, it's our luxurious showroom with diamond experts who genuinely care about your experience and happiness, and who are empowered to do whatever it takes for you. Others rave about Diamonds Direct's unmatched warranties and guarantees that include free service for life and an extraordinary 110% diamond upgrade promise. But you know the most often answer we get when asking what makes Diamonds Direct stand out? It's not one thing. It's everything. Diamonds Direct. Value, luxury, choices, and confidence. Get directions, hours, and more at DiamondsDirect.com. Proud partner of the University of Pittsburgh Panthers.
This is attorney Craig Fishman. Injured? Our fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms. Call us at 888-98-TWINS for a free consultation. Shenarovich, and Fishman. We got your back, not your wallet.
Direct Auto Insurance is for uncompromisers. The people who refuse to make trade-offs in life. Like Kelly, when her old car insurance got so expensive that she couldn't afford to drive anymore, do you think she started carrying her groceries for miles? No. but she did find Direct Auto's savings that allowed her to drive instead of compromise. With savings of up to 25%, you too can stop compromising and keep driving. Get a quote today at directauto.com. Savings based on applied discounts and will vary. Terms apply. How you buy can affect price. National General Group, Winston-Salem.
Hey there, weekend warriors. Chris Muller here. Sick of that slice? Tired of those 3-putts? What if I told you your handicap isn't about your swing, it's about your weight? Why not take strokes off your game by taking pounds off your frame with Awaken 180? We're talking 10 strokes off by August, getting your tour card by September, winning your first major year 1. Think about it. Fame, fortune, and most important, winning $5 off your buddy because you, sir, are closest to the pin. Taking strokes off your game is just 40 pounds away at awaken180weightloss.com. Awaken 180 does not guarantee an immediate 10 strokes off your score, receiving a tour card, or the ability to control the weather. Individual results may vary. Your newfound athleticism might cause jealousy amongst your foursome, leading to accusations of steroid use. Awaken 180 is not responsible for defending your honor in the clubhouse. Awaken 180 cannot guarantee that your newfound golf prowess will lead to a sponsorship deal, but we can't not guarantee it either. Awaken 180 is not responsible for any dramatic fist pumps or unsolicited golf tips you give to strangers. Awaken 180 does not offer refunds for any lost wagers made on your improved golf game. Bet wisely, my friend. Strokes off your game by dropping pounds off your frame. Awaken180weightloss.com.
We're back with Taylor Fournier at Fournier's Ram of Pittsburgh. Taylor, how goes the customer-centric, customer-centered lot and store transformation?
Bob, both our new and certified pre-owned exclusive outdoor showroom shopping experiences are getting the final touches, and the timing could not be better.
Sounds like you're about to announce some good incentives for this month as well.
How about buy the new Dodge Hornet RT and get 0% for 84 months, 0 down, no payment for 90 days. Couple that with our KBB instant cash offer on trades and another Three Rivers exclusive, our free 3RP protection program. They're both fully up and running and together keeping us Pittsburgh's lease leader. And during the Make This the Summer event, lease a new 2024 Ram 1500 Bighorn from just $489 per month.
To experience Jeep of Pittsburgh's customer-centric car shopping and get all the details, shop ramofpittsburgh.com and get to the corner of West Liberty Avenue and Brookline Boulevard and look for the humongous yellow Jeep in the sky.
We are Pittsburgh's Ram store.
Thinking about getting a home security system? Right now, homeowners can unlock a free security camera from Guardian Protection, Pittsburgh's hometown security company, with the purchase of a monitored security system that Guardian will professionally install at no additional charge. Get 24-hour protection and effortlessly control your home with our app. Visit GuardianProtection.com/fan. That's GuardianProtection.com/FAN. Limited time offer. New customers only. Terms apply.
I'm at a smoothie bar asking people if they'd switch smoothies with me for $574.
Oh, I'll switch.
So what about $574 if you switch your home insurance to Allstate?
That's a headache.
Nope, it's painless.
Oh, so it's easy money.
Yep, check Allstate first and you could save hundreds on quality home insurance today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Based on the national average annual savings for new home insurance customers surveyed in 2023 who switched to Allstate and reported savings. Savings vary.
Total Wireless is made to totally keep up with you. We now have unlimited data that never slows you down. Covered by the Verizon 5G network. And for less than $30 a month, we make your phone your ride or die. Switch now and pick a free 5G phone with qualified plan purchase. And your fourth line at no additional cost. Visit your local Total Wireless store today. Total Wireless. We're totally with you. Actual speeds may vary by location. For data management practices, see TotalWireless.com.
This is it. Shop the Lowe's Closeout event to get up to 70% off select major appliances for your home. Plus, get up to 60% off select patio furniture and accessories for your outdoor spaces. So hurry into your local store today because these deals are too good to last. Shop them now before they're gone because Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid through 8/7 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
It's Wrangler season out there. Warmer days, cooler nights. Open roads, endless horizons. And you need to be ready in jeans made for the unpredictable. Wrangler, for the ride of life. Shop our newest styles today at Wrangler.com.
Keep it twisted all year long with Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Twisted Tea is real iced tea that packs a punch with 5% alcohol. Tastes great at the beach, the mountains, or even in your backyard. Look for the bright yellow Twisted Tea cans.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Paid for by government. Did you hear? A secret hoard of 1904 $20 Gold Liberty coins have been found. These gorgeous 1904p gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck. And less than 500 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this secret U.S. gold coin discovery a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. And you can own a piece of the hoard. When you call, you are guaranteed a 1904 Gold Liberty struck at the iconic Philadelphia Mint. With limited availability, you must call now. These 1904 dated gold coins are still in uncirculated condition with brilliant luster. That is 120 years of history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-895-7664. Call now and you'll receive a free bonus, a $75 value free with every order. Call 1-800-895-7664 now to secure your 1904p $20 Gold Liberty coins before they sell out. That's 1-800-895-7664.
There are two things everyone loves, saving money and convenience, and the law firm of Butte, Bevington & Nichols can help you do both. Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. Over the past 15 years, they've successfully resolved thousands of appeals. If you've received an assessment appeal hearing notice from a school district, call Butte, Bevington & Nichols to represent you. Your tax savings may be quite significant, and you won't have to participate at your scheduled hearing. And although you won't need to physically attend your hearing, the Board of Property Assessment rules for submitting evidence will need to be followed. But good news, hearings are being scheduled now. So if your residential or commercial property has received a notice of assessment appeal or change in Allegheny County, call 412-650-5940. That's 412-650-5940, or click BOOTAY Bevington.com. Butte, Bevington & Nichols, Pittsburgh's real estate attorneys.
Did you know your life insurance is an asset you can sell? I'm Jay Jackson, CEO of Abacus Life. For almost 20 years, Abacus has been purchasing life insurance policies from seniors just like you. And at AbacusPays.com, we've created a free policy value calculator so you can find out the worth of your policy in just seconds. There are no fees and no obligations. Get real value from your life insurance when you need it with Abacus. Learn more at AbacusPays.com.
Not all policies will qualify. Not available in all states.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-285-3636. 800-285-3636.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone. I went through it a while back. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text. Text HOT to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text HOT to 321-321. That's HOT to 321-321. Products and statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or illness.
One of the biggest rodeos this side of the Mississippi is on its way to the famous North Washington Rodeo Grounds. Mark your calendar August 13th through the 17th for 5 exciting nights of outstanding rodeo action. As seen on TV, the world champions will be competing for huge prize money. Come see all of the exciting action August 13th through the 17th. Get your tickets early and save at northwashingtonvft.com. The North Washington Rodeo is coming, Route 38 North in Butler County.
93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you. Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. The PF team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's.
Crews are on the scene of an accident on the westbound side of the turnpike at mile marker 51. This is between Monroeville and Oakmont. We're seeing delays stretching back a couple miles from that scene. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
All right, we are an hour and 10 minutes away from the Major League Baseball trade deadline, and the Pirates made a very, very, very minor deal today, picking up a left-hander who had been DFA'd by the Mets back in June. That's it so far. Still an hour and 10 minutes to go. Pirates and Astros, middle game of a 3-game set tonight on the Fan. 8 o'clock first pitch. Bailey Falter returns from the injured list. For more, go to 937theFan.com. Right now, more Pony and Miller.
Okay, let's go. Come on. Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Pony and Muller, live and local, just like Mike's.
I'm on the record saying that I want to add to our offense. I think everybody within our organization does. You know, hopefully it's a situation where that happens. I don't think there's any guarantees at the deadline because of how challenging the deadline itself is. We have another, whatever it is, 6 or 7 hours to see how it pans out, and then we kind of go from there.
50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. I said we have breaking news, a trade with the Marlins. Dan Zangrilli and Jason Mackey both predicting that Brian De La Cruz will be traded to the Pirates. He is a DH/right fielder for them. The Marlins have made a trade. It's just not with the Pirates. It's with another hyper-aggressive small market team, and that would be the San Diego Padres, who traded for the Marlins all-star closer Tanner Scott in the last few minutes. Our buddy Bob Nightingale, you may remember him. I think he almost fell asleep on the air with us yesterday.
I was just going to say, you may remember him from such hits as, excuse me, where am I again? What city is this? Oh, yeah, your team. They're probably not going to do anything. Thanks for your interview, Bob. Hey, see you later next time.
He was taking a nap next to your boy Ben Cherington, Don. They're both the same. They're both the same sleeping bag together. Nightingale on this trade. The Padres are sending their number 3, number 4, number 6, and number 29 ranked prospects to the Marlins in this deal. So 3 top 10. In the last year, they have traded 12 of their top 15 prospects.
How are they
That's going for it.
I know, but how are they even maintaining a major league franchise?
How are they not the worst team in baseball? How are the Pirates looking at the Padres and saying, "Oh, wait till those chickens come home to, is it chickens that come home to roost?
Yeah, chickens definitely
Wait till those chickens come home to roost. They better win a World Series this year, because if they don't, they might as well shutter the franchise. Shut it down. Close Petco Park, where I went this summer, and it was a lot of fun, and they immediately put Stella on the Jumbotron in the first inning.
79 and 83, 2021. 89 and 73, the Padres in 22. 82 and 80 last year, and 57 and 51 with a 75% chance to make the postseason. It's just amazing to me that you can trade all these prospects and still have usable functional players.
Yep.
Manny Machado still plays for them. Jurickson Profar is having a great year. Tatis Jr. still plays for them.
Bogarts has had a bad year, and they still have been able to overcome that, and they're ahead of the Pirates in the wild card race.
They have a guy named Jackson. I didn't know this, Pony. A guy named Jackson Merrill who's 21 years old. I thought you couldn't have any young players on your roster.
That was Donnie's pick to win the Rookie of the Year. Don, I pay attention to your show on Bucko Talk.
Yeah, but wait a minute. But wait a minute. Didn't they give away all of their good players in trades?
So. I thought so. If you're just finding us, there's nothing that's gone on in. Hey, sometimes it gets all quiet on the Western Front. I think that was a book about World War I that I read when I was in high school. In fact, I know it was, and what a boring book as it turned out. I mean,
well, they didn't say all loud and active on the Western Front. It wasn't called noisy on the Western Front.
Don't judge a book by its cover or by a name. In that case, it was very descriptive. It was not worth it. But anyways, there's no buzz right now. We've got all the insiders up on X. We've got MLB Network on in studio. I put ESPN on and get their coverage of the trade deadline. But frankly, the fencing that's going on at the Olympics is a little bit more interesting.
Very corrupt.
To me. You keep saying that?
It's the most corrupt sport at the Olympics.
There's nobody right now linking the Pirates in the last half hour or hour to any of these names, Chris.
You've got 64 minutes left before this deadline. Are they going to make a deal? A single trade?
I'm going to say yes, but I think it's another one of the Walker deals that we got today, where it's a guy we've never heard of, or Beeks. Well,
Beeks you've at least heard
Brownie,
of.
Brownie loves the Beeks deal. Brownie thinks they got the second coming of Billy Wagner back in that. No, he didn't say that, but he thinks that it's
maybe
he said a small thing that will end up being a big thing for the Pirates.
He said a tweak that maybe is a significant tweak.
You're frustrated. We all are here. Okay?
I'm just at a loss. You know what? I'm gonna make this vow. If they don't make a single deal, or it's for a guy that's a literal non-entity type of bat, I'm going to make sure I'm at my contentious worst with Greg next week.
Because we take out our because
he kept
with
saying
the organization on him.
because he kept saying to us, wait 2 more hours, let's see what happens.
Yeah.
To the point where I thought he had to know something was afoot, that they were close. If they're not, I'm going to say, Greg, did they accomplish their mission or no at the deadline? We won't talk to him until next Wednesday.
Well, he took umbrage with what Joel Sherman said because there's still time to execute a deal. And if they don't make a trade, then I think what this National Baseball Insider said about the Pirates is totally fair game. If you missed it, this was Joel Sherman on Chris Mad Dog Russo's show talking about why this is the right time for the Pirates to make a trade.
I just think you can play the future just so long, and they've been playing the future for almost a decade now in Pittsburgh. I think that they can get offensive upgrades on the margins that would help the team. No team is going to want to play a best-of-3 against Skeens, Jones, and Keller. They actually could win a round of the playoffs. And you know what feels good? Being in a playoff race, making the playoffs, and winning rounds, especially if you haven't done it for a while. And I think they owe it to whatever fan base they have to try harder this year and not just keep kicking the can down the road. The wild card is wide open in the National League. I just think at some point you can't just say, hey, guys, we're going to be better next year. They should try to be better now. They can almost any improvement they would make with their offensive group would make them more formidable for the last 50 games.
Yeah, because any major league hitter that's on another team is probably better than one of the 9 guys they'll have in their lineup against Houston tonight.
Correct.
And many of these guys do not exactly make me feel like it's going to substantially increase their chances of make the playoffs, but it'll help to some degree. And a lot of these guys are not getting moved for big prospects. Josh Bell, we all agree.
Has a top 100 guy been? Oh, I guess now the Padres. If they
maybe
have one of their guys, they're 3, 4, and 6. There's probably at least one top 100 guy there.
Josh Bell, I think there are guys I prefer to him, of course. He went to Arizona in the last couple hours. He's got 5 homers and 15 RBIs in his last 7 games. He's red hot, and it was just a money deal.
You know, I'm going to go back to something Greg Brown said again about the offense, and this frustrated me, and you can tell me if I'm being unfair. But when we pointed out how bad they were offensively as a team, he said, well, there's nobody out there. There's no one player in baseball out there that's going to make them that much better overnight.
Well, that's a pretty defeatist attitude,
But no, but hold on. I thought that wasn't even answering the question. That was moving the goalposts. Nobody's asking them for them to trade for 2001 Barry Bonds or Aaron Judge present day. People are asking them merely to trade for a bat that makes their offense better. Not 28th in the league in OPS up to 3rd. How about 28th to like 24th? Where you put a guy in the lineup and the offense just looks better. I don't like it when people want them to do something that might even be a modest ask, and then you have other people saying, well, it's not like they're going to get the best player in the league. No one's asking for that. No one is. What we are asking for is that the general manager of a team that has shown guts and an ability to stay in the race do something to augment their lineup to that end.
The other thing I want to say about that Sherman clip, he said it's time for them to try harder for their fans. I'm actually sick of hearing about them trying hard. Yes, we get it. The guy's making millions of dollars to be their general manager. They have a huge staff of people over there. It's not like they all got the day off. They're trying to make moves. That's not good enough for me. This is a results-oriented business. If you tried to make trades but you weren't able to make any, what am I supposed to say? Well, at least you showed up to work this afternoon? That's not the standard, or that's not the barometer for what we constitute a job well done. It's not. This is not some 7-year-old rec baseball league where they're learning.
Everybody's making a
how
lot
to
of
hit
money
off a tee.
Everyone's making a lot of money to do this.
So not just try or work hard.
Do
it. Make it happen.
Succeed.
I don't want to hear any more about Jazz Chisholm. We came in second place. So the Pirates were in on a lot of guys today, boy. I tell you what, it was not because Ben Cherington wasn't on the phone.
In the almost Olympics, they are unreal. They're gold medalists in the almost.
He's icing his right ear right now because he had that phone pressed to it all afternoon.
That left hand, as he gesticulated and tried to make deals and had a little body English as he was talking, it's very sore. He's got tendonitis in his wrist.
Donnie, how close are you to boiling over here? As a lifelong Pirates fan who wants to see them win, and you've not seen them win a playoff series in your entire life as a fan.
I mean, it might get a little bit fiery in about an hour if we get to that point and nothing else has happened. I mean, it's not even about, and I think I said this earlier because you just brought it up about, throw a bone to your fans like you owe it to your fans. To me, it's not even about being fair to your fans. For Ben Cherington, this should be about being fair to his team. A bunch of guys who, have plenty of flaws and, fundamentally are they perfect? No. And does the manager of the team always make the right decisions? No. We've been plenty critical of the players and the skipper this whole season. If he does nothing here, it's a failure on him, plain and simple. He's failing his team that have, through this point in the season, put themselves very much in a playoff race. They are not in no man's land. They are not out of it. They are very much in it, and he is failing them if nothing happens between now and 6.
I mean, you could definitely twist it as a lack of belief in the team.
He clearly
you could look at it that way. If they do nothing.
He believes.
Or would you
more
say
in the
he believes in them so much he doesn't think they need anything?
Definitely not that. He could say that he thinks that they have the answers within, but that's just a dodge. He believes more in what he thinks the 2025, 2026, and maybe even 2027 Pirates will look like than whatever the 2024 Pirates are right now. That's what he believes more in. He believes more in what he thinks the next 3 years are going to bring than what this team is currently doing.
Donnie,